Could a Vitality Elixir exchange for the development rights of Flower Fruit Mountain? Is Chang'e pursuing a packaging deal? Witness how a humble security guard navigates the connections of the three realms with just a packet of spicy strips. An unconventional guide to wealth for contemporary wage slaves. Chapter 1. An unusual chat group. In Yang City, renowned for its opulent and upscale Dragon Xian residential complex, David Wong, clad in his security uniform, stood motionless, staring blankly at the luxury cars that sped away. A bittersweet smile crept across his face as he grappled with the news that his girlfriend of 1 year had become involved with the wealthy heir, Li Ran. From the same complex news he only learned through her boastful revelations. What does it matter if I'm broke? You, Yishuan. I hope you won't come to regret this, he thought, a pang of heartache pushing him into the break room, where his colleagues offered no resistance to his solemn entrance. Ding, ding. As he prepared to recline, an urgent notification pinged on his phone. Damn, who added me to this group without my consent? It's infuriating. He glanced at the unfamiliar chat group, and his already foul mood soured further. A celestial chat group? Why not just call it a presidential conference room? He scoffed at the group's name, though laughter soon followed. Invitations flooded in from the Supreme Old Lord to the Seven Fairies, the Sunstar Lord, and the Thunder Mother, among others names that seemed to belong to a whimsical gathering. Is this a joke? David mused inwardly. Like his thoughts, the chat buzzed with silence, yet another lifeless group. Ding! Just as he pondered this, a vibrant red envelope popped up on the screen, sent by the all-hearing ear. David hesitated, then reflexively tapped on it. Gone. In the blink of an eye, 10 envelopes disappeared. Were these people moving at the speed of light? He was momentarily stunned. And what on earth is this Three Realms hearing aid? Confusion deepened. He had never heard of such a product. All-hearing ear. A little gift as a token of introduction. I hope the celestial beings won't look down upon it. Neza. You're quite savvy, promising future ahead. 9 heavens Xian Nu. Why is the old lord so silent? Send more red envelopes. 2 cute emojis, Erlang Shun. I'm already part Supreme Old Lord. Supreme Old Lord. 3 sweating emojis, all right, I shall send them. Ding. Another large red envelope appeared indeed. It was from the Supreme Old Lord. Ignoring the peculiar characters, David focused intently, ready to seize the opportunity. Ding dong. He captured 2 merit points. Merit points? What on earth is that? Can I eat it? As he pondered, the group erupted in chatter. Neza, the old man is so stingy, I only snagged 10 merit points. Erling Shun, 5 merit points. My heavenly dog is on the verge of starvation. Marshal Tianpeng, I didn't get a single point, do as you wish. Thunder Mother, with hands like yours, better give up. A series of disdainful emojis, Marshal Tianpeng. Thunder, keep your women in check. Neza, I wouldn't want to be you. Thunder Mother, little Neza, don't incite discord, we must maintain order in the celestial realm. What a bunch of clowns, claiming to be celestial beings. The chat was a cacophony of whimsical beings exchanging banter, utterly engrossed in their antics. David, concluding that the group was filled with jesters, set his phone aside, bemused by their bizarre merit points. Could this even be considered currency? Ding. Just as he placed his phone down, the notifications chimed again. How annoying, a bunch of unfortunate kids. Growing impatient, he attempted to leave the group, only to find that he could not exit despite multiple tries. What on earth is this? Doubt crept in. Had he been cursed after his breakup? Wukong requests to add you as a friend. Just then, an alert appeared on his screen. Wukong, the one who chops wood in the Moon Palace? Curiosity piqued, David clicked accept. Wukong, honest and genuine, absolutely no deception, and essential for home and travel. Especially the latter, it guarantees a happy marital life. Wukong, don't just sit there, act now. A series of eager little emojis, dreamy, immortal. This motley crew was even resorting to unsolicited advertisements. David found it hardly worth his time to respond. Wukong, is there something unsatisfactory, great immortal? His question struck a nerve in David. Dreamy immortal. Why must you swindle here? Have you no shame? How can you face your parents? Society tolerates people like you. It's a crime. His barrage of messages lifted David's spirits considerably. These deluded jesters needed a wake-up call, and he felt a sense of pride in delivering it. Wukong, sweating emoji, great immortal, you're being harsh. I assure you, nothing I sell is counterfeit. Please don't slander the innocent. And what is society? We are nurtured by the heavens. Ding. A message appeared, followed by a large red envelope. Wukong, please don't be angry. A small gift to make a friend. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wukong, slightly disgruntled, gazed at his phone screen, contemplating how this immortal was quite temperamental. With that, he retreated from the chat. At least you have some conscience. David nodded in satisfaction and opened the red envelope. He received a bone-strengthening pill. Should I extract it? Extract. David pressed the extract button, eager to see what mischief these people could conjure. A flash of golden light appeared, and in an instant, a thumb-sized pill materialized in his hand. Oh my goodness, is this some kind of haunting? Startled by the sudden appearance of the golden light and the inexplicable pill, David hurled his phone onto the bed. Yet, astonishment soon replaced his fear as he retrieved his phone and re-entered the chat group. Could these beings truly be immortals? His disbelief quickly transformed into elation. It seemed he had indeed encountered the legendary immortals, and they appear to be quite whimsical. It seems fate does not wish for me, David Wong, to lead a mundane existence. His gaze fixed on the pill, a fervent fire ignited within him. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the break room door was kicked open. David Wong, stop playing dead in there and get out here now. Chapter 2. The hero saves the beauty. He stowed his phone away and swiftly swallowed the elixir. In the next moment, a wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his entire being. At that instant, Wong David felt an unparalleled ease enveloping him. Wong David, don't think you can escape work just because your girlfriend dumped you. Get out of here. The head of security, He Guang, stormed in with a face full of disdain, glaring at Wong David. This man, emboldened by his connections with a notorious figure outside, had always acted with impunity within the security team, adept at currying favor. What kind of fool dares to steal young Master Li's woman? Have you even looked in the mirror? He Guang sneered contemptuously at Wong David, unceremoniously seizing his collar, intent on dragging him out. He had done this countless times before. However, to his surprise, when he pulled, Wong David remained as steadfast as a boulder anchored to the earth. I'm not in the mood. Get out of my sight. Wong David finally spoke, his voice calm yet firm. He could feel the burgeoning power within him and the increasing resilience of his body. Humph. I see you're asking for a beating, He Guang scoffed, raising his fist to strike Wong David's head. You think you can challenge me? Before he could finish, He Guang's expression changed dramatically, agony etched across his face. I warned you, I'm not in the mood. With a swift kick, He Guang was sent sprawling, akin to a mangy dog flung away. How impressive. Wong David marveled at the sight of He Guang flying through the air. Disbelief painted across his features as he beheld his own strength. Stepping out of the lounge, he cast a glance at the darkening horizon, ignoring the writhing He Guang on the ground, and strode away. Wong David, just you wait. This isn't over. He Guang's words fell on deaf ears. Wong David dismissed them as mere jest. Even if faced with 10 men like He Guang, they would hardly be his match. As he walked down the street, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. He had just been rejected by his girlfriend, yet had fortuitously entered a celestial chat group. It was time for him to contemplate deeply, for he sensed that his life might be on the brink of transformation, igniting his dormant dreams. Lost in thought, he unknowingly found himself beneath the coastal bridge. The sea breeze caressed him, accompanied by the rhythmic crashing of waves. Yet, the area was eerily quiet, with few souls in sight. Hey, sweetheart, care to keep me company tonight? Step aside. A cool, melodious voice cut through the air. Huh, I like a woman with spunk. A voice chimed in, accompanied by a few others. Wong David turned to see a group of men encircling a woman in the dim light. Though her features were obscured, her silhouette was undeniably alluring. It's best not to stir trouble. If this had been a year ago, the fiery Wong David might have intervened. But after countless helpless choices, he chose silence. Just as he resolved to leave, a terrified voice called out from behind, Husband, save me. The woman, seizing the moment, dashed toward Wong David, catching him off guard. Frowning slightly, he felt a surge of displeasure, yet when their eyes met, her pleading gaze softened his resolve. He sighed and stepped forward. Looks like we have a hero in our midst. A towering man adorned with a heavy gold chain sneered at Wong David. Kid, have you lost your mind? How dare you interrupt Gold Chain Bro's fun? A red-haired thug brandishing a baseball bat stepped forward menacingly. I think you've got this all wrong. I don't know her, Wong David replied, pointing at the woman, his brow furrowed. Haha, clearly a coward, too afraid to claim his own woman. The red-haired thug taunted, inciting laughter from his companions. You're asking for trouble. Wong David's eyes narrowed, the insult striking a nerve. Please, just go, the woman urged, her gaze filled with remorse. The dim light allowed only a vague impression of her features, yet her anxiety and apology stirred something within him. Step back, he instructed, positioning himself protectively in front of her. I'm taking her away. Now, leave, Wong David declared with an air of authority, momentarily stunning Gold Chain and his crew. What? Are you out of your mind? Gold Chain stared incredulously at Wong David, malice brewing in his eyes. "Get him," he ordered. And the red-haired thug swung his bat at Wong David. "Watch out." The woman's cry pierced the air as the bat soared down, her face blanching in fear. However, in a split second, Wong David unleashed a punch, shattering the bat cleanly in half. With a swift kick, the red-haired thug was sent flying 3 meters away. "Is that martial arts?" Gold Chain's eyes widened in shock. A single punch had broken a baseball bat, and a swift kick had propelled a man through the air. This was true skill. Was he a legendary hero from the underworld? Thud. The sound echoed as Gold Chain collapsed to his knees. "Boss, from now on, you're my leader," he proclaimed. "What are you all waiting for? Bow to your new leader." Wong David was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Can I take her now?" Yes. "We wouldn't dare touch the boss's lady." "Boss, you have a keen eye," Wong David said, supporting the woman as they turned to leave. "Where are you headed?" "Boss, I'll escort you." "No need." "Boss, it's south unsafe on the road. Let me accompany you." "Get lost." "Boss, where do you live? I'll bring all my brothers to pay their respects tomorrow." "Get lost." "Boss, shut up, or I'll hit you." Wong David was exasperated. Was this what thugs had devolved into, so shamelessly persistent? With a chuckle, the woman burst into laughter, her smile dazzling. Just one smile, and Wong David was momentarily mesmerized, as if he had seen her face somewhere before. "Boss, I will find you," Gold Chain vowed silently as he watched Wong David gradually walk away. On the road, the woman gazed at Wong David with gratitude. "My name is Zhou Shiyun. I truly appreciate your help." "Wong David," he replied, extending his hand politely, but he froze midway. "Isn't Zhou Shiyun a renowned celebrity?" "You're the star, Zhou Shiyun." Astonishment washed over him. She was a goddess in many people's eyes, and here she was before him. Indeed, Zhou Shiyun beamed, her smile radiant. "Mr. Wong, may I ask where you reside? I would like to express my gratitude tomorrow." "I'm merely a security guard at Longshan Community. No need for thanks," Wong David declined graciously. Chapter 3. The Elixir of the Supreme. Being by the time he returned to the security dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Wong David paid no mind to He Guang's icy glare, reclining comfortably on his bed. Who would have thought that just moments ago, he had saved the nation's goddess? Zhou Shiyun. Yet, he remained aware of the vast chasm between them. In the chat group, the conversation was still lively. "Neza, everyone make way. The old lord is about to distribute red envelopes, and they are freshly made elixirs." Upon the emergence of this information, the previously lively chat group abruptly fell silent. Wong David felt a chill run through him, as if he had glimpsed the calm before the storm. The Supreme Elder, a flurry of cold sweat expressions. Ding. Quick-witted. Wong David instantly clicked in, seizing a Xiantian charm pill. Xiantian charm pill? What benefits does it confer? Upon opening the treasure chest at the top of the chat, he indeed saw a pill suspended there. Xiantian charm pill. Enhances a man's energy in various aspects, elevates his charm, an essential treasure for wooing women. A unique formula by the Elder. How extraordinary. Wong David's eyes gleamed, his heart racing. With this pill, would he not ascend to the pinnacle of life? Becoming a national heartthrob? With such prowess, even the national goddess would be within reach. Wong David chuckled to himself, his mind wandering into fantasies. Erlangshan, sending red envelopes, yet the true deity is not present. My howling celestial dog is already impatient. Neza, aren't you here? How vulgar. At this point, Wong David's thoughts took a turn, but he reasoned that Neza's words were hardly innocent. Electric Mother, little Neza, you have become naughty. Thunder God, indeed. Could it be that Sun Wukong, that filthy deity, taught you? Sun Wukong, what's it to me? This group of deities, their energy is indeed boundless. They have been chatting for an entire day. Wong David was astonished by the stream of messages. These deities certainly knew how to banter. However, red envelopes were scarce, and advertisements plentiful. After over an hour, several red envelopes appeared, yet Wong David, unfortunately, failed to seize any. Wukong, the dreaming immortal, you are too courteous. My pills here are undoubtedly the lowest price in the immortal realm. Feel free to contact me anytime if needed. Wong David chuckled at this. Wukong was indeed dedicated. Never forgetting to advertise. Dreaming immortal, I only possess 2 merit points. I fear I cannot afford your pills, but I cannot take your items for free. This pack of cigarettes shall serve as compensation. Saying this, Wong David found the red envelope button, scanned the cigarettes, and sent them. The recipient has received the red envelope. Wukong, cigarettes? What treasure is this? Dreaming immortal. This is a rare treasure I have cherished. Do not tell others. With that, Wong David exited the chat. After taking the Xiantian charm pill and swallowing it, he fell into a deep slumber. Have you noticed? Wong David seems to have changed. Indeed, he possesses an allure. My goodness, I didn't dare to say it, but I felt a strange urge towards him. I thought it was my own issue. The next day, The security guards gazed at Wang David as though they had seen a ghost, their shocked eyes fixated on him. Having consumed the Xiantian charm pill, could he now attract both men and women? A shiver ran down his spine. Oh, ISMT that Wang David? Should Yu Xian come down to greet him? Yu Xian was his former girlfriend. Around 10 in the morning, Li Ran walked out of the community with Yu Xian. Upon seeing Wang David, Li Ran halted. Brother Ran, please spare me the sarcasm. This waste makes me feel nauseated just speaking to him. Yu Xian leaned against Li Ran's shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at Wang David, as if he were a piece of dung, waving her hand in front of her nose. Yet, Wang David appeared oblivious, not even glancing at Yu Xian, observing his indifference. Yu Xian felt an inexplicable surge of anger. A poor boy, how dare he aspire to court a swan? Miss, you is absolutely right. Someone like Wang David is unworthy of you. He Guang approached with a sycophantic smile. Only by being with young Master Li can your status be truly reflected. Flattered by He Guang's words, Yu Xian and Li Ran felt a sense of superiority. May I inquire if Mr. Wang David is present? Just then, a melodious voice rang out at the entrance, akin to a clear spring cascading down a mountainside, enchanting hearts. Everyone turned to look, instantly transfixed, swallowing hard. Dressed in a white shirt and purple jeans, her perfect figure was unmistakable, especially her exquisite face, resembling a character from a painting. Yu Xian, herself a beauty, appeared as a mere comparison to the ethereal beauty before her. Wang David stared in astonishment at the newcomer, a smile spreading across his face. To his surprise, Zhou Shiyun had indeed arrived. She seemed like a superstar, and she had mentioned she was here to find Wang David. At that moment, some cast-off glances toward Yu Xian. Miss Zhou, why this? I merely lent a hand yesterday. Wang David stepped forward toward Zhou Shiyun. However, just then, Yu Xian dashed up, placing herself between them. Don't be deceived by this scumbag. He was just stumped by me yesterday. He is no good. The sight of such a beauty seeking Wang David ignited Yu Xian's fury and jealousy. Acting irrationally, she directed her ire at Zhou Shiyun. With a slight frown, Zhou Shiyun appeared displeased. This young lady, please step aside. My affairs do not require your prompting. Yet Yu Xian was clearly unwilling to let it go, out of jealousy. She turned her wrath upon Wang David. Wang David, you scum. I wonder why you had no money to buy me gifts. It turns out you were supporting this vixen. Slap. I generally dislike hitting women, but you are an exception. Coldly leaving a remark, Wang David ignored the stunned Yu Xian and approached Zhou Shiyun. I sincerely apologize. I didn't anticipate my matters would involve you. How unworthy of Mr. Wang to be associated with such a woman. Zhou Shiyun smiled faintly, her voice sweet yet commanding. Today, I invite Mr. Wang to dine with me as a token of gratitude. May I? In that moment, Zhou Shiyun extended an invitation. Wang David, though feeling somewhat reluctant, inwardly rejoiced and agreed. As they departed, everyone stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Chapter 4, A Different Contest. Mr. Wang, so charming. Surely that young lady will regret her actions. On the way, Zhou Shiyun regarded Wang David, her beautiful eyes sparkling. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable allure emanating from him, one that lingered in the memory. Uncertain, Wang David smiled. If Miss Zhou doesn't mind, please call me David. It sounds pleasant. David. Hee. Zhou Shiyun chuckled. David, with your prowess, how could you be merely a security guard? Zhou Shiyun harbored a question. Wang David's displayed capabilities indicated he was no ordinary person, yet he was relegated to a nameless security job. Circumstances compel me. Wang David succinctly replied. The myriad emotions within understood only by him. The two conversed and laughed, eventually arriving at an upscale hotel. Upon entering, elegant piano melodies graced their ears. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke through. Shiyun, what brings you here? It seems we are quite fated. A tall, handsome man approached, gazing at Zhou Shiyun with admiration. Upon seeing him, Zhou Shiyun frowned. Dan Fei, I've already said, we are not acquainted. Abruptly, Zhou Shiyun took Wang David's arm, especially in front of my boyfriend. I ask you to conduct yourself properly. Feeling the softness of her arm, Wang David was elated, oblivious to the murderous glare directed at him. Haha, Shiyun, don't jest. A poor wretch like this has no claim to you. Dan Fei coldly scrutinized Wang David, mocking him. Please, speak with more decorum. David Wang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the insults being hurled. I advise you to leave Shiyun immediately, or I have 100 ways to dispose of you. In fact, I could come up with 1,000. He scoffed at the bravado of his opponent. Such grandiloquent claims were mere childish antics. Duan Fei shot an angry glare at David Wang. How dare a piece of trash like you enter here? Just then, a shrill voice pierced the tense atmosphere. Yui Xuan, like an agitated cat, stormed toward David Wang, seething with fury. Behind her, Li Ran cast a cold stare at Wang, then turned his intense gaze to Zhou Shiyun. He approached Duan Fei, indicating a prearranged alliance among the three. This place is no haven for a rustic like you. I suggest you avoid further humiliation and leave promptly. Yu Yixuan crossed her arms, reveling in her perceived superiority over David Wong. David, with a slight frown, regarded Yu with disdain, wondering if she was mentally unbalanced for fixating on him. Shiyun, look at the company you keep, Duan Fei mocked, clearly looking down on David. Little do you know. This David Wong was recently dumped by my girlfriend, Li Ran proclaimed with pride. Did you hear that, Shiyun? Someone like him doesn't even deserve entry into this establishment. At that moment, all eyes in the hotel turned toward them, murmuring among themselves. Enough. Zhou Shiyun interjected sharply, unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer. But just then, a large hand obstructed her path. I will handle this matter, David declared, his tone resolute. I do not wish to dwell on our past foolishness. Let us consider whether your current behavior is excessive. Excessive? You, a toad, think you can aspire to a swan? That was your misguided fantasy. And now you reap what you have sown, Yu Yixuan retorted, a smug grin on her face, not wishing to engage further with such a deranged woman. David turned his attention to Duan Fei and Li Ran. Do you believe I am unworthy of being here? This venue is reserved for the elite, is it not? Duan Fei sneered, his expression replete with contempt. In your eyes, only those clad in tailored suits possess the right to enter, correct? David inquired provocatively. That's about right, Duan Fei replied, furrowing his brow, confused by David's question. If that is the case, what do you think of the music being played at this very moment? David gestured toward a corner of the hotel. Duan Fei paused, momentarily at a loss for words, while Li Ran appeared deep in thought, as if the melody was vaguely familiar. Allow me to enlighten you. This is a piece from Mozart's opera The Magic Flute, David stated nonchalantly, earning a thumbs up from the pianist. Humph, a penniless bumpkin flaunting his knowledge. I am a distinguished student from Yangqing Music Academy. Who are you to compare? Li Ran snapped, clearly offended. Oh, is that so? How impressive, David replied with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the provocation. Do you dare to challenge me in a piano duel? Li Ran sneered, confident in his abilities, having lured numerous admirers with his musical prowess. Yu Yixuan opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing David, she fell silent. A contest sounds intriguing. However, merely competing in music seems rather dull, David mused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. What do you propose? Here's the deal, if you lose, you each slap yourselves and leave. And if you lose? David raised an eyebrow. You slap yourselves 3 times and exit. With a shrug, David seemed unfazed. Having endured humiliation before, he felt no fear in facing another defeat. Li Ran hesitated, glancing at Duan Fei. Let us do it. I want to see what tricks a country bumpkin like you can pull, Duan Fei declared with conviction. I shall go first, Li Ran announced coldly, directing a challenging look at David as he approached the piano. His fingers danced across the keys like a sprite, producing a melodious performance that captivated the room, drawing thunderous applause upon its conclusion. Did you witness that, David? This is true talent, something you cannot even aspire to, Li Ran boasted, strutting toward him with an air of superiority. David, however, had no time for idle chatter as he approached the piano. The moment his fingers touched the keys, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged through him. Channeling this feeling, David's fingers began to move. Joyful notes flowed forth, evoking sweet smiles. Sorrowful chords resonated, bringing tears. And liberating melodies soared, filling hearts with elation. Rising, he straightened his attire and faced the audience. I forgot to mention, I graduated from Huaxia Music Academy. His calm declaration jolted Li Ran and his companions back to reality. David Wong, Li Ran's face turned ashen, and even without words, he recognized his defeat. And a resounding one at that. Who would have imagined that a mere gatekeeper was a graduate of Huaxia Music Academy? Furthermore, the music he played perfectly matched his charisma, enveloping the audience in a mesmerizing experience. Zhou Shiyun regarded David with astonishment, then turned her gaze to the visibly distressed Yu Yixuan, as if a realization dawned upon her. What do you think now, esteemed guests? David asked with a serene smile, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the tension in the air. You've won. We'll leave at once, Li Ran muttered darkly, feeling the weight of humiliation. How could he face others after such a disgrace? And Yu Yixuan, that wretched woman, had failed to inform him about David's prestigious background, an unforgivable oversight. With that, the trio prepared to depart. Wait, David called out with a smile. It seems you have forgotten our wager so soon. Are you really going to overlook our agreement? We've already agreed to leave, David Wong. What else do you want? Duan Fei shot back, his tone darkening. Nothing much. I simply wish for you to honor your promise and each give yourselves a slap. You've gone too far. Li Ran protested, his face flushed with anger, taken aback by David's audacity. David, one must know when to retreat to survive. Duan Fei's eyes glinted ominously as he glared at David. Yet, David's expression hardened, his gaze turning fierce. Enough of this nonsense. If you do not comply willingly, I will ensure none of you leave this place. In that moment, the three felt as if a colossal weight had descended upon them, rendering them breathless. David, imbued with an aura of authority, radiated an undeniable presence. At that moment, they realized they had provoked a slumbering tiger, now awakened and ready to pounce. David, do you truly wish to treat me this way? Yu Yixuan pleaded, anguish etched on her face as she gazed at him. Silence, he barked. Suddenly, Yu Yixuan collapsed to her knees, unable to withstand the pressure. With a resounding slap, she struck her own face, her eyes filled with humiliation and fury. Li Ran and Duan Fei, unable to bear the weight of shame, followed suit, each delivering a slap before leaving in disgrace. As the trio exited, the hotel erupted in thunderous applause, as if awakening from a stupor. Following the commotion caused by Li Ran and his friends, they could no longer remain in the establishment. Thus, under David's guidance, the two ventured to a modest roadside stall, a place David had not visited in days. Upon entering, a plump woman beamed at Wang David and cheerfully remarked, "Boss lady, today I'm treating. Do bring out a few of your signature dishes." Wang David chuckled in response. "David, what remarkable skills you possess to have found such a beautiful girlfriend." The boss lady gave him a knowing look and clapped her hands before retreating to the kitchen. Feeling unexpectedly flustered at being perceived as Wang David's girlfriend, Zhou Shiyun furtively glanced at the grinning Wang David. He was indeed impressive, especially with his piano proficiency. Yet he had taken a job as a security guard. There must be a story behind that. Initially, Zhou Shiyun had merely intended to treat Wang David to a meal, thinking they would part ways afterward. However, as she learned more about him, she found herself intrigued and eager to explore his background. This sensation was peculiar. "I never imagined you not only excel in martial arts, but are also a gifted pianist." "It's hardly of any consequence," Wang David replied casually. "I'm quite curious. With your abilities, you could achieve much greater heights. Why settle for being a security guard?" His vague response indicated a reluctance to delve into his past wounds, painful scars that, if exposed, would bleed anew. "David, I would like to invite you to my concert. Will you accept?" Zhou Shiyun asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wang David was taken aback. He had not expected such a request from her. If one were to inquire about the most popular star in modern Huaxia, 8 out of 10 would undoubtedly mention Zhou Shiyun, with the remaining 2 likely being mute. She was a multifaceted talent, excelling in film, television, and music, achieving extraordinary feats in every field despite sharing a similar age with Wang David. The mere thought of this goddess of the masses inviting him to her concert was astonishing. "If it's not feasible, then never mind," Zhou Shiyun added, her face betraying a hint of disappointment as Wang David remained silent. "Of course, I would love to," Wang David suddenly exclaimed, awakening from his thoughts. As a music academy student, performing on stage had once been his dream. "Really?" Zhou Shiyun's surprise and excitement were palpable as she gazed at him. She had already witnessed his talent. His participation would undoubtedly enhance her concert's brilliance. "To partake in a concert of a major star is indeed something I yearn for," Wang David replied with a smile. "Thank you, David." Zhou Shiyun expressed her gratitude. "Between us, there's no need for such formalities," the boss lady interjected, bringing 2 plates of dishes to their table. Zhou Shiyun's cheeks flushed again, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Wang David's gaze. "Please don't misunderstand. He is merely my friend," Wang David said with a resigned smile. I understand. Friends first, then potentially more. There's a process to this," the boss lady replied with an encouraging expression before departing. "The boss lady speaks her mind. Don't take it to heart," Wang David said awkwardly. "I have taken it to heart," Zhou Shiyun teased, and they enjoyed a delightful meal, exchanging contact information to discuss concert details later. After leaving the eatery and watching Zhou Shiyun drive away, Wang David turned towards Longxian community. Upon returning to the community, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Noticing He Guang's mocking smile and Li Ran standing nearby, Wang David understood the situation. "Is this all you're capable of?" He Guang stood next to Li Ran, pride radiating from him. "What? Still hoping for revenge?" With a faint smile, Wang David approached them. "Stay back," Li Ran shouted, his face paling in fear as he took a step back, vividly recalling their previous encounter at the hotel. "You're pitiful, trying to act tough." Wang David shook his head. "Don't get cocky, Wang David. When my brother arrives with his men, you'll wish you hadn't T-crossed me," He Guang threatened, his eyes narrowing with malice. "Who dares to bully my little brother? They must be seeking death." Moments later, a rowdy group of individuals approached menacingly from outside the community. "Is it him?" Wang David frowned, recognizing the leader as the notorious Jin Liange from that night. "Scared now?" he taunted. "I have Jin Liange backing me. You'll find it hard to escape from me. Wang David's frown delighted He Guang, who smugly continued, Brother, you've finally arrived. Boss, I've been searching for you. However, Jin Lian Gu seemed oblivious to He Guang, his gaze fixated on Wang David as he rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. Boss, it's been so hard to find you. I knew we would meet again. Stop. If you keep this up, I'll hit you, Wang David said, grimacing at the sight of Jin Lian Gu's snot-covered pants. This guy is truly relentless. All right, I want to say anything, Jin Lian Gu replied, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He Guang swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. What is going on? Boss, you've made a mistake. He's the one we're supposed to fight. What? You dare to touch my boss? You must be tired of living. Jin Lian Gu's expression darkened upon realizing the situation. You've lost your sight. With a swift kick, he sent He Guang sprawling to the ground. Get him, he bellowed, and a dozen of his subordinates rushed in, surrounding He Guang. I want to interfere in your matters, but please don't bother me now. With little interest, Wang David made his way toward the lounge. Boss, watch your head. The door is 2 meters tall. I want to hit anything. Boss, would you like some tea? You must be tired. Let me give you a massage. Boss. With a dull thud, Jin Lian Gu was sent flying across the room. Boss, you're amazing. I love it. Wang David shook his head in resignation, contemplating the decline of societal standards. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone. The Erlang God wants to add me as a friend? Curiosity piqued, he accepted the request. Ding. Erlang God. Who are you, to keep this deity waiting? This is outrageous. Do you believe I'll unleash my hounds upon you? Wang David paused at the rapid-fire message, his impression of the Erlang God diminishing. Dream of immortality. Go away. Erlang God. Go away? What is that? Erlang God. I don't care what it is. Hand over the Xiantian charm Dan, and with my protection, no one under heaven will dare to provoke you. Realizing he was being asked for something he had already consumed, Wang David thought, what nonsense. Dream of immortality. I've eaten the Xiantian charm Dan. Erlang God. You infuriate me. How dare you eat the charm Dan? Reveal your location. I will annihilate you. Raising an eyebrow, Wang David found the Erlang God's arrogance intolerable. Dream of immortality. I'm not afraid of you. If you're bold enough, come and find me. You want to be able to locate me anyway, Wang David thought boldly. Meanwhile, around a corner in the celestial realm, the Erlang God stared at his phone, momentarily stunned. The dreamlike experience felt somewhat wild. No, I mustn't encounter any obstacles. Perhaps I should consult the old lord. With that thought, Erlang retreated. I fear you may not succeed. He chuckled nonchalantly, deciding it best to secure a position first. As he entered the chat group and perused its contents, he noticed a few deities distributing red envelopes. However, Wang David's luck seemed to betray him, as he failed to seize a single one. After observing the celestial beings engage in light-hearted banter for a while, and seeing no further envelopes, Wang David prepared to exit. At that moment, however, Wukong sent him a private message. Dreamlike Immortal, have you offended Erlang? Dreamlike replied, what is the matter? Wukong, I have just witnessed Erlang passing by the Moon Palace with the Heavenly Hound, and it seemed he was uttering the name of the Dream Master. Indeed, that fellow Erlang is directly searching for Wang David in the celestial realm. Dream Master, thank you for the heads up. That Erlang would be courting death if he thinks he can find me. Wukong, it's nothing. I'm merely curious if there are still any cigarettes left at your esteemed abode. Wukong, rest assured, Master, I shall not take without merit. It has only been a short while, yet I already possess the potential of a smoking gun. Wang David found it amusing, but when he saw the request for compensation, his eyes widened in surprise. He patted his pocket, only to realize it was already empty. Dream Master, please wait. Glancing at the golden chain standing outside, Wang David pondered for a moment. Golden chain, I have a task for you. Who shall we target, boss? Upon hearing this, Jin Lian was filled with exuberance, brimming with energy. Wait a moment, boss, he exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, grinning as he handed them to Wang David. All right. You may leave now. Wang David waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging Jin Lian's usefulness. To think you brought Zhonghua. I have hardly smoked a few. Wukong interjected, thank you, esteemed one, for this modest token of appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept it. After receiving the red envelope, Wukong swiftly sent a red envelope in return. 2 potency pills, I must say, how delightful. Wukong continued, are you satisfied with my humble treasures, esteemed one? Several knowing expressions. Dream Master, is it possible to exchange? The moment the message was sent, Wukong instantly withdrew. Do even immortals require such things? Envisioning a scene where a group of deities indulges in substances, Wang Dawei could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Perhaps it would be best to focus on the preparations for Zhou Shiren's concert. Chapter 7. The sow climbs the tree, men scale the wall. Are you hungry, boss? Shall we go for a meal? Do you dine at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Indeed, it is not without its merits. Depart. With a swift kick, the gold chain was sent flying, and observing the sorrowful visage, Wang David couldn't help but chuckle. The following day, Wang David had arranged to meet Zhou Shiyun at a bar, intending to connect with the other attendees of the concert. I have matters to attend to, so do not follow me. Casting a stern glance at the gold chain behind him, Wang David stated with resignation, Where are you headed, boss? Allow me to drive you. Boss, would you like your subordinate to provide protection? The outside world is quite perilous. You follow me, and I shall become increasingly perilous. Cease your chatter, lest I resort to violence. Ultimately, beneath the blows of Wang David, Jin Lian retreated, casting a lingering, resentful glance at Wang David as he departed. In the private room of Fei Fei Bar, Zhou Shiyun and 5 others had already arrived. Among these 5, 3 were women and 2 were men. One of the men, strikingly handsome and clad in trendy attire, was Lin Hongyi, a guest performer at the concert. The other man, approximately in his 40s, was the concert's music director, Alan. As for the 3 women, the one with exquisite features was Zhou Shiyun's close friend, Wu Qi, while the other 2 were staff members. Shiyun, who possesses such clout that necessitates the presence of so many of us for one individual. Lin Hongyi's handsome face revealed a hint of impatience as he turned to Zhou Shiyun and inquired. He may not be a superstar, but he is indeed a guest performer I invited. Zhou Shiyun chuckled softly in response. Oh, I am quite curious to know what charm this individual possesses that could deceive your discerning eyes, Shiyun. Lin Hongyi reclined slightly, uttering a cold laugh. Lin Hongyi, could you not speak so harshly? Upon hearing this, Wu Qi felt somewhat displeased and furrowed her brows, exclaiming, I apologize for my tardiness. Just as Lin Hongyi was about to respond, Wang David entered the room. It seems we arrived too early, Zhou Shiyun remarked with a smile. Shiyun, who is this person I have never encountered before? Wu Qi curiously scrutinized Wang David, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue, and then playfully turned to tease Zhou Shiyun. Did I not mention? We are merely acquaintances. Zhou Shiyun blushed and murmured softly. Humph, I thought you were someone of great stature. Turns out you are just an obscure, impoverished fellow. However, at that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted as Lin Hongyi cast a disdainful glance at Wang David. Upon hearing this, Wang David turned his gaze towards him and quickly recognized the individual. Indeed, I am but a nameless individual, certainly not as prominent as you. Yet it seems this is not a conversation meant for you. Wang David showed no signs of retreat, directly countering the past. It is not that I lack arrogance. Rather, my arrogance is such that even I am afraid of it. Lin Hongyi's face suddenly flushed with anger as he glared at Wang David. Enough, Zhou Shiyun interjected. Unable to bear the tension, her voice tinged with discontent. You are both my invited guests. Let us not disrupt the harmony. In light of Shiyun's presence, I shall not stoop to engage with someone of your inferior caliber. Then do you also refrain from addressing your parents in the same manner? Wang David offered a faint smile. This fellow, appearing as a benevolent figure on television, is utterly unremarkable in reality. One might wonder if he fears the onset of a mental breakdown. David, refrain from speaking too much. Allow me to introduce you to the others. This is our music director, Alan. And this is my dear friend, Wu Qi. I hold high hopes for you. Wu Qi winked at Wang David, conveying an expression of optimism. As the introductions continued, Wang David realized that these individuals constituted the very core of the concert. It is a pleasure to meet you all, he said humbly, gazing at the group before taking a seat. I heard from Shiyun that Mr. Wang is a graduate of the Huaxia Music Conservatory. Is that true? At this moment, Alan, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke up. Indeed. TCH, and you graduated from a music academy? You boast without fear of self-destruction. Lin Hongyi remarked sarcastically from the side. Hongyi, mind your manners, Alan said, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he offered a gentle reminder. I merely stated the truth. A country bumpkin has no right to participate in a concert. We must confront a nationwide audience. If any mistakes occur, can you, an inexperienced novice, bear the consequences? As the conversation progressed, Lin Hongyi pointed an accusing finger at Wang David. Lin Hongyi, be silent. Zhou Shiyun exclaimed with an air of displeasure as she glared at him. Shiyun, I am merely looking out for your well-being. This individual is shrouded in ambiguity. It is evident he harbors ill intentions towards you. It is wise to exercise caution. Oh, from where do you perceive that I am anything but virtuous? Upon hearing Lin Hongyi's words, Wang David felt a surge of anger and cast a cold glance at his counterpart. What good could possibly come from a person of such lowly status? Lin Hongyi wore a face of disdain. I see you are nothing but a despicable creature. To call you a beast in human guise would be a compliment. Engaging with you is beneath me, he scoffed. You, a wretched lowborn, speak with such vulgarity. It truly infuriates me. Overcome with rage, perhaps parched, he lifted the wine glass before him and took a sip. Shiryun, in my opinion. Individuals like this are utterly unfit and must be expelled, Lin Hongyi declared, rising with a resonant tone. However, Zhou Shiryun recoiled as if confronted by a monster, her body instinctively shrinking back. Wu Qi too edged away, casting a glance at the flushed Lin Hongyi. Shiryun, are you feeling warm? I feel unbearably hot, he remarked. As they conversed, Lin Hongyi unexpectedly began to disrobe. It's so hot, he exclaimed, and as each article of clothing was removed, Wang David looked on in astonishment. The efficacy of this bone-strengthening pill is truly remarkable. Ah, Shiryun. Lin Hongyi approached Zhou Shiryun like a ravenous wolf, but at that moment, Wang David seized him, forcefully throwing him against the wall. Ah, what a delightful sensation. On the adjacent wall, Lin Hongyi leaned back with a look of sheer indulgence, intermittently letting out moans. I've heard of pigs climbing trees, but I never thought I would witness a man scaling a wall. Wang David's mouth gaped in disbelief. Was it really necessary to be so exaggerated? Indeed, he had truly ascended the wall. What has become of him? Zhou Shiryun inquired with a hint of concern. Perhaps his true nature has been revealed, Wang David casually remarked. Zhou Shiryun nodded in tacit acknowledgement, casting a profound glance at Wang David. I never anticipated that Lin Hongyi was such a two-faced individual. Shiryun, do exercise caution, which he warned, his eyes gleaming as he watched Lin Hongyi clinging to the wall. Chapter 8. The Refined Pill. To be honest, was it you who instigated Lin Hongyi's bizarre behavior? As Zhou Shiryun observed the frenzied Lin Hongyi being escorted away, she turned to Wang David with a playful grin. Miss Zhou, one must not wrongfully accuse, for I have done nothing, he replied with a chuckle. Surely, one cannot flaunt the heroic act of administering aphrodisiacs in front of a woman. That would be utterly unacceptable. Please refrain from calling me Miss Zhou. It sounds rather unappealing. Zhou Shiryun, being a clever girl, did not dwell on this point and smiled, suggesting, from now on, you may address me as Sister Zhou or Shiryun. Sister Zhou. Wang David responded without hesitation, feeling their relationship had grown closer. Thus, the arrangements for the concert were finalized, scheduled for June 18th, a fortnight hence. Should any changes arise, I shall inform you. Very well. After a brief conversation, Zhou Shiryun, preoccupied with concert preparations, took her leave. Wang David remained behind as his phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by the familiar voice of Hua Junqiu, a college dorm mate. Hua Junqiu was undoubtedly a scion of wealth, reputed to hail from a powerful family in the capital, embodying a formidable presence. After graduation, he took the helm of a family business and has since been living quite lavishly. The four of them had been particularly close during their university days, though they had lost touch post-graduation. Through the phone call, Wang David learned that Hua Junqiu would be arriving in Yangqing the following day. This fellow, could he be coming to chase after women? Wang David smiled faintly, acknowledging the possibility. As he approached the entrance, Guang approached with a broad smile, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang David felt somewhat fatigued after spending a considerable time at the bar. Lying on his bed, he opened his phone and entered the chat group. Immediately, he noticed the familiar presence of the red envelope enthusiast, Neza. Neza, who wants to join me for some fun at the East Sea? Lei Gong, the East Sea Dragon King. Someone intends to slay a dragon. East Sea Dragon King. Neza, you must not be overly aggressive. A barrage of furious emojis. However, Neza appeared unfazed, sending a few dismissive emojis in return. Neza, old dragon. Do you recall how many times you have uttered those words? Tianping Marshal, Dian Mu, Tai Bai Jin Xing. Such audacious words left the other deities speechless. East Sea Dragon King. A wave of red envelopes. I beseech the esteemed deities for assistance. After a moment of silence, East Sea Dragon King relented. After all, due to Neza, the dragon population in the East Sea had been drastically diminished. Such a predicament was unbearable. Sun Wukong, the East Sea is quite affluent. Do hurry and distribute the envelopes. Tai Bai Jin Xing. Indeed, if you release the envelopes, we shall prevent Neza from causing a ruckus. At that moment, Wang David could almost envision the East Sea Dragon King, silently shedding tears behind the screen. Ding! A red envelope appeared, and Wang David swiftly pointed to claim it. He successfully obtained a Snowy Beauty Pearl. Snowy Beauty Pearl bestows the effect of beauty enhancement, allowing women to maintain eternal youth. Such a miraculous item. Using this Snowy Beauty Pearl would bestow him with youthful beauty, wouldn't it? Wang David's face lit up with astonishment and joy. Ding! The moon goddess Chang'e has requested to add you as a friend. Chang'e. Upon seeing this message, Wang David instinctively gazed upward, conjuring an image of the celestial beauty in his mind. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. Chang'e, esteemed one, may I inquire if you would consider transferring the Snowy Beauty Pearl to me? A cute emoji. Wow, the moon goddess is being adorable with me. I can hardly contain myself. His heart raced as the moon goddess was actually being cute towards him. This was more than he could have hoped for in a year. Ruming, of course, but what does the goddess wish to exchange for it? Chang'e, I possess some heart-protecting pills and beauty pills, although they are somewhat inferior. They still possess certain effects. After sending this message, Chang'e felt a twinge of anxiety. Those pills were not merely inferior, they were actually remnants, akin to waste pills. Ding. However, just then, a red envelope materialized, and upon opening it, she found the very snowy beauty pearl she had longed for. It seemed that such treasures were not valued by the esteemed one, so she decided to gift him all the pills refined by the Jade Rabbit. Delighted, Chang'e rummaged through her treasure chest and ultimately found a few remnants of pills. Ding. Wang David casually opened the red envelope. He claimed a heart-protecting pill, 2 beauty pills, and a strength pill. Heart-protecting pill, an inferior celestial pill, ineffective for immortals, suitable for mortals, can accelerate heart rate. Beauty pill, an inferior celestial pill, ineffective for immortals, suitable for mortals, maintains youth. Strength pill, enhances mortal strength. All of these were remnants, yet he received them all at once. Wang David's expression was peculiar, soon followed by elation. These items were deemed worthless by the immortals, yet in his hands, they were treasures. Chang'e, esteemed one, do not take offense. The Moon Palace is quite impoverished, relying solely on the sale of medicine and pill refining for sustenance. Should you require any medicinal materials in the future, you may seek out Chang'e. Ruming, the goddess is too kind. After that, he refrained from further discussion and exited the chat group. Such treasures cannot be exchanged for currency. Wang David sighed, realizing that although he had acquired numerous treasures, none could be converted into money. Unbeknownst to him, a new day dawned. That noon, at the entrance of Longshan Community, a luxurious sports car pulled up. A tall, handsome man in a tailored suit emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman. Brother Wang, how about this watermelon? At that moment, Wang David sat in the shade, clad in flip-flops, devouring a watermelon. To his surprise, the watermelon was exceptionally sweet. Brother Wang praised, finishing the last morsel and letting out a satisfied burp. Brother Wang, take a look at that car. It's a Lamborghini. So cool. And that woman, wow, she's truly alluring. He Guang squatted nearby, gazing enviously at the scene ahead. Upon hearing this, Wang David turned his gaze, and a smile crept across his face. Brother Wang, where are you headed? He Guang suddenly noticed Wang David walking toward the young couple. Brother Wang wouldn't be looking for trouble, would he? No, it would be wise to retreat. However, just as He Guang prepared to evade, he was astonished to see the handsome man open his arms, a wide smile adorning his face. David, you're certainly living quite modestly, Hua Junshu exclaimed, embracing Wang David with a sense of nostalgia. You seem to be doing quite well yourself. Chapter 9. Pills not up to par? Back then, when I invited you to join me, you were unwilling. How about now? Come to my company, and I'll make you a manager. Hua Junshu looked at Wang David with a hint of melancholy, reminiscing about the once prominent figure in school, now reduced to a mere security guard, evoking a sense of pity. Are you here to mock my modest existence? Wang David scoffed, his dissatisfaction evident. You remain unchanged. By the way, allow me to introduce. This is my bodyguard, Xiangjiu. Wujuncha proudly stated, glancing at the elegantly dressed woman beside him. Is she a bodyguard or a maid? Wang David couldn't help but tease. Haha, both. Let us head inside, Wujuncha said, leading him to the lounge where the two began reminiscing. As they spoke of their college days, they could not help but be filled with nostalgia. And Wujunchu voiced his grievances on behalf of Wang David. Eventually, Wang David learned that Wujunchu had come to Yangqing primarily to discuss the herbal medicine business. Coincidentally, the major magnate of Yangqing resided in Longshan Community. Wang David was well aware of this tycoon, who was none other than Lu Feiping, the chairman of the Feiping Group, the largest herbal medicine conglomerate in Yangqing and the surrounding area. Since you have matters to attend to, you should get to it, Wang David said, rising with a smile. Indeed, once I've settled my affairs, we will have a proper catch-up, Wujunchu replied, standing as he and Xiangju exited. Brother Wang, you're impressive, knowing that affluent bachelor. Once Wujuncha left, He Guang entered with a look of astonishment, giving Wang David a thumbs up. That affluent bachelor, indeed. Is there still watermelon? Wang David inquired, glancing at He Guang. Yes. Nearly half an hour after Wujunchu entered the community, an ambulance unexpectedly arrived outside the gate. Brother Wang, it seems something has happened to President Lu, He Guang whispered to Wang David as he stepped out. Upon hearing this, Wang David's body stiffened. Which President Lu? It's Lu Feiping of the Feiping Group, He Guang replied, a hint of fear in his voice as he observed Wang David's solemn expression. An urgent commotion followed as the ambulance sped away from the community, while Wujunchu emerged with a darkened expression. Wujunchu, being the fourth in his dormitory ranking, had acquired that moniker. I'm not entirely sure. I entered President Lu's residence not long ago when his heart condition flared up, and we couldn't find the necessary medication. Feeling somewhat ominous, Wukong mused. A heart condition? Wang David furrowed his brow, recalling the heart protection pill that Chang'e had sent not long ago. Perhaps I can save Lu Feiping. Wukong was taken aback, observing Wang David's resolute demeanor, and immediately took him to the sports car. Very well, let us depart at once. He knew that Wang David would not speak lightly. Xianqiu, take a taxi to the hospital. With that command, the sports car roared to life and vanished from sight. At Yangqing General Hospital, a throng gathered at the surgery room door, including Li Ran and Shan Fei. Cousin, surely Father 1T be in danger? Lu Xiyu, Lu Feiping's only daughter, appeared pale and anxious. If anything were to happen to her father, who would care for her afterward? Li Ran glanced at Lu Xiyu, his eyes glinting with greed. Don't worry, cousin. Uncle will be fine. Lu Xiyu, rest assured, President Lu has divine protection and will surely avert disaster. Shan Fei reassured her. Soon, the light above the operating room changed, and a somber-faced doctor in his 50s emerged. Thud. At the sight, Lu Xiyu collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, we did all we could. Wait, I can save President Lu. Wang David and Wukong arrived, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiyu regained her composure and rushed towards Wang David. Do you truly have a solution? Indeed, while I cannot guarantee President Lu's survival, it is worth a try. Wang David, who do you think you are? This is not a place for you to speak. Get out now. Li Ran's expression darkened as he yelled at Wang David. Cousin, you're unaware. This Wang David is merely a poor security guard in the community. What can he possibly do? Mind your words, or I will not hesitate to deal with you. Wukong interjected, glaring at Li Ran. What are you to interfere in our family matters? Li Ran sneered disdainfully. Miss Lu, time is of the essence. If you trust me, allow me to try, Wang David earnestly pleaded. Cousin, this Wang David is a charlatan. Do not believe him. Li Ran urged desperately. Li Ran, why do you persist in obstructing me? What are your intentions? Wang David's expression darkened as he glared at Li Ran. It was utterly outrageous that he continued to chatter on at such a critical moment. Please, I beg you to save my father. Lu Xiyu trembled, her eyes filled with desperation. No, you cannot enter. Li Ran suddenly exploded, blocking Wang David's path. Step aside. With a swift kick, Wang David sent Li Ran flying. Fourth, stay here and ensure no one interferes. If anyone dares to act recklessly, deal with them accordingly. With that, Wang David resolutely entered the operating room. Observing Wang David's decisiveness, Wukong felt a smile creeping onto his face. It seemed the David he knew remained unchanged, still as resolute as ever. Yet, could a heart that had ceased to beat truly be revived? Inside the operating room, Wang David gazed at the lifeless body on the operating table, the monitor displaying a flat line. Chang'e, please deliver. He retrieved the heart protection pill and placed it in Lu Feiping's mouth. Lacking water, he resorted to saline solution to administer the pill. Time trickled by, yet Lu Feiping showed no signs of recovery, leaving Wang David feeling helpless. Had the heart ceased to beat for too long, rendering revival impossible? 20 minutes passed, and Wang David grew increasingly anxious, while those outside appeared like ants on a hot stove, pacing restlessly. I told you that fool was a fraud, yet you wouldn't listen. Outside the operating room, Li Ran, with a frigid demeanor, berated the crowd. With that, he stormed toward the operating room. Suspecting that Wang David might have some ulterior motive that could not be permitted, Li Ran kicked open the operating room door and stormed in angrily. Cousin, what are you doing? Lu Xiyu shouted, hastily following him. Wukong frowned. Could it truly be a failure? Wang David, what have you done to Uncle? Li Ran entered furiously, glaring coldly at Wang David. At that moment, Lu Xiyu and others rushed in behind him. Upon seeing the flat line on the monitor, their gazes toward Wang David turned peculiar. Was it indeed a failure? Chapter 10. A turn of events. Wang David, you worthless fool. I said you had ulterior motives. Speak. What scheme do you have, and why are you plotting against my uncle? Li Ran accused, pointing at Wang David, casting a grand shadow of suspicion. Furrowing his brow, Wang David glanced at Li Ran before turning to Lu Xiyu. Young lady, did you not say you could save my father? You are a fraud. Fraud. Upon hearing those words, Wang David felt as though struck by lightning, his body trembling as he stood there, rendered speechless. Wukong approached Wang David, inquiring softly. Wang David opened his mouth to refute, but before he could utter a word, a series of urgent beeps filled the air. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, all eyes turned to the monitor. The previously flat line flickered, followed by a gradual rise, eventually presenting a wave-like pattern. At this sight, everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide as they stared at the screen. President Lu's heart is beating, a voice exclaimed, followed by a collective gasp. Li Ran's face turned an unpleasant shade. as if he had swallowed something foul. Wang David had truly succeeded. David. Wu Junchi gazed at Wang David in astonishment, as if beholding a giant. In that moment, he had unequivocally concluded that Wang David had indeed transformed. Thank you, truly, thank you. Apologies, I should not have uttered such words. How could this be? The attending physician exclaimed, accompanied by a group of doctors as they hurried over. Moments later, a chorus of astonished voices echoed from that direction. It truly lived. And its heartbeat was stronger than that of a youth. A miracle, indeed a miracle. Since the person has been revived, I shall take my leave. Without even glancing at the grim-faced Li Rand, David Wang exited. Hua Junchu, without uttering a word, followed suit. Hua Junchu cast a peculiar look at David Wang. Reviving a person whose heart had ceased to beat was no ordinary feat. This is not solely for you, David Wang remarked dismissively. Hearing this, Hua Junchu's expression grew grave as he vehemently questioned, who could it be that plotted against me? Such coincidences are rare, as a heart patient. Lu Feiping must have been carrying medication. Yet, not only was no medication found at the time, but the heart condition struck so suddenly, as if it were preordained. To assert that no one was pulling strings behind the scenes would be utterly implausible, even to Hua Junchu. Perhaps this incident was not specifically aimed at you, David Wang suggested, glancing toward the operating room. The likelihood is quite high. You merely became an innocent victim, he added with a smile. If Lu Feiping had truly perished, Hua Junchu would have no words to defend himself. By heavens, if I discover someone's scheme behind this, I shall make him regret ever coming into this world. Hua Junchu declared fiercely. Xiangju, investigate this matter, he instructed, turning to the alluring woman beside him. Casting a surprised glance at Xiangju, David Wang sensed that she was no ordinary woman. In truth, there is no need for an investigation. The one who protested most vehemently was the mastermind behind it all. David Wang asserted confidently, halting Hua Junchu's advance. This is a family matter for them. As outsiders, it is best we refrain from meddling. Humph. I see that fellow named Li Rand is no good. He knows not how to write the word death. Hua Junchu halted, expressing his displeasure. Let us depart. There is nothing more for us here. David Wang draped an arm over Hua Junchu's shoulder, and the two exited the hospital. David, I've noticed you've changed quite a bit in just a year, Hua Junchu remarked earnestly during their walk, before breaking into laughter. If you were to experience what I have, you would change as well, David Wang chuckled. Hua Junchu's expression momentarily froze, as if recalling something, before he shook his head. Not the kind of change you speak of, but rather, you have become quite enigmatic. I shall take that as a compliment, David Wang replied, naturally. With that, the two shared another hearty laugh as they departed. Brother Wang, I heard you saved President Liu. That is truly impressive. Should you gain fame in the future, do not forget us, your brothers. A chorus of voices chimed in. Ultimately, David Wang interrupted. How did you all find out? Miss Lu Xiuyu, President Lu's daughter, personally called here to request your number. He Guang exclaimed with envy. Oh, is that so? David Wang responded, pulling out his phone to find several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. He hesitated, having set it to silent mode, thus missing the calls. Everyone, disperse. I'm suffocating in here. David Wang gestured, dismissing the crowd. Lying in bed idly, David Wang took out his phone and discovered a fierce online argument unfolding. One side featured Neza battling against the Dragon King. However, the conflict escalated, with Neza facing 4 adversaries, while the 4C's Dragon King roared in distress. Ultimately, the Heavenly King Toda appeared, causing Neza to vanish. Hey, Toda, I wasn't finished watching. Son Wukong protested. Please, Toda King, discipline your son, and restore peace to our seas, the East Sea Dragon King implored. Old Dragon, wait for me, Neza declared, sending a message before disappearing, remaining silent for an extended period. It appeared he had been bested, which amused David Wang. These celestial beings led lives devoid of monotony, and their squabbles were, in fact, quite entertaining. Noticing no one was sending red envelopes, David Wang exited the chat. Suddenly, his phone rang an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a sweet voice resonated on the other end. It was Lu Xiuyu. It turned out Lu Feiping had learned that David Wang had saved him, prompting him to have his daughter reach out to express gratitude. Although initially contemplating declining the invitation, a timely text from Hua Junchu urged him to accept it. What is this nonsense? I do not enjoy such social engagements, David Wang remarked, displeased upon seeing Hua Junchu. David, just consider this a favor for me, won't you? Hua Junchu pleaded. You need to be clear with me, David Wang replied, furrowing his brow. It's nothing much, as you know. Lu Feiping controls the pharmaceutical industry in southern China. I came here to negotiate a potential collaboration with him, Hua Junchu said with a sly grin. So, you intend to leverage this situation to secure a deal? David Wang shot him a look, recognizing his growing shrewdness. If anyone understands me best in this world, It is undoubtedly you, David. Go away, David Wong retorted. Honestly, David, if you help me with our brotherhood, we can certainly make a significant impact. Chapter 11. Lu Feiping's proposal. The two entered a luxurious restaurant, exchanging lighthearted banter. Upon entering, David Wong spotted several individuals already seated. You must be young Master Wong. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance in saving Lu's life. Lu Feiping, a man in his 50s with a robust appearance, approached and shook David Wong's hand. Just a fortunate coincidence, David Wong replied, acknowledging the compliment while Li Ran shot him a disdainful glance. You are too kind, President Lu, David Wong responded courteously. I shall take the liberty of calling you David. Would you be comfortable calling me Uncle Lu? Lu Feiping, a seasoned veteran, spoke with eloquence that was both astute and pleasant to hear. Uncle Lu, David Wong smiled as he addressed him. Excellent, this is a small token of appreciation from me. Please do not refuse it, Lu Feiping said, snapping his fingers for the butler to present a gold card, which he personally handed to David Wong. Without hesitation, David Wong accepted it, recognizing its substantial value. He would never feign wealth when receiving an unearned reward. Remarkable. David is truly exceptional, Lu Feiping noted. His gaze filled with admiration for David Wong. What do you mean by exceptional? Just a money-grubbing peasant, Li Ran quipped sarcastically from the side. Li Ran, Lu Feiping said disapprovingly, casting a stern look at him. Humph, Li Ran scoffed, unwilling to dine with someone he deemed beneath him, and he stood to leave, casting a disdainful glance at David Wong as he exited. This is quite awkward, Lu Feiping remarked, though David Wong simply shook his head nonchalantly. And you must be young Master Hua Junqiu. Indeed, a man of great stature, Lu Feiping turned his attention to Hua Junqiu, his demeanor becoming even more cordial. Hello, Uncle Lu. My father asked me to extend his regards to you, Hua Junqiu greeted politely. Lu Feiping laughed heartily, and the group took their seats. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Lu Feiping turned to David Wong, his keen eyes sparkling with curiosity. David, may I inquire what kind of miraculous elixir you used to save me and cure my heart condition? Lu Feiping asked, fully aware of his own dire circumstances after consulting countless doctors who were unable to treat his ailment. Yet, David Wong not only revived him, but also miraculously healed his heart condition. As disbelief mingled with the recognition of a vast opportunity, Lu Feiping's excitement grew. Wong David would not be foolish enough to claim that it is a miraculous elixir. Such a statement would surely render him a madman in the eyes of others. David, allow me to speak candidly. Junqiu and I are preparing to collaboratively develop a miraculous remedy for heart disease. I wonder if you could share the formula with us so that we may embark on this endeavor together? Lu Feiping, being forthright, candidly expressed his intentions. Casting a glance at Hua Junqiu, who nodded in agreement, Wong David comprehended that this had been meticulously planned in advance. Rest assured, David. As long as you provide the prescription, we shall ensure that you are handsomely rewarded, Lu Feiping continued. David, this is indeed a noble endeavor that benefits humanity. Hua Junqiu felt a twinge of anxiety and spoke up. At this moment, Wong David, filled with helplessness, mused to himself that who wouldn't desire wealth? The crux of the matter was that he truly lacked the formula. If he were to present the elixir's recipe, would you be capable of concocting it? David Wong was momentarily taken aback. What if it were intended for mortals? Wong David suddenly awoke, realizing that it might be worthwhile to consult the moon goddess Chang'e about this matter, as it could yield unexpected delights. I cannot provide you with an answer just yet. Allow me a day to ponder, he stated, fully aware that this was a significant opportunity. Indeed, David is destined for greatness, exclaimed Lu Feiping, his joy palpable as he raised his glass in a premature toast to the anticipated emergence of our miraculous elixir. Judging by Lu Feiping's demeanor, it seemed as though the matter was already settled. Meanwhile, Wong David could not help but inwardly chastise Lu Feiping, the cunning old fox, for compelling him to acquire the formula. David, what do you need the lipstick for? In a shop, Hua Junqiu gazed at Wong David, who emerged holding a lipstick, and teasingly remarked, I presume that is a gift for your girlfriend, is it not? She cast a sharp glance at Hua Junqiu, pondering what he was thinking. This was crucial for obtaining the prescription. It was time to pay up. With that, Wong David turned on his heel and walked away. Could a mere lipstick truly exchange for a prescription? Hua Junqiu murmured softly, gazing at Wong David with a hint of confusion. After bidding farewell to Hua Junqiu, Wong David ventured alone to the bank. Upon encountering the staggering figure of 1 million on his card, he was momentarily taken aback for 3 seconds. Overwhelmed with joy, Wong David promptly transferred 100,000 to his parents' account and called to inform them of the fortunate news. Upon returning to his community, Wong David retrieved his phone and accessed the chat group. He located his friend, the Fairy Chang'e, and swiftly sent a message. Fairy Chang'e, I wonder if you possess any remedies for treating mortal heart ailments? Engaging in business? It appears that the life of the moon goddess Chang'e is indeed rather frugal. Chang'e, great immortal, why do you desire such a rudimentary prescription? In a dreamlike state, certain matters become exceedingly useful. Wang David felt a surge of delight. It appeared that the celestial being Chang'e indeed possessed such a remedy. The ethereal Chang'e remarked, since the great sage has spoken, I shall present this gift. For it holds little value. With a chime, a red envelope materialized, and Wang David pointed his finger. He successfully acquired a powerful heart remedy. The remedy, capable of treating cardiac ailments, yet it is effective solely for mortals. How splendid! In a state of elation, Wang David retrieved the lipstick he had recently purchased and sent it after scanning. A small token of my affection. I hope the fairy does not find it unworthy. Soon. The screen displayed that the moon fairy had received his red envelope. Thank you, great one. I truly adore this lipstick, replied the moon fairy, accompanied by 3 heart emojis. Upon entering the chat group, Wang David observed a multitude of deities engaged in conversation, yet none had sent a red envelope. Ultimately, he decided to exit and called Hua Junqiu. I can present the prescription, but I have one stipulation. In the hotel, only Wang David, Hua Junqiu, and Lu Feiping were present, both men anxiously gazing at Wang David. Feel free to express any request. As long as it is not excessive, we can accommodate it. Lu Feiping declared boldly. I demand 10% of the profits from the heart-strengthening pill, Wang David stated, his voice resonating with authority, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Feiping paused, taken aback. If the product's profit margin was already halved, would relinquishing an additional 10% not further diminish the earnings? However, observing Wang David's demeanor, it was evident that there was no room for negotiation. Lu Feiping glanced at Hua Junqiu. I have no objections, he stated. With a firm resolve, Lu Feiping acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, David. Chapter 12. Another smoker. He entrusted the prescription to Hua Junqiu, feeling more at ease with him handling the matter. David. Allow me to introduce you to someone, Lu Feiping said joyfully, rising with a broad smile as he led Wang David out of the room. Only to enter the adjacent chamber. Who might this be? Wang David discovered that this room had been transformed into a person who bore a remarkable resemblance to Lu Feiping. You must be David, the man said as he approached. I've heard Feiping mention you quite often lately. Lu Feiping smiled and introduced him. This is Director Lu Ji from the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Hello, Director Lu. Wang David felt no significant pressure, rather. He was somewhat astonished that Lu Feiping would introduce such an esteemed figure to him. David, you are indeed my lifesaver, Lu Ji said warmly, shaking Wang David's hand without any airs of superiority. Wang David, however, was left utterly bewildered, while Lu Feiping burst into laughter beside him. What you may not know, David, is that Director Lu is actually my brother. Our family has a hereditary heart condition, and by presenting the remedy for this ailment, you have undoubtedly saved my brother's life. Realization dawned on Wang David, though he understood that the Lu family was extending their goodwill towards him. Indeed, as they were about to depart, Lu Ji provided his contact information to Wang David, indicating that he could reach out to him should the need arise. What are you doing, David? You should be eating, said Hua Junqiu, who had once again whisked Wang David away to another hotel, claiming it was to express gratitude. At the dinner table, however, Wang David was preoccupied, engrossed in his phone. Can you not see that I'm in the midst of a conversation? Wang David replied irritably. The screen displayed a message from his friend, Sun Wukong. Dreamlike immortal, great sage, are you not simply yearning for a cigarette? Why the lengthy discourse? A series of eye rolls followed. In that moment, Wang David seemed to glimpse a near future where yet another smoker would emerge in the celestial realm. Sun Wukong, brother, your eyes are even more piercing than my fiery golden eyes. How did you discern that? Upon witnessing this, Wang David nearly spewed a mouthful of blood onto the screen. Out of 10 sentences, 9 alluded to Wukong, and the insinuations were so blatant that only a fool could remain oblivious. As for the matter of cigarettes, the great sage requested a moment's patience. Lao Si, it seems you have also had your fill. Why don't you go settle the bill? Wasn't the meal just finished? Hua Junqiu cast a glance at Wang David and softly remarked, well, it's fine. Later, I shall take you to a delightful place. With that, Hua Junqiu departed. At that moment, Wang David took out a cigarette, scanned it, and sent it over. Sun Wukong replied, brother, you're doing great. I, old son, will remember this. After a brief pause, Sun Wukong sent another message. I, old son, am not one to accept without giving. This fire-eye golden light is a gift for you. A red envelope materialized, and Wang David eagerly tapped on it. The fire-eye golden light, crafted by Sun Wukong from his fiery eyes, possesses certain powers of the fire eye and has a validity of 1 year. Goodness, it even has an expiration date. This monkey is truly stingy. Wang David couldn't help but think. Upon opening the fire eye golden light, a brilliant golden ray shot forth, directly entering Wang David's eyes. David, what was that golden light just now? At that moment, Hua Junshu entered the room, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Dawei. Are you seeing things? I haven't noticed anything. Goodness, how could you have seen it so clearly? In the next moment, Wang David felt a sudden chill. Such alluring underwear. What are you gazing at? Ahem, it's nothing much. Did you not promise to take me to see something splendid? Let us be on our way. Indeed. You must have never visited that place. So what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. In the grandest casino of Yangcheng, the alluring night city, Hua Junshu arrived in a luxury sports car accompanied by Wang David. Gambling. Wang David frowned, lacking any genuine interest, for he had never set foot in such an establishment before. Rest assured, this is the largest legitimate casino in South China. Hua Junshu reassured him with a smile as they stepped inside. Isn't that the big hero? Just received a windfall and now wants to squander it here? A mocking voice sliced through the air as they approached the entrance. Such behavior from a nouveau riche. It's evident he lacks ambition, a disdainful woman chimed in. Li Ran, Yu Yixuan, and Shan Fei were approaching them. Wang David, frowning, chose to ignore them and continued towards the casino. Humph, a penniless fool. How arrogant, Yu Yixuan seethed, incensed by Wang David's indifference. Let us see how that nouveau riche falls back into poverty, Li Ran sneered, taking Yu Yixuan's hand as they entered. Upon entering the casino, a cacophony of sounds enveloped them. The vast space was filled with gambling tables surrounded by excited gamblers. After a brief survey, Hua Junshu returned, clutching a stack of chips. Enjoy yourself. I'm off to indulge a little, he said, handing Wang David over 300,000 in chips before disappearing into the crowd. This doesn't seem right, Wang David hesitated, observing the clarity of the tables, every detail starkly visible. Ah, what a splendid opportunity for profit. Wang David grinned, akin to a man who had just laid eyes on a beautiful woman and plunged into the game. With his keen insight, he swiftly triumphed at the tables, his stack of chips rapidly growing taller. Look at that, Wang David. It seems we are quite fated, he heard a voice from the dice table. Wang David was engrossed in the game while a staff member wiped sweat from their brow, casting strange glances at him. Just then, Li Ran approached, oblivious to the atmosphere. What luck you have, winning so effortlessly, Yu Yixuan commented, jealousy brewing within her as she observed Wang David's towering chips. It appears luck is not on your side. Wang David replied with a faint smile, dismissing them. I bet on the high. With a swift motion, he placed 100,000 on the high. I refuse to believe you possess such skill. I bet on the low, Li Ran retorted, placing his chips down defiantly. However, to Li Ran's dismay, the surrounding crowd also began to bet on the high. Roll, the dealer commanded. 3, 4, 5, a high. Wang David, you must be cheating. Li Ran shouted, glaring at him. What? Which I saw me cheat. You must be out of your mind. Wang David shot back, his expression unyielding. Li Ran's face turned crimson, speechless in his fury. Chapter 13. Bet bigger. It seems like you two are running low on funds. Perhaps it's best you leave to avoid further embarrassment. Wang David said with a cold smirk, relishing the opportunity to retaliate against their antagonism. Wang David, you. Li Ran's expression darkened, but then he smirked. Actually, I wanted to warn you that your friend seems to be in trouble. He gestured toward a gathering of onlookers in the distance. Wang David followed his gaze, noticing a crowd forming, seemingly reveling in some spectacle. Take my chips, he instructed the staff as he moved towards the commotion. Humph, Single Fei has an eye for talent. This time, I intend to see you stripped of everything. Li Ran glared at Wang David, his smile icy. Young Master Hua, it seems you have little left to wager. Single Fei remarked disdainfully from across the table. I still have that $2 million sports car outside. Let us have another round. Hua Junshu's eyes darkened, resembling a furious leopard as he fixed his gaze on Single Fei. At that moment, Wang David approached, placing a calming hand on Hua Junshu's shoulder. This guy has cleaned me out, Hua Junshu said grimly. How much? Wang David inquired. Not much, just 10 million. Indeed, that is not an insignificant sum, Wang David replied, his eyes glinting with resolve. Leave this matter to me. He is formidable, so tread carefully, Hua Junshu cautioned. Assured by Hua Junshu's look, Wang David took a seat. Wang David, it's not that I look down on you, but do you still possess funds to gamble? Single Fei mocked, rolling his eyes. Humph. Do you think Hua Junshu is out of money? Hua Junshu shot back, his brow furrowing as he shouted, Old four. Wang David intervened, smiling lightly, not quite. I just want a bit. With a snap of his fingers, two staff members approached, lifting a mountain of chips. As the clattering sound echoed, the chips piled high. This should be around 13 million. I believe that should suffice, Wang David said nonchalantly, though astonishment rippled through the crowd. David, did you win all of this? Hua Junshu asked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. He recalled giving Wang David only 300,000, and now it had turned into over 13 million. Was it that a touch too miraculous? Wang David, are you certain? Single Fei's expression hardened as he locked eyes with Wang David. What, are you afraid now? Wang David taunted. Humph, don't regret this. Single. Turn this brat into a pauper, Yui Xuan chimed in, nodding vigorously, her anger directed at Wang David. For reasons unknown, Wang David's excellence only fueled her jealousy. Wishing for his downfall. Since we're playing, let us raise the stakes, a single round, wagering everything on the table. Single Fei proclaimed arrogantly, reclining in his chair. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the room. A single bet of over 10 million was indeed a grand gamble. Let us do it as you suggest. But let us add a clause. Whoever loses must strip and walk out of here, Wang David replied, his tone serious. Such ruthlessness. The crowd stared in astonishment at Wang David, realizing the depth of his resolve. In an instant, Single Fei's bravado waned, but he steeled himself. Fine, I'm not afraid. Let us gamble with dice, whoever rolls higher wins. Single Fei was confident, having learned this game from a master, which explained how he easily claimed Huajunchu's 10 million. As you wish, Wang David replied, seemingly unperturbed. I'll go first. Single Fei seized a pair of dice, shaking them vigorously, captivating everyone's attention. Clack. The lid opened. 665. Single Fei laughed triumphantly, reveling in his perceived victory. Wang David merely chuckled, unfazed by Single Fei's confidence. The dice continued to rattle as Wang David focused intently, his expression calm, revealing no sign of emotion. Clack. Stop, Single Fei cautioned. Don't forget the wager. With a flourish, the lid was fully lifted. 666. The three glowing sixes lay on the table, glaringly bright. This is impossible. You must be cheating. Single Fei erupted, rising in fury, glaring at Wang David. With a faint smile, he rose gracefully, exuding an air of nonchalance. Undress, he commanded, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Dan Fei. You, Wang Dawei, are pushing it too far. Am I? Wang Dawei replied coldly. His gaze icy. Hurry up, do not waste my time. Dan Fei trembled at the sudden chill in the air. Feeling as if he were being hunted by a fierce tiger, a bone-chilling sensation causing his scalp to prickle. Wang Dawei, I will remember this. His face flushed as he began to remove his clothing, leaving only his underwear. Infuriated, he attempted to leave. Stop. Wang Dawei's voice rang out just in time. You've already stripped, what more do you want? Dan Fei was on the verge of tears, his hands covering his modesty, his face burning with embarrassment. Can you not comprehend human language? Do you not understand what strip completely means? Laughter erupted, and Dan Fei wished he could find a hole to hide in. What if I refuse? He shot a cold glare at Wang Dawei, his face stinging from a previous slap. Try me. You wait. Dan Fei spat as he removed the last shred of concealment. Gingerly stepping away, clutching himself as he left. Dawei, you truly are something else. This is quite the spectacle. Enjoying the show? Keep your distance from me. Damn. You are so vile. I shall not part with the 26 million. Wang Dawei, satisfied, departed the casino with a gold card in hand. You are indeed ruthless. Hua Junshu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Dawei, unimpressed with the sum. Over 20 million was mere pocket change to some. Suddenly, Wang Dawei's brow furrowed as his keen gaze swept across the sides of the casino plaza. There, a group of over a dozen men clad in black, brandishing machetes, approached. Their solid strides indicated they were no ordinary individuals. Could it be that Dan Fei seeks revenge? Hua Junshu frowned, becoming alert. No, he isn't swift enough for that. At this, Wang Dawei glanced back at the casino and noticed a man in his 40s, smoking a cigar. Observing them from the upper level. Perhaps someone does not wish for us to take our winnings. Chapter 14. The fierce Wang Dawei brother Shan. That kid seems to be watching us, a timid voice echoed from the third floor of the Night City Casino. The man with the cigar raised an eyebrow and kicked out in frustration. What nonsense. These two wet behind the ears brats think they can take over 20 million from me? How amusing. The left side is yours, Wang Dawei said, his expression grave as he focused ahead. I am going to get killed, Hua Junshu trembled. I will handle the right side and avenge you. Damn, you truly are a brother. Cut them down. Just as the assailants were within 100 meters. They suddenly accelerated towards Wang Dawei and Hua Junshu, machetes raised. Charge, Wang Dawei shouted, leaping forward and landing a punch on a black-clad man. The man shuddered and collapsed to the ground. In that moment, 6 machetes descended upon him. In a hair-raising instant, Wang Dawei's body twisted in an unusual arc, mirroring the nimble steps of a martial arts master, his feet barely grazing the ground as he narrowly evaded the deadly strikes. With swift kicks, he sent 2 attackers flying. Bracing himself with his hands, he executed a leap, stabilizing his stance. This kid is formidable. On the third floor of the casino, the man who had been knocked down approached again, staring fearfully at Wang Dawei. These two are no ordinary foes. The man called Brother Sean furrowed his brow, the cigar in his hand now crushed. With keen eyes scanning for threats, Wang Dawei unleashed a flurry of punches, knocking one opponent after another to the ground. Dawei, hurry. I can hardly hold on. On the other side, Hua Junqiu had been slashed, rolling on the ground in dire straits. Damn it! Wang Dawei's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed. Seizing the last man's arm, he wrenched it violently, shattering the bones. With a scream, the machete fell, and Wang Dawei caught it, flinging it away. A cry resounded as the weapon embedded itself in a black-clad assailant attempting to strike Hua Junqiu. Today, I shall finish you. Wang Dawei charged towards Hua Junqiu like an arrow released from a bow. A powerful kick shattered a machete in an assailant-esque grip, followed by a fierce blow to the jaw that sent the man hurtling back. Are you all right? Wang Dawei pulled Hua Junqiu close, asking in a low voice. I'll survive, Hua Junqiu replied grimly, clutching his bleeding arm. TSK. He tore a strip from his clothing to bandage the wound, gripping a machete tightly. I've never suffered such humiliation. With fierce determination, he swung the machete forward, scaring off the remaining foes. Let us go? The last three fled in terror. Want to escape? Did you ask for my permission? He picked up a fallen machete and kicked it forward, sending three glimmering blades hurtling towards the fleeing figures. Can you hold on? Wang Dawei asked coldly. It's just a bit of blood. I'm fine. Hua Junqiu forced a smile, his pale lips twitching. Good. Let us seek out our creditor. With a frigid expression, Wang Dawei turned, his eyes blazing like a furious tiger as he advanced towards the third floor. Brother Sean. He already knows we are behind this. The man was visibly frightened, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. As Wang Dawei escapes metas, he instinctively recoiled, collapsing in fright. Useless trash. Do you think you can just waltz in here? Brother Sean kicked the man, his hands clenched tightly in anger. In the casino, all eyes were drawn to Wang Dawei and Hua Junqiu, bloodied but unbowed, as they made their way through the crowd, which parted in fear. This is revenge brewing. That young man is ruthless. Gasps filled the air, but suddenly a group of burly men appeared at the staircase. If you don't want to die, get lost. A chilling command swept through the crowd. Looking for death? As the brutes charged at Wang Dawei, two were sent sprawling to the ground with a thud. The sound of impact echoed, quickening every heartbeat in the casino. A loud crash resounded as Wang Dawei and Hua Junqiu kicked open a vintage wooden door on the third floor. Do you know what you are doing? A battered man peered out, his voice trembling. Are you the casino owner? Wang Dawei asked coldly, fixing his gaze on the man seated in a leather chair, smoking a cigar. Do you comprehend what you have just done? Brother Sean spoke up, regarding Wang Dawei with disdain. Damn it. In a flash, Wang Dawei lunged forward, kicking the desk aside. What are you playing at in front of me? Do you believe I want to end you? His eyes were wild with fury. You dare to challenge me while acting like a lord? What do you want from me? Brother Sean, despite the blood trickling from his lips, retained a defiant smirk. You think you can touch me with Hong Xiao backing me? Brother Sean's bravado remained, even in the face of Wang Dawei's aggression. Hong Xiao is it? Wang Dawei scoffed, slapping him hard across the face. Now tell me, who is behind you? Hong Xiao went T, slap. Before he could finish, another slap sent teeth flying. Shouted out loud, who is it? Hong Xiao went T, slap. Slap. Please, spare me. Shanggu was on the verge of tears, finally conceding in this moment, pleading with a gaze directed at Wang David. What about my brother's injury? This is $1 million, consider it medical expenses. I beg you spare me, boss. Slap. 1 million? Who do you think you're fooling? 5 million, please don't hit me. Trembling, Shanggu took out 2 cards and handed them to Wang David. Humph, next time. Open your eyes. With a cold snort, Wang David turned and walked towards Hua Junqiu. What do you think we should do, old for? Just let it go. Hua Junqiu surprisingly suggested. Wang David did not say much in response as he left with Hua Junqiu. This is your medical fee, take it. Wang David stuffed the cards into Hua Junqiu's pocket and drove away in his sports car. We must find Hong Xiao. This grudge must be avenged. On the third floor of the casino, Shanggu struggled to stand, shouting in anger. Meanwhile, Wang David had already left with determination. Chapter 15. The Dance of Martial Tianping. Old 4. Do you know that Hong Xiao? On the road, noticing Hua Junqiu's furrowed brow, Wang David inquired curiously. Indeed, I've heard of him. He is quite formidable. Hua Junqiu replied gravely. His family holds significant power in the capital, and Wang David believed that Hong Xiao was certainly not an ordinary individual. Regardless of how formidable he is, it's best not to provoke me, Wang David said coldly, exuding an aura of dominance. Hua Junqiu was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Wang David, who had just single-handedly taken down 10 men in black, showcasing strength beyond the ordinary. The ferocity he displayed sent chills down Hua Junchu's spine, revealing a terrifying transformation in Wang David over the past year, making him more mysterious and formidable. What are you looking at? Are you starting to like me? Wang David smirked playfully. Huh. Hua Junchu burst into laughter, though he quickly turned serious, remarking, I just feel you've changed, becoming somewhat enigmatic. Wang David spoke lightly, as if it were just a casual joke. However, Hua Junchu trembled at his words, fixing his gaze intently on Wang David. David, what happened a year ago that made you leave the capital so quietly and in such a state? Let us not discuss that, Wang David replied with a faint smile, murmuring that it was all in the past. His voice was soft, carried away by the wind above. After tending to Hua Junchu's wounds, Wang David took him to a temporary residence. David, now that you have money, why not buy a villa? It would be more convenient. And that security guard, you should let him go. The share from the prescription will suffice for a lifetime, Hua Junchu joked. Take care of your injuries, Wang David said before departing. With newfound wealth, Wang David was indeed contemplating purchasing a house, but feared his parents would be unwilling to move, as they found comfort at home. Then I'll build a guest house at home and buy one for myself. Resolute, Wang David made his way to the bank. After much effort explaining the source of his substantial wealth to his parents, he finally sighed in relief. It was just $1 million, if it were any more. The second eldest might think I was involved in illegal activities. That rascal thinks you've struck it rich and won't he be coming back, he said, kicking Guam. Wang David took a watermelon and began to eat heartily. I told you, the boss didn't believe me. Guam, feeling wronged, climbed up and lamented. Boss, where are you headed? I'll help you pack. Jean Lian eagerly offered. We'll see. Nothing is settled yet. Wang David waved his hand and then turned to Jean Lian. Why haven't I seen you around these past few days? Something came up with the Hong man. So I couldn't come to see you, boss. You're not upset with me, are you? Jean Lian said, looking at Wang David with concern. Hong man? Wang David murmured, shaking his head, wondering if he was overthinking. I'm a bit tired. I need to rest for a while. After a long day and a brawl in the afternoon. He felt sore all over, as if he might fall apart. Lying on the bed, he felt immediate comfort, just as he was about to rest. A notification from his phone interrupted the silence. It was from the chat group. Wang David perked up, quickly retrieving his phone. Someone might be sending a red envelope. Based on past experiences, after a few sounds, the chat group fell silent, evidently waiting for the red envelope. Marshal Tianpeng sent a red envelope. Snatch. He successfully obtained a copy of the dominant dance method. What on earth is this dominant dance method? He quickly read the description. The dominant dance method, a unique footwork created by Marshal Tianpeng, flowing with grace, enchanting countless fairies in the celestial realm. An essential artifact for any male deity. There was even a video of a dashing young man dancing amidst the clouds. Is this Marshal Tianpeng? He looks incredibly handsome. Wang David's eyes sparkled. This wasn't the legendary pig's head, but a dapper gentleman. Moreover, this footwork seemed impressive. Would you like to learn? Without hesitation, Wang David selected yes. Buzz. A bright light flashed before his eyes. A sharp pain surged through his mind, and in the next moment, Wang David felt as if he had been born to master this footwork. This technique will undoubtedly be an invaluable tool in wooing women. Wang David thought with a hint of vanity. Ding. Suddenly, his phone displayed that Marshal Tianpeng had requested to add him as a friend. Upon accepting, the dashing avatar of Marshal Tianpeng appeared. Dear friend, how do you find my footwork? This is merely the first style. There are 2, 3, and 4 more, each requiring 10 merits to unlock, making it an absolute gem for charming women. Upon reading this, cold sweat broke out as Wang David was utterly stunned. However, soon after, Marshal Tianpeng sent another message. My apologies, that was a group message sent to all who grabbed the red envelope. You may disregard it. A group message. Wang David was taken aback. Although Marshal Tianpeng was handsome, he also seemed to be quite a character. Dreamlike, you flatter me, Marshal. I will certainly consider purchasing the subsequent styles when the opportunity arises. This was a valuable acquisition, potentially useful in the future. Marshal Tianpeng, you are too kind. I heard you gifted the moon goddess a treasure. Is that true? Treasure? Wang David hesitated, then recalled the lipstick. Dreamlike, indeed, that is the case. Marshal Tianpeng, could you possibly send me 2? No, just 1. With a pleading gaze, Wang David broke out in a cold sweat. Trembling as he typed, I currently don't have that kind of treasure, but if I acquire it in the future, I will think of you first, Marshal. Marshal Tianpeng, agreed, it's a deal. After this exchange, Wang David saw that Marshal Tianpeng had exited the chat, unsure of what he was up to. Seeing this, Wang David left the chat as well and quickly fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly through the afternoon and night, not even waking to use the restroom, prompting concern from Jean Lian. Ding ding ding. The next day, a series of urgent ringing awakened Wang David. Upon answering, he heard the sweet voice of Zhou Shiyun. All right, I'll be over shortly. Chapter 16. You take a look at me. Yangqing Sports Stadium was the venue for Zhou Shiyun's concert. At this moment, the stage was being fervently constructed, taking shape. David, you've arrived. Zhou Shiyun greeted him with a smile as she approached. Sister Zhou, how could I dare to miss your summons? Gazing at Zhou Shiyun, Wang David's eyes sparkled with admiration, each encounter evoking a sense of awe. At that moment, Zhou Shiyun donned a fiery red sweater atop and a pair of shorts below, revealing her snow-white thighs. Her long boots enveloped her calves, accentuating their elegance. It seems you've developed quite the wit in my absence, Zhou Shiyun remarked with a smile. Did Sister Zhou summon me for a specific task? Wang David chuckled. Lin Hongyi has departed, so I can only rely on your assistance now, Zhou Shiyun replied, casting a reproachful glance at Wang David. That is hardly my concern. Besides, Lin Hongyi is truly unreliable, Wang David murmured, his face expressing indignation at being unjustly accused. Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but laugh at his reaction, her smile blooming like a field of flowers, captivating in its beauty. After such a colossal blunder, how could he still dare to stand here? Come on. Let us proceed inside. I truly need your help this time, she said, leading Wang David toward the backstage area. Upon entering the vast stadium, they saw a raised platform in the center. In a nearby room, a crowd was rehearsing. What do you need me to do? Zhou Shiyun asked mysteriously. You're not planning to have me sing, are you? And dance as well? Of course. I've also arranged for a piano, she replied, chuckling at the sight of Wang David's long face. Isn't this your concert? Wang David's lips twitched in disbelief. This was not merely a supporting act but a full-blown performance. You chased Lin Hongyi away, Zhou Shiyun chided. Well, I suppose I brought this on myself, Wang David shrugged, resigning himself to the situation. Zhou Shiyun, have you lost your mind? Such a significant event, and you're enlisting just anyone. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air as an androgynous figure approached, visibly furious. Casting a disdainful glance at Wang David, the newcomer stood beside Zhou Shiyun, holding a haughty demeanor. Yongyan, perhaps you should tone it down, Zhou Shiyun admonished, her expression darkening. David, don't take it to heart. He means no harm, she added. If I say no, then it's no. I've already contacted other stars. This wild boy can leave, the man retorted, dismissing Wang David with a wave of his hand. Wang David furrowed his brow, but chose not to respond further, respecting Zhou Shiyun's presence. Zhuo Yongyan, do not forget your position, Zhou Shiyun's voice grew stern. I'm doing this for your sake. This wild boy is unreliable. Zhuo Yongyan countered, though his tone softened slightly upon seeing Zhou Shiyun's anger. I can make my own decisions. You should focus on your own matters, she replied, her voice tinged with discontent. David is my invited guest, and if you utter one more disparaging remark, you can forget about your responsibilities. Zhuo Yongyan's face flushed with rage, shooting a venomous glare at Wang David before storming off. I apologize for the discord I've caused, Wang David said regretfully. It is I who should apologize. I am placing my trust in you. You must prove to others that my choice was indeed correct, Zhou Shiyun declared with determination. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Wang David replied with a smile. Singing was indeed his forte, and after consuming the Xiantian Meidan, he exuded an irresistible charm that heightened his allure. Moreover, he had learned a new dance step from martial tiamping the previous day, which would surely astonish everyone when executed. Wang David brimmed with confidence. After several hours of rehearsing, Zhou Shiyun expressed her surprise. David, I didn't realize your singing was so exceptional. It's a shame you aren't a star. As she watched him exit the rehearsal room, her eyes sparkled with delight and astonishment. Let us perform a song, showcase a piano piece, and conclude with a dance, Wang David suggested nonchalantly, leaving Zhou Shiyun momentarily speechless. You can do all that without repetition? And you can dance as well? Of course. I am renowned as the king of dance in Asia, he proclaimed. Such audacious claims from a country bumpkin. Do you even look in the mirror? Zhuo Yongyan returned, accompanied by a trendy young man. Wang David bristled at the mockery, recognizing that his earlier jest had been taken far too seriously. Care to enlighten me? The young man retorted, his voice sharp and affected. What do you mean by that? Wang David sneered. Is that your intellect at work, trying to belittle others? How dare you? Zhuo Yongyan's face reddened with anger. Shiyun, this is the choreographer Jahan, who has worked with the esteemed Luo Zhiling, he introduced, attempting to regain control of the situation. Jahan approached Wang David, eyeing him with disdain. Did you just claim to be the king of dance in Asia? Indeed. Any objections? Wang David raised an eyebrow, sensing an impending confrontation. Keep your opinions to yourself. Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly? Jahan shot back, his demeanor icy. Apologize for that comment, or I can ensure your career in the entertainment industry comes to an abrupt halt. Quite the bold assertion, Wong David chuckled, realizing such people required a lesson in humility. In the realm of choreography, I am second to none. Oh, I have a dance to demonstrate as well. Why not take a look? Wong David smirked, eagerly anticipating the moment of reckoning. With your skills? Surely you're not referring to some rural antics, Jahan scoffed, dismissing Wong David's capabilities. Let us see for ourselves. Wong David replied, flashing a bright smile. If I truly possess the talent, what might you owe me? Simple. You should leave. Wong David waved dismissively, feigning disgust. Zhou Shiyun could no longer contain her laughter, intrigued by the unfolding drama. I am eager to witness your downfall, Jahan sneered, trembling with indignation. Watch closely, Wong David retorted, moving to an open space to gather his composure. How charming, the surrounding girls gushed, starry-eyed at the sight of Wong David standing tall. Zhou Shiyun, equally captivated, awaited the surprises he would unveil. As he recalled the dance steps, Wong David felt himself merge with the persona of Marshal Tianping, his body instinctively swaying to the rhythm. Clearly, someone who has no idea how to dance. Such rudimentary steps betray their ignorance, Jahan mocked. Observing Wong David's initial movement, Jahan couldn't help but chuckle derisively, convinced he was merely an amateur attempting to feign sophistication. Self-humiliation? Have you heard that, Shiyun? Left Yongyan also sneered, casting a provocative glance at Zhou Shiyun. However, the next moment, Jahan was taken aback, his gaze fixated ahead. There before him was Wong David, whose body swayed with an imposing presence at times and a tender demeanor at others, seamlessly integrating into an entirely new dance style. It was undeniably captivating. Zhou Shiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, her focus unwavering on Wong David as she murmured, "How is this even possible?" Jahan stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the dance unfolding before him. Such fluidity in movement could only come from decades of dedication and practice. But how could this be? Dance King. You truly are the Dance King, Jahan finally exclaimed, prompting Wong David to halt his steps. Sir, I must admit my earlier ignorance. Where did you acquire such extraordinary dance skills? Jahan approached Wong David, awe-stricken, nearly groveling in admiration. Do you learn choreography from others? Wong David replied with a faint smile, elegantly adjusting his attire. The master jested. Might I request that you impart your dance to me so that I may help propagate its glory? Jahan, with a face full of eagerness, had seemingly forgotten his prior disdain. Get lost, Wong David retorted coldly, incredulous at the audacity. Who was just mocking and ridiculing moments ago? How quickly the tides have turned. Master, you may disregard my previous remarks. You are indeed the true Dance King of Asia. No, the world. Jahan comprehended the potential impact of Wong David's dance. Once unveiled to the world, it would undoubtedly incite a fervent wave of admiration. This singular performance could cement Wong David's status as the Dance King. Are you finished? If so, then be gone. Your presence is irksome. Wong David turned, dismissing him without a glance. I declare you the Dance King. When did it become your place to critique? Approaching Zhou Shiyun, Wong David grinned. You won't blame me for sending another away, will you? My concert's choreography is already limited. A few instructors suffice. No need for choreographers, Zhou Shiyun replied with a smile. Did you hear that? Now hurry along. Wong David chuckled again before adding, I hope you won't regret this. With a frigid expression, Jahan huffed and departed. Shiyun, how could you be so foolish? Left Yongyan reproached, hastily following after him. It seemed Left Yongyan had received considerable benefits from Jahan. Perhaps it was time to reconsider alliances. Zhou Shiyun mused. What do you think of me? At that moment, Wong David interjected, causing Zhou Shiyun to roll her eyes. David, what else are you capable of? You seem like an endless pit of surprises. What? Sister Shiyun, are you eager to explore? Wong David teased, causing Zhou Shiyun's cheeks to flush. Forget it, she replied, lowering her head and stepping aside. Meanwhile, this was merely a minor climax. It was certain Wong David's forthcoming performance would yield even greater astonishments. Throughout the day, Wong David diligently prepared for the concert. You promised me you'd teach me the dance tomorrow, Zhou Shiyun reminded. Rest assured, I won't forget. Then, see you tomorrow. She beamed as she watched Wong David depart. That night, Wong David sought out the moon goddess. Might there be any decorative treasures in your abode? What would such a treasure be needed for? Are you relocating to a new dwelling? Perhaps. After a brief pause, a red envelope soon appeared. Ding. You have acquired a mirage. Mirage, ever-changing, a designated stage effect treasure for the Celestial Peach Banquet. Highly reliable. Wong David's heart soared at the thought of using such a treasure during the concert. It would undoubtedly produce unforeseen results, especially as a surprise for Zhou Shiyun. Moon Goddess, this is what remained from the last peach banquet. I hope it proves useful. Thank you. I promise to return it once used. No need for such formality. I still owe you thanks for that lipstick you gifted last time, the moon goddess replied with playful smiles. Should I come across similar treasures in the future, I shall bestow them upon you. Thank you. Exiting the conversation with the moon goddess, Wong David instinctively entered the chat group. Due to the recent lack of new deities joining, it felt somewhat desolate, and naturally, there were no red envelopes to snatch. Even the usually boisterous Neza had been quiet since threatening the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. After putting away his phone, Wong David quickly drifted into slumber, anticipating the hands-on teaching he would provide Zhou Shiyun the next day. Chapter 18, Close Quarters Teaching. Is it really this punctual? Zhou Shiyun's face beamed with a radiant smile upon seeing Wong David arrive right on time. To share moments with a superstar is a treasure to cherish. Wong David wore a carefree smile, gazing at Zhou Shiyun as if entranced. You're becoming quite the chatterbox. Zhou Shiyun playfully scolded before adding. You promised to teach me that dance step today. You can't back out. Of course, I wouldn't dream of it, but Wong David chuckled mischievously, causing Zhou Shiyun to instinctively hug herself in anxiety. You wouldn't dare imply anything untoward, would you? Wong David paused, amused at her nervousness. I haven't said anything. There's no need to be so tense. Then why that mischievous grin? I merely meant that you must be persistent, he replied, slightly exasperated. What are you thinking? He murmured. Zhou Shiyun's face flushed at his words. Who told you to smirk like that? I thought. Thought what? Wong David grinned wickedly, his expression turning genuinely mischievous. Thought that you were going to. All right, David, how dare you jest with me? Zhou Shiyun realized he was teasing her, responding with a playful reprimand. Seizing his cool, soft hand, a shiver ran through Wong David. Sister, you are a superstar. You must maintain your poise, he remarked, feigning enjoyment as he observed Zhou Shiyun's face flush with embarrassment. Have you had your fill of touching? Zhou Shiyun asked with a stern expression. Not nearly, he replied. But if you teach me the dance steps, I wouldn't mind. Really? Wong David's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. Of course. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Wong David eagerly pulled Zhou Shiyun toward the dance room. The essence of this dance lies in the footwork. Observe closely. Within the dance room, Wong David assumed a serious demeanor, demonstrating a movement. Is this correct? Zhou Shiyun attempted a motion, showcasing her figure flawlessly. Not for long. Wong David's resolve faltered, his composure slipping at the sight. Am I doing it right? Zhou Shiyun made another attempt, moving as gracefully as a celestial maiden, leaving Wong David momentarily speechless. Yes, indeed. He grinned broadly, but when he caught Zhou Shiyun's piercing gaze, his expression shifted. Ahem, you're learning splendidly. This is the most crucial step in the dance. Pay close attention. Wong David demonstrated another movement, but due to its rapidity, Zhou Shiyun could not grasp it, prompting Wong David to repeat it 5 times. Exactly, just like that. Your right hand must extend forward, and your body must remain straight, supporting Zhou Shiyun's arm. Wong David earnestly provided guidance. Chest up, toes lightly touching the ground. The rotation is like this. Let me teach you. His voice was gentle as he leaned closer. Today might very well be Wong David's happiest day, having imparted half a day's worth of dance steps to Zhou Shiyun. Feeling as if he had shed 3 pounds of burden, it was utterly delightful. Zhou Shiyun could sense that Wong David's hands were not entirely respectful. Yet she noticed his serious demeanor. For the sake of practice, she endured it. Have you had enough touching today? After the session, Zhou Shiyun shot a playful glare at Wong David. One lifetime wouldn't he be enough? Wong David appeared to be in a dreamlike state, wearing a blissful expression. Who wants to touch you for a lifetime? His cheeks flushed, the color creeping to the back of his neck. You naughty boy. Zhou Shiyun stomped her foot in exasperation, secretly scolding Wong David for his mischief. By the way, Sister Zhou, I have something to show you. After a moment, Wong David snapped back to reality, approaching Zhou Shiyun with a mysterious smile. You're not just trying to distract me with something trivial, are you? Zhou Shiyun teased, though her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. You will definitely like it, Wong David replied with a grin, revealing the ethereal projection he had prepared. The crystal ball-like projection burst forth with radiant colors, illuminating the dance studio with cascading lights, reminiscent of a celestial phenomenon, as vibrant rainbows shimmered with brilliance. How did you do this? Zhou Shiyun exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. It was simply breathtaking and felt dreamlike, making her question her own vision. She looked at Wong David, her eyes sparkling, revealing the innocence of a young girl. Do you like it? I love it. Thank you, David. With that, Zhou Shiyun lightly tapped her toes and planted a quick kiss on Wong David's cheek. I'm flying. Give me a pair of little wings. I want to become an immortal. It was worth it. It was simply priceless. Wong David chuckled foolishly, prompting Zhou Shiyun to laugh along. How did you manage to create such a small sphere? Zhou Shiyun inquired, captivated as she toyed with the projection. I borrowed it from a friend, intending to use it at the concert. It will surely be far more effective than those lights. Wang David could not reveal that he had borrowed it from the moon goddess. That would be too far-fetched. There really are such things in the world. You must have paid a hefty price for it, Zhou Shiyun remarked, having never seen such a treasure before. To her, it seemed like a newly developed marvel. Wang David must have made some sacrifice to borrow it. It's nothing, as long as you like it, he said earnestly, causing Zhou Shiyun to shyly lower her head. With this magical item, the upcoming concert would undoubtedly be even more spectacular. Zhou Shiyun felt exhilarated, her lovely eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wang David. Wang David extended an invitation. That sounds good. Zhou Shiyun thought for a moment before consenting with a smile. All right, I'll come find you this afternoon. I'll pick you up, Zhou Shiyun cheerfully offered. Upon hearing this, Wang David felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed time to acquire a few things. Back at the community, he had Jean Lian gather some information about properties in Yang City, ultimately selecting a villa area not far from the suburbs. He opened his phone and contacted his friend, the Moon Goddess, sending a message. Goddess, I wonder if that projection of yours is for sale? This was not what Wang David had hoped for. Moon Goddess replied, You flatter me. It's not a treasure, consider it a gift. Upon reading this, Wang David was overjoyed. I am truly grateful. A small token of appreciation, I hope you will accept it. After sending this message, Wang David pulled out a bottle of perfume, scanned it, and sent it off. The recipient has received the red envelope. Moon Goddess, it smells wonderful. Thank you for the gift. I really like it. With a kissy face emoji seeing this, Wang David exited with satisfaction. In the afternoon, Zhou Shiyun indeed arrived at the community entrance in her car. However, she wore a mask, though her outfit was alluring. Her head was wrapped quite snugly. Once in the car, Wang David chuckled at Zhou Shiyun. Are you going to battle? All geared up. You know the paparazzi are quite bothersome these days, Zhou Shiyun replied with a hint of exasperation. It seemed that being a star was not all that pleasant. Wang David smiled, seemingly pondering something. I truly don't understand why you women are so enamored with stardom. Stop with the sarcasm. Just wait, after the concert. I guarantee you'll be more famous than many stars, Zhou Shiyun teased, shooting a glance at Wang David. Fame and fortune are not my desires. The world often chases after them, Wang David mused from the passenger seat, shaking his head. You still haven't told me where we're going? Zhou Shiyun laughed, rolling her eyes at Wang David. Huashui Garden. I plan to buy a house there. Huashui Garden. I've heard the prices start at 50,000. Are you sure you want to go there? Zhou Shiyun looked at Wang David in disbelief. Can a mere security guard afford a house there? Wang David, with great confidence, replied, Am I someone who lacks money? You're getting quite boastful, Zhou Shiyun chuckled. The car sped along, soon arriving at a serene area at the foot of the green hills. I didn't expect Yang City to have such a tranquil place, Zhou Shiyun remarked in surprise. Come on, let us take a look. They exited the car and approached a lavishly decorated sales office, where only a few staff members were chatting. In places like this, just opening is enough to last half a year, Zhou Shiyun quietly commented. Excuse me, are you here to see someone? A beautiful young staff member approached them politely. See someone? Wang David was taken aback, glancing at the staff member. I'm looking for you. Zhou Shiyun stood nearby, watching Wang David's exaggerated expression, and burst into laughter. Sir, you're joking. I'm right here. No need to search. Then that settled. I'm not looking for anyone. Wang David replied with a hint of annoyance, feeling almost led astray. So, sir, are you here to buy a house? Wang David boldly declared. I'm here with my wife to purchase a property. Can't you tell? His demeanor resembled that of a nouveau riche, earning an eye roll from Zhou Shiyun. Who is your wife? How shameless. She thought but didn't voice it. Sir, our prices range from 50,000 to 100,000. Are you sure? The saleswoman looked skeptically at Wang David, noting his attire didn't suggest wealth, while Zhou Shiyun appeared to be someone from a wealthy family. This was clearly a tale of a little nobody and a rich girl. Honestly, did I come all the way here just to enjoy the scenery? Wang David thought, feeling his temper rise at the staff's dubious gaze. If you're buying a house, please follow me, she said, leading the way. Are the staff nowadays also delicate? Wang David glanced at Zhou Shiyun, who simply shook her head with a smile. After an hour of viewing and a site inspection, Wang David finally made his decision. This one, he pointed decisively. The price for this villa is 18 million. Will you be financing it, or paying in cash, or by card? By card, Wang David replied, exuding confidence. As he spoke, he took out a golden card, which contained the winnings of over 26 million from the casino. The password was 6 zeros. Casually, he tossed the card onto the sales assistant's desk. Please hold on a moment, sir. The assistant carefully picked up the card, not daring to act nonchalantly, and hurriedly departed. Here is your card. Please accept it. You should pay more attention next time, little sister. I'm in a good mood, but if it were someone else, they would have left by now, you know. After retrieving the card and all the necessary documents, Wang David and Zhou Shiyun exited the hall. I thought you wouldn't purchase a property here. Zhou Shiyun remarked with a smile. It's not easy for anyone. Besides, this place is quite nice, so why not buy it? Wang David replied casually, wrapping his arm around Zhou Shiyun. Come, let's take a look at our new home. Hey, that's your home, not ours. Why are you being so polite with me? At that moment, Wang David called upon Jin Lian to help tidy up the new house. Boss, this matter is on me, Jin Lian responded, excitedly gathering a dozen of his underlings to get to work. On another note, Wang David was summoned by Hua Junqiu. What is it? I'm quite busy, he said lazily. Rumors, mere fabrications. A driver without rumors is not a good star. Not just close, there's no distance at all, Wang David proudly stated, giving Hua Junqiu a knowing look. Keep boasting, Hua Junqiu retorted, exasperated by Wang David's arrogance. The reason I called you here is to show you the progress of the first batch of heart-strengthening pills. What does that have to do with me? Wang David fiddled with his fingers, dismissing the matter. I can't even comprehend it, so why bother looking? But it's your prescription, don't you wish to see the results? Hua Junqiu was at a loss for words, wondering about Wang David's mentality. Not really. If I were capable of beating you, I would have done so already. But you can't. Wang David wore a teasing expression. Let us go. Uncle Liu and the others are already waiting for us. Hua Junqiu pushed Wang David into a sports car and drove off without further ado. You're so skilled. Why not jump out of the car then? With that thought, the car sped up to 130 miles per hour. By the time they exited the vaping group, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Wang David decided to stay at Hua Junqiu's place for the night. Fourth brother, you really know how to enjoy life. This maid is simply stunning, Wang David remarked enviously as he watched Xiangju, who was dressed provocatively and busy tidying up. I heard you bought a house. It's about time you found a suitable woman, Hua Junqiu said, handing Wang David a wine glass. Why not let me have Xiangju? Wang David chuckled. But at that moment, a glint of danger flashed in his eyes. Noticing the fruit knife in Xiangju's hand as she threatened him, he shook his head. Maybe not. I can't afford that. Downing his drink in one gulp, Wang David headed towards a room. That's Xiangju's room. Hua Junqiu immediately intercepted him, his expression tense. Isn't your room that one over there? Are you still living apart? Is it not working out? Are you trying to get killed? Hua Junqiu snapped back angrily. I'm just saying, if you can't perform, I have some medicine here. Get lost. A wine glass flew toward Wang David, whistling through the air. You're ruthless. Wang David swiftly dodged and made his way to the nearby room. If you can't, just say so, I can help. With that, he entered the room. Smack. Another glass flew past him. Inside the room, Wang David took out his phone, realizing he hadn't snatched a red envelope in 2 days. Oh, the King of Hell has joined the chat group. Upon opening the chat, he was stunned to see a message from Taishang Laojun inviting the King of Hell to the group. King of Hell, it's my first time here. I hope the esteemed immortals will guide me. Several clasped fist emojis. Sun Wukong. King, long time no see. When you have time, I'll come to the underworld for fun. Air Langshan. Monkey, are you planning to destroy someone's life ledger again? Sun Wukong. Air Langshan. Are you looking for trouble? Dian Mu. Please wait a moment, both of you. Have you forgotten the old rules? Lei Gong. What my wife said is correct. We can't break this rule. King of Hell, hurry and send red envelopes. Jiutian Xiannu, red envelopes? Where are they? Upon hearing about the red envelopes, the previously silent deities sprang into action, including the 7 daughters of the Queen Mother. It appeared that the King of Hell was indeed ready to distribute red envelopes. Thought Wang David, his heart filled with joy. King of Hell, please wait, everyone. I'll send a few red envelopes. Ding. King of Hell sent a red envelope. Ding. King of Hell sent another red envelope. Ding. King of Hell sent a third red envelope. The King of Hell was quite generous, sending 3 red envelopes at once. As everyone scrambled for the first 2, Wang David seized the opportunity to open the third. He obtained 2,000 Inda. Inda? Is this what the King of Hell is giving out? Wang David was taken aback, examining the description below. Inda, a medium for the underworld to redeem souls. Personally controlled by the King of Hell. Such a precious item, and the King of Hell is giving it away? Could he be in dire straits? Wang David pondered. This item was a treasure in the underworld, but it seemed to hold little value in his hands. The King of Hell requested to add him as a friend. Just as Wang David was puzzled, his phone displayed a request from the King of Hell. Except, King of Hell, did the esteemed immortal just snatch 2,000 Inda? A flurry of anxious emojis. Wang David thought for a moment before sending a message. Indeed, is there a problem? Meanwhile, in the underworld, the King of Hell was nearly in tears, crouched in a corner, nervously clutching his phone. I was careless. How could I distribute the remaining Inda? The underworld might be flooded with ghosts now. Immortal, might I ask if you could return the Inda? Of course, I can exchange it for other items. King of Hell, how about this? I have 1,000 merits. Would you consider giving me back the 2,000 Inda? Wang David was unsure how merits and Inda were exchanged, but he could do basic arithmetic. King of Hell, but this is all I have left. He was genuinely upset now, tears streaming down his face. If my brothers find out, they would skin me alive. King of Hell, how about this? If you could return the Inda, I promise to make up the remaining 1,000 merits later. Wang David, in that case. It seems feasible. Seeing the King of Hell's sincerity, he sent back the 2,000 Inda. He wasn't worried about the King of Hell going back on his word. If that were the case, Sun Wukong would certainly make a scene. It was merely a pack of cigarettes worth of trouble. Before long, the King of Hell sent a red envelope. Upon opening it, it was indeed 1,000 merits. King of Hell, thank you, esteemed immortal, for your kindness. I assure you I will repay the remaining 1,000 merits promptly. If someone were to see this message, they would surely be terrified. Look, the King of Hell owes me money. With this 1,000 merits, Wang David could purchase some treasures in the future. It appeared he needed to find a way to earn merits, as they seemed useful for cultivation. Wang David resolved to ponder this matter thoroughly when he had the time. After browsing the chat for a while, he found it filled with trivial chatter. Lei Gong. I haven't seen little Neza around lately. Marshal Tianping. He has been confined by the King of Heaven, seemingly under the decree of the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong, the old Jade Emperor, is flaunting his authority again, daring to confine the young Neza. Erlangshan, are you planning to escalate this? With a disdainful expression, below, a fierce altercation ensued, and after a prolonged gaze, Wang David felt utterly drained. He withdrew from the fray. The quarrel among these deities was indeed formidable, culminating in a direct challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Wang David soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, upon unlocking his phone, Wang David discovered an array of messages, over a dozen from Erlangshan. Just as he prepared to delve into the situation, the phone rang. It was Zhou Shiyun calling. Are you missing me so early in the morning? Wang David chuckled, wiping the sleep from his eyes. David, you must come quickly. There has been an incident at the concert. Chapter 21, The Haunted Stadium and Incident? Wang David sprang from his bed, now fully alert. Zhou Shiyun, with urgency in her voice, recounted the events, her tones quivering, suggesting she was on the verge of tears. Struggling to comprehend her fragmented narrative, Wang David interjected, Don't panic, I'll be there shortly. He sent a reassuring message and splashed water on his face. Old four, may I borrow your car? He stated without regard for whether anyone heard him, grabbing the keys from the coffee table before departing his quarters. An hour later, Wang David arrived at Yanqing Stadium, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Zhou Shiyun stood there, utterly at a loss. Upon spotting Wang David, she rushed into his embrace. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Shiyun collapsed into Wang David's arms. The sudden wave of joy left Wang David momentarily disoriented. Fear not, with me here. All shall be resolved, he comforted, gently stroking her back. Yet, as if realizing something, Zhou Shiyun abruptly pushed him away, her face flushed. Witnessing the scene momentarily intoxicated Wang David, but he quickly refocused on the matter at hand. Now, let us recount the situation. David, there are reports of hauntings here. Zhou Shiyun stammered, her voice trembling. Haunting? In times past, Wang David would have scoffed at such claims, yet now, he furrowed his brow in concern. Has anyone witnessed anything? Mappa, come here and explain to David what transpired. Zhou Shiyun gestured to a man who was huddled in a corner, shivering. Clear the area. And this matter must remain confidential, Wang David spoke sternly. With the concert imminent, who would dare attend if there are indeed hauntings? Did you all hear? If anyone reveals this, do not expect my forgiveness. Zhou Shiyun's rare display of authority silenced the crowd. Let us discuss this inside. Supporting Mappa, they entered a room. Observing the man's vacant gaze and trembling form, Wang David exchanged glances with Zhou Shiyun. David, could it truly be haunted? Zhou Shiyun's face paled, worry etched across her features. Do not fear. Even if there are spirits, I shall uncover them, he assured her. Although his words sounded implausible. Zhou Shiyun nodded earnestly. After over an hour, Mappa gradually steadied himself, though he still bore an expression of profound dread. Do you recall the situation? Wang David inquired. A ghost, a female ghost, lurked in that corner, Mappa replied, his pallor evident. There are no ghosts in this world. You must have mistaken something for a specter. Wang David consoled him. You're safe with us. His words somewhat calmed Mappa's frayed nerves. Tell me, which direction? Southeast, Mappa quivered. Wang David suddenly leapt to his feet. Zhou, stay with him. I will investigate. I shall accompany you, Zhou Shiyun insisted. Wang David pondered briefly before acquiescing. After ensuring Mappa was settled, he and Zhou Shiyun ventured towards the southeast of the stadium. As they proceeded, Wang David's keen senses detected a murky aura ahead, though it remained invisible to the average eye. David, have you discovered something? Zhou Shiyun inquired, her concern deepening. Stay close behind me, he instructed, shielding her. Soon, they reached the southeastern corner of the stadium, where a dense bamboo grove lay adjacent to a sandpit. Wang David's gaze fixated on the bamboo, his expression turning grave. There, he discerned a white figure, presumably the one Ma Pa had seen the previous night. At that moment, the apparition also perceived their presence and glared menacingly at Wang David. Locking eyes, he recognized her as a female ghost, her complexion ghostly pale, her white garments seemingly dripping with water. Roar. The ghost's haunting eyes scrutinized Wang David, infused with a hint of intrigue before unleashing a defiant shriek. David, what is the situation? Zhou Shiyun's anxiety escalated, sensing a chilling breeze envelop her. Wang David turned to her with a solemn gaze, but as he did, he noticed a vile spirit crawling atop Zhou Shiyun's head, its tongue lolling out. Fear not. There is no cause for alarm here. Nonchalantly, he reached up and seized the malevolent spirit by the throat. You first stabilize the staff's emotions. I will survey the surroundings. With his hands outstretched, muscles rippling, he smiled reassuringly at Zhou Shiyun. All right, but be cautious, she nodded, turning to depart. With Zhou Shiyun gone, Wang David finally exhaled, forcefully hurling the vile spirit to the ground. Who are you, that you can perceive us? Why do you obstruct us? The malevolent spirit scrambled into the bamboo thicket, glaring at Wang David. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Speak. Since you are deceased, why not reincarnate in the underworld instead of wreaking havoc upon the living? Wang David's icy gaze bore into the two spirits. We bear no grudge against you. If you know what is good for you, depart swiftly. The sinister spirit glared at Wang David, its voice raspy. Those who are deceased should not linger in this realm. Should you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At this moment, Wang David felt little fear of these spirits. His extensive dialogue stemmed from the sense that a deeper conspiracy lurked behind the veil. Mind your own business, let us attack him together and eliminate him. The two spirits exchanged glances, and in the next instant, they charged at Wang David, seeking death. With a frigid glare, he seized one spirit and violently slammed it to the ground, delivering a kick that sent the other flying. Impossible! How can you harm us? The malevolent spirit stared at Wang David in horror, as if encountering a specter. No, it's more like meeting a grim reaper, filled with dread. Why haven't you reincarnated? Wang David stepped forward, gripping one spirit with an icy demeanor. At that moment, Wang David appeared more terrifying than the spirits themselves. Spare us. We are unaware of the circumstances. The spirit begged, its voice trembling. Wang David furrowed his brow. Pondering how they could arrive here without knowledge of their own demise, something felt amiss. Chapter 22. The Old Taoist of the Jianghu. What do you mean you don't know? Are you attempting to deceive me? Wang David's expression turned frigid, his grip tightening as the two spirits writhed in panic. My dear, we truly know nothing. We have inexplicably arrived here. The malevolent spirits, feeling an unusual sense of grievance, had originally prepared for reincarnation, but, for reasons unknown, found themselves in this place. Was it because there is something you cannot let go of? Wang David pondered, before inquiring. Not at all. It seems there is a force that has brought us here. Oh, is that so? At that moment, a thought struck Wang David. Does that mean more and more malevolent spirits will come here? This matter must be resolved swiftly. He mused, forcefully casting the two spirits aside. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to contact the King of Hell, several figures hurriedly approached from a distance. Wang David, what are you doing here? Get out quickly. Zui Yongyan strode towards him, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a brownish-yellow robe, resembling a character from a film. This old man, sporting a goatee and wielding a peachwood sword, appeared to be a wandering Taoist invited by Zui Yongyan. Why is it permissible for you to come, yet not for me? Wang David retorted, causing the spirits surrounding the old Taoist to stir restlessly. Leaving the bamboo grove, Wang David encountered Zhou Shiyun approaching. I just saw Yongyan and a Taoist head that way. Did you meet them? She asked. They are capturing spirits over there. Wang David replied, chuckling. Are there really spirits? Zhou Shiyun's face paled, her eyes filled with concern. How could there be spirits? Besides, even if there are, I am here. Wang David reassured her with a confident smile. After Zhou Shiyun, still worried, departed, Wang David opened a chat group to contact the King of Hell. King of Hell. Do you know what might inexplicably attract spirits to converge in one place? It could be due to some earthly treasures or spirit-attracting talismans. There are many possible reasons. Until I see it with my own eyes, I cannot say, the King of Hell replied. Has a great one encountered such an issue? Do you want me to send the messengers of death to investigate? Not for now. Do you have anything that can temporarily control the spirits? I do. But it might cost me dearly. Wang David was speechless and quickly sent a message. Depending on the situation, I can deduct from the merit I owe you. You are straightforward. I have a spirit-controlling pill. It costs 50 merits each. I'll take one, he thought, though he found it rather steep. A notification chimed, revealing he had obtained a spirit-controlling pill. Do you need anything else? The King of Hell inquired. If the need arises, I shall certainly trouble you. With that, Wang David exited the chat. Davy, something has happened over there. Zhou Shiyun burst in, panic etched across her face. Speak calmly, he urged as he followed her outside. Zui Yongyan and that Taoist have fainted, right in the bamboo grove. So soon? Wang David exclaimed, astonished. What did you say? Zhou Shiyun looked at him, puzzled. Nothing. He shook his head, secretly disdainful of the old Taoist for being so ineffective after such a short time. They hurried to the bamboo grove, where the old Taoist lay frothing at the mouth, while Zui Yongyan rolled his eyes, unconscious beside him. Wang David noticed a few malevolent spirits frolicking around them, glaring fiercely to scare them away. Get them to the lounge, he commanded. Are they all right? No serious harm, just a bit startled, Wang David replied. Casting a deep glance towards the bamboo grove before leaving with Zhou Shiyun, he had noticed an increasing number of malevolent spirits converging in their direction. With so many spirits arriving, something was certainly amiss. Wang David furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Davy, I'm a bit scared, Zhou Shiyun timidly confessed. Drawing closer to him, fear not. As long as I am here, even spirits would not dare harm you, he said soothingly, enveloping her in an embrace. Chapter 23, A Gathering of Spirits. That night, the Yangqing Sports Stadium was eerily quiet, even somewhat sinister. Observing Zhou Shiyun cautiously trailing behind him, Wang David felt a twinge of frustration. I cannot simply stand by while you venture alone into danger. Zhou Shiyun looked up, her eyes resolute. Have you considered my feelings? Being a man alone with a woman at this late hour? Wang David sighed deeply, gazing up at the stars. Let us proceed, but you must heed my words. Ultimately, he shook his head and led Zhou Shiyun toward the bamboo grove at the stadium, certain that something was amiss there. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, faintly echoing the sounds of howling wolves and mocking laughter. Wang David understood that this was the work of malevolent spirits. Davy, be careful, Zhou Shiyun urged, quickening her pace to clutch his arm, her body trembling. Just hold my hand. I'm feeling a bit breathless, he said delicately, his hand subtly shifting within her grasp. Ah, she squealed, abruptly releasing his arm, her cheeks flushed, rooted to the spot. What is wrong with you? Wang David feigned ignorance, reveling in the moment. Oh, it's nothing. Let us move on, Zhou Shiyun said, her big eyes furtively glancing at him, relieved to see he showed no reaction. Throughout their journey, she dared not look up at him, her heart racing. Be cautious. As they neared the bamboo grove, Wang David suddenly halted, extending his arm to shield Zhou Shiyun behind him. Why is it so soft? He thought, then coughed awkwardly. There's danger ahead. He was surprised at how accurately he had sensed it. Got it. Zhou Shiyun's face reddened even more, realizing she had been unintentionally taken advantage of. Stay here. I'll check ahead. Call for me if anything occurs, he instructed, handing her the flashlight before moving forward. Be careful, she reminded him, employing his keen sight. The darkness transformed into clarity. Before him, he could see a gathering of 100 spirits in the bamboo grove, all fixing their eerie green gazes upon him as he approached. Roar! One fierce spirit let out a challenge, rushing towards him with claws bared and a chilling scream. Get lost! Wang David kicked it aside with a shout, sending it flying. Just then, as he retrieved a spirit-controlling pill from his pocket, a shriek echoed from behind. Zhou Shiyun, are you all right? Upon finding her, he discovered she had fainted, a small spirit swirling above her head. You seek death, Wang David exclaimed, seizing the little spirit and tearing it apart with furious strength. Since you wish for demise, do not blame me for denying you mercy. In front of the bamboo grove, Wang David glared coldly ahead, unleashing a furious roar that sent a rustling wave through the bamboo. We're already ghosts, so what is there to fear? Tear him apart. A hoarse voice, imbued with deep malevolence, prompted dozens of evil spirits to rush towards David Wang, seeking death, grasping one of the malevolent spirits. He wasted no time and tore it apart. Every evil spirit vanquished by David Wang, without exception, lost the chance for reincarnation. Suddenly, David was struck down by one of the spirits, sending him flying. Damn it! As he grasped with his right hand, a round object appeared in his palm. Upon closer inspection, David was instantly filled with elation. A ghost control pill. Without minding the dirt on it, he swallowed the pill whole. Come to me. With a commanding voice, the ghost control pill proved remarkably effective, as the spirits began to drift toward him, including those that had been attacking him. Tell me, what is it that has drawn you all here? Without further ado, David asked directly. If none of you know, I shall ensure your souls are scattered. Master. It seems that object is located in the bamboo forest, murmured a drowned ghost, drenched as it approached David Wang. Go and retrieve it. At the command, over 100 spirits surged toward the bamboo forest. How effective! David marveled, followed by a cold smirk. Soon, a spirit returned holding a peculiar talisman. Master, this is the object that attracted us here. The spirit-drawing talisman. David furrowed his brow. It resembled the talisman mentioned by the King of Hell. Could it truly have originated from some extraordinary individual? David pondered if he could uncover who had brought the talisman here. Master, I am a tracking ghost. I can sense it. Very well, lead me there. With a wave of his hand, David followed the tracking ghost, leading 100 spirits as they marched toward the stadium. In Yang City, Lin Hongyi lay cleanly on his bed, accompanied by a similarly pristine woman. It was now midnight, and the world was silent. Suddenly, the door to Lin Hongyi's room swung open, and a figure entered. It was David Wong, who had tracked his way here. Upon seeing the person on the bed, a look of surprise crossed his face. Lin Hongyi, I never imagined it would be you. Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. With his brow furrowed, David began to piece together the events that had transpired. Scare the woman into unconsciousness. At his command, a nightmarish ghost cackled and flew out. A piercing scream erupted as the woman kicked her legs, only to fall limp and lose consciousness. Who's there? Lin Hongyi awoke with a start, bolting upright, only to reveal a look of terror on his face. Chapter 24, The Frightened Lin Hongyi. Who are you? Lin Hongyi shrieked, staring at the shadowy figure. He attempted to turn on the lights, but no matter how he pressed, there was no response. Since you enjoy playing with ghosts, let me grant your wish. David's cold voice echoed through the darkness. David Wong. The realization struck Lin Hongyi, his eyes widening in horror, filled with anguish. No, don't come closer. Oh, don't eat me. David, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. At that moment, Lin Hongyi trembled uncontrollably, howling in despair on the floor. For your selfish desires. You sought revenge against Sister Zhou. You truly are doomed. David seated himself on a chair, while Lin Hongyi crawled over in a panic, kneeling at David's feet. I know I was wrong. I deserve to die. Slapping his own face, Lin Hongyi finally grasped the terror that David Wong embodied. He was no ordinary person. Someone not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Lin Hongyi boldly speculated that David could even control spirits. Is he even human? Speak. Where did you obtain this spirit-drawing talisman? Producing the talisman, David questioned sternly. I do not know. I truly do not. Thud. A kick sent Lin Hongyi tumbling across the floor. But he crawled back. If you still refuse to tell the truth, it seems you truly do not wish to live. His voice was icily cold, sending chills down Lin Hongyi's spine as he felt an overwhelming wave of dread wash over him. I will tell you, it was given to me by young Master Hong. Lin Hongyi was on the brink of collapse, grappling with the terrifying presence that stood before him. Is he a demon? Perhaps even more fearsome than a demon? Young Master Hong, upon hearing those words, a cold glimmer flashed in David's eyes. Yet another Hong, a figure so formidable that even Hua Junju feared him. Capable of acquiring such a terrifying talisman, clearly, he was not an ordinary individual. Young Master Hong seemed to be aware of the conflict between you and me. So he sent someone to find me, claiming he could help me take revenge. He later provided me with the spirit-drawing talisman you mentioned, instructing me to place it at Zhou Shiyun's concert venue. Beyond that, I know nothing. Please, I was manipulated by young Master Hong. I beg you to spare me. Lin Hongyi repeatedly bowed his head, his heart filled with regret to the utmost degree. Who exactly is this young Master Hong? To know of my conflict with Lin Hongyi, why did he not confront me directly for revenge? What was his intention in placing the talisman at the stadium? Countless thoughts raced through David's mind, converging upon one figure at the top, young Master Hong. Regardless of who you are, if you provoke me, expect no mercy. Master, what shall we do about that person? A raspy voice echoed in the pitch-black room. Master, David Wong can indeed control spirits. Lin Hongyi felt his scalp tingle, trembling as he gazed at the figure ahead. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to bow his head, pleading for mercy. The moment you place the spirit-drawing talisman at the stadium, you should have anticipated this outcome. As David's footsteps moved again, a ghostly voice echoed, Furthermore, you know too much. You cannot be allowed to live. The voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. At these words, Lin Hongyi felt his spirit drain, as if all strength had been siphoned from his body. In the room behind him. A chilling scream pierced the air, yet David appeared unaffected, his expression calm as he walked forward. No. The following day, Zhou Shiyun awoke suddenly, her eyes opening to find David Wong sitting by her bedside, gazing at her with concern. A wave of sweetness washed over her heart. Are you all right? How can there be ghosts in this world? You must be overly fatigued lately. It's perfectly normal to experience hallucinations in dim lighting at night. Really? Zhou Shiyun looked at David with suspicion. Would I deceive you? David smiled reassuringly. Rest well over the next few days. The concert preparations are nearly complete. I will handle the remaining matters. David instructed, gesturing for Zhou Shiyun to lie down and rest. David, Zhou Shiyun's eyes glistened, her voice soft. What's the matter? David beamed, adjusting the blanket over her. I wish I had met you sooner. After saying this, Zhou Shiyun shyly pecked David on the forehead, then quickly ducked back under the covers, blushing. Rest well, with me here, no one will bully you again. With a smile, David felt a barrier between him and Zhou Shiyun dissolve, revealing their honest hearts to one another. I will never allow anyone to harm you. No one shall. Silently vowing, David rose to leave. Only after he had fully departed did Zhou Shiyun cautiously peek out, her face aglow with sweetness as she gazed toward the door. What do you want? David inquired, noticing Hua Junchu approaching. Why are you asking me? You took my car, and it's been a day without any news. What do you have to say? Hua Junchu said with irritation. TCH, it's just a broken car. Here, take it. He tossed the keys aside carelessly. Hua Junchu caught the keys, casting a disdainful glance at Wang David. However, the next moment, he smirked mischievously. Come clean. Well, what were you up to last night? Was it with your sister-in-law? Heh. Get lost, you filthy-minded person. Don't come near me. I'm dirty, but you're clean, right? Hua Junchu shrugged it off, snapping his fingers. Xianju behind him presented a document. This is the contract for the heart-strengthening pill collaboration. Please sign it. Wang David took the contract and, without glancing at it, signed his name. Aren't you going to read it? What if I'm trying to cheat you? Hua Junchu paused, looking at Wang David curiously. Cheat me? You'd have to be seeking death. Wang David scoffed, rolling his eyes. If a brother of 4 years could no longer be trusted, then the world had truly hit rock bottom. You're still the same. Hua Junchu chuckled helplessly, taking back the contract. Now you're a director in our company, and according to your request, you'll receive 20% of the profits, with 10% from the pill sales. I don't understand these things. Just give me the money, Wang David said lazily, displaying an air of nonchalance. Chapter 25. The dazzling stage lights raised that side a bit. Lower the other side. This light can be dimmer. As the concert approached, Wang David began to take over some of Zhou Shiyun's responsibilities, helping her manage various tasks. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyun, having recovered, was busy preparing for the concert. Everything was proceeding in a tense atmosphere. At the same time, fans of Zhou Shiyun flocked from all directions, eagerly anticipating the concert in 3 days. The atmosphere on Yanqing's streets had become fervent, mirroring the current weather. Master, could you please check my fortune again? Wang David was bustling about when a Taoist dressed in a tattered yellow robe approached him, wearing a fawning expression. Nearby, Zui Yongnian resembled a sycophant, wagging his tail incessantly. Can't you see I'm busy? Wang David replied brusquely. When will you have time, master? How about you take me as your disciple? The old Taoist relentlessly pursued Wang David. If you walk northward, you might encounter your destiny. Wang David, growing impatient, muttered a casual remark. However, the old man seemed to have received divine inspiration, repeatedly thanking him before departing. Wow, do people actually believe this? Wang David watched the old Taoist scamper away, incredulous. Master Wang, I was blind to your greatness before. I hope you can forgive my past ignorance and let bygones be bygones. Zui Yongnian approached with a sycophantic grin. Wang David regarded him with disdain, casually stating, this is your responsibility now. If you mess it up, you know the consequences. Rest assured, I've got this. Zui Yongnian assured with a pat on his chest. Upon entering the rehearsal hall, Wang David saw Zhou Shiyun practicing her dance. Her graceful form moved like a flower fairy. Enchanted by the sight, Wang David's eyes sparkled. David, what are you standing there for? We need to rehearse our dance together, Zhou Shiyun said after finishing a number. As they practiced, Wang David's playful demeanor caused Zhou Shiyun to blush repeatedly. 2 days swiftly passed, and tomorrow marked the concert's commencement. During these 2 days, Zhou Shiyun's team rehearsed 3 times. However, at Wang David's insistence, the illusion curtain remained hidden, a crucial element that would provide the best surprise. David, you must find me a good spot. Buy your own ticket. Boss, I'm your fan. Upon learning that Wang David would also perform at the concert, Jin Lian hurriedly acquired tickets from scalpers, eager to support his idol. Faced with a group of burly men holding up their signs, Wang David felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. After much anticipation, Zhou Shiyun's concert finally began. What puzzled everyone was that no information had been leaked about this event. It felt shrouded in mystery. Entertainment news was abuzz with speculation of grand surprises. This thrilled Zhou Shiyun's fans, while those who couldn't secure tickets lamented their misfortune. Early that day, central Yanqing streets were sealed off, with police stationed to maintain order, allowing only a central pathway to the concert venue. A long line moved slowly forward. As one of the most popular stars in Huaxia, Zhou Shiyun's concert created a tremendous sensation. Even by 3 in the afternoon, the queue showed no signs of letting up, with many attendees entering the venue by noon. By 5 o'clock, the Yanqing Sports Arena, capable of holding 150,000 people, was packed, the cacophony of voices merging into a thunderous roar. "Brother Hua, want a sign?" Jin Liangu offered a light-up sign to Hua Junchu, who promptly discarded it upon glancing at it. "Boss, I love you." "What on earth is this?" Hua Junchu exclaimed. "What is this about, Brother Hua?" Jin Liangu picked up the sign as if it were a treasure, cherishing it. A shiver ran down Hua Junchu's spine as he moved closer to Xiangju. At 7 o'clock, the concert doors closed, with tens of thousands gathered. The noise resembling thunder. "I heard this concert is different from the previous ones." "Yes, I saw the news. I can't wait. Zhou Shiyun never disappoints." "I absolutely adore her." People were abuzz with excitement, while some wondered, "Do you know who the guest performers are?" I haven't teared. "But it must be a big star." Backstage, everything was ready, waiting for the clock to strike 8 to officially begin the concert. "Sister Zhou, once the concert starts, I'll activate the illusion curtain in midair. Just follow the choreography we rehearsed," Wang David instructed. The illusion curtain was a treasure, and to present Zhou Shiyun with a unique concert experience, he had meticulously prepared. Some features of the curtain, like the descent of celestial beings and an ethereal aura, promised to be more realistic than ever. Naturally, Wang David planned to showcase the curtain to its fullest extent. "All right, I'll rely on you then," Zhou Shiyun said. Appearing like a celestial being herself, radiating an otherworldly aura, Wang David could hardly fathom the spectacle that would unfold on stage. At 8 o'clock, preparations were underway. Just then, the director gave the command, and Zhou Shiyun, accompanied by the staff, made her entrance. Wang David found a secluded spot and positioned the illusion curtain above the concert stage. With a resounding musical introduction, the sound softened, and Wang David activated the curtain. Suddenly, myriad rays of light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the darkness. Brilliant colors, whether 10 or 20, showered down from the shadows. A rainbow of neon lights spanned the entire concert venue. Wow! The unexpected spectacle prompted a moment of stunned silence before an eruption of astonished gasps filled the air. "How beautiful! I've never seen such stunning lights in my life." It was breathtaking, surpassing even the visual effects of cinema. "We adore you, Yun." The final exclamations transformed into heartfelt affection as the fans' cheers surged like a colossal wave, engulfing the entire stadium. At that moment, Zhou Shiyun graced the stage, adorned in a resplendent attire. Chapter 26. Enchanting the audience beneath the kaleidoscope of colors. Zhou Shiyun appeared like a celestial being, descending upon the concert. Truly magnificent. For a brief moment, everyone was mesmerized. Even the backstage crew stood in stunned silence, their hearts reverberating with awe. Could this splendor be crafted by mere mortals? Such dazzling brilliance, an ethereal stage. This was undoubtedly a first in history. How exquisite. Akin to the goddess Chang'e. Wang David gazed ahead, his eyes sparkling with wonder. It was simply too beautiful. A moment of silence was shattered as the concert erupted into a thunderous chorus, with the audience fervently shouting towards the stage. As a melodious tune began, gentle and tender, it enveloped everyone, transporting them into a picturesque realm. True emotions had been set. With heartfelt promises, all awaited the snowflakes to blanket the city. As memories of dreams turned into reality, declaring an everlasting devotion, pledging a lifetime of dreams together, smiling through the passage of time. Zhou Shiyun's voice resonated. A haunting melody filled with boundless joy, enchanting all who listened. "I too yearn for such a person." A young man in the stands wept, vowing fervently. Surprisingly, this peculiar display was met not with scorn, but with nods of agreement from those around him. The song concluded, leaving countless hearts shattered and tears shed. "Goddess, do you see this? She is the woman of my dreams." Below, Jin Lian pointed excitedly at Zhou Shiyun, urging Hua Junchu to join in his exuberance. "If you wish to perish, do so alone, but do not involve me." Hua Junchu felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that he was surrounded by Zhou Shiyun's devoted fans, Jin Lian's words were reckless. "What's the big deal?" Jin Lian dismissed the concern, continuing to shout. Yet, the crowd's glares grew increasingly hostile, suggesting that confrontation was imminent. This song could be intoxicating. Wang David, watching the ethereal Zhou Shiyun from backstage, was entranced, his eyes gleaming with infatuation. Amidst the fervor, half an hour passed unnoticed, during which the audience indulged in a visual and auditory feast. Miss Shiyun is set to change into an even more exquisite outfit, but the excitement shall not cease. Please welcome our guest performer, Mr. Wang David. As the performance concluded, the host's voice echoed throughout the venue. Finally, the guest performer appeared. Rumor had it that the identity of this special guest was shrouded in mystery. Listen to that electrifying music. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, and suddenly, the lights illuminated the center stage, revealing Wang David stepping forth with an unusual gait. What an odd manner of movement, one I've never seen before. Who is this striking figure? The audience gasped, realizing they had never encountered him before. However, soon a wave of adoring fans lit up with excitement. As the spotlight shone, Wang David began to dance amidst an intense song. Who is this? He is absolutely stunning. The crowd, witnessing his captivating dance for the first time, was left in awe. Boss, I love you, shouted Jin Lian, waving a sign, urging others to join in. Look, that is my idol. Isn't he handsome? Boss, I love you. Jin Lian danced exuberantly, while Wang David on stage felt an urge to retaliate. Damn it. I almost made a misstep. Hua Junchu marveled at Wang David's unexpected prowess, unaware of what he had accomplished over the past year. The audience was swept away in the rhythm, the atmosphere soaring to new heights with each beat. Encore! Encore! They clamored, but Wang David gestured for silence. Dear audience, Miss Zhou Shiyun is ready. Let us welcome her with the most fervent applause. The host's voice rang out, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. The moment Zhou Shiyun revealed herself, the audience erupted with fervor. Yun, sister-in-law, they called excitedly, while Jin Lian stood out as an unusual flower among the throng of 15,000. Oblivious to the chaos, he continued to lead the cheers. As the concert reached the 1-hour mark, Wang David returned to the stage. A piano instantly transported everyone into a wondrous dreamscape. Listening to the alternating vigorous and soft notes, the audience became entranced. When the piano played with vigor, their spirits soared. During the tender melodies, a sweetness enveloped their hearts. He is so handsome. I've fallen for him. I want to marry him. A group of enamored fans sighed, gazing at Wang David with starry eyes. As the performance concluded, the audience remained lost in reverie. The sound of applause erupted, cascading like waves, as Wang David's piano performance culminated in a peak of excitement, paving the way for Zhou Shiyun's entrance. Oh! The crowd cheered, eager to rush the stage. What a perfect match! Observers noted the striking resemblance between Wang David and Zhou Shiyun, akin to celestial beings. Next, Mr. Wang David and I shall perform a song for you. And we hope you enjoy it. Zhou Shiyun smiled sweetly at Wang David, instantly captivating the audience, as they sang in harmony, occasionally synchronizing their movements. The scene stirred immense excitement and envy among the hundreds of thousands present. Goddess! The crowd exclaimed, but soon someone shouted, God! 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 The audience erupted into a frenzy, responding like a chain reaction, their cheers reaching a fever pitch. Feeling Zhou Shiyun's teasing gaze, Wang David blushed, experiencing such a reaction for the first time. Even after the concert concluded, the audience lingered, unwilling to depart. This concert was nothing short of spectacular. Everyone felt it was worth their time. However, though the concert had ended, the fervor remained unabated. Soon, entertainment companies and paparazzi sprang into action. Chapter 27. Concert footage leaked. Look at those dazzling lights. Well, is that special effects? Please, if you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. This was all real from Zhou Shiyun's concert yesterday. With a night of discussions, the video platform buzzed with millions of conversations, its popularity rivaling the headlines. It quickly became known that this was footage from Zhou Shiyun's concert in Yang City, and more videos began to circulate. A nationwide discussion was sparked by this footage, with its vibrant lights and dreamlike quality, which no special effects could replicate. Consequently, some filmmakers reached out to Zhou Shiyun's team, eager to acquire this groundbreaking technology. Yet, just then, new footage emerged. In the video, a young man, whom I have never seen before, sits at a piano, lost in his passionate performance. Even through the screen, the profound impact of the music resonates deeply, with notes that pierce the soul. Who is this individual? I find myself enamored. Just then, another video surfaces. There, Wang David dances with an enigmatic grace, his movements flowing like water, as if he were gliding through the air, a true king of dance. I cannot help but realize I have fallen for him. I wish to become his devoted fan. He is simply breathtaking. Who has the original video? I would pay a fortune for it. Alas, someone has already offered 30,000. A complete version remains elusive. Discussions on the website are escalating at an alarming rate. And soon, someone uncovers Wang David's identity. Yet, the information is scant. David, you have become a celebrity. In Yang City, at a restaurant, Zhou Shiyun invites Wang David for a meal to express her gratitude. However, to her bemusement, Wang David seems unfazed by the viral video. Engrossed in his phone since entering the establishment. David, could you please put your phone down? Zhou Shiyun's displeasure is evident, her expression tinged with annoyance. Just a moment. I'm grabbing red envelopes. He glances at her before returning to his screen. Grabbing red envelopes? Zhou Shiyun is momentarily taken aback, then chuckles, only to feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Here I am, a stunning beauty, and he is preoccupied with red envelopes. Wang David offers no explanation. What he is after is no ordinary envelope. Today, his luck has been dismal. He has failed to seize any of the 5 envelopes. Cursing under his breath, he suddenly tenses again. Thunder God, today, my wife has sent pocket money. I'm happy, so here's a red envelope for fun. I couldn't care less about your happiness. My mood is rather foul, Wong David thinks, bracing himself. Ding. A large red envelope appears, and Wong David eagerly clicks on it, observing his fervent attempt. Zhou Shiyun fears he might shatter his phone screen or injure his fingers. Is it necessary to be so intense over a mere envelope? Witnessing Wong David's elation moments later only deepens her confusion. A lightning charm, splendid. I shall strike down anyone I dislike. Wong David exits the app with satisfaction, pocketing his phone. Why are you staring at me? He asks. I know it's because of my striking good looks. This is indeed my fault, but alas, I cannot change it. He feigns regret, earning an eye roll from Zhou Shiyun. You are so conceited. How shameless. She laughs, scolding him lightly. This concert was a resounding success. I truly appreciate your help. Her expression shifts to one of gratitude as she speaks earnestly. Gratitude? How do you intend to express it? You scoundrel, David. Zhou Shiyun feigns annoyance, tossing a pair of chopsticks at him, only for Wong David to catch them effortlessly. Scoundrel? How do you know that? Have you experienced it yourself? Shameless. Although accustomed to his banter, Zhou Shiyun's cheeks flush slightly as she glares at him. Upon noticing, Wong David finds himself momentarily dazed, unconsciously shifting closer to her. In a sudden impulse, he grasps her delicate hand, his gaze fixed intently on her. Zhou Shiyun feels a rush of emotions. Yet her eyes reveal a flicker of struggle. David, she breathes softly, startling him. Ahem, I have delightful news for Sister Zhou. The illusion curtain is a gift for you. Really? Zhou Shiyun's face lights up with surprise. It is simply wonderful. Leaning forward, she plants a gentle kiss on Wong David's cheek. No, I cannot be the only one at a loss. Wong David, unable to contain himself, provokes her, a blatant challenge. Ah, Zhou Shiyun exclaims, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, causing Wong David to instinctively retreat, his heart racing. You rogue, she mumbles shyly, lowering her head. David, what can I do for you? Wong David stretches his neck like an eager attendant, adopting a fawning demeanor. Zhou Shiyun can't help but laugh at his antics. On a serious note, people online are searching for you. What do you plan to do? What do you mean, what should I do? Wong David is puzzled. I mean, have you considered entering the entertainment industry? Zhou Shiyun's tone is incredulous. With your talent, you would certainly carve out a place for yourself. She has never encountered someone so carefree. The entertainment industry? Wong David pauses, as if recalling something, then chuckles nonchalantly. If this were earlier, I might have been thrilled at the prospect, but now, I have no such desire. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhou Shiyun is taken aback. The entertainment industry no longer suits me, Wong David states matter-of-factly, acknowledging the changes in his life trajectory since joining the chat group, an undeniable reality. Though you may feel that way, those entertainment companies will likely not let you slip away. Zhou Shiyun expresses her concerns. Chapter 28. I refuse in just 2 short days. Dance tutorials have proliferated online, countless offerings of hands-on teaching and promises of guaranteed learning. Meanwhile, Wong David's information has surfaced online, though it remains limited to his name and address. Concurrently, as Zhou Shiyun predicted, numerous renowned entertainment companies have become restless. One day, the largest entertainment company in Huaxia reaches out to Zhou Shiyun's studio, making efforts to contact Wong David. In a bar, Wong David enters a room dressed casually. Upon entering, he senses several pairs of eyes scrutinizing him, appraising him like merchandise. Not bad. A promising candidate, though his image needs work, remarks a man in black seated at the center, flicking the ash from his cigar. 2 imposing bodyguards stand behind him, suggesting he is the leader here. Wong David furrows his brow, feeling a surge of irritation. Who the hell are you? Do I need your approval? Such individuals irk him, flaunting their wealth as if it grants them superiority. What did you say, kid? This is Manager Zhou from Tian Wong Entertainment. Your superior. Hurry up and apologize. A long-haired individual, whose appearance is ambiguous, interjects with a condescending tone. Wong David scoffs at the sight of him. The words spilling from his lips. You have some nerve. I see you don't wish to continue in the entertainment industry, the ambiguous figure threatens, trembling as he points a delicate finger at Wong David. Did I ever state I wish to enter the entertainment industry? You should take that as a compliment. Wong David's expression turns icy, replaced by disdain. Were it not for Zhou Shiyun's request to meet some people, he would have little interest in engaging in this discussion. You, the figure attempts to retort, only to be interrupted by Manager Zhou. With a snap of his fingers, the ambiguous man produces a thick stack of cash from his bag. Bang! The stack hits the table, producing a crisp sound. Here is 300,000. Sign this contract, and the money is yours. Manager Zhou's confident smile contrasts with the smoke he exhales, his gaze condescendingly fixed on Wong David. Have you ever seen this much money, kid? Signing means it's yours. A person with an indifferent demeanor spoke with a mocking smile. As he looked at the few individuals before him, David Wong felt an unexpected amusement. If you call me grandfather 3 times, I shall grant each of you 300,000. With a playful grin, David's eyes flickered as he surveyed the trio. What do you mean by that? Manager Zhou's fist clenched tightly, causing his cigar to twist in his grasp. You don't understand the meaning? It seems you are just as foolish as he is. Clarify yourself, or you shan't leave this door today. A cold glint appeared in Manager Zhou's eyes. It was the first time someone had so openly disregarded him. In the past, whenever he approached others, they would always bow and scrape before him. Yet now he faced mockery and disdain. If it weren't for the fact that you're introduced by Sister Zhou, I wouldn't even bother with you. His voice dripped with contempt as he expressed his irritation. Strike me. People like him are nothing but worthless bones. Manager Zhou shouted, trembling with fury, prompting 2 bodyguards to surge forward. Indeed, a good beating will make such a person obedient. Seeking death, David's gaze turned icy, and just as the 2 approached, he delivered a swift kick. A dull thud echoed, and one bodyguard was sent flying 3 meters, crashing against the wall. The other bodyguard hesitated, but at that moment, David delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound resonated as that individual too was sent sprawling. Even if you are introduced by Sister Zhou, there must be a limit, otherwise. I assure you, you will not leave this place today. David's cold eyes swept over Manager Zhou and his companions, causing them to feel as though their skin were being sliced open, an immediate chill settling in their hearts. In an instant, Manager Zhou trembled in fear, gazing at David as though he were a monster. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Who on earth is this person? Watching David leave, Manager Zhou exhaled sharply, his voice laced with disbelief. I've already heard about what just transpired, and I sincerely apologize. Shortly after, Zhou Shiyun called, her tone regretful. It's nothing. However, please refrain from introducing such individuals in the future, David replied, shaking his head dismissively. After their conversation, David hung up and took a taxi to his newly purchased residence. It seems it is time to acquire a vehicle. Relying on taxis is not a viable solution. David was pleased after inspecting the property. Boss, you didn't inform me of your arrival. I could have sent someone to pick you up. Jean Lian, who was overseeing the finishing touches with a beaming smile, ran over upon seeing David. What are you saying, brother? For you, I would go to great lengths. This is but a trivial matter. Once the house is ready, I shall treat you to a meal. David smiled in response. Really? Jean Lian's heart surged with joy at his words. Of course. Can I bring my gang along? They all admire you greatly. Of course, David answered generously, entering the nearly renovated room. After surveying the space with satisfaction, he received a call from Hua Junshu requesting his presence. What issue could possibly arise now? David remarked impatiently upon meeting Hua Junshu. Have you not seen the news at all? Hua Junshu regarded David with an expression akin to encountering a rare creature. Speak plainly. You truly are oblivious to the world around you, solely focused on training your Kirin arm. Hua Junshu shook his head in exasperation before his face lit up with excitement. Our heart-strengthening pills have commenced mass production. Just yesterday at the press conference, several large corporations and hospitals expressed interest in collaborating. Oh, David replied nonchalantly. Oh? Hua Junshu nearly lunged at David, frustrated that his reaction seemed utterly indifferent. Could you not provide a more enthusiastic response? Fine, David exclaimed loudly, startling Hua Junshu. You are going to scare someone to death. Hua Junshu remarked, looking at David with resignation. Forget it. After all, you are merely a figurehead. You can count the money later. Hua Junshu understood that David truly did not regard the heart-strengthening pills with any seriousness. Is that all? If so, I shall take my leave. David departed, leaving Hua Junshu pondering if David had perhaps gone off on a date with a beautiful woman. In truth, David was on his way to meet Zhou Shiyun, with whom he had arranged to accompany her for a car purchase that afternoon. Seated in Zhou Shiyun's vehicle, he admired her stunning beauty, feeling elated. Are you seeking my company to buy a car or merely to admire? Zhou Shiyun, focused on the vehicles, smiled as she jested. Admiring, while casually purchasing a car, David replied, his gaze unwavering upon Zhou Shiyun. You do have a sweet tongue, Zhou Shiyun chuckled, her heart feeling warm. Suddenly, she spoke up, catching David off guard. Where to? To the capital. I have a performance awaiting me there. Is it possible to skip it? David's expression grew serious as he inquired. There are matters beyond my control, Zhou Shiyun replied with a wry smile. Actually, I could support you. David hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then I shall await you in the capital. As silence enveloped them, Zhou Shiyun's face illuminated with a radiant smile. David too felt a sense of clarity, returning her smile. Very well, you await me. At that moment, an unspoken agreement blossomed between the two. 2 days later, as Zhou Shiyun departed Yang City, David bid her farewell with a smile. That night, to express gratitude to Jean Lian, David invited everyone to an outdoor barbecue for a feast. Boss, bring over some skewers and a few boxes of ice-cold beer. Jean Lian called out to the stall. and soon the barbecue was ready. Come, let us toast our leader. Jean Lian stood, raising a bottle and downing it in one go, while his entourage followed suit. Drinking heartily. Eating skewers and drinking beer on this early summer night was undoubtedly the best choice. David enjoyed the feast, and the sadness of Zhou Shiyun's departure gradually faded. Why is our order taking so long? Just as everyone was savoring their meal, an irritable voice rose from a nearby table. Please wait, your order will be up shortly. The stall owner explained with a smile as he approached David. You already have something in hand, just put it down. Sir, that belongs to someone else. This is not appropriate. The owner appeared anxious, but at that moment, a swift kick sent him rolling on the ground. Do you look down on my brothers? A burly man, tattooed with a dragon, growled menacingly. Ouch! The owner groaned, curling up in pain, emitting pitiful cries. With a loud laugh, the tattooed man approached the owner, preparing to kick him again. But just then, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if caught in a vice, turning his face crimson with agony. Pick up what you dropped, a calm voice commanded. The tattooed man's expression turned icy as he swung a fist. Crack! Ah! A piercing scream erupted as David applied a bit of force, breaking the man's arm and tossing him aside. Damn it, how dare you touch my dragon? Do you have a death wish? The tattooed man, supported by others, stood up, glaring coldly at David. Is it permissible for you to casually insult the boss? Jean Lian, unwilling to relent, seized a chair and hurled it forward. Brothers, let us bring him down. At the forefront, Brother Jean, skilled in his own right, lunged forward, toppling one adversary with a swift kick. Onward, let us vanquish them. Qing Long was equally incensed. How dare anyone create chaos on their territory? In an instant, the two parties engaged in a fierce clash, with tables and chairs soaring through the air and bottles of liquor whistling past. Are people nowadays truly this violent? David Wong was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He simply wished for an apology from the other party. Was such a grand reaction truly necessary? Are you all right, boss? Damn it, since we've started, let's make sure they can't speak. There was another thought in Wang Daoi's mind, once this was over. Right or wrong would be whatever we said. Such meticulous foresight, that was so Wang Daowei. Bang! A kick sent one flying. Each strike aimed squarely at the mouth, smashing their faces, yes, just like that, ruthless and brutal. As he fought, Wang Daowei occasionally barked instructions at the gold chain-wearing brothers beside him. Fuck. What's the point of kicking their asses? Watch me. Bang. To demonstrate, he delivered another kick, straight to the mouth. Damn, boss is just on another level. Eyes filled with admiration, the underling immediately mimicked his technique. Soon, not a single opponent remained standing. Without exception, those sprawled on the ground could no longer speak, only groaning and whimpering in pain. Now, apologize to the boss. Grabbing the leader, the one with the dragon tattoo, Wang Daowei spoke coldly. Fuck, still not talking? I request that you refrain from speaking. Will you comply? With a resounding slap, each strike echoed, causing the onlooker, Jean Lian, to tremble at the corners of his eyes. Several times he attempted to interject, only to be interrupted. Still not speaking? Oh, pretending to be lifeless, are we? Observing the limp figure of Qing Long, Wang David wore an expression of disdain. At that moment, even Jean Lian could no longer bear to watch and softly remarked, Boss. He has been struck to the point of silence. Taken aback, Wang David glanced at Qing Long, realizing the truth of the statement. Why did you not bring this to my attention sooner? The boss fought with such fervor. Who would dare to intervene? In his heart, Jean Lian mused. Yet he found the thrill exhilarating. With a resounding thud, he cast the Qing Long aside like refuse, rifling through their pockets to hand the money over to the boss, treating it as compensation for the damage caused. Splendid. Jean Lian readily agreed, for such deeds were not foreign to him. However, just then, the blaring sirens of police cars echoed down the street. This is bad. The cops are coming, exclaimed the boss. In an instant, Jean Lian sprang to his feet and dashed away. David Wong, bewildered, followed suit, running aimlessly to the side. Wait, why did this scene seem so familiar? Had he not witnessed it somewhere before? Chapter 30. The Jade Immortal Classic. Damn it, I'm utterly exhausted. After a bewildering sprint, Wang David gasped for breath. Glancing back at the shadowy street behind him, he finally grasped the situation. Jean Lian, why are we running? Moreover, the arrival of the authorities. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? When the authorities arrive, do they not all flee? It seems we have committed no offense, have we? Wang David scratched his head and said with a hint of confusion, just hitting someone. That shouldn't count, right? Jean Lian cautiously replied, goodness. It's not a crime to chase a bear. Have you watched too many Hong Kong gangster films? It suddenly occurred to him that this was not the term used by the thugs in Hong Kong crime films to refer to the police. It appears so. Jean Lian nodded in agreement, followed by a silly grin, perhaps a result of his profession. Get lost. With a swift kick, Wang David adjusted his attire and departed. Although he was alone, Wang David firmly believed that a mistress would soon take up residence. By the time he returned home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. And after freshening up, it was midnight. Lying in bed, Wang David took out his phone and opened the chat group. However, he discovered that the moon goddess had sent him several messages over the past few days. Was the moon goddess intending to introduce him to the Jade Rabbit? May I ask if the Jade Rabbit can add me? Wang David paused for a moment, pondering the meaning behind this unexpected inquiry. Certainly. Although the reason behind the moon goddess Chang'e's actions remains elusive, one can certainly speculate from the fragments of information available. Perhaps it is due to my previous request for the restorative elixir. Chang'e muses, I shall converse with the Jade Rabbit at once. A few expressions of joy shortly thereafter. The Jade Rabbit sends a message requesting to befriend me. Accepted. Could it be that Chang'e has mentioned me? Might she harbor feelings for me? In his heart, Wang David indulged in fantasies. The Jade Rabbit remarked, not long ago, I heard that the great immortal sought the heart-strengthening elixir. I wonder if the immortal still requires anything else? In a dream, who does the Jade Rabbit maiden refer to? The Jade Rabbit, fortuitously. I possess an ancient tome of celestial lore, seemingly crafted by the revered sage of medicine. Within its pages are inscribed numerous remedies and methods for healing mortals. I wonder if the esteemed dream immortal might be interested? Indeed, that is the case. However, what purpose does the Jade Rabbit serve in introducing this to me? Wang David still does not comprehend. However, he is greatly intrigued by that so-called celestial scripture, which was created by the saint of medicine. Rumeng, I find myself somewhat interested in this as well. I wonder how Miss Yutu intends to sell it. Jade Rabbit, how splendid. In truth, I do not intend to sell the Jade Rabbit. I merely wonder if the esteemed master possesses any treasures such as perfume. A series of bashful and pitiable expressions. Ah, so it is indeed for the perfume. Wang David was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. He rummaged through the cabinet and discovered a bottle he had purchased not long ago, initially intended to purify the bedroom environment. Unexpectedly, it was now to be used for this purpose. By chance, there happens to be another bottle. If Miss Jade Rabbit is fond of it, then I shall offer it to you. With a chime, a red envelope was sent. The recipient accepted the envelope. Jade Rabbit responded, This is truly wonderful. Thank you. Esteemed immortal, I shall promptly send you the celestial manuscript. Before long, another red envelope appeared, and Wang David opened it. The manuscript was indeed a book on herbal medicine. However, did the character for Jade not seem to be written incorrectly? Jade Rabbit, within this, I have infused some of my own insights and recompiled it, thus bestowing it with a new title. Jade Rabbit sent a message, immediately clarifying the doubts that lingered in Wang David's mind. Upon pressing the activation button, a brilliant golden light flashed before his eyes, and in the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his mind, but shortly thereafter, he returned to normal. This is truly a comprehensive medical compendium. Wang David was astonished, a look of ecstatic joy emerging on his face. With this treasure in hand, the experts before him would likely seem insignificant. Thank you for the gift, Jade Rabbit, he exclaimed. You are too kind, great sage, replied the Jade Rabbit. I also appreciate your generous offering. It was a moment of mutual delight, particularly for Wang David, who had gained immensely. As he fell asleep, content. Little did he know that news of the Jade Chang'e and the Moon Rabbit had spread, and on the side of Sun Wukong, whispers about the fragrant smoke circulated, prompting many deities to seek suppliers. For several consecutive days, Wang David busied himself organizing the surroundings of his abode. Davide, hurry here, Liu Xiu is in trouble. On that fateful afternoon, while Wang David was out admiring the beauty of the streets, a call from Hua Junshu interrupted him. You loser, what are you staring at? A stylishly dressed woman cast a disdainful glance at Wang David, her contempt palpable. What a bumpkin, why bother with such people? She scoffed. The two girls, noticing Wang David's gaze, immediately launched into a tirade of mockery. After ending the call, Wang David regarded the two women with a faint smile. Humph, a mere rogue. What audacity. However, in the next moment, the scorn on the woman's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Sir, would you care to join me for a drink? The woman swiftly approached Wang David's car, her expression one of charming allure as she inquired, All right, shall we get in? Wang David smiled faintly, gesturing for the woman to enter the car from the other side. The woman was pleasantly surprised, not expecting this seemingly average man to be a wealthy and handsome figure. The vehicle was undoubtedly worth no less than $1 million. Fortunately, she had seized the opportunity in time. Elated, she quickened her pace. However, just as she was about to reach the door, Wang David pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away in an instant. Young master, I haven't even gotten in yet. The woman's voice called out from behind, but Wang David merely smiled indifferently. At that moment, The woman realized she had been tricked, her anger flaring up. You scoundrel. I curse you to an unhappy life. Wang David paid no heed to her curses, speeding towards the Longshan community. Upon arrival, Wang David noticed Hua Junchu already waiting there, accompanied by Lu Feiping and Li Ranyu Yishuan among others. David, you finally made it. Miss Lu is in trouble, Hua Junchu said gravely as he approached. David, we may need your help this time, Lu Feiping added, his expression tense. Uncle, how can you trust a penniless boy? The expert I invited will arrive shortly. He is the foremost doctor in Yanqing, far better than some pretentious scum, Li Ran sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Wang David. After all this time, you still haven't shed your bad habits, Wang David replied with a chuckle, speaking casually. Indeed, only a dog would bite indiscriminately, Hua Junchu chimed in. All right, David. You should quickly check on Yu, Lu Feiping urged, and no one else spoke further. Chapter 31. Who is the quack? The group hurriedly made their way to the luxurious residence of Lu Feiping, ascending to the second floor where they found Lu Xiyu lying pale on the bed. Let me take a look, Wang David said, his brow furrowing as he observed that Lu Xiyu's condition was worse than he had imagined. Approaching the bedside, he placed his fingers on her wrist. Watching too many dramas, are we? Trying to take a pulse? Ridiculous, Li Ran mocked, his face filled with derision. Exactly. I've been with him for a year and have never heard of his medical knowledge, Yu Yishuan scoffed. In their eyes, Wang David was merely posturing. Silence. Wang David's cold voice interrupted, his piercing gaze sweeping over the two. Li Ran attempted to retort, but shrank back under Lu Feiping's icy stare. 5 minutes passed in anxious anticipation, while Wang David's forehead glistened with sweat. Finally, he stood, glancing at Li Ran before turning solemnly to Lu Feiping. If I am not mistaken, Miss Lu has been poisoned. How absurd. Who would dare poison someone in the Lu family? Wang David, I knew you were just talking nonsense. The Lu family does not welcome you. Get out. Li Ran shouted angrily, pointing at Wang David. Wang David shot a disdainful glance at the furious Li Ran. What makes you think you have a say here? I was invited by Uncle Lu. Are you trying to slap him in the face by asking me to leave? Such ignorance reeked of an unbearable stench. I didn't mean it that way, Li Ran stammered, cold sweat dripping down his back as he noticed Uncle Lu's frosty demeanor. Feeling increasingly anxious, he shot Wang David a venomous glare. David, what poison did she ingest? Lu Feiping asked urgently. It's too early to say, Wang David replied gravely. Too early to say? That means there's no hope. What a waste, Li Ran interjected, his face lighting up with excitement. Uncle, wait a moment. Dr. Ding has arrived. He is the most renowned doctor in Yancheng, unlike certain quacks, he exclaimed, rushing down to bring a man of around 50 with graying hair. Seeing this, Wang David remained silent. He glanced at Lu Feiping, noting his lack of comment, which made him realize that the latter was also skeptical of him. In that case, Wang David decided to keep his thoughts to himself. If you have the capability, then treat her, he said. Dr. Deng is here. David claims the young lady is poisoned. Please check if there are any other issues, Lu Feiping addressed the arriving doctor, clearly recognizing him. Dr. Deng rolled his eyes and approached Lu Xiyu with his medical kit. After a brief examination, he stood up, smiling dismissively. Miss Lu is merely weak and anemic, causing her to faint. There is nothing seriously wrong. The claim of poisoning is sheer nonsense. As he spoke, he glanced around the crowd, as if to imply that they were all fools for believing such a thing. Oh, Dr. Deng, is it? Wang David frowned at the remark, feeling a surge of irritation. Lu Xiyu clearly exhibited symptoms of weak qi and stagnant internal energy. How could this man dismiss it as mere anemia? Even Wang David, who was keen to watch the drama unfold, could no longer stand by silently. Indeed, is Dr. Deng so certain that Miss Lu is anemic? He queried coolly. Of course, I've been practicing medicine for decades. Do you think I could be mistaken? Dr. Deng replied, his tone condescending. Anemia typically manifests as pallor, dizziness, fatigue, shortness of breath, and palpitations. Surely, you wouldn't conclude anemia merely from a pale complexion? Wang David's voice dripped with mockery, relishing the moment. Not at all. Miss Lu's blood flow is sluggish, which is not anemia. What else could it be? Doctor. Deng shot a cold glare at Wang David. Sluggish blood flow? Did your mother teach you medicine? Wang David retorted sharply, his eyes filled with disdain. How dare you utter such ridiculous words? You truly embarrass your family. Since you claim poisoning, what evidence do you have? Dr. Deng's face flushed red, casting a furtive glance at Li Ran before demanding an answer. Weak qi, stagnant internal energy, and purple-black veins. These are observations that someone of your so-called expertise would never comprehend. Wang David asserted, emphasizing the term expertise with a clear disdain. You are insulting me. Dr. Deng trembled with rage, pointing at Wang David. I am not insulting you. I am merely expressing my disdain, Wang David replied coolly, turning to leave. If others do not believe you, why persist in being here? Are you seeking to embarrass yourself? Junchu, I am leaving, he stated, striding towards the exit. A waste, yet still somewhat self-aware, Li Ran sneered, watching Wang David depart. However, the next moment, Lu Feiping's furious expression turned upon Li Ran as he slapped him hard. If anything happens to Shu Yu, I will not spare you. He glared at Li Ran, who stumbled backward in fear. David, it was all a misunderstanding. Uncle Lu apologizes to you. Lu Feiping rushed to intercept Wang David, expressing his regret. Uncle Lu, to be honest, had it not been for Junchu's sake, I wouldn't have come here at all. Now that you have consulted a renowned doctor, I have nothing more to say, Wang David replied, determined to leave. At this moment, Wang David was filled with indignation. He had come to help, but was met with ridicule and distrust. Was this not a slap in the face? With this thought, he concluded that he could not assist. David, it was Uncle Lu's fault. I was unaware that Dr. Deng was coming, Lu Feiping lamented, his face stricken with sorrow. However, seeing Wang David's resolute expression, Lu Feiping's hatred for Li Ran intensified. David, what must transpire for you to grant forgiveness to Uncle Lu? Lu Feiping gritted his teeth and inquired in a low voice. At that moment, Wang David finally revealed a hint of a smile, suggesting that it was not impossible for him to treat Miss Lu. He expressed his annoyance at the presence of the three individuals and ordered them to leave. Turning to Li Ran and the others, Wang David spoke without mercy. Wang David, do not overstep your bounds. This is my territory, Li Ran retorted angrily. It seems that Uncle Lu is unable to assist, so I shall take my leave. Very well. I agree to your terms. Chapter 32, Silver Needles for Detoxification. Uncle, how can you heed the nonsensical words of an outsider? Li Ran, feeling anxious, spoke up immediately. Take your doctor and leave at once. Lu Feiping, with a resolute expression, coldly retorted, Uncle, do I need to repeat myself? Observing Lu Feiping's undeniable tone, Li Ran's heart seethed with fury. He cast a cold glance at Wang David, thinking, Humph, Wang David, do not revel in your triumph. You shall inevitably regret this. With a disdainful snort, Li Ran departed alongside Yue Xuan and Dr. Deng. I said leave. It appears you have misunderstood my intentions, Wang David remarked, a mocking glint in his eyes. Wang David, there will come a day when you will rue this, Li Ran retorted, momentarily pausing to glare at Wang David before storming off in indignation. Perhaps one of us will indeed regret, he murmured, turning his gaze towards Hua Junchu. Wang David, with a solemn expression, addressed Hua Junchu. Very well. Hua Junchu nodded and promptly took his leave. Is it possible that the young lady is on the brink of collapse in just 15 minutes? Lu Feiping trembled upon hearing those words, unable to believe his ears. If treatment had commenced earlier, perhaps there would have been a 70% chance. But now what remains? Lu Feiping gazed at Wang David with trembling eyes, silently resenting himself, and that Li Ran. Is it now? Less than a tenth, it is left to fate. Wang David spoke calmly as he settled into a chair. Thud. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiping sank to the ground, his eyes filled with remorse. Glancing at the time, a faint smile appeared on Wang David's face. There is now a 40% chance. After speaking, he seized a silver needle and withdrew one. The needle was slender, glistening with a silvery sheen. Please roll up Miss Lu's sleeves and pant legs. Lift the blanket, Wang David instructed. Sitting on the bed, he exposed Lu Shiyun's arm and precisely targeted an acupoint before piercing it. A surge of energy seemed to come alive in Wang David's hand, swirling and trembling, ultimately vanishing into Lu Shiyun's body. In truth, the silver needle had not disappeared. It was merely invisible to the naked eye. Subsequently, more needles were inserted into Lu Shiyun's arms and legs. Observing the sweat-drenched Wang David, Hua Junchu felt a twinge of confusion. Although the intricacies of Wang David's technique eluded him, it was evident that this method of acupoint needling with silver needles was not something an ordinary person could master. It appeared to be an ancient practice. Meanwhile, watching Wang David's skill, Lu Feiping's face was one of astonishment. For reasons unknown, he regarded Wang David with newfound respect. Moments passed, and after 5 minutes, Wang David wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and exhaled a deep breath. Yet, in the next instant, his expression grew grave once more as he inhaled deeply. A silver needle pierced Lu Shiyun's finger, and a drop of crimson appeared, followed by a foul-smelling black blood. At that moment, Wang David's movements quickened, repeatedly piercing Lu Shiyun's finger. Ultimately, all 10 fingers wept black blood, poison blood. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Feiping and Hua Junchu simultaneously gasped, their expressions laden with gravity. Miss Lu has now emerged from the brink of death. However, she must endure a continuous series of injections for the next 5 days, or else the poison will assail her heart, rendering even divine intervention futile, Wang David asserted solemnly. Furthermore, the silver needles I have inserted into Miss Lu's body must not be tampered with by anyone. Uncle Lu should comprehend my intent. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to David for his assistance. Please allow me to bow in appreciation. Lu Faping nodded earnestly, ready to pay his respects to Wang David. Yet he was halted. It was merely a trifling effort. Uncle Lu, you are being overly courteous, he casually remarked, while internally marveling at the miraculous efficacy of the celestial tome bestowed by the Jade Rabbit, which was nothing short of a sacred scripture. It is evident that he has surpassed many so-called experts now. I shall leave this matter in Uncle Lu's capable hands. I take my leave. With that, Wang David departed without hesitation. Uncle Lu, I, too, shall take my leave, Hua Junchu chimed in, following suit. Why are you trailing behind me? Observing the dapper Hua Junchu closely trailing behind him, Wang David, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, David, when did you acquire the art of healing? I distinctly recall that you had never engaged with this matter before. Indeed, Hua Junchu remained skeptical, a sentiment that Wang David had anticipated long ago. This occurrence stemmed from a series of fortuitous events over the past year, during which he encountered a mentor who imparted this knowledge to him. Wang David casually fabricated an excuse, and although Hua Junchu seemed poised to inquire further, Wang David had already entered his vehicle and vanished in a blur. His aura of mystery only deepened. Hua Junchu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer, and drove away. In the ensuing 2 days, Wang David arrived punctually at the Lu residence, gradually extracting the poison from Lu Shuyu's body. In another 3 days, Ms. Lu would be nearly free from her affliction. However, these 3 days allowed for no negligence whatsoever. Meanwhile, within the confines of Longshin community, adjacent to the Lu family's villa, Li Ran sat composed, a middle-aged woman, garbed as a servant, kneeling before him. Speak, he commanded. What information have you gleaned? Hua Junchu's expression was frigid as he coldly inquired. Under Wang David's treatment, the young lady's ailment had nearly been cured. It appeared that in 3 days, she would fully recover. However, no mistakes could be afforded during this period. No mistakes can be made, Li Ran murmured, his gaze flickering. As the servant departed, Dan Fei emerged from the side. That old wretch Lu Faping even barred me from entry. How infuriating, Li Ran remarked, his demeanor dark as he gripped the wine glass tightly, causing it to creak. It seems Lu Faping has begun to suspect you, Dan Fei said with a casual smile, his tone light and untroubled. Are you certain? With a sudden start, Li Ran stood up, his expression shifting. What else could possibly elucidate the change in Lu Faping's attitude towards you? Since that is the case, said Dan Fei, do not blame me for being ruthless. What we must do now is ensure that Lu Shuyu does not survive, but approaching her is proving to be quite the challenge. Dan Fei inquired, is there truly no way? Li Ran furrowed his brow and inquired, very well, let us proceed with this. Suddenly, he sneezed. Who is it that curses me? In the room, Wang David was engaged in a conversation with the Jade Rabbit when he couldn't help but let out a sneeze. Little Rabbit, let's continue our chat later, he said, sending a message before stepping away. Chapter 33. The scheme. Setting his phone aside, the weary Wang David, having toiled throughout the day, drifted into a contented slumber. The following day, after assisting Lu Shui in dispelling the toxins, Wang David prepared to seek out Hua Junchu. However, at that moment, his phone rang. What could Yu Yixuan possibly want to discuss with me? Observing the telephone number above, David Wang furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to answer the call. David, come quickly under the coastal bridge. That wretched woman, how dare she call? A sharp sound resonated, followed by a desperate cry. David, save me. The urgent beeping echoed, emanating from Yu Yixuan. Wang David called out twice, yet all that responded was the incessant beeping. A chilling realization struck him. Something had gone awry with Yu Yixuan. A dilemma loomed in his mind. Should he go or remain? In a state of inner turmoil, Wang David found himself torn between 2 conflicting emotions. To abstain from going would weigh heavily on his conscience, yet the thought of how Yu Yixuan had treated him stirred a sense of resentment within him. She could be heartless, but he, Wang David, could not abandon his principles. Ultimately, he made a resolute decision and drove towards the coastal bridge. On the road, David Wang made several phone calls, but there was no response from the other end, which further heightened his anxiety. He quickened his pace. After half an hour, he arrived at the bridge by the coast, where he indeed found Yu Yixuan bound beneath the bridge, flanked by 2 men wielding machetes, their demeanor menacing. Something seemed off. Observing his surroundings, David furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying tension. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, which made him increasingly vigilant. David, hurry and save me, Yu Yixuan exclaimed upon spotting him, her voice filled with relief. But just then, one of the assailants struck her sharply. Shut up, you wretched woman. Let her go. David's expression turned icy as he glared at the 2 men. You're seeking death, they shouted, brandishing their machetes and lunging at him. Unfazed, David advanced, his speed intensifying. A flash of cold steel came at him, and David delivered a powerful kick, sending one man flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily near Yue Xuan. Another swift kick followed, and the second assailant was also dispatched with ease. David, his expression still cold, approached Yue Xuan. David, can we reconcile? I truly love you. Yue Xuan suddenly leaped from her chair towards him, her demeanor far from that of a captive. You weren't kidnapped? A wave of realization hit David, and his face darkened as he forcefully pushed her away. David, I understand your true feelings now. Can't we make amends? I genuinely love you. But at that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from the bridge, drawing nearer. You deceitful woman, you dared to scheme against me. David's fury erupted. He had come to rescue this ungrateful woman, only to find himself ensnared in her treachery. David Wong, this is your own doing. There's no escape for you now. Yue Xuan shrieked madly, her disheveled hair framing her face as she clung to his leg. These two are drug dealers. You're in league with them. Where do you think you can run? Get off me. David kicked her aside with force, sending her rolling like a ball. She coughed up blood from the impact. David, you can't escape. I will testify against you for kidnapping me, and I want you dead. Madwoman, David muttered, too disappointed in her to say more. Enough, he shouted, turning to leave. Listen up. You are surrounded. Surrender now, the officers declared. Just then, police cars cordoned off the area, red lasers aimed at him. David realized that any movement would result in dire consequences. In that moment, he felt an eerie calm. Yet the tension in the air was palpable. Raising his hands, a pair of armed officers rushed in and pinned him to the ground. Captain, we apprehended the suspect. One announced, leading David before a commanding woman. Upon seeing her, David's irritation faded, replaced by an unexpected fixation on her impressive figure. Is it wise to dress like that for work? He thought, momentarily captivated. Have you finished gaping? A chilling voice interrupted, and in the next instant, David felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Oh, he had not anticipated such force from the female officer, who had struck him with considerable strength. Officer, I'm innocent, he protested. Your innocence is not for you to determine. You hardly appear to be a good person, attacking women like this. You're no better than scum, she retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him, clearly referring to Yue Xuan. Take him away. Her icy command resonated, and the officers escorted David to a vehicle. David Wong. You were heartless first. Don't blame me, Yue Xuan remarked as she too was escorted into the car, protected by several officers. Meanwhile, on the bridge, two figures remained. Observing, Li Ran and Shan Fei. Even if he survives this, he will suffer greatly, Li Ran sneered. Shan Fei replied coolly, with David Wong apprehended. I wonder who Lu Faping will rely on now. Li Ran's face lit up with glee, with Lu Xiuyu dead and Lu Faping soon to follow. The Faping group will be mine. Congratulations, young Master Li, Shan Fei said with a glint in his eye. Mutual congratulations, Li Ran chuckled, his expression brimming with joy, oblivious to the cold glint in Shan Fei's eyes. Elsewhere, David was roughly taken into a dark room, where the imposing female officer seated herself with authority. Where are your accomplices? She demanded. Officer, I've already told you I'm innocent. Someone is trying to frame me. He insisted. Seems like you're unwilling to be truthful. Do you think you can just waltz into our precinct? She scoffed, slamming a file onto the table as she approached him menacingly. What do you want? Seduction? I want to yield, David declared defiantly, though he was tearing at his clothing in discomfort. What the hell? Why is it so hot in here? Don't even think about seducing me. David stared fixedly at the officer's chest, swallowing hard as he spoke with exaggerated righteousness. You filthy rogue. She retaliated, kicking him squarely. Officers aren't supposed to hit people, even if you're a special officer, David chuckled, taunting her as he observed her leg. Xiaofang, enough with the banner, just take action. At that moment, a young man in his mid-20s entered with a grim expression. Without a word, he delivered a punch to David. One punch, remember this, David Wong, he said, blood spilling from David's mouth. Damn, a drug dealer has the audacity to act this way? The world has gone mad. Another punch landed hard in his abdomen, causing him to spit blood again. Captain Feng, this method of interrogation seems inappropriate, doesn't it? The female officer interjected, unable to watch any longer. Is this drug dealer even human? Dying would be a favor, Feng Shan scoffed, delivering another blow. That's 3 punches I've counted. David remarked calmly, blood trickling from his lips, yet a smile crept onto his face. I'll make you regret being so defiant, Xiaofang shouted. Captain Feng, this situation seems suspicious. You must investigate thoroughly, she advised before leaving. Kid, let you keep pretending, Feng Shan sneered, gripping David's chin tightly. You'd better hope I don't survive this ordeal. You will regret everything you've done today. Survive? You think you'll leave here alive? How amusing. Feng Shan chuckled coldly, picking up a belt with intent to strike. But just then, the door swung open. Get out. Captain, there's a call for you. What call? Can't you see I'm busy? I'm not answering, he snapped. Captain, it's a call from above. Go ahead. Perhaps this is the last call you will receive here. Wang David's lips dripped with blood as he coldly regarded Feng Shan. However, this time, his countenance was ominously dark. Staring icily at Wang David. So, you have a charmed life, managing to summon the provincial department. I underestimated you. His voice was frigid, laced with an inexplicable animosity that seemed to arise from nowhere. I may be fortunate, but your fate is uncertain. Wang David lifted his head and smiled coldly. Upon meeting Wang David's gaze, Feng Shan felt a chill in his heart, as if he were prey being stalked by a predator. This is absurd. How could David be a drug dealer? As they walked down the corridor, an authoritative voice, tinged with anger, rang out ahead. This matter is still under investigation. Please rest assured, Director. Diao Feng, trailing behind Lu Ji, spoke with a grave expression. Investigate. This matter must be thoroughly examined. Given that your special police team is understaffed, I will allocate personnel from the provincial department. This is utterly ridiculous. Observing the enraged Director Lu, Diao Feng was taken aback. For a mere individual, the provincial director had been stirred, and personnel were to be dispatched. Who exactly have they apprehended? With a sense of confusion, she noticed Wang David approaching. Upon seeing Wang David's condition, Diao Feng felt a weight in her heart and anxiously glanced at the director. Indeed, she discovered that at this moment, the director's expression was dark, teetering on the brink of fury. David, you have suffered. Lu Ji stepped forward to support Wang David, speaking apologetically. It is inconvenient for Director Lu to make a personal trip. David, rest assured, I will ensure you receive justice in this matter. Lu Ji's unwavering voice resonated with authority. Meanwhile, Feng Shan appeared awkward, at a loss for words. Even if David were to let this go, I, Lu Ji, will not. You may ponder this matter yourselves. With that, Lu Ji helped Wang David leave. Feng Shan, you will regret this. Diao Feng shot a fierce glare at Feng Shan and followed suit. Blast it, didn't Hong Xiao say he was an ordinary person? How did the director get involved? Watching the departing figures, Feng Shan's expression darkened as he pondered. Recalling the look Wang David had cast at him before leaving, a shiver crept into his heart. David, are you all right? Upon exiting the armed police station, Hua Jun, Chu Lu, and Fei Ping anxiously awaited Wang David's emergence and immediately surrounded him. Wiping the blood from his lips, Wang David stood tall. He glanced back at the armed police station sign, a fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes. I am fine. Just wait. I, Wang David, will not let this matter rest. I intend to uncover who is scheming against me. After expressing his gratitude, Wang David got into Hua Jun's car. Investigate Feng Shan from the special police team for me. I suspect there is something amiss with this individual. On the way, Wang David spoke calmly. David, what exactly happened? How did you end up in the special police station? Don't ask anything. Just help me investigate that person and also find Yu Yixuan. Wang David's gaze flickered as he looked outside the car. In truth, he had nearly deduced who was plotting against him, though some details still eluded him, such as their motives and that Feng Shan. Noting Wang David's reluctance to elaborate, Hua Jun refrained from further inquiries and made a call to Xiangju, entrusting Wang David's task to her. Take me to the Lu residence. If my suspicions are correct, their scheme against me revolves around Lu Xiyu. Yet they have underestimated me, Wang David. I need to retrieve my silver needles. Ignoring his injuries, he knew that if the poison was not expelled by 10 o'clock, it would return with a vengeance, leaving Lu Xiyu with no remedy. 10 minutes later, Wang David stood, swaying unsteadily, nearly losing his balance. David, are you all right? Hua Jun's reflexes were swift as he steadied Wang David to prevent him from falling. I'm fine. I just need a moment's rest. Help me sit down over there. David, what truly transpired today? Lu Fei Peng inquired, looking at Wang David. You all needn't pry. I will handle this myself. Unwilling to share more, he resolved to take vengeance on his own terms. Chapter 35. The Ruthless Side. Observing Wang David's solemn demeanor, the others fell silent. Miss Lu will recover in a day. I shall take my leave. With that, Wang David rose to depart. Brother, how did the special police team become involved in this matter? Watching Wang David leave, Lu Feiping turned to his elder brother, Lu Ji, and asked, this situation is not as simple as it appears. A thorough investigation is necessary. Now that David insists on handling this himself, I suggest you refrain from making it public and assist him discreetly. Afterward, Lu Fei Peng added that perhaps he might know something. The next morning, Hua Jun sought out Wang David. David, I have gathered the information you requested regarding Feng Shan. Upon seeing Wang David, Hua Jun's expression was grave. What have you found? Speak. Feng Shan is affiliated with Hong Xiao. The simplicity of this statement caused Wang David's brow to furrow. Hong Xiao, this name again. Ever since the incident at the casino, Wang David had heard the name Hong Xiao more than once. So, Feng Shan's actions against me were instigated by that Hong Xiao. Wang David's eyes flickered, and he began to take this name seriously. We cannot be certain yet. Cannot be certain? Wang David scoffed. One might say that Hong Xiao has underestimated me, but now that he has provoked me, I hope you won't regret it. What about Yui Xuan? Has he been located? Yes. Handing over an address, Wang David abruptly stood. What are you planning to do? Seeing Wang David, filled with a murderous aura, stride out. Hua Jun felt a chill and couldn't help but ask. You needn't concern yourself with this matter. Just remember what I said. With those words, Wang David left. Could it be that Yui Xuan is the one who has betrayed David? Hua Jun's expression turned serious, quickly followed by a surge of anger. In a secluded room in Yang City, Yui Xuan paced anxiously, her face etched with worry. Wang David has emerged. Now we are finished. As if in a trance. Her eyes were vacant. Damn woman, it's all your fault. Otherwise, Wang David would have been dead long ago. Li Ran, furious, kicked toward Yui Xuan. Li Ran, what do you think you're doing? Seeing Li Ran approach, Yui Xuan's face turned pale with terror as she shrank back. What do you think? I don't wish to die, so if you perish, I will be safe. Li Ran laughed maniacally, revealing a dagger in hand. You're insane. Everything I did was for you. So, I should be thankful to you. Since you care so much for me, why not assist me in my final act? Li Ran quickened her pace, the dagger poised to strike. Bang. Just then, the door was kicked open, and Wang David strode in. What is this? A dog-eat-dog scenario? Observing Li Ran in the act of attacking and the terrified Yui Xuan, Wang David smirked coldly. David, save me. I was forced into this. I love you. Yui Xuan. Seeing Wang David as her last hope, crawled toward him, clutching his pant leg desperately. Get lost. With his lips barely moving. A chilling voice erupted like a kick to a dead dog, sending Yui Xuan sprawling backward. Moaning in pain, her body curled up, trembling as she emitted a series of lamentations. Don't come any closer. I won't hesitate to retaliate. Li Ran, her eyes wide with fear, warned Wang David in a low voice. Speak. Who masterminded this affair? Wang David wasted no time and directly demanded. I don't know what you're talking about. Li Ran remained obstinate, unwilling to speak the truth even in this moment. You will soon find out. Step by step, Wang David approached Li Ran with a calm demeanor. Do not come any closer. Do not approach. Li Ran staggered backward repeatedly. Suddenly, he bent down and hoisted Yui Xuan up, brandishing a dagger menacingly at her throat. If you take another step forward, I shall slay this wretched woman, he growled, his expression twisted with fury as he gazed madly at Wang Dawei. An unexpected urge to laugh surged within Wang Dawei as he stepped forward. Are you an idiot? Do you truly believe that such a woman poses a threat to me? David, save me. I do not wish to perish. Does my desire to live bear any significance to you? Wang David expressed disdain, deeming such a woman utterly unworthy of even a shred of sympathy. You are ruthless, Wang David. I shall not spare you even in death. She screeched, her voice grating on the nerves. Annoyed, Wang David swiftly advanced, snatching the dagger from Li Ran and with a deft motion, severed his tendons with a single, decisive stroke. With a cry of anguish, Li Ran stumbled and fell to the ground. Get away. With a swift motion, he sent Yui Xuan flying. As Wang David once again advanced upon him, do you now comprehend what I am articulating? This deed was accomplished by me. Do you truly wish to end my life? Li Ran clutched his bleeding wrist in agony, casting a cold smile at Wang David. Killing you would be far too lenient. Speak, who else is behind this? Alone I stand. A glimmer of cold light flashed in my eyes as the dagger sliced through the air, severing the tendons in Li Ran's other wrist. It is not that I underestimate you. Your intellect simply falls short of the mark. Speak, or I shall render you unable to live or die at your own will. Wang David spoke with a chilling demeanor, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty tiger, exuding an unwavering resolve. His piercing gaze bore down on Li Ran. Where is he, the solitary figure? I do not know. The tendons in his feet severed, Li Ran emitted another agonized cry. At that moment, he trembled violently, regarding Wang David as one would gaze upon a demon. I truly do not know, he lamented, his eyes pleading with Wang David. After you emerged, San Fei has not been seen again. With a disdainful huff, Wang David plunged a dagger into Li Ran's other thigh, driving it deep into the ground. Old 4. Assist me in locating San Fei. After making a call, Wang David exited the room. Soon, armed police arrived, led by Du Feng. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, particularly the sight of Li Ran with his limbs mutilated, even she, accustomed to bloodshed, could not suppress her astonishment. Take them away, she commanded with a wave of her hand, and she led Li Ran and Yui Xuan out. Meanwhile, not long after, Hua Junchu called to inform that they had found San Fei. Since you seek death, do not blame me, he said, as the car roared to life, speeding towards the location Hua Junchu had indicated. Almost simultaneously, San Fei arrived at a relatively secluded area, an abandoned auto repair shop. breathing a sigh of relief. He cast a cold glance behind him. Wang David, let us see how you will deal with me. Chapter 36. To slay her, it had been uncovered that this incident was a conspiracy between Li Ran and Yu Yishuan, aimed at obstructing the treatment of Su Yu and seizing your inheritance. At Lu Feiping's residence, Lu Ji arrived, his voice heavy with gravity. This beast, how could he stoop to such depths? Lu Feiping trembled all over, letting out a furious shout. Furthermore, it was also Li Ran who caused your heart attack previously. Lu Ji spoke again, his expression tinged with sorrow. It is truly lamentable that a person would resort to treachery against even their own kin for the sake of wealth. As for Li Ran, take me to see him. I must see clarity. Lu Feiping's face was filled with rage as he attempted to stride outward, only to be intercepted by Lu Ji. Li Ran has already had his limbs severed and has become a mere shell of a man. And that Yu Yishuan has also gone mad. Who is responsible for this? Lu Feiping was taken aback, wondering how it could be like this. Lu Ji remained silent. Yet his gaze was fixed intently upon Lu Feiping. Alas, it seems we have underestimated David. With a sigh, Lu Feiping chose not to elaborate further. It was evident who was responsible. Meanwhile, Wang David hastened towards the outskirts, his demeanor perpetually icy. David, you must not act recklessly. San Fei is backed by the Hongmen. Came the urgent voice of Hua Junshu over the phone. However, Wang David abruptly ended the call. Regardless of the Hongmen's influence, those who stand in my way shall meet their demise. Brother Fei, a vehicle approaches from outside, reported one of the men in the dilapidated auto repair shop, where a group of young ruffians were engaged in their games and banter, with San Fei seated off to the side. At that moment, a subordinate approached and remarked, Wang David, you have indeed come. San Fei chuckled derisively. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you stubbornly venture into hell. Brothers, arm yourselves, he commanded. With a raucous cheer, nearly 20 young thugs picked up their machetes from the side, grinning menacingly as they advanced. Boy, whom do you seek? A tattooed thug brandished a machete, threateningly glaring at Wang David. Get lost. You're asking for death, kid. The thug lunged forward, swinging the blade. But before he could close the distance, Wang David delivered a swift kick. With a thud, the thug was flung 3 meters away, the machete soaring high into the air. With a metallic clang, Wang David caught the blade and, in a fluid motion, hurled it. A cry of agony erupted as the machete pierced the thug's palm, embedding deeply into the ground. This scene was witnessed by a group of onlookers who had just been expelled, sending shivers down their spines. Dan Fei, we meet again. Wang David remarked with a cold smirk, threading through the crowd to spot Dan Fei in the rear. At that moment, Dan Fei could not muster a smile. A sense of retreat surging within him. Get up and kill him, Dan Fei commanded, yet he remained rooted in place. It was truly absurd. Wang David scoffed, effortlessly kicking aside a descending machete and swiftly striking out, sending one assailant flying. Seizing a machete, Wang David cast a frigid smile towards Dan Fei. His gaze fixed exclusively on him, paying no heed to the throng surrounding them. With deft slices and strikes, the nearby thugs fell like ripe melons, either with severed hands or incapacitated by kicks, utterly overwhelmed. In that moment, fear gripped Dan Fei. He had not anticipated Wang David's prowess, realizing that a dozen men were no match for him. Turning to flee, Dan Fei's retreat was met with Wang David's mocking laughter as he hurled the machete. With a piercing sound, the blade struck, impaling Dan Fei's calf and eliciting a scream. You little brat, I want you dead. However, just then, 7 or 8 thugs advanced to strike at Wang David. Reluctantly, he dodged and retaliated with a flurry of kicks. Yet, when he regained his footing and surveyed the area, he noticed a pool of blood nearby, and Dan Fei had vanished without a trace. Thinking of escaping? No chance. With a few swift moves, he dispatched the remaining assailants and pursued Dan Fei. But at that moment, the wailing of police sirens echoed from behind, and Feng Shan emerged from a vehicle, sprinting towards them. You are surrounded. Surrender at once. Feng Shan's voice rang out, causing Wang David to furrow his brow. How timely your arrival is. David Wang was enraged. The timing was so precise that he could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. Damn it, I shall strike them down. He brandished the Thunderbolt talisman and hurled it towards Feng Shan. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, ominous clouds rushed in, and in the next instant, a furious bolt of lightning descended, aimed directly at Feng Shan below. To provoke me, this is merely a modest interest collection. Observing Feng Shan shrouded in electric fury, David Wang let out a cold laugh and turned to give chase. However, this delay caused him to lose sight of Dan Fei. Curse it, Dan Fei and Feng Shan. You shall pay for this. Uttering a silent curse, David Wang departed from another direction. Fortunately, he had not driven his own car. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. In the depths of his thoughts, Wang David soon vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Feng Shan had been rescued by the crowd, yet he was charred and bloodied, teetering between life and death. Wang David expressed his frustration, lamenting the escape of Shan Fei as a stroke of misfortune. How did you get injured again? Hua Jinshu asked, hastening forward upon seeing Wang David's blood-stained attire. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Wang David nonchalantly replied, waving his hand dismissively. You didn't get into a scuffle with the Hongmen, did you? Hua Jinshu gazed at Wang David in disbelief, as if witnessing a creature of myth. Breaking news interrupted. A violent clash had erupted at an abandoned auto repair shop on the outskirts of the city, resulting in 13 injuries. With the special police team leader struck by lightning, the situation remained unclear. David, was this your doing? Questioned Huajun, astonished by the uncanny coincidence of the lightning strike. Perhaps even heaven couldn't stand by and lent me a hand, Wang David remarked nonchalantly. Had it not been for Feng Shan, he might have already apprehended Shan Fei. Is this retribution? Huajun pondered, his face etched with confusion. Wang David, having exchanged a few words with Huajun, settled down and closed his eyes. Upon returning home, Wang David retrieved his phone and opened the chat group. His physical condition was abysmal. Even a mere blade could inflict severe harm on him, necessitating an enhancement of his physical strength. Why is Erlangshan messaging me again? I thought I had blocked him, he mused, furrowing his brow at the new message. Previously, Erlangshan had sent messages that he had ignored, ultimately leading to the block. But now, a message had resurfaced. Oh well, I might as well take a look. He sighed and opened the message. Chapter 37, Strengthening Technique Erlangshan. Dreaming Immortal, I was blind to your greatness earlier. Please do not take it to heart. A series of crying emojis. Caught off guard by the first message, Wang David wondered about the sudden apology. He continued reading. Erlangshan, Dreaming Immortal, did you see my message? The barrage of messages that followed caused a few lines to appear on Wang David's forehead. However, he soon felt perplexed. Erlangshan had previously been quite arrogant, yet now he seemed so humble. Could it be that he had learned something? Having inexplicably entered the chat group, Wang David noted that no one had sought him out for an explanation. Now, with Erlangshan's shift in demeanor, he sensed an underlying reason he was yet unaware of. Erlangshan, have you uncovered something? He mused. Given Erlangshan's newfound humility, he felt obliged to respond graciously. Erlangshan, please, great immortal, do not mock me. Your status is esteemed, and I was foolish to offend you. If it weren't for the guidance of Taishang Laojun, I might have unknowingly crossed a celestial master. It appeared that Taishang Laojun had imparted some wisdom to Erlangshan, leading him to recognize Wang David's true identity. However, Taishang Laojun, as the patriarch of Taoism, was not easily accessible. Extracting secrets from him would prove challenging. Wang David found himself in a quandary. Just then, Erlangshan sent another message, this time adorned with a pitiful expression. Seeing this, a faint smile graced Wang David's face. To uncover the mystery, he decided to engage with Erlangshan. Resolutely, Wang David typed a response. I bear no ill will, there is no need for concern. Recognizing his need for a technique or elixir to augment his physical strength, he added, might you possess any techniques or elixirs for enhancing physical strength? Erlangshan, it brings me immense relief that you can forgive me. Allow me to search for what you desire. Shortly thereafter, Erlangshan sent a red envelope. Ding. You have received the strengthening technique. Erlangshan, great immortal. This is the strengthening celestial method I cultivate. While it may not meet your standards, it is all I have. Wang David's heart raced at the prospect of a celestial technique. Thank you. From now on, we are brothers. Please accept this, he replied, sending a pack of cigarettes. Soon, his phone indicated that Erlangshan had claimed the envelope. Erlangshan, so this is what cigarettes are? No wonder so many in the celestial realm search for their origin. Wang David was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and amusement. It seemed Wukong and Sun Wukong had been showing off, leading to this curious outcome. After exchanging a few more words, Wang David withdrew. The strengthening technique was a celestial level cultivation method, divided into 9 tiers. The first tier could withstand common weapons, while the second could endure attacks from heavenly beings. Each advancement required a certain amount of virtue. Astonished by the technique's potency, Wang David's gaze fell upon the requirements for cultivation. The first tier demanded 700 units of virtue, the second, 1,400, the third, 2,800, and by the 9th tier, the number was astronomical. This is rather exorbitant. Wang David grimaced. With his current virtue, he could barely afford the first tier, and using it would leave him with little to spare. Never mind. I shall enhance my physical strength first. Extracting 700 units of virtue, he felt a surge of golden light course through him. It felt as if his body were ablaze, and shortly thereafter, a sensation of power enveloped him. He struck the coffee table with a fist, shattering it without feeling an ounce of pain. How marvelous! Wang David exclaimed, realizing that his physical strength had now rendered him impervious to typical weaponry. However, he pondered the efficacy against firearms, A bomb could obliterate steel, let alone flesh. In the afternoon, he visited the Liu family to expel the poison from Liu Shuyun's body. David, the matter has been resolved. Li Ran will face appropriate consequences. Liu Faping assured him, hoping to ease Wang David's concerns. I understand. Wang David nodded, revealing little emotional fluctuation. He recognized that Li Ran was merely a pawn, and Shan Fei might not even be the mastermind. While he had a suspect in mind, he needed to locate Shan Fei first. You can handle this matter, Uncle Liu. But I must warn you that someone still covets your power in South China and may strike again, Wang David cautioned before departing. Lacking evidence, he refrained from elaborating but trusted that Liu Faping was perceptive enough to detect an unusual scent in the air. Does David know something? Liu Faping pondered, watching Wang David's retreating figure with intrigue, recalling a recent phone call from his brother Liu Ji, which had left him shocked and even fearful. He understood that such a person would not speak lightly. His eyes flickered as thoughts swirled in his mind. As a day passed unnoticed, Wang David had begun to acclimate to his newfound abilities. That afternoon, he called Huajun Chu, who arrived shortly thereafter. You want to go to the Night City Casino? Huajun exclaimed, puzzled by Wang David's sudden inclination. Did you not mention that Shan Fei was backed by the Hongmen? At the mention of Hongmen, Wang David felt a chill. Since they had provoked him, they would undoubtedly pay the price. However, he also understood that Hongmen controlled nearly half of the underground forces and economy in South China. A behemoth that could not be underestimated. Indeed, he replied. At this moment, I am aware that behind the Hongmen is Hong Shao, and similarly. The casino is also backed by him, Wang David remarked, his eyes glinting with intrigue. You intend to find Dan Fei through the casino? Clever. He continued as he rose and exited. It was time to pay a visit to Brother Shan of the casino. Although it was still afternoon, the Night City Casino was bustling with patrons. Brother Shan, trouble is brewing. Those two individuals are back. A man exclaimed as he burst through the door of the office on the third floor. Brother Shan, puffing on a cigar, lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a dismissive glance at the newcomer. Which two? He inquired nonchalantly. This is the Night City Casino. Who would dare to create a ruckus here? His tone was authoritative. Oh, I see you're referring to us, came a voice just then, as Wang David and Hua Junchu strode in side by side. Wang David wore a bemused smile as he regarded Brother Shan at the table. It's you. A gasp escaped Brother Shan's lips. His previous calm shattering as he leaped to his feet, as though he had seen a ghost. What brings these two harbingers of doom back? He thought. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What's the matter? Brother Shan seems less than welcoming, Wang David teased, observing the flustered expression on Shan's face. Oh, not at all. Please, have a seat, Brother Shan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and bowing slightly. My subordinates were ill-mannered. I hope they haven't harmed you. We're fine, though I must mention that a few of your underlings were injured. If left untreated, they might suffer lasting consequences, Wang David replied with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Brother Shan. Your brothers are rather careless. It's good to hear you both are unscathed. He gestured towards the door. Why are you still here? Hurry and take your brothers to get treated. The henchman, upon hearing this, wasted no time in fleeing the scene. Brother Shan. I admire your fortitude, Wang David remarked. But may I inquire why you've taken an interest in Hong Shao? Brother Shan asked cautiously, wary of offending the two formidable figures before him. Actually, it's nothing serious. I've heard you have extensive connections and are well informed. So I was hoping to inquire about someone, Wang David stated casually. Who? Brother Shan asked, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Dan Fei, Wang David replied, maintaining his affable demeanor. Yet his gaze remained locked on Brother Shan. Dan Fei? Brother Shan echoed, perplexed. I've heard of him. He's said to be associated with the Hongmen. But he has been missing for several days. What do you seek him for? Wang David frowned internally, pondering whether Brother Shan was truly unaware of Dan Fei's whereabouts. Brother Shan's demeanor remained composed upon hearing Dan Fei's name, which raised Wang David's suspicions, yet he chose not to press further. If you don't know, then so be it, he said dismissively. But I recall you mentioning Hong Shao previously. Could you elaborate on him? Since when did you develop such an interest in Hong Shao? Brother Shan asked, his eyes narrowing with caution. Wang David's expression darkened. Is there a problem, Brother Shan? Please. Misunderstandings abound. I assure you, Brother Shan stammered, shaking slightly. He then began to provide details about Hong Shao. An hour later, Wang David and Hua Junchu exited the casino, with Brother Shan standing beside them, offering his compliments. Phew, finally rid of those two harbingers of doom, Brother Shan sighed, relieved, before hurrying back inside. I never expected Hong Shao's influence to be so vast, controlling all of South and Central China, Hua Junchu marveled in the car. I truly wish to meet such a person. He's in the capital. How could you possibly meet him? Hua Junchu retorted, but the next moment, he glanced at Wang David in shock. That can wait. Now that we are in South China, Since he has made his move, I shall send him a greeting. Wang David said, his eyes glimmering with a newfound scheme. You intend to strike against the Hongmen? Hua Junchu inquired, surprised. Wang David laughed heartily, admiring Hua Junchu's acumen, earning him a roll of the eyes from his companion. What about Dan Fei? Surely you're not going to ignore him? Isn't Dan Fei with the Hongmen? Wang David replied nonchalantly. You know this? Hua Junchu asked, astonished, but he found Wang David had already closed his eyes in contemplation. Upon reaching their residence, Hua Junchu excused himself, and Wang David summoned Jin Lian. Boss, you called. What can I do for you? Jin Lian asked, excitement evident on his face. Wang David expressed gratitude, but the moment turned serious as he fixed Jin Lian with a stern gaze. I hear you are also a member of the Hongmen? Boss, please don't misunderstand. The Hongmen is far too tyrannical. Those who do not submit find it difficult to survive in Yang City, Jin Lian nervously explained. Anxiety etched on his face. If I were to ask you to take control of the Hongmen, would you have the courage to do so? Wang David inquired. His tone flat, like plain water. Jin Lian trembled at the question, staring at Wang David in disbelief. Boss, would you dare to propose such a thing? My life is worth little. If I must, I would sacrifice it without regret. But the Hongmen, they control all of South China. If I assist you, would you dare to accept my help? Wang David's lips curled into a subtle smile, sensing Jin Lian's growing intrigue, though he knew Jin Lian was still hesitant. Boss, you would truly help me? Jin Lian gasped in astonishment, as if he had received divine guidance. Will you dare? If you assist me, I, Jin Lian, will risk my life to give it a try, Jin Lian declared, a newfound boldness radiating from him, as if Wang David had unleashed his potential. What man would willingly settle for a life of mediocrity? If given the chance, who wouldn't he aspire to soar to greatness and gaze down upon the world? Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Wang David laughed triumphantly, taking a crucial step forward. I possess a pill crafted by a master alchemist. Today, I will entrust it to you, but you must ensure that no one else learns of it. Can you manage that? A dark, glossy pill appeared in Wang David's hand. Known as the Power Pill, remnants of the legendary Chang'e's concoctions. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall remain silent, Jin Lian vowed. His eyes ablaze with determination, realizing that he was finally being regarded as part of Wang David's inner circle. The Golden Chain Man's gaze burned with intensity. He understood that the gift from his superior was of considerable significance. At this moment, his superior finally regarded him as one of his own. I hope you will not let me down. David Wang's eyes were fixed on the Golden Chain Man. This was not a trivial matter, and making this decision required immense resolve. Should I discover that this secret has been divulged to a third party, or if you harbor any treachery, you are aware of the consequences. His voice carried a chilling undertone, causing the Golden Chain Man to tremble involuntarily. Rest assured, if I ever betray today's vow, I shall meet a most unfortunate end, and regardless of how you choose to punish me, I shall harbor no grievances. The Golden Chain Man felt a surge of gratitude. In this moment, if David Wang commanded him to meet his demise, he would not hesitate for an instant. Now, take the elixir. David Wang nodded, handing the strength-enhancing pill to the Golden Chain Man for him to consume. Thank you, boss. The Golden Chain Man swallowed the pill in one gulp, and soon let out an exhilarated shout. Boss, I feel an abundance of power coursing within me. His face radiated sheer ecstasy. As long as you devote yourself wholeheartedly to my cause, your rewards will be plentiful, and this is merely the beginning. David Wang smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. From this day forth, I, Jin Lian, am yours. Should you direct me east, I shall not venture west. With a thunderous thud, the Golden Chain Man knelt before him, resolute. Rise, David Wang gestured for him to stand. He then offered a card, saying, Rest assured, I will not be disappointed. The Golden Chain Man accepted the card, solemnly affirming, I will not let you down. Very well, prepare yourself. Should you have any questions, feel free to call me. As he watched the Golden Chain Man depart, David Wang reclined on the sofa. Suddenly, his phone rang, an unexpected call from Lu Shuyun. Could it be that she wishes to express her gratitude for saving her life? David Wang mused with a smirk. Upon answering, he learned that Lu Shuyun wished to invite him to dinner as thanks. Who could refuse a beautiful woman's invitation? David Wang readily agreed. At the Four Seasons Rose restaurant, an oasis of tranquility, David Wang arrived to find Lu Shuyun already present. She wore a delicate pink dress cinched at the waist with a matching belt, exuding a playful yet intelligent beauty. Her exposed calves gleamed like ivory, complementing her exquisite visage, rendering her utterly stunning. Upon seeing Lu Shuyun, David Wang momentarily froze, captivated by her presence. Flustered by his gaze, a rosy hue crept across Lu Shuyun's cheeks. Young Master Wang, she called softly, snapping him back to reality. Hee hee, Miss Lu, You are even more intoxicating than wine, he replied, grinning. Please, just call me Shuyun from now on. Miss Lu feels too distant. Then you may call me David, he replied, his heart soaring with delight. I owe you a great debt for your timely intervention, or the consequences could have been dire. Lu Shuyun lifted her glass, gazing at David with gratitude. As their glasses clinked, a voice suddenly interrupted their intimate conversation. Shuyun, what are you doing here? A man in his 20s, clad in designer attire, scrutinized them with disdain. Who are you to question whom I associate with? Lu Shuyun retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Exactly, who am I to you? Now, kindly leave and do not disturb my affairs. David Wan added dismissively, his patience wearing thin. Do you understand who I am? Leave now if you know what's good for you. The man barked, his anger palpable. Gong Liu, do not overstep your bounds. Lu Shuyun rebuked fiercely, yet her anger did not diminish her beauty. You know I have always liked you, and I will not permit any other men to intrude upon your world, Gong Liu asserted, glaring down at David Wang. Here is 1 million. Leave Shuyun's world at once. With a resounding thud, a bank card landed before David Wang, drawing the attention of the restaurant patrons, who gazed at him in bewilderment. Amused, David Wang glanced at Gong Liu. This is quite tiresome. Perhaps you should kneel while speaking to me. Before he could finish, Gong Liu felt a sharp pain in his knee and collapsed. In an instant, David Wang's powerful grip immobilized him. Now, this conversation is much more agreeable, David Wang remarked coolly, his expression suddenly turning frosty. 1 million. Do you truly believe Shuyun is worth only that much? This is an insult to her. And you dare to flaunt your wealth before me without realizing your place? With a swift motion, he struck Gong Liu across the face with the card. Loathing the wealthy who measure everything in monetary terms while trampling on the dignity of others. Do you even know who I am, to treat me this way? Gong Liu seethed, his face aflame with pain and fury. Do you now understand your position? David Wang inquired with a calm demeanor. I am from the Gongtian group. Think carefully before you speak. David Wang scoffed, bemused. You will regret this. Think again. You wait. I was wrong. I know my mistakes. Please, don't hit me again. Gong Liu pleaded, battered and bruised. Unable to contain herself, Lu Shuyun burst into laughter at the scene unfolding before her. Recognizing one's errors is a sign of good character. I have faith in you. David Wang nodded in satisfaction, patting Gong Liu on the shoulder. Feeling a sense of accomplishment. To acknowledge one's faults and repent is commendable. My efforts to guide you have not been in vain. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to invite you for tea? David Wang's voice sharpened as he glared. I'm leaving. Gong Liu scrambled to exit. As if liberated, David, Gong Liu's family holds sway in Yang City, navigating both the legitimate and the underworld. You should be cautious now that you have crossed him. I care not, David Wang replied nonchalantly, bending to pick up the discarded bank card. 1 million. Today's youth are truly affluent. Chapter 40. Innocence personified. Sinking into the sofa, David Wang opened his phone and entered the chat group. To his surprise, the conversation revolved around cigarettes. Thunder God, Erlangshan. Will you not divulge where you procured that cigarette? Erlangshan, what status do I possess that would require me to buy? Besides, even if you knew the source, could you afford it? At this, Thunder God fell silent. Do not press further. I shall not reveal from whom the cigarette was obtained. Several smug emojis, moreover. Even the Monkey King has some. If you wish to know, you may inquire with him. Erlangshan concluded, relishing in his cleverness. Shifting the blame while remaining unperturbed by any potential repercussions. Unexpectedly, my cigarettes have gained immense popularity in the celestial realm. Could it be that they might actually be sold? Wang David's eyes glittered with intrigue. Such a notion would alleviate his concerns regarding virtue. However, he pondered that this matter required careful deliberation, as any misstep could lead to unnecessary complications. Son Wukong exclaimed, Little Saint Erlang, are you seeking a fight? How dare you conspire against me? Erlangshan retorted, Fear you? Not at all. As the two appeared poised to clash, the celestial beings began to flood the chat with messages. At that moment, Erlangshan sent a private message. Great Immortal, I said nothing at all. Wang David chuckled upon reading this, realizing it was a gesture of goodwill. He replied, I see everything. Thank you, true monarch Erlang. Erlangshan responded, Hee, you're too courteous, Great Immortal. Should you come across more of those fine cigarettes, do contact me first. I would be willing to trade virtue for them. In the celestial realm, Erlangshan exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowed as he gazed at his phone. A smug expression illuminating his face. Certainly, Wang David mused, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he would no longer lack virtue in the future. Shortly after Erlangshan departed, Sun Wukong approached. Great Immortal, how could you bestow such treasures as cigarettes upon Erlangshan? He complained, a frown creasing his brow. Do you still possess any of those fine cigarettes? His two questions indicated a clear emphasis on the latter. It would be disastrous if he were to gift cigarettes to Sun Wukong after having refused Erlangchen. The two could not be allowed to cross paths. With that, Sun Wukong excitedly retreated. Wang David chuckled and exited the chat group. After a long day, he comfortably fell asleep, only to be roused by a phone call. Hello? Who is this? Don't you know it's rude to disturb someone? He answered, his tone irritable. Special Police Officer Diaofeng here. We need your cooperation in investigating the abandoned repair shop. The voice on the line was crisp and melodic. It was indeed Diaofeng calling. Raising an eyebrow, Wang David wore a peculiar smile. If the beauty wishes to see me, she could simply say so. Why the indirectness? Wang David teased. You are requesting my assistance at the Special Police Department. Of course, if you believe I am asking you out, that works too. If you're not here in an hour, I'll have the Special Police come looking for you, she declared firmly before hanging up. What a temper, he muttered, bemused by the abruptness. An hour later, at the Special Police Department, Wang David approached Diaofeng, who sat with her arms crossed, radiating an intimidating aura. What brings you here, beautiful? He greeted with a smile, wishing to embrace her, only to be met with a glare that could pierce steel. Sitting down begrudgingly, Wang David's gaze remained alert. The once charming beauty now seemed like a tyrannosaurus in the Special Police Department. State your whereabouts on the day of the incident. What were you doing? Diaofeng inquired, her expression taut and serious. I was at home, watching the news, and it scared me to death, he replied. You'd better not try any tricks, otherwise you will regret it, she warned, her tone fierce as if she intended to devour him. Beautiful lady, I heard your captain was struck by lightning. Is he dead? Wang David questioned playfully. Do not be so arrogant. I will absolutely pursue this matter to the end. Yang City will not tolerate a heinous criminal like you, Diaofeng asserted, indignation etched on her face. Sometimes, whether someone is good or bad is not merely a matter of perception, Wang David remarked, rising to leave without a backward glance. It's best not to hastily conclude when you cannot judge a person's character. With those words, he reached the door. Are you truly a villain? Diaofeng pondered, watching his retreating figure with a bemused expression. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Yang City was now engulfed in the sweltering heat of August, with few pedestrians in sight. What brings you here? Wang David inquired with a faint smile as Hua Junchu entered. You truly excel at shirking responsibilities. Not even realizing today is payday, Hua Junchu scoffed, disdainfully eyeing Wang David before slapping a bank card onto the coffee table. This is your share for the month, 30 million in total. Such a sum? Wang David exclaimed, astonished that he had already earned 30 million. What on earth have you been doing at home? Haven't you seen the news? Our Strong Heart pill has fully entered the market, and more manufacturers, companies, and hospitals are vying to collaborate with us. This is merely the initial phase. Once production ramps up, profits will multiply exponentially. Hua Junchu's excitement was palpable. This was precisely why he had remained in Yang City. The allure of this lucrative venture was irresistible, and he was determined not to let anyone else partake. I trust you to handle this matter. By the way, how goes the task I requested? As for that Long Hu Min, I've gathered some information, Hua Junchu replied, retrieving a yellow folder from his bag and handing it to Wang David. Oh, that was rather quick, Wang David mused, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. David, why the sudden interest in Long Hu Min? Hua Junchu asked. Long Hu Min? They control a significant portion of the underworld in Yang City. What do you think I intend to do? Wang David smirked, perusing the documents. Wait, you're not seriously considering taking action against Long Hu Min already, are you? Hua Junchu gasped, his expression one of disbelief. Not just yet, but their days of comfort are nearing an end, Wang David replied, his confidence unwavering. You truly act on your thoughts. Hua Junchu marveled, still shaken. After some idle chatter, Wang David reviewed the information on Long Hu Min, formulating a clearer strategy in his mind. Long Hu Min has deeply entrenched roots in Yang City, he noted, his brow furrowing. David, I advise against getting entangled with Long Hu Min right now. Just look at your room. There's hardly any life in it. Is that so? Wang David chuckled nonchalantly, surveying his surroundings and indeed noting the emptiness. It does feel somewhat barren. He conceded. How about this? Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, accompany me to purchase some items and perhaps decorate this room. Tossing the folder onto the coffee table, he promptly pulled Hua Junchu out the door. Since when did you become so eager? Hua Junchu remarked, feeling an overwhelming force propelling him forward. Antique Street was known as Yang City's most renowned antique market, famous far and wide. You intend to buy antiques? Hua Junchu's expression soured as he cast a disapproving glance at Wang David. Since we're here, we might as well enjoy it. There are many treasures to be found. Wang David replied with a smile, leading Hua Junchu deeper into the market. True to its name, the antique street was bustling with vendors, some boasting grand storefronts. The transaction volume here must be astounding, Wang David mused as he observed the throngs of people. Of course, this is the largest antique market in South China, where treasures from across the land converge for sale daily. Profits are indeed staggering. At this point, Hua Junqiu gestured as if to tidy up, extending a finger. The daily profit here is undoubtedly no less than this amount. It seems this place is indeed a lucrative opportunity. David Wang smiled. But suddenly his gaze fell upon a nearby carpet. It resembled jade marred by rust, as if deep imprints had been etched into it by the river of time, evoking a sense of ancient elegance. Boss, this jade is remarkable, David Wang remarked, crouching down to pick up the piece. This young man possesses a keen eye. This treasure dates back to the Warring States period and has been passed down through my family for 368 generations, the shopkeeper boasted. Though Hua Junqiu beside him appeared perplexed, but chose not to comment. Ah, what a coincidence to encounter you here. The shopkeeper continued to speak animatedly, his saliva flying. However, at that moment, a group approached, led by Gong Liu. Beside him stood a similarly aged young man, who appeared far more menacing, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. What is this, shopping? Or perhaps you lack funds, and can only afford some trinkets. Gong Liu approached David Wang with a mocking expression, the young man beside him following curiously. What are you saying? David Wang did not respond, but Hua Junqiu, unwilling to remain silent, retorted sharply. This is the territory of the Longhu Gate. I advise you not to stir up trouble. Gong Liu cast a threatening glance at Hua Junqiu, smirking coldly. This gentleman is the young master of the Longhu Gate, Long Xiong. He introduced the man beside him with a hint of pride. Clearly a counterfeit. This boy seems to be blind. Let us go. Long Xiong puffed his chest arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at David Wang. To him, purchasing items from street vendors was the act of the lower class. Moreover, the object in David Wang's hand was obviously fake. Gong Liu felt a surge of satisfaction, finally releasing the pent-up resentment within him. You say this is fake? Unexpectedly, David Wang finally rose, not even glancing at Gong Liu, but rather smiling faintly at Long Xiong. Indeed, only individuals of your caliber would buy such fakes. However, in my view, this is genuine. If I say it's fake, then it is. Do you dare to question my authority? Long Xiong scoffed, his henchmen poised to act. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted the attention of passers-by, who quickly gathered around. As they beheld the jade piece in David Wang's hand, many began to shake their heads in disbelief. That item is clearly fake. The signs of aging are unmistakable. 300,000, I'll take it, David Wang declared flatly, tossing a card into the air amidst the astonished gazes. Oh dear, the youth today are so impulsive, spending 300,000 on a counterfeit. It seems he is just a wealthy young master. The crowd murmured, bewildered. Fool, Long Xiong regarded David Wang with the contempt one reserves for the simple-minded. You're merely puffing yourself up, spending 300,000 on a fake. How extravagant. Gong Liu added, his face betraying disdain as he emphasized his mockery. Why don't we make a wager on the authenticity of this jade? David Wang suggested with a calm smile, while Hua Junqiu looked on, puzzled. You truly seek your own demise. If so, what shall we wager? Gong Liu laughed heartily, his expression one of amusement at David Wang's audacity, while Long Xiong smirked in agreement. Simple. If it's real, you will kneel and apologize. If it's fake, I shall kneel and apologize to you. What say you? Gong Liu hesitated, glancing at Long Xiong. Let us do it. You fool, Long Xiong decided, cracking his neck and waving his hand in affirmation. Excellent. I shall need witnesses. David Wang looked to the crowd, only to find them staring at him as if he were a simpleton. With a slight motion, David Wang let the jade piece fall to the ground, shattering instantly. Chapter 42. Master, has this boy lost his mind? As the jade shattered, astonished expressions spread across the faces of the onlookers, sparking a flurry of whispers. Now you see it's fake. Let me tell you, even shattered, it's worthless. Gong Liu laughed, reveling in his triumph. Pathetic, you can kneel now. Long Xiong said coldly, his demeanor haughty. The outcome is yet to be determined. Why the rush? David Wang maintained a serene expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Amidst the onlooker scrutiny, he crouched down, sifting through the shards of jade. Given that the original piece was the size of a palm, fragments were scattered everywhere. Could a miracle occur? Gong Liu sneered, while Hua Junqiu furrowed his brow in confusion. What was David Wang up to? Found it! David Wang exclaimed joyfully, capturing the attention of the crowd. As the spectators caught sight of what David Wang held, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Kunlun Jade! Someone exclaimed, awakening everyone from their stupor. In David Wang's hand was a jade piece, reduced to half its size, yet it appeared far more translucent, smooth as water, and crystal clear. Unmistakably extraordinary to the discerning eye. My goodness, how did he know? Such jade is extinct and worth at least 3 million. Who is this young man? His discernment is remarkable. In an instant, the crowd's perception of David Wong underwent a complete transformation. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Kunlun jade from the Warring States period. As for its market value, it's over 5 million. Coupled with its historical significance, this piece could easily fetch an additional 2 million. At this moment, Long Ziyang's expression darkened, while Gong Liu appeared flustered. Humph. I'll concede you have some knowledge, Long Ziyang grumbled, preparing to leave. Now you wish to depart? David Wong smirked. For it was rare to encounter such fortuitous circumstances. You should be aware, this is the domain of the Longhu Gate. Think carefully before you speak. Long Ziyang threatened, his expression ominous. Young Master Long, I must thank you, David Wong stated suddenly. A mysterious smile spreading across his face as he placed a hand on Long Ziyang's shoulder. Long Ziyang's face flushed instantly, his eyes bloodshot. Kneel. David Wong pressed down heavily, and with a thud, Long Ziyang fell to his knees. And you? David Wong coldly addressed Gong Liu, inquiring softly. I kneel. I kneel. Gong Liu, now fully aware of David Wong's ferocity, dared not protest, having witnessed how even the young master of the Longhu Gate was not spared. Now that's more like it. What a splendid conclusion. David Wong laughed heartily as he departed, jade in hand. Investigate this individual's identity thoroughly. I want him to pay dearly, Long Ziyang ordered, his expression grim. Meanwhile, David Wong, having achieved fame through this encounter, did not leave, but instead wandered through the market stalls. Occasionally, he would make purchases, yet each time, the items were blatantly counterfeit. However, upon inspection, they all proved to be genuine. Master, that man must be a true expert. In no time, a throng had gathered behind David Wong, eager to witness the mastery of this newfound talent. David, what exactly is your secret? Hua Juchu found himself perplexed by Wong David's ostentatious purchasing behavior, particularly after offending the young master of the Longhu Gate. Soon, the reason would become apparent. With a mysterious smile, Wong David's gaze fell upon an antique shop named Duo Baozhai, and he stepped inside. As he entered, a group of individuals promptly followed suit. The sudden influx of people left the shopkeeper momentarily stunned. Why were there so many visitors all at once? Were they here to cause trouble? It quickly dawned on the owner that these individuals had accompanied a young man. At that moment, Wong David stood before a vase, scrutinizing it intently. Do you have any money left? After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at Hua Junchu, who immediately understood and shook his head in negation. Recognizing the vase as a counterfeit, Wong David suggested they explore other treasures. A look of disappointment crossed his face as he shook his head, casting one last lingering gaze at the vase. Hey, shopkeeper, how much for this vase? I'll buy it. I stated first that this vase should be sold to me. Seriously? I was the first to offer money. As Wong David exited, the onlookers displayed an array of strange smiles, as if to say they had already deciphered the situation. In an instant, a fervent competition erupted among them to acquire the jade vase. David, if you know that vase is authentic, why not purchase it? We are not lacking in funds, are we? Hua Junchu inquired with a puzzled expression. That's a fake. What is the point of buying it? A fake? Hua Junchu paused, seemingly grasping something, but upon reflection, he found himself still confused. Let us go check other shops. For the next half day, Wong David visited 7 or 8 antique stores, each time unintentionally revealing his emotions. During these instances, the crowd would revel in delight, followed by a flurry of competition. Shopkeeper, how much for this pottery jar? In one antique shop, Wong David's eye swept over a seemingly ancient pottery jar, his brow furrowing slightly. You have a keen eye. Young sir, this treasure hails from the imperial capital, at the very least a relic from the Ming dynasty. Enough with the small talk. What is the price? Wong David pressed, his brow furrowing as he spoke in a low tone. The lowest price is 1 million. The shopkeeper assessed Wong David carefully, gritting his teeth as he spoke. 10,000. Wong David replied, his expression impassive and calm. Isn't that a bit harsh? How about 80,000? That is my final offer. 15,000. 70,000. This is truly the lowest price. 16,000. Then, I'll make a firm offer of 50,000. If you find it acceptable, take it. The shopkeeper's expression darkened as he uttered this. Deal. To everyone's surprise, Wong David agreed without hesitation. At that moment, those who had hoped to leverage Wong David to acquire more treasures were left feeling regretful. Yet upon reflection, a thought struck them. Wasn't he supposed to be out of money? In the confines of a room, Wong David regarded the pottery jar before him. His eyes filled with confusion. The jar was unremarkable, standing half a foot tall, with a notably large belly and an unusually small mouth, likely once used for holding water. He had sensed a peculiar energy emanating from it earlier. It could not have been a mere figment of his imagination. Mamma mia, as he peered through the jar, A green light suddenly emerged, revealing a face within. Startled, Wang David hurled the jar away. Strangely, upon hitting the ground, it did not shatter, nor did it emit a sound. What on earth? He stumbled back a few steps, his eyes twitching wildly as he gazed at the jar. This is utterly thrilling. Encountering a ghostly visage in broad daylight. Gradually regaining his composure, he approached the immobile jar. If you possess the courage, reveal yourself. Otherwise, I shan't be lenient. Wang David's voice trembled slightly, betraying his fear. You can actually see me? A curious voice emanated from the jar, causing Wang David to retreat a few more steps. Wait, I've encountered ghosts before. Why should I be afraid? Realizing his own absurdity, Wang David asserted, let me tell you, I'm not an ordinary individual. If you come out willingly, I promise not to harm you. The jar remained silent for a moment, but soon green smoke billowed forth. And an ethereal spirit appeared, a beautiful female ghost. Wang David found himself momentarily entranced by her striking resemblance to someone he had seen before. Please, don't harm me. The female ghost pleaded, cowering in a corner, her voice melodious yet trembling. A smile spread across Wang David's face as he felt an inexplicable familiarity with her visage. As a ghost, why not seek reincarnation? Why remain trapped within this pottery jar? I don't know why. I just can't reincarnate, so I've been wandering aimlessly. But there are always other spirits that bully me, which is why I ended up hiding inside. Strange indeed, to be unable to reincarnate. What is your name? Xiaotong. Xiaotong? Indeed, that's what everyone used to call me. How about you join me? Perhaps, I could help you regain life. Wang David felt an urge to assist this girl, driven by an unexplainable connection to her charming face. Of course, having a ghost to keep watch was undeniably thrilling. You can help me come back to life? Perhaps. Thank you so much. You were truly kind, Xiaotong exclaimed. Her joy palpable as she seemed to see a glimmer of hope for rebirth. However, her expression soon clouded with worry. What's wrong? Are you afraid I can't provide for you? Xiaotong nodded, her appetite seemingly boundless. Wang David scoffed at the notion. If I can't even afford to take care of a ghost, what kind of life am I living? In a private dining room. A grand round table was adorned with a whole roasted pig. Eat, don't be shy, indulge yourself. Wang David gestured grandly to the roasted pig with his chopsticks. Then I shall not hold back. Licking her lips, Xiaotong gazed at the pig with excitement in her eyes. Wang David nodded enthusiastically. But in the blink of an eye, his chopsticks halted midair, for the pig was reduced to nothing but bones. Did you finish it all? His lips twitched in disbelief. I'm still hungry. But Xiaotong's next remark left Wang David utterly speechless. Still hungry? Casting a weak glance at Xiaotong, he succumbed to her pitiful demeanor. Eat. We have plenty of money. I'm not worried. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared, what's the big deal about eating? It's not like we can be eaten out of house and home. Thus, numerous roasted pigs were brought in, to the point where the servers hesitated to approach. Even when they did, they treated it as if encountering a ghost, hastily placing the pigs down and fleeing. Xiaotong. Go ahead and eat as much as you like. David Wang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He paused momentarily and said, let me discuss something with you. This is already the 10th roast suckling pig. After finishing his statement, he straightened his posture, asserting that he wasn't concerned about the money, but rather that consuming too much meat could lead to weight gain. Suddenly, David was overwhelmed by a strong feeling. I can't even afford to raise a ghost. Finally, after tackling the 15th roast suckling pig, Xiaotong appeared somewhat embarrassed, gazing at David with a look of pitiful innocence. Brother David, I'm already full. Xiaotong. I must inquire about something. How do you manage to consume all these suckling pigs? After a brief pause, David added, don't misunderstand. I have plenty of money and am not worried about these trivial expenses. Xiaotong clarified that she didn't require the whole pig, just the essence within it. David silently acknowledged this revelation. It seemed the time had come to consult the King of Hell. From now on, you shall reside in that room. He indicated a specific room, and Xiaotong rushed inside with excitement. At that moment, David took out his phone and contacted the King of Hell. King, may I ask why souls cannot reincarnate after death? The King of Hell replied, there are many reasons for this phenomenon, but much of it stems from overwhelming resentment. Preventing reincarnation. This is something even I, little Wang, am not entirely clear about. Overwhelming resentment? David echoed. Is it that you have encountered such a ghost? The king inquired again. As a dreamer, it is best not to ask what does not concern you. Tell me, is there a way to enable a ghost rebirth? David sent another message. Do not say you lack a solution. You are the King of Hell. The king responded, you hold me in high regard, little Wang. If the resentment is too deep, it must be resolved before the soul can be reborn. Different causes require different methods. I truly have no other options. The king spoke innocently, yet David was not easily swayed. This matter falls squarely on your shoulders. Do you have anything to feed the souls? Bring some. Spirit-nourishing pills. 10 merits each, the king offered. David was at a loss for words. It seemed the king would not miss any opportunity to profit. Bring me 10. Very well. Please wait a moment, and I shall deduct the merits from your outstanding balance. After receiving the spirit-nourishing pills, David glanced at the chat group, noting that no red envelopes had been posted, and he exited the conversation. Thus, a day later, Hua Junchu came knocking. David, how can you still find time to drink here? Hua Junchu burst in, breathless. He quickly gulped down the monkey wine he had exchanged from son Wukong for a pack of cigarettes, unwilling to waste it. Sit down, enjoy a drink, and take your time to explain. No need to rush, David suggested, pouring a glass for Hua Junchu and another for himself. Reclining in his chair while gazing at the sky, you truly are quite carefree. Do you not have the slightest inkling of what is happening outside? Hua Junchu plopped down in a chair, ignoring his drink. Not drinking? You may come to regret that. The two seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths. David glanced at Hua Junchu, seized his glass, and downed it in one go. Do you remember the antique street? Hua Junchu shot David a look of disbelief. Of course. Why? Have those people realized that what they bought was fake? A smile crept across David's face, hinting at a tinge of mischief. You knew? Hua Junchu asked incredulously. I mentioned it before. Did you think I was joking? David replied irritably. Today, those people have already caused a commotion at Antique Street. It's in chaos. And some are even searching for you. Hua Junchu expressed concern. The situation had escalated beyond expectations. He never imagined David would dare to deceive such prominent figures in Yanqing. Why should I care? I didn't force them to buy. You are truly indifferent to the consequences. With this incident, Antique Street may never recover. Even if it continues, selling a dozen counterfeit items will tarnish its reputation irreparably. That is precisely the outcome I desire, David said. A faint smile gracing his lips as he tilted his head back and finished his drink with boldness. Old 4. I remember you mentioned that Antique Street is the base of the Longhu Gate, the faction led by that foolish Long Xiang. David looked at Hua Junchu with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. You intend to? Hua Junchu trembled slightly, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he gazed at David. Indeed, Longhu Gate is my entry point to tear down the Hamin. To dismantle the Hamin, Longhu Gate cannot remain. David spoke decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Hua Junchu felt a chill run through him as he peered deeply into David's eyes, suddenly realizing how much David had transformed. Displeased, David shot Hua Junchu a disapproving glance. What happened a year ago is something I must resolve myself. Don't hesitate to ask for help. I'm here for you. Hua Junchu urged. Unnecessary, David replied without hesitation. This is a task I must complete alone. He needed the strength to continue his journey. Previously powerless, he had resigned himself to despair. But now, he possessed the means to reclaim his position in the imperial capital. Still, if you require anything, do not hesitate to say so. I will not shy away. Why so serious? Are you feeling sorry for me? David laughed heartily, his voice infused with exuberance. Since you seem to have a plan for Antique Street, I shall take my leave. Hua Junchu stood, preparing to depart. Yet, at that moment, a wine gourd flew through the air. This is superb wine, David exclaimed, taking another sip and narrowing his eyes in delight. Hua Junchu chuckled and left. Brother David, I never imagined you had such a good friend. I'm truly envious, Shatong remarked from the shadows, making a face at them. Are you not fortunate as well? With a brother like David to take care of you? David replied with a smile, rising to head outside. I'm going out to purchase some items. Please keep a good watch over the house. He planned to buy some cosmetics, and fortunately, the suburban location was not far. Half an hour later, David arrived at a cosmetics store. He gathered the finest products, masks, perfumes, sunscreens, and more, opting for the best available. The total is 13,000. Sir, will you be paying by card or cash? The polite sales clerk inquired at the counter. David produced a bank card and handed it over. I'm sorry, but your card has only 12,000 remaining. You are short by 1,000, the clerk informed him. David was momentarily taken aback, feeling embarrassed. Glancing at the card, he recalled it was the one Lu Faping had given him, and it was nearly depleted. Checking his wallet, he realized he only had one card and a little over 200 and change. This is quite awkward. I'll cover the remaining amount, he offered. As Wang David prepared to return some items, a melodious voice sounded behind him, followed by a card being handed over. Following the delicate, fair fingers, he was immediately struck by a breathless sensation. The exquisite face seemed to have stepped out of a painting, with gem-like eyes that appeared to speak volumes. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her white gown revealed a fair décolletage, accentuating her slender waist. More importantly, she exuded the allure of a mature woman, though she looked merely in her mid-20s. Thank you, he said gratefully, nodding to her. You're welcome, she replied, swiping her card before leaving with an air of nonchalance, not even glancing back at Wang David. What a splendid day, he mused. Stepping outside the store and gazing at the sky, his spirits uplifted. However, just as he was about to get into his car, a shrill voice pierced the air. What are you doing? Let go. The tone was laced with fury yet tinged with helplessness. Strikingly, even in anger, it remained melodious. Is it her? Wang David furrowed his brow, tossing his belongings into the car and striding purposefully toward the commotion. There, he found the same woman surrounded by 5 or 6 ruffians. Get lost, you fools, he commanded, gripping one thug's shoulder and delivering a low, intimidating growl. Oh, look, a hero has arrived. What should we do, boys? One of the thugs jeered. Of course, we beat him down. They all laughed, regarding Wang David as if he were a fool. Scram. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he sent the thug flying 3 meters away. In the next instant, the remaining thugs felt the weight of his piercing gaze and hesitated to advance. Chapter 45. You dare to touch my people. Kid, we belong to the Longhu gang. If you have any sense, get lost, one of the thugs warned, fear evident in their eyes upon witnessing Wang David's strength. While I'm in a good mood, I suggest you leave now. His voice was cold and laced with arrogance, sending chills down their spines. You'll regret this, one thug muttered before they all retreated in disarray. Pathetic, Wang David scoffed, effortlessly tossing one of them aside. Thank you for your help, but you should leave quickly, the woman said, looking up at him with gratitude before attempting to depart. Where are you going? Let me escort you. Those men might return. And you may not be able to handle them alone. Wang David smiled faintly and moved closer. No need. Keep your distance. You might attract trouble, she replied tersely. Trouble has already found me, he remarked, glancing at the groaning thug on the ground and smirking. Isn't that so? The woman paused, momentarily taken aback by Wang David's calm demeanor, which struck a chord of unease within her. Rest assured, I fear nothing. It's just the Longhu gang. They don't intimidate me. As he spoke, an aura of confidence radiated from him, and in that moment, she found herself believing him, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. In that case, thank you. She looked at him with a sweet smile. Where do you reside? Wang David inquired with a grin. Such beauty was not to be overlooked. He refused to let this chance slip away. The Junhue Grand Hotel. Following her directions, he drove them to the entrance of this renowned establishment in Yang City. Sister Wu, you stay here? He asked, gazing at the towering 18-story building. Indeed, I usually reside here, she confirmed, and they had grown somewhat familiar during their journey. As they approached the hotel, a burly man in a black shirt approached, eyeing Wang David with hostility. Hong Lai, mind your manners. This is my friend Wang David, Wu Xianing said with a smile. Wang David, clearly a nobody, likely trying to get close to the boss, Hong Lai sneered, casting a disdainful glance at him. As if Wang David had insulted his entire family. Wang David bristled at this unwarranted aggression. I haven't bothered you. Why are you provoking me? He waved his hand dismissively in front of his nose. Are you looking for death? Hong Lai, infuriated by such disrespect, lunged at Wang David with a punch. Yet, in the next second, he found himself immobilized by an overwhelming force. I can't stand those who lack strength yet pretend to be tough. With a glint of menace in his eyes, a sharp snap echoed, followed by a pained scream as Hong Lai was violently thrown aside. I usually deal with people like him on sight, Wang David said coolly, brushing his hands off as if discarding a dead dog. Will Sister Wu hold this against me? He asked apologetically, glancing at Wu Xianing. Forget it, let's head inside, she replied, signaling to the approaching staff, leading Wang David into the hotel. Sister Wu, why is the Longhu gang after you? He casually asked as they walked. David, it's best you don't get involved. It won't benefit you, she said, suddenly stopping and looking him in the eyes with earnestness. Perhaps I can assist you, he responded with a carefree smile, yet his tone conveyed sincerity. Wu Xianing's expression grew complex. She sensed there was more to Wang David than met the eye. His prowess suggested he was far from ordinary. And he seemed to regard the Longhu gang with disdain. Xianing, why are you ignoring me when I've come to invite you? A languid voice interrupted them from the hotel lobby. Upon hearing this, Wang David and Wu Xianing turned to see the source. It was him. Wang David smiled, finding the encounter amusing. Who would have thought they would cross paths here? Long Xiang, don't push your luck. Wu Xianing stepped forward, her agitation evident. Xianing, what are you doing? I'm here to invite you. How about joining me for a meal? Long Xiang's face was twisted with mockery, his gaze fixated on Wu Xianing, gleaming with inappropriate intent. No time. You are unwelcome here. Please leave, Wu Xianing asserted, as several security personnel approached. Before they could even draw near, Long Xiang's henchmen intercepted them, launching into a brutal assault. How about now? Can you leave? Long Xiang sneered at Wu Xianing, his expression reveling in her discomfort. Young Master Long, Wu's sister has stated you are not welcome here. Do you intend to linger? Wang David interjected, unable to hold back his irritation at being ignored. "And who are you?" Long Xiang retorted, his irritation palpable, but his words faltered as he recognized Wang David. A moment of silence was broken by a sharp scream. "Wang David!" The name echoed throughout the hotel lobby, drawing the attention of all present. Wu Xianning stared in disbelief, her gaze shifting between Wang David and Long Xiang. What is happening? Do they know each other? She pondered, sensing that Wang David had done something unforgivable to Long Xiang. "You have the honor of recognizing me. Long young master, not only did you humiliate me, but you also nearly brought the antique street to its knees. Today, I will not let you off easily. Get him. Chop this kid up." Long Xiang trembled uncontrollably, refraining from uttering a word. At that moment, his subordinates surged forward in unison. However, a bizarre scene soon unfolded. "Allow me to share a statement I previously made." David Wang advanced step by step towards Long Xiang, his gaze sharp as a blade, inducing a chilling fear. "As for those who lack strength yet insist on putting on a facade, I typically reduce them to a state of utter helplessness." With a swift kick, Long Xiang was sent flying. "How dare you put on airs before me?" Chapter 46. The Arrogant Chef. "You've got guts, David Wang." "Just wait." Long Xiang's face flushed crimson, his speech faltering, his eyes seemingly ready to spew fire as he glared at David Wang. "Wu Xinqing, you vile creature, you've crossed me. Prepare for your hotel to change ownership." With a cold smile, a flicker of venom flashed in Long Xiang's eyes. "Get lost." Once again, he attempted to put on a show before me. David Wang, growing impatient, delivered another kick. Does he consider himself a wolf in sheep's clothing? Observing Long Xiang's disgraceful retreat, David Wang scoffed. "Thank you immensely, David." Watching Long Xiang hastily depart, Wu Xianqing exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude towards David Wang. "What are you saying?" "Wu Jie, we are all on the same side now," David Wang replied with a casual grin. "On the same side?" Wu Xianqing paused momentarily in surprise. But being seasoned by life's trials, she quickly regained her composure and offered a faint smile. The desire to become family with her sister was not a simple matter. Her voice was alluring, laced with a teasing undertone, stirring a subtle yearning in David Wang's heart. A masterpiece, truly a masterpiece. A rare beauty indeed, David Wang shouted internally. By the way, Wu Jie, when Long Xiang left, he mentioned a change of ownership for the hotel. Is there a story behind that? Let's not dwell on such matters. Come, sister will take you out for a delightful meal. Will you be cooking yourself? I assure you, I cannot cook. Then what good can it be? David Wang expressed a hint of disappointment. I guarantee your satisfaction, Wu Xianqing replied confidently, her smile unwavering. In a refined room, the ambience was elegant and inviting. At that moment, a waiter entered, holding a menu. Please have Chef Zhang prepare a signature dish of boiled cabbage, Wu Xianqing said with a smile. Signaling for the waiter to depart. Wu Jie, you aren't intending to treat me to cabbage, are you? Wu Xianqing merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Boss, Chef Zhang said he has a sore finger today and cannot cook. A sore finger? Has he been injured? Wu Xuanqing's brow furrowed as she inquired. No. Chef Zhang merely mentioned he is in a bad mood today. At this revelation, Wu Xuanqing's expression darkened, as if on the verge of fury. David Wang noted this, but was puzzled by Wu Xuanqing's ability to suppress her anger. I understand. You may leave now. She waved her hand, her tone weary. David. I truly apologize. I did not expect such an unexpected turn of events, Wu Xianqing said apologetically, her eyes cast down. No worries, it's merely a meal. Consider it a favor owed to me by Wu Jie. David Wang beamed, instantly dissolving the awkwardness. All right, I shall repay this meal in the future. Later, I will visit Chef Zhang. Order whatever you desire, it will be on me. With that, Wu Xianqing rose and offered David Wang an apologetic smile. I am also curious about the Chef Zhang. Why don't you take me to meet him? A sore finger. A bad mood. Such flimsy excuses could prevent the hotel's signature dishes from being served. What a grand display of arrogance. Yet, the owner Wu Xianqing could endure this. Even seeking to visit him, which piqued David Wang's curiosity further. The chef certainly possessed some clout. Of course, Wu Xianqing replied, slightly taken aback but still agreeable. The two made their way to the kitchen, the path lengthy and filled with silence from Wu Xianqing. Observing her silhouette ahead, a sudden urge to protect her surged within David Wang. Hasn't Chef Zhang already stated he is in a bad mood and will not open today? See, without Chef Zhang, this hotel is nothing. Indeed, it is Chef Zhang who sustains the hotel, that is loyalty. Upon reaching the kitchen door, a cacophony of voices emerged from within. Just as Wu Xianqing intended to enter, she hesitated, a flicker of pain crossing her face. Wu Jie, David Wang called softly. I am fine, let us proceed. She waved dismissively, quickly regaining her composure and stepping inside. Chef Zhang, do you feel unwell? Allow me to massage your shoulders. Pushing the door open, sycophantic voices filled the air. Get out of my way. A lean man, approximately 34 or 35, impatiently shoved someone aside and turned to face Wu Xianqing. David Wong glanced over, realizing this was the infamous Chef Zhang. Observing the man's unabashedly greedy eyes, David Wong secretly scoffed. Xianqing, what brings you here? Chef Zhang rose and seized Wu Xuanqing's hand, an expression of feigned confusion on his face. Withdrawing her hand, Wu Xianqing concealed her displeasure, instead offering a faint smile. I heard Chef Zhang was injured, so I came to check on you. Xianqing, you must know that my malady is one of the heart. With just a word from you, it could be cured. Chef Zhang gazed at Wu Xianqing with insatiable desire, his eyes roving over her form. What do you mean by that, Chef Zhang? Wu Xianqing stepped back, yet Chef Zhang pressed forward, encroaching upon her space. Xianqing, do you not know my feelings for you? If you agree to marry me, I shall ensure your victory in the Culinary King competition and will not allow the hotel to fall into anyone else's hands. Before the gathered crowd, Chef Zhang attempted to embrace Wu Xianqing. However, at that moment, a hand obstructed his view. Who do you think you are, attempting to touch Wu Jie? Go play in the mud. With a forceful shove, Chef Zhang stumbled backward. What are you? How dare you offend me? Chef Zhang steadied himself, glaring at David Wong. Though he dared not approach. Wu Xianqing hesitated, but at that moment, a firm hand grasped hers. Wu Jie. Some individuals become increasingly arrogant when given an inch. With me here, no one shall harm you. Hearing David Wong's words, Wu Xuanqing's eyes sparkled, her entire being seeming to vibrate with electricity. Xianqing, think carefully. Without me, this hotel is destined to close, let alone the upcoming Culinary King competition, Chef Zhang sneered. Wielding this as leverage against Wu Xianqing. Why bother with such nonsense? A mere chef, how impressive can he truly be? The more David Wong observed Chef Zhang, the more he felt compelled to act, raising his gaze towards him. Chef Zhang, someone outside has ordered boiled cabbage. Just then, a waiter hurried in. Visibly tense as he presented the menu. This must be the 6th order, right? Do you see, without me, this hotel cannot hope to operate. Is it merely boiled cabbage? I can manage that, David Wong remarked with a cold smile, his voice resolute. Chapter 47. The exquisite boiled cabbage. What? You can cook boiled cabbage? What a grand jest. Chef Zhang erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Do you know that this dish of boiled cabbage cannot simply be boiled in water? Across all of China, no more than 5 would dare claim they can prepare it. What are you? What I am is none of your concern. You only need to know one thing. You are insignificant. Wong David scoffed. Isn't it just a simple dish of boiled cabbage? Why so much unnecessary chatter? Behind him, Wu Xianqing observed the scene with an unusual lack of intervention. After exchanging a few words with Wu Xianqing, Wong David took out his phone and opened the group chat. At that moment, most of the celestial beings in the group were engaged in trivial banter. After a brief hesitation, Wong David sent the first message. Is the god of food present? I need to discuss something urgent. Erlangshan, is that not the dreamlike immortal? You finally made an appearance. A series of astonished emojis. Electric Mother, dreamlike immortal? I've never heard of him. Sun Wukong, that's because your level is insufficient. Such an existence is beyond your comprehension. Several self-satisfied emojis, a flurry of teasing remarks from the celestial beings quickly drowned out Wong David's message. Could someone help me contact the god of food? It's urgent. Wong David sent another message, knowing he had no time for idle chatter. Sun Wukong, god of food, the dreamlike immortal is looking for you. Hurry. Erlangshan, god of food, the immortal is calling for you. You must deliver, or my howling dog can hardly contain itself. The two deities' messages left the heavenly beings in stunned silence. Who exactly is this dreamlike immortal that could prompt these two rivals to lay aside their differences and come to his aid? Watching Wong David suddenly leave with his phone, Chef Zhang burst into laughter, his face a mask of derision. I see, this fool is playing with his phone at a time like this. Let us not waste our time, let us drive him away. The crowd chimed in, but Wong David appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on his phone. Behind him, Wu Xianqing furrowed her brow, a look of concern etched on her face. Can he really do it? A minute passed before Wong David shifted his gaze from the screen, a smile of determination illuminating his features. Sister Wu, give me half an hour, and I will prepare you a dish of boiled cabbage. His words rang with confidence. Typically, Chef Zhang would require about the same time to prepare this dish. Wu Xianqing nodded, yet her heart brimmed with uncertainty. Could he truly accomplish this? All right, Sister Wu. Please wait a moment, Wong David affirmed, turning to leave. Are you really going to leave us behind? Xianqing, what are you thinking? Chef Zhang's expression darkened as he voiced his dissatisfaction, yet Wu Xianqing chose to ignore him. Outside the kitchen, ensuring no one was around, Wong David opened his phone once more. God of food. The chat backdrop prominently displayed the words God of food, beneath which was a large red envelope sent by the god of food. Thank you for the 300 merits, I appreciate it. Wang David smiled. Having just claimed the red envelope without any sense of loss. God of food, you honor me, immortal. The great sage and the true monarch have instructed me not to neglect you. How could I dare accept your offerings? An expression of trepidation, seeing this. Wang David felt relieved. It seemed he would need to thank Sun Wukong and Erlangshan subsequently. Dreamlike. You were too courteous. This is rightfully yours. After sending the message, Wang David clicked on the God of Food compilation, and in an instant, a surge of brilliance enveloped him, flooding his mind with new knowledge. He felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by a cascade of unfamiliar memories, sections on ingredients, knife techniques, and cooking methods. As he absorbed this knowledge, elation surged within him. Although this was merely a compilation based on the God of Food's experiences, it was laden with invaluable insights. Wang David felt he was no less skilled than any so-called five-star chef. Boiled cabbage? Today, let me show you what true boiled cabbage looks like. A subtle smile graced his lips as he re-entered the kitchen. Oh, I thought you were going to run away, Chef Zhang sneered, his eyes glinting with mockery. Running away? I doubt you were capable of such a thing, Wang David retorted disdainfully, moving beside Wu Xianing. How about this, to prevent our guest from waiting idly? Why not prepare the boiled cabbage live? He spoke with unwavering confidence, but as soon as he finished, the kitchen erupted in a chorus of disapproval. All right, let us proceed as David suggested. Unexpectedly, Wu Xianing spoke up. In that moment, she exhibited a decisive demeanor, her voice leaving no room for dissent. You all go prepare. The rest of you, get back to your tasks. Seeing Wu Xianing take charge, the nearby chefs fell silent and returned to their stations. I object. Boiled cabbage is my signature dish and represents our establishment. It cannot be ruined by a novice, Chef Zhang exclaimed, his face flushed. Your objection is invalid. Wang David smirked coldly, casting a pitying glance at Chef Zhang before turning away. Moreover, you did not create boiled cabbage, so do not belittle the dish. You think highly of yourself. I shall witness how you embarrass yourself. Chef Zhang, exasperated, followed closely behind, eager to see Wang David's and Wu Xianing's humiliation unfold, as it would bring him satisfaction. In a private room, the patrons had come specifically to enjoy boiled cabbage. Ladies and gentlemen, in gratitude for your support, we shall prepare our renowned dish on site, Wang David announced with a smile. Wonderful. Several guests expressed their delight. Such a spectacle was a first for them. TCH. A mere novice. I hope he doesn't embarrass himself, Chef Zhang sneered, entering right behind him. Your words are truly excessive. At the counter, Wang David grasped a knife, revealing a cabbage resembling jade in his hands. Tossing the cabbage, he deftly wielded the knife, slices of cabbage falling gracefully. Humph. The heart of the cabbage is not harvested in such a manner. You are utterly clueless. Yet, moments later, Chef Zhang fell silent. In his view, the leaves had peeled away, leaving a mere 3-centimeter-long heart resting on the plate below. Moreover, the precision of Wang David's knife skills was astounding. Chapter 48. Battle of the Culinary Kings. Such fluidity in his technique could only be achieved by someone who had immersed themselves in this craft for over a decade. Yet, Wang David's demeanor suggested otherwise. Is this your chef? He appears quite young, yet seems remarkably skilled, a guest remarked, giving a thumbs up, captivated by the unfolding scene. I am the chef. He is nothing more than a novice, not even worthy of being a kitchen hand. Chef Zhang could no longer contain himself, loudly asserting his dominance. Not even worthy of being a kitchen hand, yet he can produce a dish so exquisite. Your establishment truly lives up to its reputation, the guest marveled. Chef Zhang, upon hearing this, nearly spat out blood, his face flushed, struggling to find words. At this moment, Wu Xianing also gazed at Wang David with wide eyes, astonished by his exceptional skills. In just 3 minutes, 6 3-centimeter cabbage hearts were arranged neatly on the plate, resembling a blooming flower. Humph, this is merely the beginning. The most challenging part of boiled cabbage is yet to come. Wang David merely smiled faintly, recognizing the self-deception of some individuals. As the water boiled, he gently placed the cabbages into the pot, only to retrieve them moments later. Witnessing this, Chef Zhang's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock. What perfect timing! How did he achieve that? Next, Wang David took out shrimp and sauteed them until golden over gentle heat. 10 minutes later, a dish of boiled cabbage was presented to the guests. Superficial and insubstantial, lacking the essence of simple boiled cabbage. Chef Zhang remarked quietly, though his gaze remained fixed ahead. A guest picked up a piece of cabbage and took a bite. In an instant, both Wu Xianing and Chef Zhang felt their hearts leap into their throats. In stark contrast, David Wang appeared utterly relaxed, devoid of any worry. With a slight furrow of his brow, the guest's face contorted into an odd expression. I told you. You cannot make boiled cabbage. It's an embarrassment. Xianing, it seems your choice was misguided. You should know how to proceed. Chef Zhang puffed up like a victorious rooster. cackled boastfully. Fool. In response, David Wong simply uttered those two words nonchalantly. We haven't even begun to discuss this. Your boiled cabbage is undoubtedly the best I've ever tasted. However, before Chef Zhang could finish his thought, the guest's excited voice rang out. What is happening? This isn't how the script was supposed to unfold. Chef Zhang was taken aback. This young chef, despite his age, has impressive skills. This is far superior to what I've had before. The guest praised repeatedly, while David Wong merely nodded. Impossible, this cannot be. Chef Zhang, seemingly deranged, rushed forward and grabbed a piece of cabbage to taste. Yet, the next moment, his face revealed a complex array of emotions. This is unbelievably delicious and far exceeds my own. Chef Zhang could hardly believe his thoughts. How could this be? Yet the sensations in his mouth were undeniable. Chef Zhang, what do you think of my boiled cabbage? David Wong asked with a serene smile, observing the conflicted expression on Chef Zhang's face. At that moment, Chef Zhang looked as if he had swallowed something unpleasant, his countenance darkening. Who are you? I paid for this. The guest, visibly irritated, pushed Chef Zhang aside. Take your time, please. David Wong politely stepped away, ignoring the stunned Chef Zhang. Dai Wei, how did you manage that? Once out of the room, Wu Xuening gazed at David Wong with a look of curiosity and admiration. Want to know? Of course. The cost is quite substantial. David Wong chuckled, his eyes playfully darting around Wu Xuening. Upon noticing this, she shot him a glance before breaking into a radiant smile. If you agree to help me in the Chef King competition, I might consider it. With that, Wu Xuening cast a flirtatious glance at David Wong. What is the Chef King competition? I'm not just anyone who participates in everything. David Wong replied earnestly. You really are quite the rogue, Wu Xuening said, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scolded him. All right, let us go. After an hour, the guest's orders of boiled cabbage were all completed. Chef Zhang takes half an hour for one serving, yet you prepared 7 in just an hour. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. I have many talents. Wu Jie will discover them gradually. David Wong smiled, his gaze lingering on Wu Xuening's alluring figure. Such a mature woman is undeniably tempting. Surely no man could resist her charms. This is a competition involving all 5-star hotels in Huaxia. For certain reasons, I have an agreement with the hotel under Longxiang. And the wager is this hotel. Wu Xuening spoke somewhat forlornly, and David Wong sensed there was something she was reluctant to share. I've decided to enter the Chef King competition. David Wong smiled, but looked seriously at Wu Xuening as he spoke. Uffed. Wu Xuening couldn't help but laugh at his phrasing. What do you mean entered? That sounds so awkward. After a long day of work, Wu Xuening finally let David Wong go in the evening. Wu Jie, after working tirelessly all day, shouldn't you show some appreciation? David Wong asked with a smile. Come to my place, and I'll cook for you. Are you in? Wu Xuening said, not shying away from his gaze. Of course. David Wong's eyes sparkled with excitement, the fatigue of the day vanishing in an instant. Not far from Yang City, in a villa, was Wu Xuening's residence. Dawei, make yourself comfortable. Help yourself to whatever you like to drink while I change. Wu Xuening said, heading upstairs. David Wong marveled at the spacious villa, surprised that Wu Xuening lived there alone. However, his gaze quickly fixated on the staircase. Wow, is this intentional? Watching Wu Xuening ascend the stairs, the tantalizing glimpse beneath her skirt stirred his excitement. Don't look. Be a good person, he chanted inwardly, yet his eyes remained glued to the stairs until Wu Xuening disappeared from sight. Moments later, she returned downstairs. At that moment, she wore casual attire that revealed her bare shoulders and a full chest, while her denim shorts showcased her alluring thighs. Uffed. In that instant, David Wong felt a rush of warmth to his nostrils, followed by the unmistakable scent of blood. Dawei, what is wrong? Why is your nose bleeding? Wu Xuening hurried down the stairs, her ample bosom swaying. Witnessing this, David Wong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, a sensation of sheer bliss. I'm fine, just a bit overheated. He swallowed hard, struggling to speak, but his eyes were unabashedly roving over Wu Xuening. It was clear to her now, and she chuckled at David Wong's predicament. Your heat is quite intense. Would you like me to help you cool down? Oh, and how would you propose to do that? Wu Xuening beamed, approaching him step by step. Anything is fine, preferably something hands-on. David Wong's eyes sparkled as he succumbed to temptation. You're just like Chef Zhang. Both of you are the same. Looking at the shameless David Wong, Wu Xuening remarked with a hint of exasperation. How could Chef Zhang compare to me? He merely a chick, while I'm a fighting rooster. Rogue. Wu Xuening rolled her eyes at him. I can only make simple dishes. You'll have to make do. She walked towards the kitchen, and David Wong followed eagerly. After all, there is a chef here. You haven't forgotten, have you? David Wong retorted, puffing out his chest. Who am I afraid of? With the ingredients prepped, David Wong and Wu Xuening enthusiastically began cooking. Throughout the meal, David Wong was exceptionally pleased. Finally, he shared the recipe for boiled cabbage with Wu Xiuning, as he could not continue assisting at the hotel indefinitely. It's already so late. Wu Jia, can you really turn me away? David Wong lamented, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. I'm afraid I might be in danger. No worries, I can protect you. The danger I speak of is you. With that, the door slammed shut, leaving David Wong standing alone in the darkness. Sigh, women are heartless. He sighed and drove away. You smell of perfume. Have you been mingling with women? As soon as he entered, Xiaotong approached him, her big eyes darting suspiciously. What? Are you jealous? David Wong chuckled, his gaze wandering over Xiaotong. Rogue. Xiaotong shrieked, startled as she darted away. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm going to attack a ghost? David Wong replied, bewildered by her overreaction. You're a rogue. With that, Xiaotong bolted into her room. Me? A rogue? Is this how women now compliment men? Confused, he took a shower and timidly lay down on his bed. Wong David found the celestial being Chang'e and exchanged a few words with her, after which he presented her with a bottle of skincare essence. Thank you, great sage, for assisting in the search for the god of food. This is but a small token of my gratitude. He sent a similar message to the true monarch, along with 2 red envelopes. Soon, the screen displayed that Sun Wukong and Erling Shun had claimed the cigarette red envelopes. You're too kind. Feel free to seek my assistance whenever needed, Sun Wukong replied, clearly pleased with the gift. Erling Shun's response followed. You are too gracious. This is merely my duty. Do not hesitate to ask for help in the future. Seeing this, Wong David smiled, knowing he had fostered good relations with these 2 deities, ensuring that no one in the heavenly court would dare to offend him again. After a brief conversation, Wong David sought the god of food, as he had promised to assist Wu Xiaoning in the Chef King contest and could not afford to delay. Is the god of food available? I sincerely appreciate your assistance today. It was essential to express gratitude up front, establishing a good impression. You flatter me, dear dream. It is indeed my honor to be of service, the god of food responded, demonstrating his eloquence. Considering his status in the celestial realm, such eloquence was understandable. With the direct involvement of prominent figures like Erlang Shin and Sun Wukong, it was evident that the god of food was not someone to be trifled with. Wong David sent another message. Might I inquire if you have any simpler culinary skills to impart? Although the previous cookbook was comprehensive, he found the requirements for the dishes excessively demanding, with many ingredients he had never encountered. The god of food replied, Dear dream, I have just developed a new dish that is quite simple to prepare. I will share it with you now. Within seconds, a red envelope appeared. Upon opening it, Wong David discovered a dish accompanied by a detailed description of the ingredients, all of which were accessible. Nodding in approval, he tasted a bite and was instantly captivated. This is exquisite. Compared to what I have eaten before, this is truly divine. Thank you for this small gift. I hope you will accept it. He added with a smile, glancing at the treasured Lao Gan Ma in his hand. How have I never heard of this before? The god of food quickly expressed his curiosity. In the celestial realm, within a kitchen soaring thousands of meters high, surrounded by an unbounded expanse, the god of food held his phone in one hand and the Lao Gan Ma in the other, a look of bewilderment on his face. Upon opening the jar, a spicy aroma wafted through, revealing a delightful fragrance beneath the heat. After tasting it, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. Such a treasure exists in this world. Dear dream, you are indeed an extraordinary being. The god of food was astonished and felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He envisioned the frenzy among the celestial beings upon discovering this treasure in his possession. However, that such a precious gift had been bestowed upon him left him feeling indebted. Thank you for your kindness. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost. It is but a bottle of Lao Gan Ma. Is it truly worthy of such excitement? Wong David mused, recognizing yet another business opportunity, albeit feeling at a loss for how to capitalize on it. Exiting the chat group, he was now fully prepared, eagerly awaiting the start of the Chef King contest. Unbeknownst to him, the introduction of Lao Gan Ma was instigating a significant culinary revolution in the celestial realm. In a short span, the god of food had created dishes inspired by Lao Gan Ma's properties, leading to a frenzy of demand among the celestial beings. Dear dream, you are truly my savior. The god of food knelt upon the ground, gazing skyward with a silent prayer. Chapter 50, Celestial Commerce in the Celestial Realm, at the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor sat upon a towering platform, with a multitude of deities gathered below to pay their respects. Old Master, how are matters progressing? The Jade Emperor inquired of the venerable figure before him, a Taoist clad in robes with a radiant aura. Taishang Laojun. Your Majesty, the celestial treasure has been successfully refined and will be operational shortly. Excellent. This is a significant boon for the 3 realms. We must not delay, the Jade Emperor proclaimed, clearly invested in the matter. Taishang Laojun acknowledged with a bow. What is it, Old Master? Neza, youthful and lively in his lotus-red garb, inquired curiously. What news do you share with the Jade Emperor? With Neza's prompting, the other deities began to voice their questions. Taishang Laojun, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at the Jade Emperor for permission. This is not a secret. They will learn in due time. Please, share your news, the Jade Emperor smiled, encouraging him to proceed. In an effort to enhance communication and exchange within the celestial realm, Dao Ancestor spent millions of years refining a magical artifact, which is what you now hold in your hands. As he spoke, Taishang Laojun revealed his phone to the assembly. Thus, after discussions with the Jade Emperor, we began crafting this artifact 100,000 years ago, intended to facilitate the circulation of celestial treasures. Henceforth, you can sell the items you create, thereby acquiring resources for your cultivation. Such an opportunity exists? This could resolve my issues with accumulating merit. The crowd rejoiced, their expressions brightening at the prospect. After the meeting dispersed, the deities hurried back to their abodes. Upon waking, Wang David glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 10 in the morning. To his surprise, the chat group contained over 100 messages, including several from the god of food, filled with expressions of gratitude. Wang David had no doubt that had he been in the god of food's presence, the deity would have been clinging to him in tears of appreciation. Scanning through the messages in the chat group, he quickly discerned the topic at hand. This is commerce, he exclaimed, realizing the discussions revolved around shop operations, igniting his entrepreneurial spirit. Who possesses such acumen for business? Remarkable, he marveled, a radiant smile spreading across his face. As he perused the messages, he noted that entering a shop required 1,000 merits. His excitement faltered. He was currently unable to muster even a tenth of that amount. 1,000 merits? This is utterly absurd. He was momentarily stunned by the message from the King of Heaven. I can't even acquire a single merit, let alone 1,000. The situation felt insurmountable. How was he to gain merits? Would he have to contact each deity individually to sell cigarettes? That seemed nearly impossible. What about the rest? He pondered whether he should inquire how to obtain merits from the other deities, but quickly dismissed the notion. Such questions might raise suspicions, and he feared the consequences of revealing his identity. Disheartened, he realized he lacked the means to engage in commerce. Opportunities abound, yet I am incapacitated. How frustrating. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, having glimpsed a promising future only to be abruptly awakened to harsh realities. Enough. For now. We shall proceed step by step. The actions of Taishang Laojun and the Jade Emperor are indeed ruthless. Shaking my head in resignation, I realized that not only does this establishment require an offering of 10,000 merits to take residence, but also that 10% of the profits must be surrendered. It is evident that these merits find their way into the pockets of Taishang Laojun and the Jade Emperor. These two rascals truly know how to make money. Rising from my slumber, I made my way to the main hall where Xiaoong was engrossed in a television show, weeping profusely, causing Wang David to furrow his brow in concern. Are even ghosts so sentimental? Shall we go out and have some fun today? He asked with a smile after they had freshened up, glancing at Xiaoong who was seated on the sofa. What shall we do? She inquired. Let us go see some ghosts, he replied, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Driving Xiaoong to the largest haunted house amusement park in Yang City, upon arrival, her face lit up with excitement as she dashed away. Don't run off too far. I want to come looking for you, Wang David called after her, only to be met with numerous curious gazes from those nearby. With a disdainful remark, he entered a cave. It made sense. Xiaoong had likely been cooped up for too long and was finally able to unleash her pent-up energy. However, the visitors within the haunted mountain were quite stimulating. Ghost. Mommy, there's really a ghost. It's so realistic. It nearly scared me to death. As they traversed the cave, shrieks akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard them. This is thrilling. I can hardly contain myself. I never expected the effects to be so well done. In that moment, those eager for a good scare hastened their steps forward. What would they think if they knew those were real ghosts? Wang David mused darkly as he listened to the screams. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had slipped away. Regarding the excitement and horror spoken of by the crowd, Wang David felt almost nothing. Having encountered true specters, what was there to fear? Just as he prepared to leave, Xiaotong rushed toward him, her complexion pale and her expression frantic. Wang David's brow furrowed. Had something terrified her? With a tremor in her voice, Xiaotong revealed. I saw a zombie. A zombie? You must be mistaken. This is a haunted house. It's quite normal for a few actors to portray zombies, he retorted. No, I'm certain. They were real zombies. She insisted. Wang David's brow knitted in contemplation. Lead me to them, he commanded, and with Xiaotong in the lead, they ventured toward a fork in the path. Chapter 51, Zombie or Vampire. The cave was dark, and under Xiaotong's guidance, they wound their way into a more secluded area. Xiaotong, how did you find this place? Wang David inquired, observing the eerie silence enveloping them. I just floated along until I arrived here, she replied, pointing to a nearby opening. Peering into the direction she indicated, Wong David felt a slight wave of energy emanating from within, albeit faint. Be cautious, stay behind me, he instructed, his curiosity piqued. Though he had encountered spirits before, he had yet to see a zombie. The cave was dim, and without Wong David's keen eyesight, he might not have discerned the entrance. Upon stepping inside, a chill swept over him, confirming that the zombies within were indeed extraordinary. As he advanced, his attention was drawn to several shadows lurking around a bend. Zombies? Wong David mused, observing the 4 figures standing motionless like the living dead. Be careful, Brother David, Xiaotong whispered, fear evident in her voice as she followed closely behind. Upon closer inspection, Wong David realized these figures were not the traditional zombies he had expected. They appeared lifeless, devoid of any vitality, yet an eerie energy pulsated within them. Dressed in long black robes, their eyes were shut, their pallid faces marred by protruding fangs. What kind of creatures are these? Wong David pondered. If they're zombies, why don robes? But if they are not, they resemble the vampires of Western lore. Are they zombies or vampires? As he stepped closer, maintaining a distance of about 50 centimeters, Xiaotong's warning resounded. Just then, one of the figures suddenly opened its crimson eyes and let out a furious roar. My goodness! It's risen from the dead. Startled, Wong David stumbled back 3 meters, his heart racing. Damn, that nearly scared me to death. A warning would have been appreciated. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Wong David glared at the creature before him. The figure, resembling a zombie, glared back, its scarlet eyes fixated on him. You insolent human, how dare you disturb me? Its voice rasped, yet remained clear. Can it speak? Wong David queried, surprise etched across his face. Tell me, are you a zombie or a vampire? He asked, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Zombie? What nonsense. I am a noble vampire, it proclaimed, baring its bloodthirsty fangs. Ah, perfect. Today's meal has arrived. With that, massive wings unfurled from its back as it lunged toward Wong David. A vampire, how interesting, Wong David exclaimed, throwing a punch that struck the vampire's wings with tremendous force, piercing through them. What business does a vampire have in my land? He demanded, delivering a kick that sent the creature crashing backward. At that moment, the vampire was left bewildered. What is happening? Who is this person that possesses such strength? Oh, spare me, the vampire cried, cowering in a corner, clutching its head. Don't hit me, I'll comply. Do not pretend to be dead like the others. Crouch there, Wong David ordered, directing his gaze toward the remaining 6 vampires with an impatient expression. When no response came, he asserted, must I ask you personally? Yes, yes. They replied in unison, hastily lining up against the wall in submission. Brother David, you are incredible, Xiaotong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Just average, Wong David replied with a modest smile, then turned sternly to the group of vampires. Now speak. Why have you come here? My temper is short, and I fear you may not enjoy my wrath. With swift movements, he launched a series of kicks and strikes that caused several vampires to wail in distress. Now, can you speak? In the beginning, the vampire, worn and weary, managed to weakly utter a few words. We followed Charles here, but we truly do not know the purpose. Charles? David Wong's eyes flickered. It was evident that there were hidden secrets at play. Tell me, where is Charles? Oh, is that so? David Wong felt a surge of curiosity, fully aware that vampires dared not deceive him. How long have you been here? Almost a year. So, you have caused the demise of quite a number of humans? The vampire remained silent, and David Wong clearly understood the answer. In that case, you may leave. With a flicker of his gaze, David Wong ultimately chose not to take action. He then departed with Xiaotong. Brother David, those vampires have evidently killed many humans. Why not eliminate them? Xiaotong inquired, puzzled. During their journey, David Wong felt equally vexed. Do you think I want to? There are 7 vampires. While I can defeat them, killing them is impossible. I might end up perishing myself. David Wong thumped his chest, feeling the thrill of the encounter. Upon returning home, David Wong placed a call to Hua Junshu, requesting assistance in investigating the haunted amusement park. It seemed implausible that several vampires could hide there unnoticed. He also needed to understand Charles's purpose for coming here. He would not allow any unforeseen events to disrupt his plans. A day later, Hua Junshu relayed his findings. The haunted amusement park is a property of the Longhu men. This revelation made the situation appear even more intriguing. Chapter 52, The 3 Styles of Piercing Heaven. David, how did you uncover the vampires? Hua Junshu rushed into David Wong's residence, shouting as he entered. Lower your voice. You might frighten others, David Wong admonished. Glancing at the startled Xiaotong, Hua Junshu plopped onto the sofa, facing Xiaotong, who made a series of comical faces at him. You're smiling? How can you still find humor in this? Hua Junshu was utterly speechless, wondering if David was too carefree. Don't be alarmed. It's merely a few vampires. What's the big deal? David Wong sipped his tea leisurely. Moreover, this matter has already been clarified. The vampires reside in a property of the Longhu men. It can't be mere coincidence, he added, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Are you suggesting that the Longhu men are colluding with the vampires? Hua Junshu, not one to be naive, understood that many hidden truths existed in this world and had not restricted his thinking. Indeed, it seems there are no further explanations needed. David Wong nodded. I must trouble you with one more thing. Please investigate what the Longhu men have been up to in the past year and their current movements. No problem, consider it done. Hua Junshu responded with a confident glance. By the way, David, what was that liquor you gave me before? It invigorated me. Do you have any left? You finished it? Yes. Did you drink it like water? I was thirsty. You can leave now. You wouldn't be so stingy, would you? That was a treasured item of mine, and you treated it like water. How dare you ask for more? David Wong disdainfully looked at Hua Junshu, incredulous at his lack of appreciation. Since there's no liquor, I shall take this tea. Quick as a flash, Hua Junshu seized a jar of tea and dashed out, disappearing in an instant. David Wong chuckled. Despite the tea being acquired from Wukong, he felt no regret. He entrusted the matter regarding the vampires to Hua Junshu for the time being, as he could not intervene. Sigh, merely watching without engaging. I feel as though I'm on the verge of anemia, he lamented, reclining on the sofa. Xiao Tong, engrossed in the television, paid no attention to his complaints. After freshening up, David Wong entered his room and habitually took out his phone to access the chat group. Taishang Laojun, fellow immortals, the celestial store officially opens today. I hope it proves beneficial to all. Sun Wukong, old Taoist, isn't your requirement a bit excessive? 1,000 meritorious deeds just to enter. Are you unaware that I am notoriously impoverished? Neza, exactly. As a child, I merely wished to earn a bit of pocket money. Where would I find merit to open a store? Marshal Tianping, the old Taoist shows no loyalty, 1,000 merits would strip me to my core. Lei Gong, who can argue with that? To sell talismans, I had to exhaust my entire savings. Instantly, the group erupted in outrage, lamenting their lack of merits to open a shop. At that moment, Taishang Laojun sent a message, rendering the group speechless. This is the edict of the Jade Emperor. If you have objections, take them up with him. After that, there was no further communication. So audacious. It seemed the deities lacked the courage to confront the Jade Emperor. What had initially seemed a promising opportunity for mischief now appeared futile. Sun Wukong, I refuse to accept this. I shall go speak with the Jade Emperor. Erlangshan, Neza, impressive. I support you. Tianping, a series of cool emojis. The deities praised Sun Wukong's audacity, and seeing the lack of response from him. It seemed he was indeed off to confront the Jade Emperor. How bold? David Wong marveled, reflecting on the power of strength. I must elevate my own abilities, otherwise I could find myself at a disadvantage against formidable opponents. If I were to encounter this Charles, I might find no favorable outcome. Thus, he turned to Erlangshan. True Lord, do you possess any formidable techniques? Please send over 100 or so. The great immortal chuckled. You jest, my techniques are hardly worthy of your attention. David Wong feigned seriousness, nearly causing himself to laugh. Erlangshan, since you have requested, I do possess a technique called the 3 styles of piercing heaven. I shall share it with you. Ding. A red envelope appeared, and David Wong opened it. 3 styles of piercing heaven, a technique cultivated by Erlangshan, consisting of 3 styles, encompassing various martial arts, applicable to all weaponry. Remarkable. David Wong marveled in his heart, unable to conceal his joy. Yet, the cost of training each style was 500 merits. What a predicament. He felt a surge of frustration, realizing that training required merit. Fortunately, he still had over 500 merits, barely allowing him to train in one style. Thank you, true Lord. I shall repay you in the future. Please accept this small token of appreciation. He sent 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes as a gesture of gratitude. Erlangshan, your generosity is admirable. Do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. After exiting, David Wong selected the technique and chose the boxing style, clicking use. 500 merits were consumed, leaving him with 60. The first style of the 3 styles of piercing heaven was successfully cultivated. Following a series of notifications, David Wong felt an overwhelming surge of power, and a wondrous boxing technique took root in his mind. Worth it, absolutely worth it. He unleashed a punch, and the air cracked with the sound of thunder, confirming that the 500 merits were well spent. After a day of respite, the following day, Hua Junshu called with a lead. David, be cautious. It seems the Longhu men are planning to cleanse the underground forces in Yang City, likely intending to wield their power. A storm was brewing, and if it did not unleash something, it would not cease. Eyes flickering with intensity, Wang David decided that since the Longhu Gate was poised to take action, he would welcome the tempest with heightened fervor. He dialed the number to Jin Lian, realizing it was time to inflict some discomfort upon Longhu Gate. With this thought in mind, Wang David stepped out. Chapter 53, a display of culinary skill. Boss, what has transpired? Jin Lian inquired as he approached Wang David. How are things on your end? Progressing smoothly. The eastern outskirts of Yang City have now become our stronghold, Jin Lian replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Wang David nodded. It was imperative that nothing went awry on Jin Lian's front, which was precisely why he had come personally. Understood, Jin Lian acknowledged, recognizing the importance of Wang David's words. Just then, Wang David's phone rang. It was Wu Xining calling. After answering, he relayed a few instructions to Jin Lian. I have other matters to attend to. Feel free to reach out if needed. With that, he drove away. At this moment, Wang David broke into a sweat. Had it not been for Wu Xining's reminder, he would have forgotten that today marked the commencement of the Culinary King competition. Fortunately, this year's event was held at the Golden Hotel in Yang City, and he would arrive shortly. Meanwhile, at the Golden Hotel, Wu Xining had already arrived. However, as she was approached by several figures, the foremost among them was Long Xiang. Xining, why are you alone? Wang David hasn't he abandoned you, has he? Long Xiang sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Wu Xining ignored him, casting a cold glance at Chef Zhang, who stood beside Long Xiang. That boy looks like he's only after her looks. Now that he's had his fill, he's naturally slinking away, Chef Zhang scoffed. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face. I agree. Xining, perhaps you should stick with me. It might save your last shred of dignity, Long Xiang retorted. Humph. My affairs are none of your concern. Even if I lose the hotel, it's a price I'm willing to pay, Wu Xining replied icily, her resolve unwavering. You filthy wretch. Don't think you can just disregard me. Long Xiang's fury ignited, and he raised his hand to strike Wu Xining. However, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force envelop his arm, causing a sharp pain that propelled him backward. Long Xiao, why must you be so forgetful? Wang David lamented, shaking his head at the fallen Long Xiang. And you, merely a cur, dare to bark here? He continued, noticing another man in a chef's coat standing beside Chef Zhang and immediately grasping the situation. My apologies for equating that beast with you, Wang David said, casting an apologetic glance at the man. Wang David, do not overstep your bounds. Chef Zhang's face flushed with anger. He had aligned himself with Long Xiang to humiliate Wu Xining, but had not anticipated such an insult. Meanwhile, the chef who had been sneering stood speechless, his anger directed at Wang David. Don't look at me like that. If you have the guts, come and strike me, Wang David declared, brimming with arrogance and disdain. Humph. Just wait. When the time comes, don't come crying to us, Chef Zhang growled. Wang David merely chuckled in response. A word of advice, go tend to your master, or you may find yourselves in dire straits. With that, Wang David took Wu Xining's hand and headed toward the hotel entrance. Thank you for helping me out earlier, Wu Xining said gratefully, looking at Wang David. Su, it's nothing. We are already family now, and saying too much would only make it seem distant, he replied. Who wants to be family with you? Wu Xining laughed, rolling her eyes at him. What's wrong? Still not admitting it? Wang David teased, pulling her closer with a mischievous grin on his face. You truly are a rogue, Wu Xining retorted, unable to withstand his advances. She pushed him away and straightened her disheveled clothing. As feelings deepened, Wang David chuckled, unbothered by her resistance. Soon, they arrived at the top floor, where Wang David noticed a throng of attendees. In the expansive center of the hall, resembling a football field, numerous cooking stations were arranged, each adorned with fresh ingredients. The audience was seated on either side, their faces alight with anticipation. At the front were 3 judges' seats, presumably for the esteemed panel of culinary experts. Wu Xining reminded him, these judges are all titans in the culinary world. Wang David nodded but remained unfazed. He had mastered the art of cooking and had nothing to fear. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze upon him. Turning, he found Long Xiang watching him with a mocking smile. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, Wang David thought, could there be someone from Long Xiang's camp among the judges? A wave of foreboding washed over him. David, what's wrong? Wu Xining noted his distraction, her brow furrowed in concern. Nothing, what were you saying? He replied, shaking off the thought for the moment. Wu Xining reiterated, that does seem quite reasonable. Wang David nodded as they took their places in the hotel area, awaiting the competition's commencement. Half an hour later, the judges arrived, and all 38 five-star hotels participating in the competition were present. The Culinary King competition is now officially underway. Please welcome the competing chefs. The host's booming voice resonated, prompting everyone to rise from their seats. Go for it. Wu Xining encouraged Wang David with an encouraging glance. Su, you must consider how to reward me later, Wang David grinned as he made his way forward. As the host concluded, the competition commenced. In an instant, chefs rushed to their stations, including Master Li, representing Long Xiang, who skillfully began slicing 2 radishes. Yet at that moment, Wang David furrowed his brow, his gaze darting around the table. That fool, he can't still be undecided about what to carve, can he? Long Xiang laughed heartily, pointing at Wang David. I suspect he'll take ages to decide. By the time he does, the competition will be over. Chef Zhang chimed in, his face brimming with sycophantic glee. A nauseating sight. Xianing, look at the company you keep. How embarrassing. With a cold huff, Wu Xianing ignored the two. After a full 10 minutes, Wang David finally picked up a pumpkin. His expression turned grave as he gripped a sharp knife. In the blink of an eye, onlookers were left dumbfounded as glints of cold light flashed, the pumpkin's skin and flesh separating with astonishing speed. Wang David's knife skills were so swift that they seemed to blur, leaving only a lingering shadow. Gulping audibly, Long Xiang was taken aback, though soon a cold smirk returned to his face. Chapter 54. Conquering the palates of the judges in a mere 10 minutes. While others were still engrossed in carving their ingredients, Wang David had already set down his knife. How is this possible? Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd, their faces painted with incredulity. Humph, mere child's play, Long Xiang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wang David before signaling to the sole female judge among the panel. Why does it feel like I'm speeding things up? How embarrassing. Wang David mused, casually pulling up a chair and sitting down. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped once more. The female judge shot Wang David a cool smile, while the 2 elderly men beside her regarded him with curiosity. This young man is quite intriguing, remarked the silver-haired elder, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he observed Wang David. As an hour slipped by unnoticed, the first round of the competition concluded. Yet half of the participants had yet to finish their carvings, presenting subpar results. At that moment, chefs began to present their creations to the judges for scoring. The Eli Hotel received scores of 7, 8, and 5, totaling 20 points. The judges announced their respective scores, and the host read them aloud. This was impressive. Such skill could not be achieved without at least 20 years of experience. At that moment, the chef from Long Xiang Hotel presented his creations, garnering unanimous praise from the judges. Longting Hotel scored 10, 9, and 10, accumulating a total of 29 points. As expected, it was the highest score thus far. Haha, did you see that? You are not yet my match. Long Xiang laughed heartily, as if victory was already his. Look, this is true talent. You cannot compete. The chef from Long Tung Hotel cast a disdainful smirk at Wang David as he approached. Fool. Wang David merely glanced at him and uttered 2 words. You? What do you mean? Step aside, do not block my way. Wang David reprimanded him brusquely, striding past. Humph, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. With a cold snort, Chef Li departed in frustration. The craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. It was impressive to carve such a grand palace from a pumpkin without pausing, showcasing exceptional skills. An elderly judge remarked appreciatively, it is good, but considering the pumpkin's thickness, the difficulty of carving is correspondingly reduced. The female judge expressed a hint of regret. Observing this, Wang David smirked. He had already discerned the collusion between her and Long Xiang from previous observations. Thick pumpkin? Why not mention that it is soft as well? Judge, is it not a bit premature to draw conclusions now? Wang David smiled faintly at the female judge. Oh. Do you have any objections to my assessment? She inquired, her voice tinged with annoyance. Naturally not. I merely wish for you to see clearly. With that, Wang David stepped forward and, under the perplexed gazes of everyone, slapped the table. The sound echoed, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Is that fool insane? Chef Zhang sneered, mocking Wang David. I think the real fool is Chef Li began, but was cut off as his eyes widened in shock. Hiss. The audience collectively gasped, witnessing the pumpkin skin and flesh separate as if stone chips were being shed, ultimately forming a hollow palace. The room erupted in astonishment, and after a brief silence, thunderous applause followed. Judge, what is your opinion now? Wang David gazed intently at the female judge, a faint smile gracing his face. This, she hesitated, her expression turning awkward. She had never anticipated that Wang David would hold back, and now it would be difficult to deduct points without seeming biased. The elderly judge spoke up, his face radiating admiration. Ultimately, there were 2 perfect 10s and 1 9, tying them for first place with Long Tung Hotel. Wang David smiled at Long Xiang, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph, do not be too arrogant. The competition has only just begun. Long Xiang snorted coldly, wishing fervently to flay Wang David alive. So, you want to challenge me? Do you think you can? Wang David chuckled, relishing the feeling of being hated yet untouchable. After a brief intermission, the second round commenced. Wang David began preparing his meticulously selected ingredients. As the hour drew near, many had completed their dishes, confidently standing by. At Longting Hotel, Chef Zhang was busy assisting, while Chef Li was working diligently. In contrast, Wang David appeared leisurely, allowing his dish to simmer while casually carving. Before long, an hour had passed, signaling the conclusion of the second round. One by one, participants presented their dishes, and the hall was filled with exclamations of awe. Once again, Longting Hotel achieved a remarkable score of 29, leading the event. However, just then, Wang David approached with his dish. This dish, clear sky and bright sun, is ready for your evaluation. As he lifted the lid, the crowd stared in disbelief. A pot of soup. The audience was momentarily stunned, looking at Wang David with confusion. What is this? A competition, and you present a pot of soup? Are you trying to make a mockery of us? The elderly judge furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wang David. At that moment, Wang David felt a pang of doubt, although the dish crafted by the food god was simple. Perhaps it was too simplistic? This is indeed my competition entry, without a doubt, Wang David replied with a smile, now hoping the food god would come through for him. Sir, are you mocking us judges? Can such a dish even be taken seriously? The female judge pressed, seizing the opportunity to criticize Wang David. You'll know once you taste it, he replied, disregarding her. All right, let us give it a try. The elderly judge, curious, scooped a spoonful. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. The scene played out before the audience, eliciting waves of mocking laughter. But the next moment, the judge's action stunned everyone. He unabashedly grabbed a bowl, filled it to the brim, and gulped it down. Afterward, he wore an expression of sheer delight. What is happening? The audience wondered, bewildered. The sight shocked everyone. A judge was drinking soup without a care for decorum. Yes, he was drinking soup, and greedily at that. Meanwhile, another male judge sensed something amiss and took a spoonful for himself. Such exquisite flavor exists in this world. The moment he tasted it, his face flushed with vitality. And he became invigorated. Delicious, simply divine, he exclaimed, starting to compete with the elderly judge for more. Simultaneously, the female judge could no longer resist. She took a spoonful and was instantly conquered. The audience was left speechless, including Wu Xianing and Long Ziyang, as well as Wang David, who was equally taken aback. Is it really that extraordinary? He thought. Ahem, could one of the judges provide me with a score? Wang David coughed lightly, asking timidly. 10 points. Do not disturb me as I drink my soup. 10 points, well deserved, the judge replied without looking up, as Wang David observed the two engrossed in their soup. A smile crept onto his lips as he turned to the female judge. Dear judge, what score would you give my dish? Wang David inquired. As the female judge raised the spoon to her lips, her hand trembled slightly at his question. This, she hesitated, torn, according to their earlier agreement. She could not award him a perfect score. Yet, the dish was simply too delectable, evoking sensations she had not experienced in decades. 10 points. Saying this, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, as if she had finally broken free from her shackles. Judges, have you made a mistake? It is merely a soup. Yet you awarded it full marks. Observing the score of 30 points, which decisively overshadowed the reputation of Longting Hotel, Long Ziyang erupted in anger and charged towards the judge's table. Young Master Long, please maintain your decorum. We have our own standards of judgment. There is no need for your concern, the elder among the judges remarked. His displeasure evident as he regarded Long Ziyang, clearly undaunted by the latter's status. At this, Wang David cast a keen glance at the elder. This old man is no ordinary figure. Young Master Long, I am not saying this to you lightly. If you cannot accept it, just say so. We are not the type to hold grudges over rightful judgments, Wang David said with a faint smile, observing the grim expression on Long Ziyang's face. Humph, do not be so arrogant. Even if you win this competition, Wu Xianing's hotel will still be mine, Long Ziyang retorted coldly, shooting Wang David a fierce glare before retreating in a huff. Wang David merely smiled coldly, unperturbed by the encounter. Once is insufficient, it will never suffice. The second round commenced, and it came as no surprise that Wang David secured first place. Sister Wu, am I not remarkable? Wang David inquired playfully as he approached Wu Xianing. Remarkable, David is indeed the most impressive, she replied with a smile. Then, Sister Wu, have you considered exploring other remarkable places? He teased. Go on, just know how to flirt, Wu Xianing responded with a playful roll of her eyes. Perhaps Sister Wu should give it some thought, Wang David chuckled softly. The third round commenced, featuring identical ingredients, allowing each participant to showcase their abilities within an hour. After a brief 10-minute respite, the host's voice resonated once more. With the backing of the culinary deity, Wang David was undoubtedly on a roll, completing his task in just half an hour. However, he maintained a gentle simmer to preserve the dish's flavor. An hour later, as expected, Wang David's culinary creation once again captivated the judges' palates, earning him a flawless score. Consequently, the hotel he represented rightfully claimed first place. And Wang David naturally emerged as the culinary king. Have you prepared the matters I entrusted to you? Long Xiang inquired darkly, observing the jubilant Wang David and Wu Xianing on stage. Yes, you may proceed, his subordinate assured. After evading a throng of armed individuals, Wang David breathed a sigh of relief. Such an environment was truly unsuitable for him. After enduring the tension, he headed to the restroom to unwind. However, as he walked down the corridor, he sensed something amiss. Since you are here, why not reveal yourself? Wang David smiled lightly, as his voice echoed. Over 20 individuals wielding clubs emerged from both ends of the corridor. Young Master Long, you truly do not know when to give up, Wang David remarked coldly. Eyeing the leader, Long Xiang. The latter repeatedly sought trouble with him, showing no fear. Wang David, with his fiery temper, refused to believe there existed someone he could not intimidate. Opposing me today will teach you the meaning of regret, Long Xiang declared, confident that so many could easily deal with one. Today he was determined to exact revenge and torment Wang David severely. But the next moment, Long Xiang was taken aback. His eyes filled with disbelief. Individuals rushed forward, encircling Wang David. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wang David unleashed a flurry of punches, sending his assailants flying. In mere moments, all 20 fell to the ground, none able to rise. Young Master Long, did I not tell you? You are incapable. Wang David's gaze hardened as he scrutinized Long Xiang, his expression growing increasingly frigid. What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. I am the young master of the Longhu sect. If you offend me, my father will not spare you, Long Xiang warned. Genuinely regretting his actions as Wang David advanced towards him, he realized he should not have provoked someone of Wang David's caliber, akin to a descending tiger, ready to pounce. Especially those piercing eyes sent chills down his spine. The Longhu sect? Wang David stood before Long Xiang, flashing a toothy grin. I truly do not regard it with any seriousness. With a swift kick aimed at Long Xiang's groin, Wang David seemingly heard the sound of eggs cracking, quickly replaced by a chorus of pained howls. Your stance is unsteady. It appears you truly are incapable, though men should not be deemed incapable. Witnessing another's inadequacy was a rather delightful perversion. Without a glance at the curled-up, moaning Long Xiang, Wang David, now devoid of any urge to relieve himself, made his way to the hall. Sister Wu, do tell, how shall you express your gratitude? Wang David asked, grinning as he regarded the beaming Wu Xianing in the car. What manner of gratitude do you desire? Wu Xianing replied with a smile, revealing her pearly whites, reminiscent of a blooming peony. Of course. No need for gratitude in the physical sense, Wang David noted, observing Wu Xianing's suddenly stern expression. Oh dear, this truly presents a dilemma. What I desire you do not offer, and what you offer, I may not necessarily want, Wang David lamented. However, at that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him as two cool hands approached. Wu Xianing gently pressed her lips against Wang David's cheek. How about this? Are you satisfied? Very much so. Wang David chuckled foolishly, but the next moment, he seemed to awaken from a dream. I am unwilling. I have suffered great losses, Wang David exclaimed, leaning towards Wu Xianing. Enough, I am driving, she replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, trying to deter him. Davy, I am prepared to offer you 20% of the hotel shares. Would you accept? Wu Xianing suddenly glanced at Wang David and made an unexpected proposal. Not interested, Wang David replied without a second thought, surprising her with his swift refusal. In truth, Wang David understood that Wu Xianing's offer aimed to intertwine their fates with the hotel. While he cherished the idea of being close to her, he did not wish to be bound by any ties. Wu Xianing's expression soured slightly as she shot him an exasperated look. Sister Wu, truly, you need not worry. I am already yours. Am I not at your beck and call? Wang David candidly expressed his thoughts, not bothering with euphemisms. Why speak so harshly? Wu Xianing's eyes brightened with surprise, though she still sensed something amiss in his tone. What? Does Sister Wu wish to turn the tables? Am I now at your command? Wang David's eyes gleamed mischievously as he teased. Go away. How dare you be so shameless? Wu Xianing retorted with a playful huff, continuing to drive. The afternoon unfolded beautifully and harmoniously, enveloping Wang David in a warm, tender atmosphere from which he could not extricate himself. Could this ghost truly have feelings for me? Wang David pondered for a moment, glancing at the ethereal Xiaotong drifting into his room. Lying on his bed, he opened a chat group. 10,000 merits? I have nowhere to snatch them. Wang David sighed dramatically, his spirit stirred, before succumbing to sleep once more. Awakening at 9 the next morning, Wang David's phone rang abruptly. Blinking groggily, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number and hung up without a second thought. Damn, my spring dream was interrupted just like that. I was so close. He grumbled, feeling irked as he attempted to return to slumber, hoping to meet the daughter of the dream god. However, just then, his phone rang again. Who the hell is this? Do they not allow a person to dream? Wang David picked up the phone. Who are you? Do you not know that calling early in the morning is impolite? He complained, but there was no response. Is this Mr. Wong David? A voice inquired. Who are you? Wong David furrowed his brow, recognizing that he had never heard this voice before. I served as the chief judge in the culinary competition yesterday. My name is Feng Tianlong. Upon hearing my name on the other end of the line, one would expect a sense of reverence, or at the very least, a shift in attitude. I would like to invite Mr. Wong to dinner, and perhaps we could discuss culinary skills as well. I have heard that your hotel has encountered some difficulties. I might be able to assist. This last statement was clearly an offer of compensation. Is there truly such an opportunity? At this moment, Wong David was already partially awake and realized who was on the line. Without further contemplation, he accepted the invitation. Feng Lao, you aren't suggesting we dine here, are you? Wong David asked, bewildered as he glanced at the roadside barbecue stall. Such a simple place must surely possess its own charm. Feng Lao chuckled lightly, unfazed, and chose a seat. Wong David, feeling comfortable, sat down as well. Since the host showed no concern, Wong David felt no need to protest. As they walked together, the two grew increasingly familiar with one another. He understood that the elderly gentleman before him was named Feng Tianlong. David, may I inquire who taught you your culinary skills? Feng Lao remarked with a hint of admiration. I have been in the food industry for years and was unaware of someone so remarkable. I taught myself. Wong David replied casually. He certainly could not disclose that it was the god of cuisine who had instructed him. For such a revelation would be utterly shocking and render him a fool. Self-taught? Feng Tianlong observed Wong David, realizing he was reluctant to elaborate and chose not to press further. Today, we have an instant rapport. Come, let us enjoy a few drinks together. Feng Tianlong, in high spirits, ordered 2 bottles of liquor and began to pour for Wong David. Wait a moment, Feng Lao. Wong David interjected, covering his cup to halt the pouring. Feng Tianlong frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Please do not misunderstand, Feng Lao. I am simply unaccustomed to the local liquor. How about you try the wine I brought? Wong David suggested, producing a flat iron flask from his pocket and pouring half a cup for Feng Tianlong, followed by a similar amount for himself. This was not a matter of pretentiousness. Rather, having grown accustomed to a particular vintage, other wines seemed bland by comparison. This was also the reason why Hua Junchu often sought to pilfer his liquor. Oh, I did not expect David to be a connoisseur of fine spirits. Feng Tianlong remarked with curiosity. He smiled as he raised his cup and took a small sip, initially with a testing mindset. However, upon tasting, his eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with delight. This is exceptional liquor, he exclaimed, finishing the remainder in one gulp, revealing a look of lingering satisfaction. Feng Lao, you should be aware that I have only this small flask. Once it is gone, there will be no more. Wong David chuckled, shaking the flask before them. Ah, pour me another glass. Young man, why isn't your pour at an angle? Fill it to the brim. A person should be generous. Feng Tianlong urged. Once the cup is full, the flavor changes, Wong David explained with a smile, pouring himself another glass. As they dined, their bond grew closer. David, here is my contact information. Be sure to reach out when you have the time, Feng Tianlong said. Certainly, Wong David nodded, feeling a strong connection with Feng Tianlong, and readily agreed. By the way, Feng Lao, have you been feeling weak and unable to exert strength in your hands lately? Wong David suddenly asked. Feng Tianlong was taken aback, looking at Wong David in astonishment. David, you truly possess remarkable insight. Do you also have medical skills? Just a bit, Wong David replied, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. I have a pill here. After you take it, you should feel better. Wong David produced an ancient vitality pill, speaking in a peculiar tone. Chapter 57. The grand opening of the shop. The vitality pill is unlike Viagra. It is a concoction crafted by Wukong, possessing potent medicinal properties. For those suffering from kidney deficiency, the vitality pill is nothing short of a treasure. As for Feng Tianlong, it was evident he was in need of such a remedy. Otherwise, Wong David would not dare to present such an extraordinary pill. Very well, old man, I thank you. David, Feng Tianlong said heartily, accepting the pill and tucking it away. What brings you here today? In the office. Wu Xianing looked at Wong David with a smile as he approached. The spring breeze, and it happens to be the spring breeze of Sister Wu, Wong David replied dreamily, plopping down onto Wu Xianing's desk. Move aside. I know you're just being playful, she said with a teasing tone. After sharing a pot of tofu, Wong David leaned back contentedly in his chair. Sister Wu, how much do you know about Feng Tianlong? Feng Lao? Wu Xianing pondered for a moment, casting a surprised glance at Wong David. Why do you ask about him? He treated me to a wonderful meal today and mentioned he could assist the hotel. Wong David divulged without hesitation. Feng Lao actually agreed to help us? Wu Xianing exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom her ears. It seemed she was quite familiar with Feng Lao. Not too familiar. just aware that he is somewhat mysterious, and even the Long Hu Min dare not provoke him in Yang City. If he wishes to help, then our hotel is truly saved. Wu Xianing rose and approached David. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Oh, it appears Feng Lao is indeed extraordinary, Wang David mused with a smile. If even the Long Hu Min dare not offend him, he is certainly not an ordinary individual. David, I truly appreciate your help this time. What does Sister Wu plan to do to thank me? Wang David asked, pulling Wu Xianing's hand and drawing her close, gazing fervently at her exquisite face. Whatever you desire. Wu Xianing replied with a charming smile, enchanting all around her, causing Wang David to feel a wave of dizziness. Sister Wu, you are truly igniting a fire here. Wang David chuckled. The essence of manhood was awakening within him. It all depended on how far David would go. This was an outright provocation, a blatant challenge. Was Wang David the type to endure such taunts without retaliating? At this moment, he could assert to everyone, no, I am not that kind of person. I will fight back. Thus, Wang David did not shy away, lunging forward like a wolf amongst sheep. Yet, Wu Xianing managed to evade him, leaving him frustrated and empty-handed. Sister Wu, the fire has been ignited. You wouldn't just abandon it, would you? Who told you to keep bullying me? Wu Xianing replied with a radiant smile, playfully walking away. Not possible. I need to use the restroom. After discussing hotel matters with Wu Xianing and providing her with Feng Lao's contact information, Wang David was confident he need not worry about subsequent developments. Meanwhile, an increasing amount of information about Long Hu Min was reaching Wang David. Their ambition to conquer Yang City and even control all of South China was grand indeed. Wang David's eyes flickered. According to the data, it would not be long before the Long Hu Min took action. Ding, ding. Just then, his phone rang urgently. What is happening? Could it be that something has transpired in the celestial realm? Wang David retrieved his mobile phone, and upon unlocking it, a notification emerged. The celestial shop is now open. Entry requires 10,000 merits. Glancing at the message, Wang David immediately concluded that this was indeed the case. However, accumulating 10,000 merits was no trivial task. Wang David felt a wave of frustration wash over him, cursing the greedy Jade Emperor and the avaricious Lao Jun. At that moment, the chat group erupted with activity. Erlangshan declared, I have resolved to lead my trusty Hound of Heaven to seize some merits. Neza chimed in, count me in. After millennia of toil, I cannot even afford a shop. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King interjected, Neza, what folly is this? Why would you open a shop? With that, Neza fell silent. Sun Wukong added with a chuckle, fear not, for I require but a mere 1,000 merits. He continued, my shop offers exquisite peaches and kiwis. The finest treasures from Flower Fruit Mountain, truly worth their weight in gold. It seemed that this monkey had indeed approached the Jade Emperor. Wang David felt speechless, yet he could not fault Wukong for his strength. Yin Wang lamented, great sage, your prowess is commendable, yet we lesser deities cannot even afford a single shop. This amused Wang David. For this Yin Wang still owed him several hundred merits, making it impossible for him to open a shop. The Dragon King proclaimed, fortunately, my family is well off, so if any of the great deities require something, please visit my shop. Lei Gong added, in the future, should anyone be interested, feel free to visit my shop of Heavenly Thunder. Observing the celestial beings, Wang David understood that wealth was indeed stratified among them. At present, nearly one-third of the deities had established shops, with others preparing to do so, like Erlangshan. As for the remainder, they genuinely could not afford a storefront. So they simply abandoned the idea. Lao Jun, seeking to join the fray, announced, I shall sell various elixirs, cultivation techniques, and alchemical equipment. He intended to advertise, yet was immediately besieged by others as soon as he made his appearance. However, Wang David noticed this information and promptly clicked on the newly added celestial shop section. Before him appeared a screen adorned with mist and luminescence, embellished with ethereal decorations, exuding an aura of peace. As he navigated through the celestial clouds, Wang David discovered a variety of uniquely styled shops, igniting within him an insatiable curiosity. Soon, he stumbled upon Sun Wukong's establishment, aptly named the Great Sage's exclusive shop. Upon entering, he was met with rows of assorted peaches, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Is he merely selling peaches? He pondered. Chang'e, it seemed, had not opened a shop. This must be the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's domain. As he perused the shops, Wang David's eyes widened in amazement, though he soon felt disheartened. Most items were priced between 50 and 1,000 merits. Finally, he located Lao Jun's shop, which bore the imposing name of Doshui Palace. Its entrance more regal than the average shop. Upon entering, Wang David's eyes sparkled with excitement. There lay an array of extraordinary elixirs: 9-turn Great Healing Pill, Grand Luo Golden Immortal Pill, Transcendence Pill, Escape Pill, and Soul Returning Pill, all boasting miraculous effects. However, Upon seeing the prices, he could only wave goodbye. 1,000 merits. 900 merits, with the lowest priced at 100 merits, how is one to afford such luxuries? Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a thin booklet tucked away in a corner. Chapter 58, The Method of Cultivating Merits, the Merit Cultivation Manual. As he read the title, his heart raced with anticipation. I must acquire this at any cost. In that moment, Wong David's resolve crystallized. With this manual, the persistent issue of merits that plagued him would be resolved. Feeling exhilarated, he noted the price at 100 merits, acceptable. He exhaled deeply, waved his hand, and made the purchase. After paying the 100 merits, he exited with satisfaction. Upon opening the Merit Cultivation Manual, a golden light surged into his mind. Wong David was accustomed to this sensation. After a brief moment of discomfort, he regained his composure, now possessing a wealth of new memories. Merits could enhance one's cultivation and increase the likelihood of successfully transcending tribulations accumulated through the diligent practice of celestial beings over time. The methods for cultivating merits were generally threefold: cultivation, performing good deeds, and absorbing others' faith. Cultivation, performing good deeds, absorbing faith? Wong David furrowed his brow, pondering the latter two. Cultivation involved the continuous enhancement of one's abilities. As one's strength grew, corresponding merits would accumulate. 10 years of cultivation would yield 1 merit. Does this mean I could only acquire a few merits in my lifetime? What a ripoff. Wong David's eyes twitched at the thought, finding this setup exceedingly frustrating. Performing good deeds entailed aiding others in increasing their merits. 10 lifetimes of kindness was the principle behind it. Based on the impact of one's good deeds, one could exchange for corresponding merits. This seemed straightforward, though he wondered how the final merits could be redeemed. Absorbing faith involved enhancing others' admiration for oneself, thereby drawing upon their faith. What nonsense. Saving the world. Wong David found himself speechless. Among these three methods, only the second appeared reliable, yet it lacked transparency. To cultivate the merit cultivation method requires 100 merits? At this point, Wong David nearly spat blood in disbelief. Did it really require merits? Left with no choice, he spent another 100 merits on the cultivation method. Moments later, a gentle radiance emanated from his being, expanding outward in soft waves. Not blinding like the light of the Buddha, but gently radiating. Suddenly, a notification indicated that Wong David had gained 1,000 merits. How did I inexplicably acquire merits? He was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized the reason. His previous participation in Zhou Shiren's concert, where he performed as Tian Peng Yuan Shui, had garnered him admiration from approximately 10,000 spectators. This can indeed yield merits. Wong David was astonished, then a smile crept across his face. If that's the case, I should explore this avenue further. As such, he began to contemplate acquiring the subsequent dance steps from Tian Peng Yuan Shui to enhance his merits. This plan seemed feasible. There was no rush regarding cultivation. He could test the waters with good deeds later, and the faith absorption could be initiated sooner. With a newfound sense of purpose, Wong David's spirits soared. It seemed that before long, he would be able to open his own shop. Ding! At that moment, an unexpected message from Chang'e appeared on his screen. Upon opening it, Wong David was surprised to find that she was requesting to borrow merits. Great deity. Might I borrow 1,000 merits? I promise to repay you in kind. Understanding the context, Wong David surmised, is Chang'e planning to establish a shop? Chang'e continued, Great deity. Your powers are vast and cannot be concealed from you. Indeed, I wish to open a shop, but I lack the necessary merits. As he considered this, an idea struck Wong David, presenting an opportunity to earn merits. I could lend you 1,000 merits, but I have a condition. A smile graced his lips as he sent the message. Chang'e replied, Please, great deity, state your condition. I shall comply to the best of my abilities. Recognizing her eagerness to open a shop, Wong David wasted no time. I can lend you 1,000 merits, but I require 10% of the shop's future profits. In the eyes of Wong David, if the moon goddess Chang'e were to acquiesce to his terms, it would pave the way for a deeper collaboration. Within the Moon Palace, Chang'e furrowed her delicate brows as she gazed at her phone, caught in a moment of hesitation. At that instant, a charming figure dashed towards her. Dressed in a pure white furry outfit, with 2 ears atop her head, it could only be the adorable Jade Rabbit. Sister, what's the matter? The Jade Rabbit inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. The dreaming immortal has promised me 1,000 merits, but the condition is 1/10 of the shop's profits. Isn't that wonderful? After all, he is an immortal, the Jade Rabbit replied, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Indeed, then you should agree. As Wong David read the message from Chang'e, a smile spread across his face. The initial investment had thus been completed. It was time to discuss the collaboration further. And Wong David felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Chang'e, I have some perfumes and skincare products. Would it be possible for you to sell them on my behalf? This was where the real profit lay. After all, the desire for beauty is universal, even among deities. Does the immortal wish to bring such treasures to my domain for sale? Chang'e responded, her expression filled with delight. Naturally, they are women's products. And I am not suited for such tasks, Wang David explained. The crux was the absence of merits, and to his astonishment, Chang'e seemed to believe him. Very well. Does the immortal have any conditions? Chang'e's heart raced with excitement. She understood the allure these treasures held within the celestial realm. This was undoubtedly a vast market. I will provide the goddess with ample supplies while retaining 50% of the profits. This revenue is distinct from the previous arrangement. It stands alone. Such an enticing offer left Wang David confident that Chang'e would not decline. Earning half the profits without effort was a proposition that anyone would accept. Is the immortal serious? Is 50% not too little? Chang'e questioned, her curiosity piqued. Wang David chuckled at her message, replying, let us consider it a token of gratitude for your past kindness. That 50% is entirely yours. At that moment, Chang'e was overwhelmed with excitement. Such a fortunate turn of events had unexpectedly come her way. And the immortal was indeed generous, granting her such a substantial profit. The dreaming immortal truly lives up to his name. Chang'e mused in her heart. After discussing various matters with Chang'e, Wang David found himself contacted by Erlang Shun, Sun Wukong, Yin Wang, and Wu Gang, all inquiring about the shop's affairs. Without funds, how can I even open a shop? Wang David replied, exasperated. He felt that his finances were dwindling, with numerous tasks looming ahead. If I am to do good deeds, I might as well unveil a cancer treatment formula. This way, I can do good while also earning money. He contemplated, resolved to take action. What? You have a formula that can treat cancer? The line crackled as he called Hua Junqiu, and before he could finish his sentence, a shattering sound echoed on the other end. Wait for me. I will come to you immediately. Hua Junqiu felt his heart racing. The success of the heart-strengthening pill had already proven lucrative, generating millions monthly for the company. Now, the prospect of a cancer treatment formula from Wang David was nothing short of extraordinary. Without delay, he called Lu Feiping and hurried off to Wang David's residence. After hanging up, he took a sip of the monkey wine before him. The cancer treatment mentioned in the Jade Use Immortal Code was barely noteworthy. Why had matters escalated so quickly in the celestial marketplace? Wang David furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming influx of tasks. He currently had over 1 million in hand, and his immediate priority was to procure land and purchase cosmetic supplies to furnish Chang'e with goods. Following this, the focus would shift to profit-making and accumulating merits. With clarity emerging in his mind, he established a plan. Before long, Hua Junqiu and Lu Feiping arrived together. David, is what you said true? Hua Junqiu inquired eagerly upon entering. Lu Feiping, too, bore an expression of anticipation as he looked at Wang David. If what Wang David claimed was indeed accurate, it would mark a miraculous breakthrough in the medical field. Such a development would enable Lu Feiping to command the pharmaceutical market across central and northern China, and even expand internationally, all hinging on Wang David's revelation. Have I ever deceived you? Wang David replied confidently, gesturing for them to sit as he poured each of them a cup of monkey wine. As Wang David poured the wine, Hua Junqiu momentarily forgot about the cancer treatment, cautiously savoring the drink with a look of enjoyment. Lu Feiping was taken aback. Weren't they here to discuss the cancer treatment? Why were they drinking instead? Uncle Lu should give it a try as well. Indeed, this wine cannot be found on the mainland. Curiosity piqued, Lu Feiping lifted the cup, inhaling the aroma. And in the next moment, he downed it in one gulp. What a fine wine! His face flushed with exhilaration, Lu Feiping praised, eagerly looking at Wang David. Feeling good today. Drink as much as you like, Wang David declared generously, producing another bottle of monkey wine. Yet, a moment later, he cast a sly glance at Hua Junqiu, adding, but you can't take any with you. Such a miser, Hua Junqiu thought, rolling his eyes at Wang David, who had initially come to discuss important matters but now found themselves indulging in merriment. An hour later, Lu Feiping finished the bottle and turned to Wang David. David, Uncle came here with a serious matter. Junqiu, why don't you share? Lu Feiping, his face flushed, gazed dreamily at Wang David and Hua Junqiu. What's there to discuss? David has assured us. It will undoubtedly be fine, Hua Junqiu replied confidently, his faith in Wang David unwavering. Here is the formula. You may study it. I still request 20% of the profits, Wang David said with a gentle smile. That is no problem, if it truly works. Uncle will ensure you receive 30% of the profits, Lu Feiping declared generously. Hua Junqiu merely glanced at him, saying nothing. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Wang David smiled, pleased that Lu Feiping was not intoxicated. Should the cancer treatment prove genuine, the benefits for the Feiping group would transcend mere profits. It would grant them significant influence, propelling them to the forefront of the medical world. Thus, Lafite willingly offered the additional 10% to Wang David. With the formula in hand, Lafite departed in a state of excitement, leaving Hua Junchu behind. "What's the matter? Bringing me wine? You look pathetic. A few drinks and you're already tipsy?" Wang David remarked disdainfully, noting Hua Junchu's poor tolerance. "Come with me to buy some land. I need to store inventory." Regardless of whether Hua Junchu was genuinely drunk or pretending, Wang David pulled him along. "Slow down. I feel nauseous," Hua Junchu suddenly piped up. Ultimately, he succumbed to his discomfort. However, just before he could, Wang David gave him a swift kick, sending Hua Junchu sprawling. After burping, Hua Junchu exclaimed, "And remember to let me know next time you grope me. If you can't handle your drink, just don't." David Wang wore a look of disdain. The capacity for liquor was simply astonishing. Fine wine was worth dying for. However, the subsequent words of Hua Junchu rendered David speechless. Could such ambition truly be encapsulated by a mere vulgarity? "You should consume this." He produced a pill, recently refined by the celestial Chang'e, known to invigorate the mind and enhance intelligence. It appeared Hua Junchu's faculties were somewhat impaired. After ingesting the pill, Hua Junchu was indeed immediately revitalized. "David, what did you just give me? I feel as if I'm floating, my head is clear, it's delightful." "Poison," David Wang blurted out. "May it kill me. Get lost." "Mr. Wang, our location is in the city center, the foot traffic is substantial, and the prices are reasonable." A balding man ardently promoted his establishment, occasionally casting glances at the luxury cars outside. Yet, David Wang remained unimpressed. After visiting several places, he was still dissatisfied. "David, those are the finest plots and stores in Yanqing. What exactly are you looking for?" Hua Junchu was puzzled. "I merely desire a storefront for storing goods." "What say you?" David Wang was at a loss for words. "You led me to this path, and what a path it is." Chapter 60. Becoming the boss. By the way, do you know who owned that old car repair shop in the suburbs before it closed? A brilliant idea struck David Wang, prompting his inquiry. "After its closure, it seems the bank took possession," Hua Junchu replied thoughtfully. David had investigated the situation surrounding the repair shop when he encountered trouble there. "This simplifies matters." He smiled, resolute in his decision. That was the place. It had a factory building, was secluded, and was perfectly suited for his enterprise. "You wouldn't choose that place, would you?" Hua Junchu looked at David with wide eyes. Incredulous. "Why not?" With that, David Wang was already in the car, on his way to the bank. The entire afternoon passed as he successfully acquired the repair shop and instructed Jean Lian to facilitate some renovations. The following morning, David set out early. Arriving at a cosmetics company. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A stunning woman greeted him as he entered the lobby. "Is your manager available? I wish to purchase some cosmetics." "The manager is currently occupied, but I can assist you with your cosmetic needs," she replied, casting a glance at David, who did not exude contempt but also did not summon the manager. "I require 10 million worth of cosmetics. Can you manage that?" The woman was taken aback, her expression frozen in disbelief. "Yes, you heard correctly." David's demeanor remained unperturbed as his gaze wandered aimlessly about the room. "Can you handle this?" After a brief pause, he inquired casually. "Please hold on. I will fetch the manager immediately." 10 million was undeniably a significant client, far beyond her capacity to manage. Hastily departing, David took a seat without uttering a word. After receiving 10 million from Hua Junchu, he pondered if it might be insufficient. Soon, a professionally attired woman in black stockings, revealing her alluring legs, approached him, accompanied by the earlier woman. "Sir, may I inquire what type of cosmetics you wish to purchase?" The manager's heart raced, already informed of the situation on her way over. This order equated to their quarterly sales. "I seek the finest cosmetics," David responded, his gaze fixed intensely on the manager. "If satisfactory, this shall be merely the beginning." A chill passed through David's eyes. "If not, you may as well close your doors." The manager trembled, her gaze toward David filled with reverence. "Rest assured, our products are of the highest quality. You shall be thoroughly satisfied." After the initial shock, the manager was visibly elated. This was merely a start. A commencement of 10 million. What would follow be even more staggering? Presenting an order form, the manager quickly stood, accepting it with both hands. "It contains the address. Have it delivered there." "Understood. I shall see to it immediately." She, not daring to delay, exchanged pleasantries before hastily departing. David did not linger, summoning Jean Lian as they headed toward the repair shop. With the efforts of Jean Lian and the others, the repair shop had undergone a remarkable transformation. While it still bore signs of wear, it was no longer susceptible to rain or wind, sufficient for David. "Not bad." Though somewhat unsightly, he acknowledged with a smile. "Time is of the essence. I will arrange for repairs later." Jean Lian chuckled, scratching his head. "You handle this matter," David instructed. "How have things been on your end?" Following the boss's directive, the brothers have remained discreet, Thus far, nothing noteworthy has transpired. However, it seems the Longhu gang has begun to stir. Jean Lien spoke lightly, yet David sensed an underlying tension. It appeared the Longhu gang had commenced operations. If I am correct, they will likely turn their attention toward you next. Remain vigilant. David's expression turned serious, and Jean Lien nodded in compliance. Meanwhile, the cosmetics company vehicle arrived, and under David's direction, boxes of cosmetics were transported into the factory. An hour later, the workers departed, and Jean Lien set off to attend to his own affairs. Now, I'm a boss, David mused, reclining in a chair, surveying the shelves laden with products with a broad smile. Once upon a time, he had envisioned himself as a proprietor, although this venture was somewhat meager. Pigeon meat is still meat, and frog legs are still legs. He retrieved his phone and contacted Chang'e. How are preparations on your end? Everything is ready. The Moon Palace's elixirs and textiles are now available, and the treasures will be on sale upon arrival. David was impressed by Chang'e's efficiency. In a modern context, she would undoubtedly be a formidable businesswoman. I will send the items now. He dispatched 5 boxes first, wary of overwhelming Chang'e with too much at once. Even so, upon receiving the 5 boxes of cosmetics, Chang'e's expression reflected astonishment. Indeed, the great immortal possesses remarkable prowess, gathering such treasures. Simultaneously, Chang'e seemed to envision the future market. The items have been received. Please rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Now it was time to contemplate the reinforcement of faith. To increase merit, enhancing belief is the most direct approach. While David contemplated this, a tempest was brewing among the women of the celestial realm. With the influx of goods, Chang'e's promotional efforts intensified. It was predictable that the celestial maidens would soon be swept into a frenzy. Chapter 61. Advancing Cosmetics. I wonder how Shiryun is faring now? Last I heard, she was filming. By now, it should have concluded. David, what prompted you to call me? The call connected, and Zhou Shiryun's voice came through, laced with a hint of longing. What, do you miss me? Wang David chuckled, his voice tinged with a hint of lewdness. Of course I miss you. I've been yearning for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiryun's initial displeasure dissipated, leaving only sweetness in her heart. Her cheeks flushed, she bore a look of happiness, though she remained quite rational. So, what brings you to me today? I just wanted to see you. What are you busy with? That's a secret. After a playful exchange, Wang David shared his idea of producing a dance film, which Zhou Shiryun wholeheartedly supported. However, Wang David found it peculiar that Zhou Shiryun did not explicitly offer her assistance. How strange. I shall see how to handle you later. He chuckled, contemplating how to deal with Zhou Shiryun. Without her, the dance film would not come to fruition anytime soon, so he shifted his focus elsewhere, specifically to Wuxianing's hotel. Yang City, the heart of Southeast Province, boasts a remarkably developed commercial and service industry, with many factions eager to claim a share. The hotel sector, in particular, is almost monopolized by the Longhu Gate, which is undoubtedly backed by the Hamen. This is a lucrative opportunity, and for Wang David to dismantle the Longhu Gate, he must firmly grasp this prize. Money is what I lack, Wang David pondered, lamenting that without funds, many initiatives remain unattainable. Ultimately, he selected 2 exquisite dishes from the God of Food's recipes and entrusted them to 2 chefs at Wuxianing's hotel. To Wang David, these chefs were akin to revered deities, their adoring gazes making him feel somewhat uneasy. The chef Zhang had long been dismissed. I truly wonder what else you can do, Wuxianing remarked, scrutinizing Wang David with a mix of admiration and skepticism. I possess numerous talents, it is merely that you are reluctant to give them a try. Wang David retorted with a mischievous grin. Always with your banter, Wuxianing rolled her eyes before saying, Now, what are you scheming? Wang David chuckled, You understand me well. Wu Jia, I aim to assist you in controlling the large hotel market in Yang City. He spoke nonchalantly, as if expressing a mundane desire for water. Yet, Wuxianing's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of astonishment. She knew well the magnitude of Yang City and the depths of its hotel market, which were firmly held by the Longhu Gate. David, are you certain you are not jesting with me? Wuxianing asked incredulously after a prolonged silence. Do I seem to be joking? Yes. With the 2 dishes I've taught you, I am confident that the hotel's business will flourish, capturing a portion of the market. Wang David composed himself and continued, Once old Feng assists with promotion, no one in Yang City will remain unaware of Wu Jia's hotel. The market is finite. As I gain, you will naturally lose until those who currently dominate can no longer sustain themselves, leaving you without rivals. But this requires considerable capital, Wuxianing pointed out, presenting a pragmatic concern. That will be addressed later. I am certain a solution will emerge. In essence, we are still in need of funds. After bidding farewell to Wuxianing, Wang David sought out Hua Junchu, this time with financial intentions. While Wang David was troubled by monetary matters, the realm of immortals was currently grappling with cosmetic complications. The men, including husbands and lovers, began to inquire about the source of their lady's discontent, only to discover it was all due to cosmetics. In the residence of the Thunder God, a bolt of purple lightning struck, illuminating the somber figure of Lei Gong. "My wife," he lamented, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the closed door, his voice filled with a long, mournful wail. Cosmetics, that dreadful cosmetic. Lei Gong seethed with frustration, but he could only make his way to the Moon Palace. Having spent all his merits on opening a shop, it appeared he would have to resort to selling his blood. "Are you off to buy cosmetics?" He encountered the 7th princess on his journey, the youngest daughter of the Jade Emperor, known for her whimsical nature. Observing the despondent Lei Gong, she giggled. "You must be feeling the same way." Lei Gong shook his head with a sigh, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, I am here to purchase cosmetics for my elder sisters." Recalling how Fairy Baiwa had recently flaunted a box of cosmetics before him, the 7th princess felt a twinge of discomfort. As they conversed, they unexpectedly encountered Neza, who appeared to be no more than 12 or 13. "Neza, why is a little child like you headed to the Moon Palace?" The 7th princess inquired, curiosity piqued. "Of course, I am here to buy cosmetics for my mother," Neza declared proudly. The trio hurried towards the Moon Palace, only to be struck with astonishment at the sight before them. "What is happening here?" they exclaimed at the sight of a queue stretching for nearly 1,000 meters. "Isn't this a bit excessive? Hey, hurry up. Leave some for us." Voices echoed above the Moon Palace. Inside, the Moon Palace was abuzz with activity as Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit frantically attended to the chaos. They had even summoned Wukong and Ho Yi for assistance. Yet they remained overwhelmed. Originally, business had been thriving, but an unexpected surge in demand had destabilized their operations. Ultimately, the Supreme Old Lord had to intervene, halting sales at the shop. Thus, the astute Chang'e decided to implement on-site sales. "Dear fairies and friends, due to the limited supply of cosmetics, we will enforce a purchasing limit. Each person may only buy a certain amount to ensure fairness for those behind," she announced plainly. Some in the front wished to protest, but a sudden chill down their spines silenced them. Chapter 62. 5,000 merits, sister. This is only the beginning, and we've already sold over 1,000 units. The lively Jade Rabbit bounced over to Chang'e during their break, brimming with excitement. Her sapphire-like eyes sparkled with joy. The price for the cosmetics was 10 merits per unit, totaling over 10,000 merits. Chang'e's face radiated enthusiasm, her beauty further enhanced, leaving Wukong and Hui drooling. Indeed, this success is thanks to Master Rumming. Otherwise, who would have dared to dream of such a windfall? Chang'e replied with a smile. "All right, you may rest now." After sending the Jade Rabbit and Wukong to take a break, Chang'e pulled out her phone to contact Master Rumming. After 3 or 4 days of effort, Wang David finally secured 100 million from Hua Junshu and Lu Feiping, which represented his advance for the next 2 months' earnings. With the promotion of the heart-strengthening pill gaining traction and the market expanding immensely, the profits were staggering. Moreover, the cancer treatment formula had been finalized, promising even more significant impact and profit. Thus, claiming this 100 million felt entirely justified to Wang David. Beep, beep. While discussing matters with Hua Junshu at his residence, Wang David's phone chimed. "Chang'e? What could she want at this hour?" "Please handle things over there," he instructed Hua Junshu after ending the call. "Sure. But you certainly have a bold heart," Hua Junshu remarked with a chuckle as he stood to leave. Wang David merely smiled faintly. Once Hua Junshu departed, he retrieved his phone. However, upon receiving the message from the celestial being Chang'e, David Wang was momentarily taken aback, only to be immediately engulfed by a wave of elation. It was astonishing to realize that, in such a brief span of time, the products had nearly sold out. The demand was indeed formidable. There is no way to resist the allure of beauty with Chang'e serving as a living advertisement. It is likely that few celestial maidens can withstand such temptation. "Just a moment, I shall send the item shortly." Rising to his feet, Wang David made his way outside. He hastily arrived at the factory, where several subordinates of Jin Lian were stationed, all displaying respectful demeanor upon his arrival. "Very well, you may leave now," Wang David gestured, prompting them to exit. Only then did he take out his phone. After a brief scan, he sent over another dozen boxes of cosmetics. Soon enough, the goods were received by the fairy Chang'e. In the Moon Palace, as she gazed at the cosmetics piling up before her, Chang'e's face was alight with excitement. The great immortal of dreams possesses extraordinary powers. In such a short span of time, he was able to concoct so many treasures. With a gasp of awe, the celestial maiden Chang'e once more grasped her mobile device. Observing her hands gracefully dancing in the air, vibrant beams of light akin to a rainbow emerged, transforming into delicate threads that floated into the phone. 5,000 merits. Astonishing. I can hardly believe my own eyes. That amounts to 5,000 merits. Just imagine how many treasures one could procure with such a sum. It is unimaginable. Madness. This world must be deranged. Wang David felt a weighty sensation in his breath. It seems that the time for me to open my shop is drawing near. With a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, Wang David secretly rejoiced. Thank you for your hard work, Chang'e, he uttered, bringing joy to her heart. As Chang'e immersed herself in her tasks, Wang David eagerly clicked on 3 techniques of the piercing heavens. Should he learn the subsequent 2 techniques? 800 merits are required. Without a moment's hesitation, I tapped on the learning option, and instantly, my phone screen was enveloped in a radiant glow. In the next moment, 2 beams of golden light surged into my mind, bestowing upon me a mysterious memory. Indeed, these 2 techniques are truly formidable. My cultivation level has astonishingly reached that of 50 years. Wang David marveled, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. He now believed that a single punch could shatter a massive boulder. Unable to restrain himself, he unleashed a palm strike, and a phantom gust of wind surged forth, instantly leaving a profound imprint on the wall ahead. Witnessing this, Wang David was even more astounded, for he had merely executed a casual blow. If he were to deliver another strike, it seemed that the wall would surely crumble. As Wang David gazed at his own hands, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of ambition and stepped outside to seek someone to repair the wall. Upon emerging, he turned to a subordinate and spoke in a nonchalant manner. As he watched Wang David depart, the curious subordinate hurriedly made his way inside. Moments earlier, they had certainly heard the commotion within. However, upon witnessing the handprints on the wall, they were collectively rendered speechless. Was this the work of their leader? Could it be that he was a divine being? Unbeknownst to the younger one's astonishment, at this moment, Wang David arrived at Wu Xianing's hotel. Upon reaching the office on the top floor, Wang David was taken aback to discover that old Feng was also present. Just as David was mentioned, he had already arrived. It seems there is a remarkable connection between you all. Feng Tianlong teased, gazing at Wu Xianing and Wang David, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Oh, is Sister Wu speaking of me? Wang David, unfazed, chuckled softly as he gazed intently at Wu Xianing and approached her. Old Feng is here, he remarked. Wu Xianing shot Wang David a sidelong glance and whispered, Did Sister Wu not notice that old Feng has already fallen asleep? Upon hearing this, Wu Xianing turned to look, and a delicate blush instantly graced her cheeks. At this moment, that old scoundrel Feng Tianlong had actually closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Truly, age had rendered him cunning. Amidst a flurry of playful scuffles, the triumphant Wang David, with his hands laden with fragrant treasures, settled proudly beside Wu Xianing. So, are you and old Feng engaged in discussions, Sister Wu? I didn't expect you to ask. Wu Xianing said with a hint of annoyance. Hee, Sister Wu. What are you talking about? David replied. I have just discussed with Xianing the plan to promote the hotel's reputation and establish it as the most renowned hotel in South China. Feng Lao interjected. That sounds excellent. Wang David nodded, realizing it was precisely what he needed to do at present. It is indeed good, but currently, we are facing certain constraints and pressures, Wu Xianing said, her expression revealing a sense of helplessness. Longhu Men? Wang David casually inquired, receiving a confirming glance from Wu Xianing. I shall inevitably eradicate this force, he declared solemnly, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Beside him, Feng Tianlong cast a surprised glance at Wang David, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 63. Bitten by a dog. David was in distress. The prescription had been stolen. Upon exiting the hotel, the urgent ring of his phone pierced the air. Once connected, Hua Junchu's voice resonated from the other end. What prescription? Wang David paused for a moment and casually inquired. The one for treating cancer? Hua Junchu's voice was filled with urgency. At that moment, Wang David also realized the gravity of the situation. Where are you now? The company. All right. I shall head over immediately. After hanging up the phone, Wang David made his way to the company. Half an hour later, he arrived and discovered that both Lu Feiping and Hua Junchu were present. Moreover, the special police officer Feng Shan was also there, and the area was already cordoned off. Stop. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. A special police officer blocked Wang David's path, his expression stern. At that moment, Feng Shan turned to look and immediately spotted Wang David, a flicker of malevolence crossing his eyes. Due to the previous incident, he had narrowly escaped being dismissed from his position as the leader of the special police team. Had it not been for Hong Xiao's intervention, he could have faced dire consequences. Now, unexpectedly encountering Wang David here was quite a twist of fate. Ah, young man, it seems we are indeed fated to meet. Feng Shan approached with a grim expression, a mocking smile on his lips. Captain Feng, Wang David replied with a slight smile, the corners of his mouth lifting. It appears you are quite comfortable in your position. Humph, you better not cause any trouble if you fall into my hands. I shall ensure you live a fate worse than death. I need to enter now. Have your men step aside, Wang David said coolly, unwilling to waste any time. Enter? Who do you think you are? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Feng Shan's eyes as he revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Regarding the recent theft at Vaping Group, I suspect you are the culprit. Now, come with us. Upon hearing this, Wang David was momentarily taken aback. Casting a peculiar glance at Feng Shan. Are you out of your mind? He thought. Having only just arrived, David Wang was taken aback when he was labeled a suspect. It was clearly a case of personal vendetta. At that moment, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, akin to being bitten by a rabid dog. Now, please accompany us to the special police team, Feng Shan stated coldly, and with a mere wave of his hand, a contingent of special police surged forward, encircling David Wang. The commotion soon caught the attention of those inside, prompting Hua Junqiu and Lu Feiping to approach. David, you have finally arrived, Lu Feiping exclaimed. Immediately spotting David at the center of the encirclement, his body trembling with urgency as he quickened his pace. Hua Junqiu hastened to join them, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he assessed the unfolding scene. Captain Feng suspects that I have stolen your company's prescription, David Wang remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Hua Junqiu's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he cast a glance at Feng Shan, his look akin to that of one observing a fool. Meanwhile, Lu Feiping stood by, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Witnessing their reactions, Feng Shan found himself bewildered, questioning the absurdity of the situation. This individual, stealthily and insistently, forced his way in, raising considerable suspicion. Nevertheless, Feng Shan, with unwavering resolve, spoke with righteous indignation. He indeed possessed a prescription. At this moment, Hua Junqiu felt an urge to laugh, yet he restrained himself, pointing at Wang David. Hearing this, Feng Shan's heart leaped with joy. He had suspected that Wang David was indeed problematic. Beside him, Lu Feiping could no longer contain himself and slowly spoke. Captain Feng. The prescription was provided by David. Boom. The casual remark struck Feng Shan like a bolt of lightning, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces around him, Feng Shan's countenance darkened ominously. How can this be possible? Ha ha ha, foolish. Hua Junqiu finally burst into laughter. Captain Feng, we have matters to attend to. You carry on. Lu Feiping shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Feng Shan before departing with Wang David. David, what were you thinking just now? What do you mean thinking? Just treat it as being bitten by a dog. Bitten by a dog? Ha ha ha, what a fitting metaphor. Feng Shan stood frozen, trembling as he overheard the carefree voices of Wang David and Hua Junqiu. You wait. Today, as humiliation will be repaid tenfold in the future. He roared inwardly, his gaze fixed on Wang David's retreating figure like that of a venomous serpent. David, you must be cautious of Feng Shan. He is not to be underestimated, Lu Feiping warned carefully. Someone behind him? Wang David responded dismissively, isn't he just that so-called Hong Shao? Observing Wang David's unwavering confidence, Lu Feiping chose not to press further. Let us discuss the matter of the stolen prescription, Wang David continued, looking towards the two. The prescription is under strict supervision. Even those within the group cannot access it, let alone steal it. Lu Feiping appeared perplexed, still unable to comprehend how the prescription was pilfered. How many people know the location of the prescription? Wang David inquired. 4. Besides me and Junqiu, there's also my assistant Xiaoya and the chief researcher from the development department. Bring them here, Wang David stated calmly. The situation is clear. Only 4 individuals had access to that prescription. They may not have stolen it, but they are certainly connected. Following this thread would simplify the investigation considerably. Soon, a flustered woman in a suit entered, followed by a man in a white lab coat, around 50 years of age. At Wang David's gesture, the man was led into a room, and Wang David promptly followed. Here, it's just the two of us, so let us be direct, Wang David said with a stern expression. Who are you? Even General Lu wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? The man scoffed, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that if you do not cooperate, you will regret entering this room. His voice turned icy, and Wang David's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on the man. In that instant, the man felt an immense pressure as if a mountain was weighing down upon him. What do you intend to do? This is Vaping Group. Do you dare to act recklessly? The man trembled, his voice quaking. Do you believe that if you were to die here, no one would come in? Wang David retorted coldly. Now, I ask you, if you do not tell the truth, I will ensure you cannot leave this room. Speak. What benefits did Longhu Min offer you? Wang David's eyes flickered as he posed the question. Chapter 64. Hong Chong. The man paused, a flicker of something crossing his eyes, which did not escape Wang David's notice. What Longhu Min? I don't know what you're talking about. The man replied, threateningly glaring at Wang David. You better explain yourself, or I will sue you for defamation. Defamation? Wong David found it amusing. This man seemed oblivious to reality. While he could not definitively accuse this individual of stealing the prescription, one thing was certain. He was suspect. You'd better confess, or I cannot guarantee you will live to spend that money. Wong David stepped forward, seizing the man and forcefully throwing him to the ground. Help! Murder! Lu Feiping. Are you deaf? Murder! The man wailed on the floor, crying out like a slaughtered pig. Outside, Lu Feiping attempted to enter but was pulled back by Hua Junqiu. David has his methods, let us not add to the chaos. All right, Lu Feiping relented, taking a step back. From now on, every 10 seconds, I will break one of your fingers, and then it will be your toes. Consider your options wisely. Wong David smirked, observing the terrified man on the floor. I don't know what you are talking about. I am devoted to the group, and I am not someone you can insult. The man shouted, calling for Lu Feiping. Lu Feiping, come out. Have you forgotten my contributions to the group over the years? 5 seconds have passed. Wong David continued, and do not speak nonsense. Feiping Group has not treated you poorly over the years, has it? Humph, I know nothing. I did not steal the prescription, the man declared defiantly. Wong David, however, was unfazed, stepping down on one of the man's fingers. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed, followed by the man's anguished screams. Be quieter, or the time will shorten. Wong David warned, his demeanor growing colder. You monster! I know nothing. You are wronging an innocent. Whether you were wronged or not is not for you to decide. Even if you were maimed, Wong David had ways to ensure compliance. Since your bones are so tough, I will shorten the time by half. It will be 1 finger every 5 seconds. Thus, the room was filled with the sound of pain cries, leaving Lu Feiping outside with a grim expression, while the female assistant turned pale. I said, stop stepping on me. The man, with his hands weakly pressed against the ground, finally relented as he watched Wong David's foot poised to descend. Speak. Wong David smiled. Such individuals required a good thrashing before they would confess. It was Hong Chong. Hong Chong who stole it. Hong Chong? Who is that? Wong David was taken aback. The name seemed familiar, yet he could not place it. Hong Chong is a manager for Longhu Min. Not long ago, he approached me, offering me some benefits to reveal the location of the prescription. So you did just that? Wong David sneered, bemused by the foolishness of such individuals. Relying on the protection of Feiping Group, they still were not satisfied. This reminded him of seeking a mistress. Many would still pursue extramarital affairs despite having a beautiful wife at home. Ultimately, it boiled down to 2 words, excitement. Was anyone else involved in this matter? Wong David asked. No one else. I merely informed Hong Chong of the prescription's storage location. Just that? You truly are shameless. Wong David admired the man's audacity. Seemingly unsatisfied with his deeds, I have disclosed everything I know. I beg you, spare me. The man suddenly knelt, looking up at Wong David with desperation. Get lost. Wong David's face contorted with annoyance as he kicked the man aside. Individuals like you are disgusting to behold. Without sparing the man another glance, Wong David turned to leave the room. How did it go? Lu Feiping and Hua Junqiu anxiously awaited Wong David's return. However, Wong David appeared oblivious to their concern as he walked straight toward the female assistant. Miss, do not be afraid. I'm a good person. A radiant smile illuminated Wong David's face as he reached out, lifting her chin. Instantly, a delicate visage came into view, causing Wong David's heart to race with excitement. Indeed, quite impressive. David Wong wore a broad smile, nodding repeatedly. I truly did nothing. I would never betray the company. The woman quivered, her voice tinged with tears. There's no need to be anxious. I never accused you, David replied, shaking his head, ultimately deciding against teasing the girl further. Do not frighten her, he instructed Uncle Lu. Please take the person inside to the hospital. As David observed the anxious Lu Feiping, his gaze sharpened. Uncle Lu must keep a close eye on his subordinates. With that, David turned and left, leaving Lu Feiping standing there, stunned and unresponsive. Unbeknownst to him, sweat trickled down his face, yet he felt nothing. At that moment, a chill enveloped him, reminiscent of a biting February wind. He sensed that from this instant, David Wong had begun to distrust him. Although he too was a victim in this situation, it was his most trusted individual who had committed the act, leaving him in a state of silent suffering. With a heavy sigh, Lu Feiping wearily stepped into the room. Lu Zong, help me, a man implored as Lu Feiping entered, his eyes igniting with a flicker of hope. I want to kill someone. Hua Junqiu caught up, observing David's displeased expression, and inquired. The news was leaked by that person. Hua Junqiu, not lacking intelligence, grasped David's thoughts and hesitated before speaking. We cannot blame Uncle Lu. He certainly did not wish for this to happen. I understand, but I cannot accept it. If I cannot trust those close to me, how can I dare to reveal greater secrets? David's tone was resolute. Hua Junqiu remained silent, sensing the fury simmering within David. What shall we do now? He asked. Find Hong Chang. David dialed a number to Jin Lian, instructing him to search for Hong Chang with all his might. Hua Junchu frowned, uncertain of Hong Chang's identity. Do not ponder. Hong Chang is affiliated with the Longhu sect. Upon hearing of the stolen prescription, David had immediately set his sights on the Longhu sect, recognizing the conflict of interest and the limited number of individuals in Yancheng with such power. Boss, we found Hong Chang. Shortly after, Jin Lian's voice echoed through the phone. At an entertainment club, this establishment was relatively renowned in Yancheng. In a private room, two scantily clad women were massaging a man who sat bare-chested. Indeed, your technique is quite skilled, the man remarked, grabbing one of the oiled hands and leering with a depraved grin. Join me, and I promise you a life of luxury. He slapped one of the women on the backside, bursting into laughter. You are truly wicked, Changgu, one of the women cooed, twisting her body enticingly. Haha, you little vixen, wait until I have my way with you. Laughter filled the room until suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding bang, sending two young men tumbling inside. Who are you? Hong Chang, accustomed to a perilous lifestyle, sprang to his feet, eyeing the intruders warily. Quite the indulgent lifestyle you have, David remarked, casting a cold glance at the exposed Hong Chang. Bang, bang. The two young men collapsed, rendered unconscious by David's swift actions. Recognizing David's prowess, Hong Chang understood that this was no ordinary encounter. What do you want? He demanded, stepping back to a perceived safe distance. The two women, having never witnessed such a scene, shrieked in terror. If you wish to live, get out. David snapped impatiently. The women, terrified, scrambled to flee. I am with the Longhu sect. Could you show some respect? Hong Chang, increasingly anxious, brandished the Longhu sect's emblem. The Longhu sect? David replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. And why should I care for it? What are you to me? His eyes glinted with menace, causing Hong Chang's confident facade to shatter. David took a seat, leisurely scrutinizing Hong Chang. The prescription? David knew he was referring to the one from Vaping Group. How could they know he had stolen it? It had been a clandestine operation, completed in less than half a day. Wait, did he just say he was originally after the prescription? Has that changed? Panic surged within Hong Chang as he gazed at David. What do you intend to do? David's voice resonated with authority. You have one chance. Submit to me, or face death. The chilling word death pervaded the room. Hua Junchu exchanged astonished glances with David, yet remained silent. At that moment, no one doubted David's resolve. Cold sweat beaded on Hong Chang's brow, his face flushed with anxiety. You have 1 minute to decide. David lounged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. Each passing second felt like an eternity for Hong Chang, as he grappled with the dire choice before him. Betraying the Longhu sect? That would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Yet refusing David's demand would lead to the same fate. A dilemma of life and death. Time's up. Speak. David urged after a minute had elapsed. Hong Chang hesitated, trembling under the weight of David's formidable presence, feeling as though a mere refusal would seal his doom. What can you offer me? He finally stammered, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. To allow you to live. Is that not sufficient? David smiled. Once dead, all possibilities vanish. But while you live, hope remains. What do you require of me? Hong Chang asked, a flicker of interest igniting within him. Become my informant within the Longhu sect. David replied with a grin. Hua Junchu finally comprehended David's strategy. You want me to betray the Longhu sect? Hong Chang exclaimed, aghast, as if he had received devastating news. Is that so difficult? Do you understand the consequences of betraying the Longhu sect? It would be a fate worse than death. David's tone was calm, yet it carried an unmistakable edge of menace. Choose wisely. 2 paths lie before you. David rose, advancing towards Hong Chang step by step. Do not force my hand. Hong Chang retreated until he found himself cornered, terror etched across his face. You should have anticipated the consequences the moment you plotted to steal the prescription. I did not intend to steal it, he protested, Long Out Yin. But it is in your possession now, is it not? He too will face his reckoning. I do not wish to die. Ultimately, the pressure proved too much for Hong Chang, and he fell to his knees, muttering incoherently. Observing Hong Chang's submission, a smile crept across David's face. Very well, you have made a judicious decision. Wang David spoke, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Hong Chang raised his head, gazing at Wang David with a look of confusion, yet his pale face was etched with despair. Hand me the prescription. Naturally, Hong Chang did not dare to hesitate and retrieved the prescription from his clothing. Before he could present it to Long Out Yin, Hong Chang hastily explained. Excellent. Here is a prescription for you to deliver to Long Out Yin, merely as a formality. Hong Chang accepted the prescription with skepticism, casting a pitiful glance at Wang David. Rest assured, this is a nearly identical prescription. Indeed, it was a prescription, albeit an incomplete one. Here is my contact number. You know what to do with this informant. Everything within the Longhu sect would fall under Wang David's scrutiny. At that moment, Wang David commenced his plans against the Longhu sect. Hong Chong was merely the first step. As for whether Hong Chong would comply, Wang David harbored no concerns. After this encounter, Hong Chong had lost all will to resist. Upon leaving the establishment, Wang David handed the prescription to Hua Juqiu. Having said that, Wang David drove away. Chapter 66, a truly surprising moment. Just wait. Wang David had to tread carefully in every subsequent step, allowing not a single error. Ding. At that moment, a notification sound from his phone alerted Wang David to the fact that the chat group had erupted into chaos. Thunder God, can anyone lend me some virtue? I needed to buy cosmetics for my wife. Upon reading this, Wang David's mood instantly lifted, igniting an urge to laugh. Even at this time, the allure of cosmetics remains so potent. Little did Wang David know, the batch of cosmetics he had released the second time was a new product, distinctly different from the previous ones. The celestial figure Chang'e astutely recognized this, and under her promotion, the residual excitement from the cosmetics sparked a new frenzy. Sun Wukong, you people are indeed troublesome. Just look at those female monkeys from my flower fruit mountain, who never require such things. Langshan, with your group of monkeys. It would be a waste to use them. Neza, I bought that cosmetic too. My mother simply adores it and even gave me plenty of pocket money. Thunder God, could you lend me a bit, Neza? Neza, it's not even enough for my own use. You should just cool off. Neza swiftly shattered Thunder God's illusions. Electric Mother, shall we not purchase them? I truly cannot borrow any virtue. Observing Thunder Goddess' plight, Wang David felt a wave of sympathy. To marry a wife like Electric Mother had turned him into a subservient husband. Alas, what a pitiable fellow. Electric Mother, give it a try. With those three commanding words, she garnered a chorus of thumbs up from the assembled deities. At that moment, the forlorn Thunder God, hidden in a corner, had already cursed the instigator of the cosmetics countless times. David, I'm almost at your place. Aren't you coming down to greet me? Just then, Wang David's phone rang. And upon answering, he heard Wu Xianing's voice. Wow, how exhilarating. Wang David leaped to his feet, excitement coursing through him as he dashed outside. How pathetic. Xiaotong regarded Wang David with disdain. Ghosts understand nothing. Wang David left behind a remark, already sprinting away, rushing out the door. Wang David sped along and soon spotted a car entirely bathed in crimson parked nearby. The door was ajar, and standing outside was a slender woman clad in a denim jacket, her long arms exposed, complemented by shorts that accentuated her stunning figure. Upon catching sight of Wu Xianing, Wang David froze momentarily. Sister Wu, are you trying to entice me into crime? With a sigh, Wang David hastened towards her. How about it? Are you pleasantly surprised? Wu Xianing beamed, her smile as radiant as a gentle spring breeze, opening the heart. Indeed, it is a delightful surprise. Wang David nodded, taking Wu Xianing's hand as they strolled towards the room. What prompted you to come here, Sister Wu? Could it be that you are offering yourself? Wang David's expression turned one of astonishment as he chuckled. I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. I merely intended to visit you. Wu Xianing shook her head, exasperated. Visited? To discuss matters concerning the hotel. Wu Xianing replied with annoyance. Discuss work? Wang David was somewhat speechless, such a splendid atmosphere, and yet they were to discuss work. What does Sister Wu enjoy drinking? Wang David gestured for Wu Xianing to take a seat. I have wine and water here. Water will suffice. Wu Xianing regarded Wang David with exasperation. At that moment, her gaze swept across the desolate room. Her curiosity piqued. Is it truly just you living here? Indeed. Wang David replied, glancing at Xiaotong drifting in the distance, who hardly counted as a person. Sister Wu, would you consider moving in to accompany me? Wang David jested once more. Currently, our hotel has captured a third of the surrounding market thanks to the 2 dishes you taught us. It seems the Longhu sect has noticed and is applying pressure. Wu Xianing spoke directly, ignoring Wang David's banter. Upon hearing this, Wang David promptly ceased his teasing, furrowing his brow slightly. You need not worry about the Longhu sect. I will handle it. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, for now, your focus should be on expanding market share, allowing for the opening of another branch. Yet this requires substantial funds. The capital we can currently mobilize is limited. It appeared that Wang David had anticipated this issue as he smiled lightly and produced a gold card from his pocket. Here's 100 million. This should suffice. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Xianing stared at the gold card on the table, then fixed her gaze on Wang David. I know I am quite handsome, but there is no need for you to look at me like that. I might just fall in love with myself. Do you even love yourself? Wu Xianing blinked, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Sister Wu, you drive too fast. Wang David felt awkward. It seemed Sister Wu was no novice at this. David, I cannot accept this money. In a surprising turn, Wu Xianing declined Wang David's generous offer. Sister Wu, please do not refuse. This 100 million is my investment in the hotel. Wang David smiled, fully aware of Wu Xianing's reservations. Very well. Observing the sincerity in Wang David's eyes, Wu Xianing nodded in agreement. Dingling. As Wu Xianing picked up the gold card, Wang David's phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. Glimpsing Wu Xianing, Wang David stepped aside to answer. Shiyun, what prompted you to call me? David, I'm already at your doorstep. Aren't you coming to open the door? Came the cheerful voice of Zhou Shiyun on the other end. With those words, Wang David's smile abruptly froze, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Who can tell me how Shiyun found this place? Wang David sighed deeply, his heart heavy with trepidation. David, you should be grateful for me now. Just then, Hua Junch's voice echoed through the phone. At that moment, Wang David felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Just wait, I will surely express my gratitude. Casting an awkward glance at Wu Xianing, Wang David sauntered towards the door. After a brief hesitation, he opened the door, and indeed, he found Zhou Shiyun standing there. Her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Well, how did you find the surprise? Great, truly great. Wang David felt tears welling up inside, casting a furious glare at Hua Junchu, who stood behind her, as if demanding credit, wishing he could stamp on him. David, shouldn't you thank me? Scram. With a swift kick, Hua Junchu was sent flying, and Wang David promptly shut the door behind him. Chapter 67. David Wang prepares to shoot a dance film at this moment. David Wang sensed an eerie atmosphere, a chill creeping down his spine. He observed that Shiyun Zhou was glaring at Xianning Wu, who sat gracefully on the sofa, unperturbed by the hostility directed at her. Their eyes locked in silence, and David could almost see the sparks igniting in the air. Would you like some water? David cleared his throat with a forced smile. David, who is this woman? Shiyun asked furiously, pointing at Xianning. David felt the pressure. It had only been a short time since he last saw Shiyun, and now she was here, confronting him. Well, Shiyun, let me explain, David stammered, realizing the delicate nature of the situation. Xianning and I are colleagues. We are discussing hotel matters. Is that so? Shiyun cast a doubtful glance at David. Yes, indeed, he affirmed, grateful for Xianning's presence, and nodded vigorously. This matter requires careful handling. That's good to hear, Shiyun exclaimed, her demeanor shifting to one of triumph. David sighed in relief. Shiyun, I will handle the hotel situation. Consider this investment your share. Xianning, being considerate, chose not to intrude further and politely excused herself. David, keep your distance from that woman. I sense she has feelings for you, Shiyun whispered as Xianning departed. In that moment, David marveled at the terrifying intuition of women. By the way, what brings you to Yang City? He quickly shifted the topic. I received your call and knew you needed me, so I hurried over. Of course, I also wanted to see if that woman had deceived you, Shiyun replied, her lovely face exhibiting a tender, feminine charm that only surfaced in David's presence. Who would have imagined that the goddess admired by the world would be nestled in the arms of an ordinary man? You understand me so well. Come here and give me a kiss, David said, leaning in to plant a swift kiss on Shiyun's cheek. How dare you, David? You bully, Shiyun retorted, playfully shoving him. And soon they were engaged in a light-hearted tussle, the previous tension dissipating. By the way, I have a treasure here that you'll surely adore, David said, revealing a snowy beauty pill refined by the moon goddess. It's just a pill, not a treasure, Shiyun replied, straightening her attire, yet she accepted it with excitement. You'll know it's worth once you try it, David said with a mysterious smile, for it possessed the power to rejuvenate a mortal by 10 years. Skeptical, Shiyun consumed the pill and soon noticed David's gaze shift towards her, akin to a wolf eyeing a lamb, or rather, a well-cooked lamb. Confused, she retrieved a small mirror from her bag. How is this possible? She gasped, delighting in the sight of her transformed visage. David, how did you do this? I adore you. Every woman possesses an innate desire for beauty, and even the exalted goddess Shiyun was no exception. To speak plainly, her face resembled a perfectly shelled egg. After their playful banter, they finally addressed the matter at hand. You wish to shoot a dance film? Shiyun inquired, a hint of curiosity gracing her features. She had heard of movies and albums but had never encountered the concept of a dance film. Indeed, a dance film. In essence, it is a film dedicated solely to dance, David affirmed. This idea had been germinating in his mind since he swiftly acquired a measure of success. He envisioned a film that would showcase the art of dance. David, if you wish to promote that dance step, you could upload the video online. It would yield similar results, Shiyun suggested. I understand, and in due course, these will be marketed alongside the dance film. The internet is fleeting. Yet a dance film can endure, which is a significant consideration for me, David explained. What do you need me to do? Shiyun asked, fully supportive of David's decision. Assist me, he replied. Filming the dance film would be simpler than other projects, requiring only a filming crew, which Shiyun could effortlessly arrange. This seems straightforward. But are you certain you don't need any special effects? Shiryun inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Special effects? I can take care of that, David assured her confidently. Recalling the admiration his previous illusionary projection had garnered from peers. With that, the plan was solidified, and David took Shiryun on a tour of his villa, engaging in meaningful discussions along the way. When news of David's intention to shoot a dance film spread, astonishment rippled through the community. David, are you serious? You're venturing into the entertainment industry? Huojin Chu asked, incredulity etched on his face as he touched David's head. Absolutely serious. I'm quite earnest about this, David replied. Bemused by Huojin's exaggerated reaction. Please take care of the online promotion. David smiled lightly at Huojin, who seemed less than enthusiastic. If you do well, a fine bottle of wine awaits you. Leave it to me. Even if the entire nation doesn't know, half of it will be astounded, Huojin vowed. Thumping his chest with determination, David had always held unwavering confidence in Huojin's capabilities. Is it really that exaggerated? Shiryun chuckled, amused. Sister-in-law, rest assured. I will ensure that David becomes as renowned as you, Huojin declared, earning a grateful smile from Shiryun. By the way, don't leave for lunch. Stay here. I have some matters to discuss with you, David said, preparing to don the chef's hat himself. That sounds wonderful. It's rare for anyone in the whole nation to taste the dishes made by the Chef King. Huojin eagerly agreed, his face glowing with excitement. Chef King, Shiryun, unaware of David's participation in a culinary competition, felt a surge of anticipation as Huojin shared the news. Chapter 68, The Arrogant Landlady Outside Yang City. There lay a long-abandoned mountain, now flourishing with verdant pines. The surroundings were lush, the ground level, and the mountain breeze whistled gently, startling the wildlife. David surveyed the area and nodded in satisfaction. David, isn't this a bit too rudimentary? Shiryun remarked, observing the environment. While it's lovely, it seems rather inadequate for filming a dance piece. David, however, remained unfazed. The environment is not an issue. We can incorporate special effects to transform the scenery. That's acceptable, Shiryun thought, as it was David's first endeavor, and she subconsciously hoped for perfection. However, since David had expressed his confidence, she had no further objections. With a smile, David took Shiryun's hand and led her out of the mountain. Engulfed in nature's beauty, with Shiryun beside him, David couldn't suppress his joy, bursting into laughter, which earned him a disapproving glance from her. As they drove back to their residence, Shiryun suddenly suggested buying some decorations for David's room, to which he readily agreed. Wanhua Market, the largest small commodity market in Yanqing, is also the most prominent in South China. Upon arriving here, David Wang was taken aback by its vastness. It must be as expansive as 10 football fields, even though it is not located in the city center. Its size is still quite intimidating. It is said that this market was invested in by individuals from the capital, yet their identities remain a mystery. Zhou Shiryun smiled and her eyes sparkled as she gazed inside. Let us buy a few fitting clothes first. Now that we are wealthy, it is inappropriate to wear garments worth only a few dozen yuan. She assessed David for a moment before continuing. All right. David Wang always kept in mind the 3 principles of a good husband: to follow his wife when she goes out, to comply with her words, and to blindly obey her when she is wrong. How does one become a good man? It all starts with these 3 principles, a belief that David held steadfastly. Excuse me, miss, whom do you intend to buy clothes for? They entered a renowned clothing store, where a sales attendant approached them. However, she seemed oblivious to David's presence, her face beaming as she directed her attention solely to Zhou Shiryun. Noticing this, David furrowed his brow. Was he being discriminated against? It's for him, Zhou Shiryun said, pointing at David with a casual tone. The attendant followed her finger and a trace of disdain flickered across her face. Although she did not express it openly. Feel free to try on whatever you like, sir. It's perfectly fine if you don't buy anything. Just trying on. Is it? David's face bore an unusual smile, while Zhou Shiryun stifled a giggle beside him. Indeed, the attendant nodded. Well then, bring every piece of men's clothing here for me to try on. David's eyes remained unblinking as he plopped down onto a nearby sofa. How dare she look down on him? It was utterly outrageous. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. Are you trying to cause trouble? At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman emerged from within, casting a scornful glance at David. Don't you know that the customer is king? David found the situation amusing. After all, they had initiated this conflict. He was merely an innocent bystander. Humph, we do not welcome customers like you. The woman, hands on her hips, exuded an air of authority. What if I refuse to leave? David chuckled, having never encountered such a way of conducting business. Of course, this is a place under the protection of Brother Jean Lien, so you best watch yourself. The woman sneered coldly, eyeing David, who appeared to be nothing more than a frail scholar. Brother Jean Lien. David paused momentarily, finding it somewhat amusing, though he refrained from laughing outright. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyun pondered. The name Jean Lien seemed familiar. Madam, is the protection fee ready? Coincidentally, as the owner spoke, a coarse voice echoed from outside. It's been prepared, just waiting for brother Jean Lien to arrive. The woman's face instantly transformed into a sycophantic smile as she hurried towards the door. Just wait. I'll show you how to deal with this. The proprietress shot David a malevolent look before scurrying off. What? Someone dares to cause trouble? I'll go break his legs. Moments later, an angry voice rang out, followed by hurried footsteps. David, however, remained composed, a hint of playful mockery gracing his lips. David, this Jean Lien sounds so familiar. Zhou Shiyun leaned closer, her brow slightly furrowed. Why don't we check out another store? No need, David chuckled, giving her a reassuring glance. The footsteps grew nearer, and the cold smirk on the proprietress's face deepened. However, in the next instant, she stood frozen in place, cold sweat soaking her back. Boss, why are you here? The newcomer was none other than Jean Lien, who, upon entering, was startled to see David sitting there. Weren't you going to break my legs? David's smile remained as he looked at Jean Lien. Cold sweat began to trickle down Jean Lien's face, turning pale as he suddenly knelt before David. Boss, I didn't know it was you. Jean Lien trembled, casting a fierce glare at the already paralyzed proprietress. What would you have done if it weren't me? David's smile persisted, but his expression grew increasingly frosty. Boss, I understand. Jean Lien nodded vigorously, his body quaking. Why are you still here? David's brow furrowed, his voice icy. Why yes, I'm leaving right now. Jean Lien hurriedly affirmed, scurrying away. Madam, may I try on the clothes here now? David asked with a smile. Why yes. Of course, the proprietress stammered, her face stiffening. Forget it. Let us just go to another store. David lost interest and stood up, leaving with Zhou Shiyun by his side. After spending a considerable amount of time shopping, David couldn't help but admire the energy of women, as if they were born for the art of shopping. Meanwhile, Jean Lien stood waiting outside. Chapter 69. The headline glancing at the silent Jean Lien, David spoke in a low voice. Boss. My brothers were just looking to pass the time. After a moment of hesitation, Jean Lien stammered. This is the first time I've seen you so angry. I feel as though a mountain is pressing down on me. Since you've chosen to follow me, you must understand that my ambitions extend beyond petty gains. I will never engage in actions that oppress the common folk. With a serious demeanor, David's voice weighed heavily. If you wish to continue following me, remember this. In life and in work, one must know when to act and when to refrain. Otherwise, you will only become the dregs of society. David never considered himself a good or virtuous person, but he certainly would not become a villain. This was his bottom line. Boss, I understand my mistake, Jean Lien said, his head lowered in shame. David chose not to elaborate further. He had said enough. If Jean Lien could not fulfill these expectations, further discussion would be futile. Watching Jean Lien leave, David felt a wave of agitation. What kind of individual was he truly seeking? Jean Lien's actions had already revealed his lack of ambition. Perhaps Yancheng was sufficient for him. However, David's aspirations extended far beyond just Yacheng. He required someone who could represent him prominently. All right, it's just a minor issue. Cheer up, Zhou Shiyun approached and sat beside David, offering comfort. With a goddess like you by my side, how could I not be happy? David grinned and leaned in closer. Zhou Shiyun, lacking the strength to resist, yielded gracefully. An hour later, David stood up with a chuckle, while Zhou Shiyun cast a reproachful glance at him, her beautiful face tinged with a hint of blush. Shameless. Just then, a bashful voice reached David's ears. Startled, he turned his stiff neck to the side and saw Xiao Tong covering her eyes, fingers forming a shape, her blinking eyes barely visible. Oh no. It's like a live show. David was speechless, having completely forgotten about Xiao Tong. Such a blunder, he thought, chuckling mischievously and shaking his body with a lewd grin. Pervert, shameless. Xiao Tong shrieked in horror and dashed into the room. Competing with me? You're too inexperienced. David beamed with pride, but soon noticed Zhou Shiyun's disdainful gaze. The photography team would not arrive until the next day, allowing David and Zhou Shiyun to enjoy their time together. However, in the afternoon, Hua Junqiu came running in with great enthusiasm. David, you have become quite the sensation. Hua Junqiu approached with a magazine in hand, a teasing grin plastered across his face. With a thud, the magazine landed on the coffee table. Curiously, Wang David glanced over and was taken aback to see his own photograph, albeit from the side. What on earth? He picked it up, intrigue etched on his face. Hee. You have now become the public enemy of all men in Huaxia. Be cautious when you go out, lest someone decides to take a swing at you, Hua Junqiu quipped, observing Wang David with amusement. At that moment, Wang David had already opened the magazine, revealing bold headlines that caught his attention. Goddess Zhou Shiyun spotted on a date with mysterious man. What secrets lie beneath? Unveiling the mystery behind the goddess's companion. The goddess's downfall. Return my goddess. Wang David was rendered speechless, flipping to the article about the mysterious man, which was evidently the editor's fabrication. So, do you feel like you've reached the pinnacle of your life? Hua Junqiu inquired, watching Wang David with a bemused expression. You're just jealous, aren't you? Wang David rolled his eyes, casting a disdainful look at Hua Junqiu. Your affair with your sister-in-law has become headline news, Hua Junqiu declared, pulling out his phone to check the news. See? These young folks are saying they LL hunt you down if they spot you. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The comments from these schoolboys were quite humorous, suggesting that anyone resembling the person in the news should be dealt with swiftly. Wang David scrolled through the articles, dumbfounded to discover that 5 out of 10 news stories were about him and Zhou Shiyun. Was it really that exaggerated? What has got you so cheerful? Zhou Shiyun approached, carrying a beautifully arranged fruit platter. Wang David, with a wry smile, handed her his phone. A minute later, Zhou Shiyun couldn't hold back her laughter. Deserved it, she remarked succinctly, leaving Wang David speechless. Indeed, Hua Junqiu was reveling in the chaos. This publicity was supposed to be beneficial, but now you won't even need it. Just mention you're with your sister-in-law, and you'll undoubtedly be a hit, he added, clearly envious of Wang David's fortune. Will this affect you, Shiyun? Wang David pondered, concerned about the implications for her. It's fine, I've grown accustomed to it, Zhou Shiyun replied nonchalantly, as if the matter held no weight. Unbeknownst to him, she had one more truth to share. This time it was genuine. Look at you, already worried. Hua Junqiu teased from the side. With Hua Junqiu dismissed, Wang David began discussing the choreography with Zhou Shiyun. Here's the plan. I'll handle the special effects, he concluded with ease. Meanwhile, across various forums and news sites, the announcement had ignited a frenzy. The goddess had been whisked away by a mysterious man. Regardless of its authenticity, millions of hearts shattered at the news. Propelled by the uproar, the hidden secrets of Zhou Shiyun and the unknown man began to surface. In no time, skilled individuals took action, and even hackers eagerly joined the fray, attempting to uncover the identity of the stranger. Yet, the details in the photograph were too vague to yield any substantial information. However, the indefatigable internet sleuths eventually connected the dots to Wang David, recalling Zhou Shiyun's recent concert. So it's that dancing king. My idol, oh my. I previously threatened to take him down. No way, I must go to Yang City and eliminate him. Brothers, grab your weapons and let us storm Yang City. In an instant, Wang David's fame soared, eclipsing even that of top-tier celebrities. After a day of anticipation, Wang David finally welcomed the arrival of the photography team, signaling the commencement of filming. Chapter 70. This is 1 million. The affair between the goddess Zhou Shiyun and Wang David continued to dominate discussions on forums and gossip sites, stirring a veritable storm. Meanwhile, Wang David and his team began preparations for the shoot. In a mobile chat group, he reached out to Marshal Tianpeng. How have you been, Marshal? He sent a message but received no response. What? Off to subdue a dragon? Sounds like he genuinely has business to attend to. Wang David pressed on, asking if the dance moves were still available for sale. Of course, 10 merit points per set. I've got 10 sets ready. Great, I'll take them all. Wang David declared without hesitation, promptly transferring 100 merit points. No choice, merit points are all I have right now. Generous, I shall send them right away. As the 100 merit points were instantly transmitted, Tianpeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, solidifying his belief in Wang David's extraordinary capabilities. Soon enough, the dance moves were delivered. After a brief exchange with Tianpeng, Wang David exited the chat group. The following day, the photography team arrived. David, this is the director I mentioned, Junren. Zhou Shiyun introduced a man in his 30s with long hair and androgynous attire. Wang David greeted him but sensed a disdainful look from Junren directed at him. Zhou Shiyun's face turned awkward as Wang David furrowed his brows, taken aback by the situation. Is he throwing a tantrum? Wang David thought to himself. I don't seem to recognize your name either. You are ignorant, Junren scoffed, gesturing dismissively at Wang David before turning to Zhou Shiyun. I cannot assist with this. I do not collaborate with minor characters. It would tarnish my reputation. With that, he shot Wang David a contemptuous glance and attempted to leave. Wang David simply smiled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. With a thud, a hefty bag filled with cash landed on the table. This is 1 million. Is it sufficient? His tone was casual, yet his gaze was sharp as he observed Junren. Is this an insult? After the job is completed, I will pay another 1 million. Wang David was direct, cutting through the frivolity. Junren's face quickly morphed into one of shock as he stared at the money. Is it too little? Wang David's voice turned icy, his eyes narrowing. No, it's more than enough. In that instant, Junren transformed into a submissive figure, grinning obsequiously at Wang David. completely forgetting his earlier arrogance. Wang David merely smirked. It was clear that pretentiousness had no place before him. Beside him, Zhou Shiyun looked at Junren with disdain, astonished by his true nature. "May I ask, Director Junren, when can we commence?" Wang David inquired calmly. "Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Just call me Junren," he replied. Bowing slightly, his smile unwavering. "We are fully prepared and await your command." Wang David smiled, then proceeded to lead the group outside. At a mountain on the outskirts of Yang City, the area was spacious and flat. Under Wang David's guidance, everyone began their preparations, intending to start filming just before dusk. Every detail had been meticulously calculated by Wang David. Meanwhile, David Wang produced the ethereal veil he had previously requested from the moon goddess, along with several other treasures, to create an effect reminiscent of the celestial court. As the evening approached, with a mere thought, the treasures began to radiate brilliance. Suddenly, 1,000 rainbows ascended from the ground, and countless jewels cascaded from the skies, filling the world with boundless divine radiance. Celestial clouds drifted lazily. The sound of strings filled the air, and the rhythm of dance intertwined with the resounding beat of drums. It seemed as if heavenly dragons soared through the skies, while phoenixes galloped across the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, all the staff gasped in disbelief, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Could such a scene truly be orchestrated by human hands? A handsome figure, engrossed in adjusting his camera, was frozen in awe at the breathtaking vista before him. After years in the industry, he had never encountered such a vivid scene, as if he had stepped into a realm of immortals. It was simply exquisite. Zhou Shiyun, too, was enraptured by the beauty unfolding before her. How delightful it would be to unite with a loved one in such an enchanting environment. With this thought in mind, she cast a longing glance toward the earnest figure beside her. "Can we begin now?" David called out to the crew. He was ready. The handsome man snapped back to reality, giving a thumbs up to indicate his preparedness. Time was of the essence. Under the setting sun, in this enchanted realm, David began to move, adopting an unusual rhythm. Though his movements appeared peculiar, they harmonized seamlessly with his form, exuding an aesthetic akin to flowing water. Imbued with a masculine vigor, the surrounding crew stood mesmerized, momentarily forgetting their tasks as they watched David dance with abandon. Beauty, flair, and dominance, these words, which would captivate any audience, converged upon David's figure, merging flawlessly. It was astonishing. How could such dance steps exist in this world? Once unveiled, this dance would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the realm. Good heavens, I thought he was just an ordinary person. The phrase future king of dance echoed in everyone's minds. With this performance alone, David Wang was undeniably deserving of the title king of dance, not only in Asia but on a global scale. The dance lasted a full 20 minutes, uninterrupted, captivating the audience until David finally came to a halt. The crowd remained entranced, reluctant to break free from the spell cast by his performance. "That will be all for today. Tomorrow we will record the other 2 dances," he announced, standing tall and straight as a pine tree. Though David mastered 8 different dance forms, he feared that revealing them all at once would overwhelm the audience. Thus, he decided to record 3 for now, with the rest to be determined later. "Sounds good." The handsome man nodded fervently, now fully convinced of David's extraordinary talent. "Everyone, stop dawdling, it's a wrap," he called out, waving his hand. "We need to expedite the editing process, and I trust you all to handle it diligently." "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, we will give it our utmost effort," the handsome man assured with a beaming smile. "David, when did you learn these new dance steps?" Zhou Shiyun asked curiously. "What kind of man do you think I am?" "A miracle worker, unparalleled beneath the heavens, capable of mastering anything," David replied with a grin. "You seem quite pleased with yourself," Zhou Shiyun teased. At that moment, David playfully pulled her into his embrace. "With someone as exceptional as you, how could I not strive for excellence?" he said, beaming. "What are you up to?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. "You know very well," he teased back. "Are you not tired?" "Not when I see you." Meanwhile, Xiaotong, peeking through the door, muttered to herself, "It's so noisy, even the dead can't sleep." The following day, explosive news rocked the entertainment and media industries. David Wang, the boyfriend of the goddess, was releasing a dance film. As the news spread, various experts and seasoned entertainment figures emerged to share their seemingly professional insights, each asserting their opinions with an air of authority. Some even spun conspiracy theories, suggesting that David was merely leveraging Zhou Shiyun's fame to infiltrate the entertainment world. These people really know how to spin nonsense, David thought with a faint smile as he browsed the online articles. While he claimed to be indifferent, the conspiracies stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. After all, I am not one to rely on others. Are you taking it to heart? Zhou Shiyun approached with a smile. Perhaps I should just support you, as they suggest. David replied with a playful grin. Why not? Zhou Shiyun responded without hesitation, amusement dancing in her eyes. Do I have the qualities of a kept man? David wondered aloud, questioning his life choices. With the goddess herself offering to support him, what was he even working for? Better not, he decided, shaking his head as he called the handsome man to request some behind-the-scenes footage to be released online. That could be tricky, the handsome man replied, nearly in tears over the daunting task. After hanging up, he brainstormed with his team and decided to release a portion of the footage, restructured and edited. The next day, at the same location as before, as dusk approached, David lost himself once again in his movements. The crowd erupted into gasps as they realized the new dance steps were entirely different and even more powerful and dazzling than before. As the third dance unfolded, spectators struggled to find the words to describe the mesmerizing scene before them. Some could no longer contain themselves, swaying their bodies in rhythm, faces alight with rapture. Others gazed with fervor, eager to join in. Not far away, the handsome man, overseeing the camera, was left speechless. After the initial shock wore off, he could not help but admire the ease with which David worked. He needed to do nothing more than watch and ensure the camera kept pace with David's movements. The efficiency was astonishing. As the sun set, the two dances concluded. David roused the stunned handsome man, provided a few directives, and departed with Zhou Shiyun. Time passed unnoticed, and 2 days flew by. During this period, the production team worked tirelessly to finalize the project. At last, the much-anticipated Beihai the Enigmatic Dance made its debut, captivating the world. It astonished spectators, unveiling a new realm of expression. Initially, the buzz revolved around the fame of Zhou Shiyun. However, as time progressed, the audience was left in awe, profoundly enchanted by the intricate choreography. Consequently, the narrative shifted, and public attention began to distinguish between Wang David and Zhou Shiyun. The intrinsic value of the dance film was acknowledged. At this juncture, so-called experts, mentors, and seasoned entertainers emerged, shamelessly proclaiming that they had recognized Wang David's exceptional talent long before, claiming their foresight had been validated. Ultimately, they redirected their focus to the dance itself, exclaiming that Wang David had ushered in a new era of choreography. In a fleeting moment, Wang David's fame soared to unprecedented heights, even dominating the news. Meanwhile, netizens embarked on a fervent quest for the complete video, though only fragments emerged. This sparked a fervor among the youth in Huaxia, igniting a craze to learn the dance showcased in the videos. This enthusiasm rapidly spread, heralding a nationwide movement of dance, emerging as a fresh force following the popularity of square dancing. Strolling through the plaza, Wang David was drawn by a familiar sound, only to discover a group of young individuals passionately immersed in dance. Wasn't he that the very choreography he had created? Witnessing this scene, Wang David found himself in a state of amused bewilderment. Is this not a tad exaggerated? Wang David was indeed curious. Without a complete dance, how did those individuals manage to learn? Furthermore, he had seen that footage, which was entirely fragmented and reassembled, yet its essence remained. David, your current reputation has certainly surpassed that of most stars in Huaxia, Zhou Shiyun remarked with a smile as she gazed at Wang David. Can I express my astonishment as well? David Wang chuckled and raised his cup of monkey wine. Go ahead and revel in your triumph. You have wronged me. With a furrowed brow, David lamented that Zhou Shiyun had indeed misunderstood him. He was far from triumphant, as pressing matters awaited his attention. Chapter 72. Hotel Acquisition. At David's behest, Junrin uploaded a small portion of the video online. In David's own words, the alterations to my dance have been excessively drastic. Consequently, with the release of the new video, the public's fervor surged once more. A tempest was brewing in the skies above Huaxia, poised to reach a breaking point. Meanwhile, David arrived at the hotel where Wu Xining was located. Ah, our illustrious star has graced us with his presence. Upon entering, he was greeted by Wu Xining, impeccably dressed, who teased him with a playful glance. Sister Wu, please refrain from teasing me, David replied with a smile, only to notice the venerable Feng Tianlong seated on a nearby sofa. Old Feng is here as well, he acknowledged, hastily approaching. The cuisine here is indeed remarkable, especially the 2 dishes you taught me, which have rendered the old gentleman immobile, hence his lingering presence. Old Feng beamed, admiring David with a glint of pride. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a spirited and resolute young man. Wu Xining approached, her gratitude evident. It seems I ought to express my thanks to Old Feng properly. David's gaze sharpened. Indeed, Old Feng was no ordinary figure, possessing considerable influence. If you truly wish to thank me, prepare a splendid feast. That would be the greatest expression of gratitude, Old Feng chuckled, his murky eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Very well. I shall take charge of the kitchen today and treat everyone to a meal, David replied, his spirits lifted. At noon, he summoned Zhou Shiyun and Hua Junqiu, and the group gathered at the hotel, with David himself taking the helm in the kitchen. The 2 enchanting ladies assisted him, much to David's delight. With over a dozen dishes prepared, each a rarity not found in the market, David felt a surge of satisfaction as the table filled with culinary delights. Hua Junqiu wore an expression of impatience. Beside him, Old Feng's eyes glimmered with eagerness, though he kept his composure. David, with Old Feng present, do not hold back. Swiftly bring forth the fine wine, Hua Junqiu urged, rubbing his hands together, having awaited this moment eagerly. Upon hearing of the exquisite wine, Old Feng's eyes lit up. Curiosity evident as he turned to David. Oh, David, is what Hua Xiao said true? As Old Feng spoke, Wang David could no longer conceal his intentions. He shot a fierce glance at Hua Junqiu and retrieved a bronze pot. Since Old Feng was present, it was only fitting to serve the finest. With that, Wang David poured a cup for Old Feng and filled one for himself, ultimately disregarding Hua Junqiu entirely. Hua Junqiu, with the bottle aimed at Wang David, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying brusquely, "Mind your own business." It was exasperating that this fellow always managed to siphon off some monkey wine during his visits and still had the audacity to comment on it. What exquisite wine! At that moment, Old Feng suddenly shouted with exuberance and downed the wine in his cup, even though he had indulged earlier. The experience of savoring it once more brought forth an entirely different flavor. Observing Old Feng's look of sheer delight, David Wang was not the least bit surprised. For this was the very wine often enjoyed by son Wukong, a rarity even among deities. The meal was filled with laughter and joy, and David Wang, in high spirits, brought forth the remaining monkey wine. Ultimately, Old Feng was inebriated to the point of swaying, while Hua Junqiu had collapsed beneath the table. David Wang, however, remained composed, for he had a solid constitution. He instructed his aides to escort the two to the lounge for rest, and he departed alongside Wu Xianing and Zhou Shiyan. Such is the nature of hotel affairs. You hold a 60% stake in this newly opened establishment. In the office, Wu Xianing produced a document and presented it to David Wang, saying, "So, does this mean I am the owner now? Sister Wu understands that I am not cut out for management, so I will still trouble her with the hotel matters." It seems that Wu Xianing was already aware of how David Wang would behave, and thus she was not surprised. Since that is the case, I shall assist you in managing it. However, the shares will still belong to you. As for future investments, they will be accounted for accordingly. Wu Xianing remarked with a smile. As long as Sister Wu has made up her mind, that suffices. David Wang, on the other hand, is indifferent. He wishes not to be disturbed by such matters. By the way, has there been any movement from the Longhu men recently? Wang David casually inquired. I was just about to mention that recently, under our pressure, the market for several hotels in Longhu Gate has been declining, and they have begun to engage in some underhanded tactics. Oh, have they finally made a move? A glint of cold light flashed in Wang David's eyes. He had long anticipated that the moment Longhu Gate took action would signal the beginning of its downfall. However, these are merely minor maneuvers, and I can still manage them. It's just that. Just that what? Wang David pressed further. However, several hotels appeared to be showing signs of strain, and there seemed to be some discord with Longhu men. Upon hearing this, Wang David immediately grasped the issue of uneven distribution of benefits. It is simply inconceivable to expect someone accustomed to gourmet delicacies to settle for pickled vegetables and beans. Thus, it becomes imperative for those beneath to tighten their belts, allowing the magnates to continue enjoying their lavish lifestyles. Such contradictions arise from this very dynamic. So, are we to seize this opportunity to undermine the adversary? Wang David quickly grasped the meaning behind Zhou Shiyun's words and inquired. This is also my concern, Wu Xianing remarked with a furrowed brow. What do you mean? Without delving into the inherent complexities of the matter, one must consider that the Longhu Gate will certainly not allow us to seize the lucrative opportunities they possess. Wu Xianing expressed her concerns. The Longhu Gate, indeed? A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she spoke imperiously, unwilling to relent. It seemed that the time had come to create some trouble for the Dragon Tiger sect. With a sudden spark of insight, Wu Xianing cast a surprised glance at David Wang. As for the hotels, Sister Wu can proceed with the acquisitions. I shall handle the matters concerning the Dragon Tiger sect, David Wang asserted confidently. Very well. With David Wang's assurance, Wu Xianing felt at ease, emboldened to negotiate with the hotels and even pursue their acquisition without hesitation. Wu Jia, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. David Wang uttered these words, rising from his seat, prepared to depart. Upon returning to his residence, he dialed an unfamiliar number. 20 minutes later, a faint smile graced his face. Tiger and Dragon Gate, he murmured, as he summoned Jin Lian. Do you have any dealings with drugs? David inquired. Gazing at Jin Lian, the mention of drugs sent a shiver down Jin Lian's spine, causing him to kneel. Boss, I have never allowed my subordinates to touch such things. Though they are profitable, they are utterly immoral. I understand, David replied, nodding to signal Jin Lian to come closer. Over the next few days, Jean Lian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he received certain instructions. Yes, he nodded eagerly, then hurriedly left. Chapter 73. Disturbance at the bar. Keep this safe, and go ahead. Yes, boss. Jean Lian accepted a note, his face resolute. Once all was completed, David reclined on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling above. It seems the monkey wine has run out, he mused with a smile. With this thought, he took out his phone and opened the chat group, locating Sun Wukong. How have you been, great sage? Bored to death. Sun Wukong replied. Didn't you open a shop? Why so idle? David was puzzled, for logically, with the abundant resources of Flower Fruit Mountain, business should be thriving. I can't fathom how those fools think. They say my peaches are not as good as those from the Heavenly Court, that my golden staff is too fake. And I don't have enough transformations. Sigh, it's quite disheartening. Sun Wukong spat in frustration, and David felt an urge to laugh. Clearly, Sun Wukong's business was not flourishing. Did he not realize the need for promotion? I could offer some ideas to help you out, David typed. With the resources of Flower Fruit Mountain, he was confident they could rank among the top 10 in the celestial realm, provided they developed it properly. Even if it were a loss, self-production and sales would not be a problem. Thank you very much. David discerned that Sun Wukong was here to sell some monkey wine. Of course, Sun Wukong said, being quite straightforward. After their transaction, just as David was about to leave, a sudden thought struck him. Do you have a simplified version of the 72 transformations? This was a valuable skill, allowing for endless transformations. I don't have the full 72 transformations, but I do have the 12 transformations. Interested? Their familiarity made Sun Wukong blunt in his offer. If you want to buy it, I can give you an 80% discount. Just 80 merits will do. All right, I'll take it. David purchased it without hesitation, with merits in hand. He felt no need for trepidation. Sun Wukong happily transferred the treasure to David, and after the merits were paid, David exited the chat group. The 12 transformations, a skill condensed from the 72 transformations, allowing changes under stable emotions but lacking offensive capability, requires 100 merits to master. Upon paying the 100 merits, a beam of golden light surged into David's mind. A buzzing sensation enveloped his head, akin to being struck by a heavy object. The pain nearly causing him to cry out. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment, and soon he regained consciousness, finding himself curled on the ground. Transform. For mortals, each use required 2 merits. What a scam. Do they look down on mortals? Despite his grievances, David paid the 2 merits. The next moment, the space shimmered slightly, and a flash of golden light enveloped him, transforming him into a moth. 10 minutes later, he reverted to his original form. This 12 transformations placed high demands on his body. Had he not consumed elixirs and practiced celestial techniques previously, he might not have withstood such pressure. Still, even so, he could only persist for 10 minutes. Physical condition was indeed a concern, and he would need to devote effort to improve it. Muttering to himself, he glanced at his remaining merits, over 3,500. He anticipated that soon Chang'e would distribute the merits, and when his shop opened, he could wholeheartedly enhance his strength. The mere thought filled David with eager anticipation. Drugs are eternally the demons that dwell in darkness. They drive humanity to exist as soulless husks, leading many to take perilous risks. In Yang City, the Tiger and Dragon Gate monopolized nearly 50% of the underground drug market, becoming the lifeblood of the organization. As dusk fell, David strolled alone down the street, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze, his heart growing ever more tranquil. Suddenly, his gaze fell forward, and that tranquility shattered. His once placid demeanor transformed into a sharpness akin to a blade, and the calm surface of his heart now roiled with tumultuous waves. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. However, just 2 steps in, 2 imposing figures loomed before him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Halt! Search him! A cold, detached voice commanded. David paid no heed, allowing the search to proceed. After a brief examination, he entered the bustling bar, one of the Tiger and Dragon Gate's establishments. David was not foolish enough to cause trouble at the entrance. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of thunderous music and pulsating beats. Under the red and green lights, faces swayed rhythmically, resembling soulless bodies moving like phantoms. Brother, do you want something good? At that moment, a shifty young man approached, poking David's arm. Oh, what do you have that's so special? David inquired, eyeing the young man's white plastic bag filled with a powdery substance. You're no fool. This is top-notch quality. Care for a taste? The young man surveyed the surroundings, a glint of cunning in his eyes, clearly a shrewd individual. You can trust me. My product is genuine and fairly priced. Everyone who uses it speaks highly of it. Upon closer inspection, David noticed the young man's face was covered in blemishes. However, it seemed there was insufficient quantity. David frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Big client. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed he had struck gold today. How much do you want? 100. Hiss. The young man gasped in shock, staring at David in disbelief. You can't make that deal. Let third brother handle it. A faint smile crept across David's lips as he casually surveyed the surroundings. You know third brother, the young man exclaimed, suddenly wary of David. Can you help me relay a message? David produced 10,000 in cash, smiling as he spoke. Rest assured, I merely wish to make a purchase. Just wait and see how I disrupt your little gathering. Internally, David chuckled coldly. The chaos would commence now. All right, I'll report to third brother. Just hold on a moment. Chapter 74. This is not a request. It's a necessity. As the young man departed, David leisurely wandered through the bar. In a short span, he noticed many vendors like the young man, persistently peddling drugs, with patrons occasionally making purchases. David was no saint, but witnessing such scenes still left an unpleasant taste in his heart. Let us proceed. Sangu has agreed to meet you. With these words, Matsi cast a glance at Wang David and led the way. They navigated through the throngs of people and arrived at a lengthy corridor. At the corridor's end, Wang David discerned two figures standing at the threshold. It was immediately evident that these individuals were not mere commoners. They were at least seasoned practitioners. Be cautious when you meet Sangu. Speak only when necessary and refrain from uttering anything that should remain unspoken, Matsi advised, his smile having vanished, replaced by an expression of concern. Your demise is of little consequence, but do not let it drag me down, he added in a final warning. Wang David, however, took no offense, merely responding with a faint smile. Stop. Upon reaching the door of a private room, Wang David was intercepted by the two men. Once more, he was subjected to a search. Their vigilance was extraordinarily high. Yet, given their perilous existence, one could hardly blame them for their caution. After the search, Wang David entered, followed closely by Matsi. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with the sight of a middle-aged man seated in the center, cradling two alluring women in his arms. His hair was cropped short, closely adhering to his scalp, and his face bore the marks of a life weathered by trials, complemented by a sparse beard. At that moment, the man regarded Wang David with a gaze akin to that of a leopard, exuding a formidable psychological intimidation. Flanking him were 5 others, all skilled fighters. Far beyond the caliber of mere thugs, Wang David remained unfazed, though internally he was astonished. An imposing character indeed. Sangu, this is the individual I mentioned, Matsi said, wearing a sycophantic smile as he bowed respectfully before Sangu. Upon seeing Wang David, Sangu displayed a hint of surprise. Few could maintain such composure in his presence. It appeared this man was no ordinary individual. Get lost. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Sangu impatiently addressed Matsi. All right, I shall take my leave immediately. Matsi chuckled and promptly turned to depart. Is it you who desires 100 items? Sangu glanced at Wang David and casually inquired. Wang David, unperturbed, leisurely sought out a seat and settled down. Indeed, is there? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Even if it were not just 100, but 3 times that amount, I would still have it here. Sangu laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter ceased, and his expression turned cold and indifferent. I just wonder if you can take it out, a chilling voice remarked, and immediately 10 men on either side began to approach Wang David, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Observing this, Wang David furrowed his brows momentarily, only to relax them soon after. What is this? Is Sangu doubting me? Wang David smiled faintly, exhibiting not the slightest trace of anxiety. It was not a matter of doubt, but rather certainty. With 100 units of goods, how many individuals in Yangsheng could possibly digest such a quantity? Can you manage it? In the eyes of the third brother, a glint of cold light flickered as he sat regally, toying with the woman beside him. Observing the approaching figures, Wang David maintained a subtle smile upon his face. Dare to toy with me? Eliminate him, the third brother commanded with a chilling tone, prompting 10 men to surge forward, their footsteps hastening as they charged like ferocious beasts. With a frigid gaze directed at one of them, Wang David unleashed a powerful kick. A resounding thud echoed, akin to a cannonball being fired, as a burly man was sent hurtling through the air. However, at that moment, the remaining 9 closed in around him. Simultaneously, several gleaming knives sliced through the air above his head, descending menacingly. This is not good. Surrounded on all sides, there was no escape. Oh, how could I have forgotten this? The corners of Wang David's mouth twitched slightly. He never anticipated that Sun Wukong's 12 transformations would prove useful at this moment. With the application of 2 virtues, a faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered and vanished, and in the next instant, Wang David reappeared outside the throng. You think you can contend with me? How Navi? With a swift kick, a man wielding a cleaver was sent flying. In the following moment, Wang David's feet moved with astonishing speed, dashing forward with a series of rapid strides, his fists raining down in a relentless barrage. The air was filled with the sound of heavy impacts. Is this still a mere human? Beside him, Sangu was left in astonishment, his once imposing confidence swiftly dissipating. In that moment, a wave of concern began to rise within his heart. Who exactly were these individuals, and what were their intentions? In merely 2 minutes, all 10 individuals had already succumbed to the ground. At that moment, the person at the door seemed to have heard the commotion and swiftly rushed inside. However, before they could even draw their weapons, Wong David delivered a powerful kick, sending one of them flying. After dispatching these foes, a smile remained on Wong David's face as he glanced towards the direction of the third brother. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself staring down the ominous barrel of a gun, pointed directly at him. Kid, though I know not your intentions, you shall not leave this place today, the third brother said coldly, gesturing to the woman beside him. The two departed with an air of calm, closing the door behind them. Oh, so you are this confident? Wong David smiled faintly, as if he regarded the imminent threat before him with utter indifference. Though you may possess great prowess, even the mightiest cannot shield themselves from a bullet, can they? You may attempt it. As Wong David spoke, he made his move. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated, and a flash of fire erupted from the muzzle of the gun, a tremendous force surging forth directly towards Wong David. In an instant, he executed his transformation, becoming a beam of light. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene as he surged forward with remarkable speed. Snap. Before the third brother could comprehend the unfolding events, he felt an overwhelming force in his hand, causing the tightly gripped gun to be flung away. In his astonishment, the third brother turned abruptly to find Wong David standing before him, a broad smile adorning his face. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the third brother utterly bewildered. Are you human or a specter? A voice filled with terror, slightly trembling, made Sangu gaze at Wong David as if he were witnessing a ghost. Without further ado, I declare that from this day forth, all dealings related to drugs would cease. Otherwise, I would render your existence more agonizing than death itself. As I spoke, Wong David produced a black pill from his hand and forced it into Sanji's mouth. This is a poison, the antidote of which only I possess. Remember my words. This is not a request, but a command. Chapter 75, The Thieving Youth. Wong David's voice was frigid, imbued with a chilling intensity that made Sangu feel as though he were ensnared in the icy grasp of February. May I inquire as to who exactly you are? Sangu realized that he had indeed met with a thorough defeat. However, even in death, he sought clarity. Wang Dawei took a couple of steps back and seated himself. You are Wang Dawei. The expression on Sanji's face instantly flushed crimson, his countenance a portrait of disbelief. The individual who has recently been the subject of rampant online speculation is none other than a man named Wong David. Recently, a lethal list has emerged from Longhu Gate, with the top 3 names including one called Wong David. Could it be that these two entities are indeed the individuals before us? Are you surprised to have been bested by me? Wong David inquired with a smile. I merely find it somewhat astonishing, replied third brother. Surely, young Master Wong does not genuinely wish to contend with me? With a sudden shift in thought, Sangu fixed his gaze upon Wong David and inquired, Oh, do enlighten me. Wong David, displaying a curious expression, replied with a smile. I presume that young Master Wong is already aware of my affiliation with the Dragon and Tiger sect. This attempt against me is merely an endeavor to sever the financial lifeline of the sect, is it not? At this point, Sanji's eyes narrowed, revealing a look of astonishment. There are those from the Dragon and Tiger sect among you. Incredulous. And he could ascertain that this individual held a considerable position within the Dragon and Tiger Gate. Indeed, you possess remarkable intelligence. It is a pity to see such talent in this line of work. Wong David smiled faintly, recognizing that this was truly a fine specimen. However, the prerequisite is that you must be able to wield control over such individuals. I, Lier, am willing to follow Wang Xiao unreservedly. Suddenly, Lier knelt down and said resolutely, Oh, do you trust me so completely? Are you not afraid of the retaliation from the Dragon and Tiger sect? Wong David, slightly taken aback, inquired with a smile. Wang Xiao is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. The Longhu sect would certainly not be his match. Lier was not foolish. He had heard a thing or two about Wong David's affairs. The Longhu sect had consistently found themselves unable to contend with him, and yet this man relentlessly pursued them. Now having sought him out, should trouble arise here, the Longhu sect would find their financial support severed. How long could a force endure without the backing of wealth? Well, it all depends on your performance. Wong David smiled. Conversing with an intelligent person is indeed a different experience. Before departing, Wong David uttered a remark. Inside the bar, the pockmarked man was busy peddling his wares. At that moment, however, His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed an astonishing scene. He observed that Sango, usually brimming with arrogance, was now standing respectfully beside the young man who had just entered. Having left the bar, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Wang David made his way toward the parking lot, the lengthy path scarcely populated by passers-by. Yet, he soon spotted a small child, no taller than 1 meter. Inching closer to a young couple, Wang David distinctly saw the child stealthily extract a man's wallet, entirely unbeknownst to the victim. However, upon reaching the underground parking lot, he encountered the same child once more. Amusingly, the child was now attempting to pry open his car door. "Little one, I possess the keys. Would you care to use them?" Wang David approached, observing the boy who seemed to be struggling, a faint smile gracing his face. The sudden sound made the boy instantly alert. Upon turning to see Wang David, he took off running. However, he had barely taken a few steps when Wang David seized him with a firm grip. "Let me go, you scoundrel!" the child exclaimed. His face contorted with anger as he attempted to strike Wang David with fists and feet, yet he could hardly come close. "Little one, you were just attempting to pry open my car. How have I become the villain in this scenario?" Wang David felt somewhat speechless. The individuals emerging from that bar were all scoundrels. The boy, filled with indignation, shouted at Wang David. It was rather puzzling. How did this lad know that he had ventured into the bar? Disregarding such thoughts, Wang David released the child. "Very well, you may go, but do not steal again, lest you find yourself in trouble eventually." With that, Wang David opened the car door, preparing to depart. "Please, I beg you, save my father." Suddenly, the child knelt down, his face a picture of desperate plea. David Wang furrowed his brow, gazing into the child's eyes brimming with hope, and a subtle flutter stirred within his heart. "What about your father? What has happened to him?" "He is on the brink of death," the child choked out. "Where is he?" "Near the bar." "Kid, you're back again. Have you managed to gather enough money to buy something?" At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the entrance of the bar, directed at the child. The child remained silent, merely casting a gaze filled with hatred towards the speaker. Wang David soon followed, and there he spotted the pockmarked man from earlier. Observing the scene before him, he furrowed his brow. "Get lost," he barked. The pockmarked man was about to retaliate, but upon recognizing Wang David, a sycophantic smile instantly appeared on his face. "All right, I'll leave. Not daring to linger, the pockmarked man scuttled into the bar. Twisting and turning, guided by the child, Wang David arrived at the mouth of an alley. "Is this where your father is?" The child nodded and swiftly entered. At that moment, Wang David followed, soon discovering the child crouched beside a gaunt man, more destitute than a beggar, inhaling a substance. Upon witnessing this, Wang David comprehended the gravity of the situation. "Please, save my father," the child implored, tears brimming in his eyes. "Your father is beyond saving." Wang David gently shook his head, lamenting the unfortunate truth. "I beg you, save my father." The child clutched Wang David's pant leg, pleading earnestly. His voice resonated with sorrow. Yet suddenly, a glimmer of something unsettling flickered in the child's gaze, a coldness unbefitting his years. Beneath his lowered head, the child revealed a bloodthirsty grin, his eyes frosted with icy detachment. "Since you cannot help, then let him accompany me to the grave." A flash of cold light surged forth, aimed directly at Wang David's abdomen. The blade was swift, more rapid than Wang David could anticipate. As he finally processed the assault, a sharp pain pierced his belly, propelling his body backward. "Assassin, you seek death." A furious shout echoed as a foot sent the child flying. Wang David was taken aback, astonished to discover that the child before him was, in fact, an assassin. "How fortunate you are to be alive," he thought, though the voice was youthful. It carried an icy chill. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps reached Wang David's ears. It appeared that the Longhu Gate was truly investing heavily this time. A shiver ran down his spine as he noticed the glint of several knives emitting a cold light from within the alley. Half an hour later, Wang David emerged from the alley, his clothes stained with blood. However, he had scarcely gone far when, with a thunderous crash, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 76. A beauty rescues a hero. Zihan. "Look, there seems to be someone over there." That night, two girls strolled down the street when suddenly, an adorable girl let out a shriek, pointing towards a figure in the distance. "Let's go take a look." Upon hearing this, the girl named Zihan glanced over and noticed the figure lying on the ground. "Qingjia, come help me," Zihan urged, striding forward and signaling her companion for assistance. "Zihan, it's late at night. Perhaps we should refrain from meddling," cautioned the girl named Qingjia, her voice timid. "How can we ignore this? Can't you see that the person is injured?" Zihan approached briskly, while Qingjia shook her head helplessly and followed suit. It seemed that her companion's fixation on the medical profession had resurfaced. The individual lying on the ground was none other than Wang David. The individuals who had just departed were no ordinary folk. They were undoubtedly elite assassins. Nevertheless, he bore several deep wounds, having lost considerable blood and fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Upon witnessing the injuries on Wang David's body, the two girls could not suppress a gasp of shock. "I have medicine. Let us take him to my place. Saving a life is of utmost importance." Ultimately, Zihan persuaded Qingjia, and together they exerted considerable effort to bring Wang David to their home. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyun anxiously awaited news at home, yet Wang David's whereabouts remained elusive. The phone was unreachable, and he was nowhere to be found. Zhou Shiyun immediately contacted Hua Junqiu, and a large-scale search for Wang David commenced. It was not until noon the following day that Wang David gradually regained consciousness, only to discover himself lying on a bed imbued with a youthful fragrance, the decor around him exuding a charming cuteness. He attempted to move but found his body encased in thick bandages, making even the slightest motion a challenge. "You are awake." As Wang David was lost in thought, a melodious voice broke the silence. "Your injuries are quite severe. It would be wise not to move around." The girl approached, and Wang David turned to look at her. She had a cascade of jet black hair tied back, a delicate and adorable face, and a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes, resembling a porcelain doll in her cuteness. A beauty saving a hero. Suddenly, such thoughts surged in Wang David's mind, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. "Thank you, young lady, for saving me. I am Wang David. You may call me Zihan," she replied, her face adorned with two delightful dimples as she smiled. The name Wang David felt strangely familiar to Zihan, who murmured to herself, sensing that she had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a beautiful girl in shorts and a crop top entered, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Wang David. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and Wang David felt as if his wounds were about to burst. "Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate," he repeatedly reminded himself. Yet his eyes remained transfixed on the girl, particularly on her long, slender legs. Astonishing, truly astonishing. How did those legs come to be? "Zihan, do you know whom you saved last night?" "Superman." Zihan responded with a hint of annoyance, observing the overly excited Qingjia. Not Superman, but Wang David, the one who went viral online for dancing. Qingjia's enthusiasm grew, and she nearly leaped with excitement. "Is that true?" Zihan's eyes sparkled. She had become enamored with that person upon watching the video. However, the moment she heard Wang David's name, she instinctively did not connect it to that direction. "Idol. You are truly my idol. Please, can I have your autograph?" Qingjia fluttered her big eyes, presenting a notebook to Wang David. "Could you wait a few days?" Wang David raised his bandaged hands, resembling a large lobster, and replied somewhat reluctantly. Qingjia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, quickly followed by excitement. "I can't believe I saved my idol. Could this be fate? It was I who saved him, mind you," Zihan interjected, unwilling to be left out. "I was part of it too." The two girls began to bicker as they made their way outside, leaving Wang David momentarily sidelined. He realized he had been careless this time and would need to exercise more caution in the future. He gingerly checked his pocket. His phone was still there. He slowly retrieved it, using his tongue to unlock the messaging app and locate the elixir sent to him by Chang'e. A golden light enveloped Wang David's body, and in the next moment, a wave of relief coursed through him. If anyone were present, they would witness Wang David's body visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "Is there still no news about David?" "No. But what? Just say it," an anxious Zhou Shiyun pressed. However, last night, several corpses were discovered near a bar in Yanqing, seemingly all belonging to assassins. "But sister-in-law, rest assured, David was not at the scene." "Are you implying this incident is related to David?" "Sister-in-law, do not worry. I have dispatched more people to search." Seeing Zhou Shiyun's anxious demeanor, Hua Junqiu reassured her. "Thank you for your hard work." "Ah, how come you're up?" "No, how are you able to stand?" Zihan exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide as she looked at Wang David. At that moment, Wang David appeared perfectly fine, walking swiftly. Who could have guessed that he had suffered severe injuries the previous night? "Such minor wounds are nothing to me, but I must thank you all for saving me. Had I lain outside all night, who knows what might have transpired." "Idol, you're amazing. Let's take a picture. Come on, Idol, give us a smile. And please, sign my book." The two girls paid no mind to how Wang David had recovered and rushed towards him, demanding various poses. For a moment, Wang David felt a pang of sorrow. "Thank you, Zihan and Qingjia, for your assistance. I will express my gratitude in person later." Looking at the reluctant expressions of the two girls, Wang David smiled. "Sure, just remember, I'll be home. She works at the city hospital." Qingjia replied eagerly. "I'll hold you to that." Wang David nodded and headed outside. As he entered, he discovered a considerable number of people in the hall. Several officers were present, along with a few SWAT team members, and even Feng Shan was there. A voice filled with surprise and a waft of perfume approached him, and the next moment, He found himself enveloped in a soft embrace. What is this? Did you miss me after being away for a night? Wang David chuckled softly, leaning close to Zhou Shiyun's ear. Her cheeks flushed instantly, fully aware of the implications behind his words. Hua Junqiu approached, a smile on his face, subtly signaling to Wang David. Understanding the unspoken message, Wang David surveyed the room and quickly grasped the situation. I assume you're here for something? He inquired with a smile, looking at the startled officer at the forefront, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Feng Shan. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Zhou Bing, the squad leader from the police department. I am here to investigate a few matters, she said politely, standing before Wang David. Oh, please, go ahead. He replied casually as he sat down. There was a brawl last night in an alley near the Papai Bar, resulting in 11 deaths. Do you have any knowledge of this incident? Zhou Bing asked, her expression serious as she scrutinized Wang David. Is it possible such things happen in Yangqing? I believe you should be asking Captain Feng about this instead of me, Wang David replied, feigning surprise before glancing at Feng Shan with a mocking smile. Wang David, you better come clean. Otherwise, you won't be able to distance yourself from this matter, Feng Shan threatened coldly. Captain Zhou, would you consider that a threat? Zhou Bing remained silent, her face darkening. Captain Feng, your SWAT team is supposed to protect Yangqing's safety, yet with such events occurring, you have the audacity to threaten me? It seems you are beyond redemption, Wang David scoffed, his disdain palpable. If you wish to put on an act before me, do not blame me for retaliating. Wang David. Say that again. Feng Shan roared, his eyes wide with anger. What? Does Captain Feng intend to threaten me once more? Such bravado is impressive. Wang David retorted with a cold laugh, recognizing Feng Shan's stubbornness. Captain Feng, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further, Zhou Bing interjected, unable to bear their exchange any longer. Mr. Wang, we are simply doing our jobs. We hope for your cooperation. I assure you, I will cooperate fully. However, some of you seem to have little else to do but come here to intimidate me. That is quite the display. Wang David replied with a cold smile directed at Feng Shan. Apologies for the disturbance. Should the opportunity arise again, we may need to trouble you once more, Mr. Wang. Zhou Bing said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she and the others left. Feng Shan, realizing the futility of the situation, also departed. Once the room was clear, Hua Junqiu and Zhou Shiyun approached Wang David. David, where were you last night? Hua Junqiu inquired. What do you think? Wang David replied with a smile, glancing towards the direction where Zhou Bing and the others had exited. Did you really do that? Hua Junqiu paused, his expression turning to one of shock. That was 11 people, and according to the information we received, they were all internationally renowned assassins. The Longhu sect seems to be making their move against me, Wang David stated, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Indeed, the Longhu sect feels a sense of urgency, Hua Junqiu analyzed. Since they have acted, I cannot afford to be polite, wouldn't you agree? Wang David chuckled darkly, acknowledging the intensifying conflict with the Longhu sect. What are your plans? You shall find out soon enough. As the two conversed, Zhou Shiyun sat silently on the side, listening intently without uttering a word. After bidding farewell to Hua Junqiu, Wang David turned to Zhou Shiyun, his eyes filled with remorse. Do not take such risks in the future. Zhou Shiyun shook her head, expressing her helplessness. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the police had approached Wang David to investigate some information, but had found nothing of value. As for Feng Shan, although it was clear that this matter was connected to Wang David, there was simply no evidence to be found. Meanwhile, the Longhu Gate finally felt the pressure, as Wang David had made his move. In just 2 short days, the pivotal figure, Li Er, had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but the petty vendors who once thrived in the bustling streets of Yang City had also disappeared. Ultimately, anyone associated with the Longhu Gate had vanished, leaving everyone within its ranks feeling vulnerable. The drug trafficking operations, once a lucrative source of income, faced a significant blow, having their financial influx. This was an undeniable reality that instilled a sense of crisis within the Longhu Gate. At this moment, within the opulent headquarters of the Longhu Gate, surrounded by at least 100 patrolling guards armed with real firearms and clad in sharp suits, a group of men had gathered. Boss, what should we do now? Several middle-aged men, varying in demeanor, some calm and others anxious, looked to their leader, the head of the group. A robust man in his 40s or 50s with an imposing presence and a long scar across his face was none other than Long Outyin, the leader of the Longhu Gate. Have we clarified Wang David's identity? Long Outyin's voice carried an authoritative weight. An elderly man with graying hair stood up, presenting the information he held. That kid is a local from Yang City, a graduate of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. He had a bright future ahead, but inexplicably left the capital and later worked as a security guard for a year. Speak plainly, Long Outyin urged, his tone grave. In my view, Wang David likely has other forces backing him. The gravity in the man's voice drew the attention of the others. What do you all think? Long Outyin surveyed the room, remaining stoic, having long cultivated the ability to mask his emotions. He's just a kid. We could easily eliminate him. You don't understand. The assassins we brought in from abroad were all wiped out by him. A collective gasp filled the room at this revelation. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke. This young man poses a significant threat. If necessary, we should resort to that power. He glanced at Long Outyin. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Long Outyen's eyes, and his expression shifted. It seems we have no choice. He added, additionally, we must uncover the forces hidden behind Wang David. The others nodded in unison, preparing to take action against Wang David. Chapter 78, Medical Chaos. What? Jean Lian has been injured? Wang David's expression darkened at the voice on the other end of the line. Jean Lian's injury, amidst such tumultuous times, was certainly unwelcome news. Shiyun, I'll leave the matters regarding Wu Pian to you. Hanging up the phone, Wang David turned apologetically to Zhou Shiyun. Please be cautious. I will keep a close eye on that situation. Zhou Shiyun smiled softly, her voice gentle. After departing from his residence, Wang David hurried to the Yang City Hospital, where Jean Lian was currently located. An hour later, he arrived to find two of his subordinates waiting outside the hospital, who immediately approached him upon seeing him. Wang David inquired in a serious tone, what happened? In accordance with the boss's orders, last night, Brother Jean Lian attempted to warn a drug dealer. Unexpectedly, he encountered a formidable opponent who injured over a dozen of our brothers, and Brother Jean Lian was seriously hurt. A formidable opponent? Wang David frowned. After taking the elixir, most individuals would be no match for Jean Lian. Yet, the adversary had not only injured Jean Lian, but also a number of others. It appeared that the Longhu Gate had been cornered. Wang David's mind raced as he quickly made his way into the hospital. How are you feeling now? He asked with concern, looking at Jean Lian in the hospital bed. Boss. Jean Lian was almost moved to tears upon Wang David's arrival. I'm fine. I just need a few days to rest. Wait here, Wang David said, dismissing the others, and stepped aside to take out his phone. Chang'e, do you still have those healing elixirs? How many does the immortal require? Just a few will suffice. Wang David's heart lifted as a sizable red envelope soon appeared on his screen. He opened it to find several healing elixirs inside. Thank you, Immortal. After expressing his gratitude, he discreetly retrieved one of the elixirs and handed it to Jean Lian, who swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, Jean Lian felt his injuries begin to heal, and he looked at Wang David with astonishment, as if witnessing a living deity. Now, please recount what happened. Once Jean Lian seemed to have recovered sufficiently, Wang David prompted him. It happened outside. I didn't see clearly. The man's strength was overwhelming, and his eyes were red. It was terrifying. With this information, Wang David could now be more certain of the assailant's identity. Rest for half a day, then have your subordinates handle your discharge. After giving a few more instructions, he took his leave. As he walked through the bustling hospital, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her. The voice trembled with agitation. Medical chaos. The term flashed through Wang David's mind, and he curiously approached the scene. The setting was chaotic, filled with shouts, screams, and the sounds of scuffles echoing through the hospital's halls. Please, don't act impulsively. We can help you with whatever difficulties you are facing, a middle-aged man, presumably the attending physician, urged anxiously from the side. That's her. Suddenly, Wang David recognized in the arms of the distressed family member a girl, Zihan, the one who had previously saved him. He approached someone nearby and inquired, what happened? The family is dealing with a rare illness that the doctors claim cannot be cured. And this is the result. Such cruelty. What an innocent girl. People around sighed, foreseeing yet another tragic incident unfolding. Wang David grasped the situation and strode forward. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Wang David approached step by step. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. The man appeared frantic, and Wang David had no doubt he was capable of carrying out his threats. Kid, stop right there. Do you want to harm Zihan? A young doctor glared at Wang David, admonishing him sharply. Standing there won't save her. Don't come any closer, or I really will act. The man's agitation grew, the small knife in his hand trembling dangerously close to Zihan's neck. Better to perish together. Suddenly, he let out a desperate shout, raising the knife high. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone braced for the impending tragedy. Then, a sudden crisp sound broke through the tension, and the man was sent flying, the knife landing harmlessly on the floor. Wang David swiftly embraced Zihan, his expression grave, retreating to safety. Everyone stared in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Bravo! Someone shouted, igniting a wave of applause that resonated throughout the hall. As Qingfu, what are you doing? Brother David just saved me. Zihan reluctantly stepped out of Wang Dawei's embrace, casting a dissatisfied glance at the young man. Qingfu, her dear friend Qingjia's brother, responded with a frosty demeanor. Zihan, can't you see that this fellow has ulterior motives toward you? His words dripped with disdain as he pointed at Wang Dawei. Feeling humiliated for not having pushed him away earlier. You truly speak nonsense with your eyes wide open, Wang Dawei retorted calmly, not even sparing a glance at Qingfu. As he walked towards a relative of a patient not far off. Where is your sick relative? Could you lead me to them? His voice, though soft, momentarily stunned everyone present. The man hesitated, first glowering at Wang Dawei. Then his expression shifted to one of gratitude, a complicated mix of emotions. Right outside, he finally spoke, standing up to guide Wang Dawei. Pretending to be a miracle worker in the hospital, truly considering yourself a savior, Qingfu scoffed, disdainfully watching Wang Dawei depart. His voice was loud enough for half the hall to hear, yet no one paid him heed. Instead, they moved towards the exit. Outside, Wang Dawei observed the faintly breathing patient, his brow furrowing as he approached to conduct an examination. After a long moment, he exhaled a heavy sigh. This ailment I can treat. Chapter 79. A skilled hand revives. Stop joking. Director Zhang has already examined him. This person is beyond saving. You certainly know how to attract attention. Qingfu stepped forward, parting the crowd, his expression one of mockery aimed at Wang Dawei. The sight of Zihan gazing at Wang Dawei with admiration only intensified his anger, as if it might consume him whole any moment. It is you who seeks attention. If you dare speak again, I shall render you incapacitated. Wang Dawei's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold fury flashing within. Qingfu faltered, his face darkening, but upon meeting Wang Dawei's gaze, a chill ran through him, rendering him silent. Are there silver needles here? Does this hospital lack silver needles? Wang Dawei's voice turned icy as he called out once more. The attitude of these doctors was infuriating. Had the victim not been Zihan, he would have deemed them unworthy of his attention. Go to the acupuncture room and fetch a set of silver needles. One of the doctors, Zhang, instructed a colleague. The man departed but exhibited no sense of urgency. If the silver needles are not here in 5 minutes, you shall be deemed a murderer, Wang Dawei remarked, his expression stern. The man trembled at the words, hastening away. I look forward to seeing you embarrass yourself. Qingfu observed darkly, his expression one of keen anticipation. 3 minutes later, the doctor returned, a leather bag in hand, filled with various silver needles. The man was drenched in sweat as he presented the needles to Wang Dawei, wiping his brow in relief. You have saved a life, Wang Dawei remarked with a faint smile. The doctor, taken aback, broke into a joyful grin. Without further ado, Wang Dawei selected a needle and plunged it into the patient's abdomen. Young man, is this feasible? Director Zhang approached, his voice laced with skepticism. Do you have any alternative methods? Wang Dawei's light inquiry left Zhang speechless. Since you possess no solution, step aside and do not hinder my efforts to save this person. Wang Dawei's words were blunt and devoid of courtesy. As he spoke, the silver needle had already been inserted. Internal energy coursed through the needle into the patient's body, emanating warmth. The needle began to twirl rapidly, ultimately embedding itself within the patient. How absurd, to drive a needle into the patient's body. One fears the embarrassment is insufficient, Qingfu sneered, believing Wang Dawei was merely being foolish. However, the silence from Director Zhang and the doctors from the acupuncture room, who had rushed over, spoke volumes. Their gazes were fixated on Wang Dawei's trembling hand, revealing their astonishment. What technique is this? Director Zhang inquired gravely, addressing the doctors beside him. Unclear. Such a method has never been seen before. It's inconceivable. One by one, the silver needles were embedded into the patient, forming an enigmatic symbol. Finally, with a surge of energy, a powerful aura expanded outward from Wang Dawei. Whoosh. After a minute, a bloodied silver needle shot out from the patient, followed by a second. Ultimately, 12 needles flew forth, landing on the ground, stained with blood, a striking sight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Dawei stood tall. Healer, how is my wife? The anxious man rushed forward, desperation etched across his face. Clearly, it has failed. Is it necessary to state the obvious? Qingfu interjected with a mocking laugh. Slap. Just as his words fell, a sharp sound echoed, startling everyone present. Qingfu felt a flash of pain across his face. Wang Dawei's words cut deeper than any slap. As a physician, you lack even the slightest sense of medical ethics. You have no right to stand here and speak. Fury coursed through Qingfu's veins as he felt the sting on his cheek, his face flushing crimson. Wang Dawei's words left him speechless, unable to muster any retort. One who treats life and death as trifles is unworthy of being called a doctor. With that, Wang Dawei turned to leave. Was it truly so effortless to revive a near-dead person? It felt almost surreal. Brother David, wait for me. Divine healer, hold. Both voices rang out simultaneously as Zihan rushed after him. While Director Zhang in the acupuncture room had watched Wang Dawei depart, their expressions intricate. Zihan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Wang Dawei. "You're such a good person," she gushed, her hands covering her face, her large eyes blinking rapidly. Feeling a wave of happiness at being able to converse with her idol. "Do not call me idol. Simply refer to me as Dawei," Wang Dawei chuckled, finding the young girl utterly endearing. "Brother Dawei," she exclaimed, her face flushing as she shyly glanced at him. "Do you not have work to attend to?" Wang Dawei inquired with a smile. "My work is quite flexible. I can leave whenever I please, and no one would mind," Zihan replied proudly, puffing out her chest. "Oh, that is indeed impressive," Wang Dawei mused, surprised that Zihan, an employee at the municipal hospital, had such freedom, indicating her status was no ordinary one. "I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for saving my life that day." Wang Dawei smiled, seizing the opportunity to repay her kindness. "Absolutely. Yes." Zihan nodded enthusiastically, her face radiating joy. "Brother Dawei, wait. I shall call Qingjia to join us." With that, Zihan excitedly retrieved her phone. Observing the naive and passionate Zihan, Wang Dawei couldn't help but smile, reminded of his younger sister from his university days. On the other side, upon hearing that Wang Dawei was treating them to a meal, Qingjia hurriedly made her way over. Ultimately, the meal was filled with laughter and joy. Yet Wang Dawei felt utterly exhausted. Do not misunderstand. It was merely that at the dining table, Wang Dawei was requested to assume various poses for photos alongside the two girls. Chapter 80. Zombie Charles Zihan and Qingjia were exceptional, yet they shared a delightful meal together. After safely escorting the two girls home, David Wang drove swiftly towards his residence. The matters concerning the dance had nearly been resolved, yet arrangements still required his attention. In July, the city of Yang was sweltering, the air pulsating with waves of heat. Particularly during midday, even the busiest streets were scarcely populated. As David navigated an elevated highway, a figure suddenly loomed ahead, standing motionless. "Good grief, is this a scam?" he muttered darkly, promptly reducing his speed. The tires screeched as they left behind two long tracks on the asphalt. "Are you seeking death?" This was the first time David had heard of someone attempting a scam on a bridge, not to mention witnessing it. Cursing under his breath, he found it perplexing that the figure remained unmoving, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Moreover, he noted that the person was oddly clad in a long black robe on such a scorching day. Was this an attempt to feel even hotter? David mused with a hint of dark humor. No, wait. Suddenly, David's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he fixed his steely gaze upon the figure. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a subtle wave of energy. Though faint, he grasped it instantly. Just then, the figure stirred, and a pair of scarlet eyes pierced through the black robe, locking onto him. A chill ran down his spine. Beyond those bloodthirsty eyes, he discerned a pallid face devoid of color. With a swift motion, the figure blurred, manifesting a shadow that enveloped David with an unseen aura. In that instant, David sprang into action, akin to an arrow released from a bow. With a thunderous impact, his feet struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble and leaving an imprint. He surged forward, undeterred, with a punch aimed at the figure. He was met with a counterstrike. Their fists collided, producing a resounding thud. Both were forced back. Astonished by the sheer strength of the other, capable of matching David's 50 years of cultivation, he was taken aback, observing the figure with a cold gaze. Little did he know, the cloaked figure, known as Charles, was equally astonished. Having trained for a millennium and recently achieved great mastery, he had ventured out from his clan. Yet now, he found himself repelled by a youth who appeared to be in his 20s. How is this possible? Come again, David shouted, charging forward once more. He unleashed a palm strike, sending an invisible imprint hurtling towards his opponent. The black robe whipped like a blade, cleaving through the energy. However, just then, David's kick aimed straight at the figure's face. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, Charles raised his arms defensively, only to be sent flying 3 meters back by the force of David's strike. "You are indeed formidable," he rasped, his voice laced with urgency. "Yet today, you must perish." At that moment, a crimson aura enveloped Charles, saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. "Die!" He lunged forward, and before David could react, he was engulfed in the sanguine light, which felt like a cage, trapping him. Alarm surged within him as he sensed a potent corrosive force threatening to consume him entirely. With a grave expression, David pounded against the blood barrier, but to no avail. "This is the blood energy I have amassed over a century. How can a mere mortal hope to escape?" Charles's voice, cold and hoarse, echoed ominously. Just then, a more terrifying wave of blood energy surged forth. However, in the next instant, Charles's crimson gaze widened in disbelief, as if struck by an unseen force, causing him to retreat repeatedly. How can this be? He is not a mere mortal. In that moment, A radiant aura enveloped David, resembling a divine light or a celestial rainbow. With a thunderous explosion, the blood barrier shattered, and David emerged unscathed. Who would have thought that virtue could wield such miraculous effects, rendering me impervious to all evils? Quite remarkable indeed. He mused with a slight smile as he regarded Charles. Actually, we need not resort to a fight to the death, Prince Charles, David said casually, revealing that his earlier confrontation had merely been a test of strength. He now had a clearer understanding of his goals moving forward. You know who I am, Charles rasped. Astonished. We could sit and converse about this, David suggested. There is nothing to discuss. Killing you will grant me what I desire. It was evident that Charles had an undisclosed alliance with the Dragon and Tiger sect. But you cannot slay me, David countered confidently. Not now, perhaps. But one day I shall, Charles retorted, turning away. I look forward to that day, David replied with a faint smile, knowing that Charles would struggle to defeat him in the future. With a serene expression, he resumed his journey home. A day later, news arrived from Hong Chong, revealing that he had uncovered the transaction between Long Outyin and Charles. Blood condensation pearls, forged from millennia of gathered blood energy, can enhance a blood cultivator's abilities by a century, David murmured. No wonder Charles was so eager to serve as a henchman. Such a treasure would be hard for anyone to resist. Is it merely an enhancement of cultivation? I can achieve that as well. As David deepened his understanding through interactions with the celestial realm, he learned about various cultivation matters. Vampires, after all, belong to a lineage of ghostly cultivators. If there were a place where ghostly cultivation thrived, it would undoubtedly be the underworld. Moreover, the King of Hell was likely at its pinnacle. Perhaps it's time to have a conversation with the King of Hell, David mused, taking out his phone. Chapter 81. Methods of Cultivation. What brings a celestial being to seek me? Little Wong? The King of Hell had been feeling quite troubled lately, with outstanding merits still unresolved and the celestial shop matter hanging in limbo. If David were to offer to absolve his remaining debts, the king would gladly comply, even calling him father. However, David had no intention of acquiring such a ghostly son. I require your assistance, King of Hell. Might you elucidate the methods of ghostly cultivation? In the underworld, upon reading the message, the King of Hell furrowed his brow. How curious that a celestial being would inquire about ghostly cultivation methods. Did not the celestial beings look down upon such practices? Alas, the thoughts of these celestial beings are inscrutable. I shall provide the information as requested. The methods of ghostly cultivation allow both spirits and corpses to cultivate, provided they endure the tribulations of the heavens. Ultimately, they can achieve a state of incorruptibility. Just as he had surmised, vampires could indeed practice ghostly cultivation, akin to the legendary zombies. Kindly send me a ghostly cultivation technique, David requested directly, a smile gracing his lips. The celestial being may not be aware, but the methods of ghostly cultivation are highly coveted, even in the underworld. And it will cost 500 merits. David Wong, without any unnecessary words, promptly sent a message. All right. Excellent. With 500 merits. I now only owe 320. In the underworld, glancing at his phone screen, the King of Hell smiled, radiating joy. At that moment, he felt that the celestial being was indeed generous, and he resolved to present the finest cultivation technique he possessed. Ding. The King of Hell sent a red envelope. Esteemed Celestial, this is the pinnacle of ghostly cultivation methods in my realm. Even newly deceased spirits can practice it, and it requires no merit to support. Upon opening the envelope, Wong David was delighted to discover a tome of cultivation techniques. If feasible, it would not be impossible for Xiaotong to cultivate as well. Even in the future, should he aid her in returning to life, he could devise another plan. Wong David's eyes flickered as he pondered quietly. With the King of Hell's profuse gratitude, he entered the chat group, where discussions were lively, often interrupted by deities promoting their wares. After a brief observation, finding nothing of interest, Wong David exited. Xiaotong, please come here. He called out, simultaneously revealing the ghostly cultivation method. What is it? I was engrossed in something fascinating. Xiaotong replied, her expression one of dissatisfaction as she floated before him. I have a ghostly cultivation method here that can enhance your strength. However, subsequently, returning to life may pose some challenges, necessitating a different state of existence. Of course, you could also wait for me to alleviate your grievances, allowing your return to life. After a pause, he added, which path will you choose? The possibility of returning to life exists, albeit with some complications. Living in another state will undoubtedly require you to retain a semblance of humanity, albeit with certain constraints. Hence, the decision lies with you. Do you truly possess a ghostly cultivation method? Xiang inquired, her large eyes fixed intently on Wong David. He nodded affirmatively. Very well, I choose ghostly cultivation to become stronger. An inexplicable chill emanated from Xiaotong, a presence previously unseen, momentarily stunning even Wong David. All right, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Wang David nodded and pointed directly at Xiaodong's mind. This process would naturally require a portion of his merits, yet for him at this moment, it was inconsequential. Xiaodong was astonished to see a golden light emanating from Wang David's fingertip, which then surged into her consciousness. After a brief sting, she felt a delightful realization. Her memories had indeed expanded. Upon further inspection, she discovered that the cultivation method seemed tailored just for her. Who exactly is Brother David? How could he possess such a formidable cultivation technique? Xiaodong mused, though she chose not to dwell on it. Once you hear my voice, follow the cultivation instructions without overthinking. Should any questions arise, feel free to seek me out at any time. Brother David, I am truly grateful to you, Xiaodong said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at him. Enough of this. Focus on your cultivation. Once you grow stronger, you may also assist me in return. Wang David said with a half-joking tone. Words spoken lightly are often taken to heart, Xiaodong silently noted, resolving to repay him in the future. After addressing matters with Xiaodong, Wang David placed a call to Wu Xianing. Learning that everything at the hotel was proceeding smoothly, he felt a wave of relief. It appeared that due to the drug-related issues, the Longhu clan was too preoccupied to concern themselves with anything else. Moreover, as it stood, the hotel maintained control over the most lucrative operations, sustaining no significant injury. Slowly, I shall bring you to a boil, Wang David thought, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to visit the hotel where Wu Xianing was located. Seeing the fatigue etched on Wu Xianing's face, Wang David expressed his concern. At least you have some conscience, knowing to care for me. Wu Xianing, elegantly sitting down, smiled at him. What are you talking about? I came prepared with gifts for you. With that, Wang David produced the elixirs he had prepared from his robes, presenting them to her. These are the snow face pills I requested from the moon goddess not long ago. Wang David was not one to show favoritism. Having given Zhu Shiyin her share, he ensured Wu Xianing received her due as well. Such a small pill, yet it carries my heartfelt intentions. I truly appreciate it. Wu Xianing said with a smile as she accepted the elixir. How about trying it now? Wang David suggested playfully. Why not? Even if it is an unusual potion. You are here, aren't you? Wu Xianing replied, casting a bold glance at him, leaving him momentarily speechless, silently vowing to fulfill her wishes next time. Chapter 82. The Birth of Dance Films. Not long after, a piercing scream echoed from Wu Xianing's office, resonating throughout the floor. You scared me. Wu Jie. Could you at least give a warning before you scream? Wang David exclaimed, clutching his chest, his face a mask of shock as he glared at the now excited Wu Xianing. But in her fervor, she seemed oblivious to his words, covering her face, her expression ecstatic, as if she had stumbled upon a fortune. No. What Wu Xianing was experiencing now was far beyond the thrill of finding a fortune. If women had to choose between wealth and youth, many would undoubtedly favor youth. It was nothing short of miraculous. After a long moment, Wu Xianing gazed in disbelief at her reflection, as if witnessing her 18-year-old self. Moreover, she appeared even more beautiful than she had at that age, a monumental surprise for any woman. David, I am utterly in love with you, Wu Xianing exclaimed, throwing her arms around Wang David and planting a kiss on his cheek. Utterly in love with me. Wang David reveled in the softness of her embrace and the coolness of her skin, his face alight with delight as he chuckled foolishly. Wu Jie, come here. Love me some more, he declared, arms wide open, adopting a demeanor of reckless abandon. Rogue. Wu Xianing gasped, pushing him away, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. At that moment, a hint of sadness washed over Wang David, realizing that Wu Jie seemed genuinely pleased with his gift. Since that is the case, I shall attend to my business, he said, rising as he noticed Wu Xianing engrossed in the mirror, seemingly searching for any flaws in her appearance. With a smile, Wang David walked out, his primary objective being the kitchen, where he aimed to teach a few more dishes and allocate them according to each hotel's needs. His plan was simple. Every hotel required signature dishes to attract customers. He gathered several competent chefs and instructed them on a variety of recipes. Time flew by. And before long, the half-day had passed. Eventually, Wu Xianing arrived. When she entered, the chefs were so engrossed in listening to Wang David's instructions that they failed to notice her presence until he concluded his remarks, prompting them to disperse reluctantly. It was at that moment they finally noticed Wu Xianing. However, upon catching sight of her transformed appearance, they stood frozen, mesmerized. Wu Xianing was quite pleased with the effect she had created. As they departed, the chefs found themselves marveling at the power of love, astonished that it could rejuvenate their boss to such an extent. During this time, Wang David shared his plans with Wu Xianing, who readily agreed. With these signature dishes, the newly opened or acquired hotels would quickly establish their footing. By that time, the Longhu Gate would suddenly realize that the hotels they controlled were merely a hollow shell. With the loss of the two economic pillars of hotels and drugs, There was nothing left for the Longhu Gate to fear. How is it over there? Wang David inquired, a gentle smile gracing his face. Everything is going smoothly. The dance film will be ready in a couple of days and will soon be unveiled. Good. Tomorrow, we will send out messages seeking collaboration with printing companies. I believe many firms will be eager to engage in this venture. Naturally, who in Huaxia does not know you are the new generation's dance king? Zhou Shiyun teased with a smile. Wang David replied with a faint smile. Only this way can I be worthy of you. Oh, please. I speak the truth. In the future, when you introduce me to others, you can say, look, this is the dance king of our time. How prestigious. Haha. Observing Wang David's exaggerated demeanor, Zhou Shiyun chuckled, her beauty radiating like a blooming flower. No, I'm too excited. Wang David, captivated by Zhou Shiyun's alluring beauty, embraced her and chuckled as they entered the room. Rascal. The next day, Wu Xining called, having already assigned the chef and simultaneously initiated promotions. At Wang David's suggestion, the hotel organized a series of events aimed at swiftly capturing clientele. With everything in order at the hotel, Wang David felt at ease. Subsequently, he sought out Hua Junqiu. I was just looking for you. Here is your profit share for this month. Handing a card to Wang David, Hua Junqiu's eyes sparkled. Uncle Lu specifically arranged for an additional 5% profit for you. Wang David merely smiled in response, saying nothing further. By the way, the cancer treatment drug has completed testing and is about to enter mass production. Noticing Wang David's lack of enthusiasm, Hua Junqiu quickly shifted topics, saying excitedly, we can discuss those matters later. I have something else I need your help with. Wang David interrupted, continuing, I called you here to convey a message. What message? Hua Junqiu asked, momentarily taken aback but intrigued. My dance film will be completed tomorrow. And I would like you to disseminate this news, but not on a large scale. Ensure that some renowned printing companies in Huaxia are informed. Wang David's gaze flickered as he spoke, carefully articulating each word. This matter is no trouble at all, Hua Junqiu replied confidently. Rest assured, this afternoon you will receive calls from several companies. I guarantee it. True to his word, by the afternoon, several moderately well-known printing companies in Huaxia reached out to Wang David. Their intentions were clear. They sought to secure the printing rights for the dance film. This opportunity was undoubtedly a lucrative one for these companies, as it was evident that the film's release would generate immense impact. Furthermore, the previous excitement had spoken volumes. Although Wang David did not commit immediately, that very night, he instructed Junrin to upload one of the dance films online. This version was complete, with all the movements executed according to the film's production requirements. In terms of spectacle, even the grandest foreign blockbusters paled in comparison. This was destined to be a sleepless night. For that night, the youth of Huaxia went wild. As time progressed, this fervor began to spread uncontrollably. Poised to sweep across Huaxia,